Hello everyone, welcome to part 2. First, a quick recap of the previous installment. In a future where cutting-edge technology coexists with martial arts, young Jean, a teenager from the slums, relies on talent and relentless effort to rise through the ranks and become a formidable warrior. He repeatedly defeats powerful enemies, and when facing family crises and social injustice, he shows extraordinary courage and intelligence, winning respect with every step. Young Jean started as an ordinary boy with a vitality index of only 1.7, far below the threshold for a martial artist. Determined to change his fate, he trained every day, dreaming of joining Xingho Martial Hall and becoming a true warrior. Fate intervened sooner than he expected. One day, he saw Tong Yuanjing being robbed on the street and stepped in without hesitation, subduing two burly attackers with ease. Grateful, Tong Yuanjing formed a close bond with him, and Yang Jin's heroism quickly became the talk of the school. An even bigger opportunity soon appeared. Gu Xing'an, head of Xingho Martial Hall, was ordered to track down extraterrestrial demons that had infiltrated Blue Star. Hearing the news, Yang Jin decided to prove himself. He went to the hall to take the physical assessment and, with astonishing power, sailed through tests of punching force, speed, and agility. His vitality rose to 2.1, earning him the rank of candidate warrior. Instructor Shi Linshan praised him enthusiastically. This kid has limitless potential. Clutching his rewarda refined iron spear and a vial of cellular nutrient serum, Yang Jin brimmed with anticipation. This is only the beginning. He'll become even stronger. Trouble soon struck his family. His aunt Xiaoting was unfairly fired from Loyal Hotel, and 6 months of bonuses were withheld. Furious, Yang Jin confronted Cui Yongjun to demand justice. The argument turned physical, and Yang Jin sent Cui Yongjun flying, forcing him to make amends. Refusing to admit defeat, Cui Yongjun called the police and had Yang Jin taken to the security station, but Yang Jin's status and strength left him no choice but to apologize, and Yang Jin secured 300,000 credits in compensation. Yang Jin's power and influence continued to grow. Admired at school, he kept winning in live combat. During a warrior evaluation, he faced a massive mastiff beast without the slightest fear. Using his wit and bravery, he brought the creature down and earned stellar reviews. His performance stunned everyone, including Wu Zhansong, deputy head of Xingho Martial Hall, who now viewed him with newfound respect. That wraps up our recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If this is your first time encountering the story, feel free to start part 1 in the comments or playlist below. Now let's dive into part 2. The last rays of sunset sank below the horizon, and night settled in. After a full day's work, the orcs crawled into their tents to rest, but along the outskirts of the Yuan tribe the number of sentries had tripled. The Huotan priest was convinced that as long as the Blue Star Man lurked nearby, he would keep probing. A sudden drop in patrols would only alert the enemy. The real killing blow was never the orc warriors themselves, but the shamanic array he had hidden in the darkness. Viewed from high above, scattered piles of firewood and torches formed an intricate pattern, faintly outlined by the campfires. The lines disappeared into the night, yet flickered with ember light, as if alive. That was the Huotan priest's trump card. Inside the main tent, a half-man-tall fire pit glimmered dimly. The priest stared at the flames, which mirrored the outer array in miniature. Tiny sparks drifted across the pattern, each point of light, marking a patrolling orc outside. Hafeng stood beside him, gripping a bone blade. "Priest, why hasn't the Blue Star Man shown up? Maybe he sensed something and backed off?" he whispered. The Huotan priest tapped his staff on the ground. "Patience. Hunting takes time. Let the prey step into the snare on its own." Hafeng nodded, eyes locked on the fiery map. Suddenly a dark speck surfaced at its edge, streaking southwest like spilled ink, then halting over a single tent. Hafeng's pupils constricted. That was their own command tent. "The Blue Star Man is right above us," the priest roared. "How does he know our exact position?" Hafeng blurted, panic rising. "Activate the array." The priest thrust his staff toward the center of the map. One touch would seal the outer formation and trap the intruder. But the enemy moved first. A jet-black blade flash sliced through the firelight and across the priest's wrist, chillingly silent. Blood spattered. A severed hand thudded to the ground. "Ah!" The priest's scream echoed in the tent. He snatched for his staff with his left hand, grasping only empty air. The weapon vanished, as if swallowed by an unseen abyss. Such impossible skill made his skin crawl. To sever a hand and steal a staff in an instant, was this a human Wuzun, or even a Wusheng? The Huotan priest, a mid-level beast general, equivalent to a human mid-level Wuzong, had no hope of matching that power. Hafeng, weaker still, trembled so hard he could barely breathe. In truth, none of them knew the Blue Star Man was neither Wuzun nor Wuzong, only a high-ranked Wushi, the same level as Hafeng. Snapping out of his daze, the priest's eyes reddened. "Hafeng, fight the demon with me." He clenched his mutilated arm, then with a crack tore the stump clean off. A fountain of blood sprayed onto the array's core. The flames roared skyward, and heat blasted through the tent as the bloodlet formation ignited. For the tribe, Heifeng tilted back his head and let out a long howl, bent his knees, and sprang, bursting straight through the top of the tent. Outside, a bitter wind screamed as a tall, lean figure stood atop a wooden support, surveying the camp. His icy gaze locked onto Hei Finjit was Yang Jin from Blue Star. Blue Star rose.I. Heifeng bared his teeth, the spear in his hand flashing with cold light as he dove, borrowing the momentum of his fall. Yang Jin's face remained impassive. With a snap of his arms, he raised his Deliron lance overhead and brought it down in the move called Sundering Mount Hua. Boom! The air erupted like muffled thunder beside Heifeng's ears. It felt as if that small patch of night sky above him had been smashed to pieces. Carrying both brute force and a surge of psychic energy, the lance crashed onto the spear. Bones and muscles in Heifeng's forearms splintered with sharp cracks. Like a rag doll, he was hurled away and slammed into the ground. The commotion roused the entire Yuan tribe. Orc warriors brandished bone knives and stone axes, roaring as they rushed toward the main tent where the fire pit priest presided. Crack, crack, crack. Piles of firewood were set ablaze, and the leaping flames stained the night a fierce crimson. The fire pit priest stood at the center of a formation, watching the nodes ignite one after another, baring his teeth in delight, but the final node lay outside the tent. Boom! Heifeng's massive body plummeted from the sky, landing squarely on that pile of kindling and scattering wooden logs in every direction. The priest's laughter died instantly. Face contorted with rage, his missing staff and broken arm still throbbing. He mistook Yang Jin for a martial order, even a martial saint, and bit through the tip of his tongue. A spray of blood essence burst forth, and his aura swelled savagely. Demon of heaven, they'll take you with me for the tribe, he snarled, turning into a streak of scarlet light that lunged at Yang Jin. Moments earlier, Yang Jin had snatched away the priest's staff with a spatial blink and sent Heifeng flying with a single blow, convincing the priest his enemy was unbeatable. Seeing him charge recklessly, Yang Jin's heart skipped a beat. Crap, the orc witch doctor is about to self-destruct. In a flash, a pitch-black portal opened behind him. He leaned back and vanished into the void. The next instant, the priest detonated like a powder keg. Boom! A humanoid fireball erupted, clouds of blood and shattered limbs riding a scorching shock wave in all directions. Orc warriors caught in the blast were lashed by chunks of flesh with the force of bullets, dropping with shrieks of agony. Fire magic combined with high-level cultivation turned the heart of the camp into scorched earth. 50 meters outside the blast, the air twisted open and Yang Jin tumbled from the spatial tunnel, crashing to the ground and coughing up a mouthful of blood. He had dodged in time, but the shock wave still churned his organs and set his chest ablaze with pain. Blue Star scum and orc warriors spotted him and roared, but a meteoric iron-throwing knife sliced through the night, pinning the orc's throat and shredding it to ribbons. Yang Jin dared not linger. His figure flickered as he blinked again 50 meters, then another 50. Under cover of darkness, he jumped again and again, vaulted over the palisade, and slipped into the black forest. Gasping, he pressed a hand to his chest, letting the cold night air steady his turbulent chi and blood. A silent warning echoed in his mind. The Mind Force sphere and the primordial godbug may be powerful, but never underestimate any foe. I was far too careless tonight. I'm injured internally. I can't stay here. I have to find a way back to Blue Star as soon as possible, or if a few more orc experts show up, I might end up dead in this place. In the shadowy forest, Yang Jin sat cross-legged on a branch, quietly regulating his breath. The fire pit priest's brutal self-detonation had thrown him into serious internal injury. Only by escaping at once had he kept his life. After an hour of guiding his chi, the blockage in his meridians eased, the dark blood churning in his chest was forced back, and he finally rose to his feet. Tonight's gains were unexpected. Not only had he personally killed the fire pit priest, but the priest's strange wooden staff was now his. At a thought, the 2-meter ebony staff materialized before him. A fist-sized, dark red fire element stone was set at its tip, its surface flowing like slow lava. The shaft was a tough, ancient black wood etched with primitive grain. Stroking the staff, Yang Jin sighed. What a treasure. Most stones he had seen were only bottle cap size, and, combined, they still held less fire essence than this single gem. After a moment's thought, he made a decision. He would keep the largest stone as his trump card and give the dozens of smaller ones to Mo Qinfang. It wasn't stinginess. A stone this conspicuous would raise questions he couldn't easily answer, and avoiding trouble later was worth more than its raw power. With a faint crack, guided by his mind, the stone separated from the staff, crimson light flickering along the split. It dropped into his palm, warm and heavy like a beating heart. Yang Jin played with it for a while, reluctant to let go. Suddenly, a soft red glow surfaced, and a three-dimensional image formed in front of him. It lasted barely 5 seconds. 1. A tall, lean human warrior in armor, long hair streaming, hovered in midair. 2. He pressed 2 fingers of his right hand together, pointed, and a burst of blinding fire formed a razor-sharp sword. 3. The blade ripped the air, leaving a red fissure as it struck a leaping, armored orc. The orc's axe had yet to fall when the sword chi cleaved him in two. The halves shot skyward, his head tracing an arc to the ground. 4. On the ground, countless orc soldiers wailed or fled in terror, as if mourning a fallen hero. The vision vanished, leaving only the gem's dim red glow. Yang Jin pondered. The old beast folk shaman had obviously witnessed this battlefield moment, then preserved it in the stone for later study. Years ago, the fire pit priest had lived with the Fireblade tribe, practicing fire sorcery. He must have seen a demon from beyond the stars unleash this very sword technique and sealed the memory away. Yang Jin examined the warrior's profile again, tall, gaunt, stern, hair billowing, a presence like a god or demon. It grew familiar. Suddenly, a name surfaced, Qin Muyang. 6 years earlier, Qin Muyang, then a martial lord, had publicly defeated the Eastern Island War Saint Gongbin Jiexiong and vanished. It now seemed that after that duel Qin Muyang had crossed over to this beastfolk world. If so, a spatial link between Blue Star and this planet had existed long before. The wormhole through which Yang Jin fell was merely a temporary branch. Hope stirred within him. The chances of returning to Blue Star felt a little brighter. He pocketed the staff and the scarlet stone, then looked up at the night sky. First priority, return to the patch of sky where I fell, find that wormhole, and get back to Blue Star. That's the best path forward. If this route is blocked, they'll have to press deeper into beast territory, find Qin Muyang or any other trace of humans, and then decide what to do next. Having made up his mind, Yang Jin rolled to his feet, tossed the largest fire element stone into the primordial god insect's space, grabbed his wooden staff, and sent a filament of mental power probing into it. His eyes lit up at once. The staff wasn't solid. Embedded inside was a half-meter iron rod as thick as a chopstick, a single piece of meteoric magnetite. Back in Yijing City, a pigeon egg-sized chunk of this magnetite taken from Song Jiateng's corpse had already let the primordial god insect make short spatial jumps. The rod before him was several times larger, its potential unmistakable. Yang Jin stripped away the wooden casing. The dark magnetite weighed heavy in his palm, its icy chill biting to the bone. At the same time, a hunger not his own washed over him, the insect's instinctive craving. To it, magnetite was both nourishment and fuel for opening spatial tunnels. Heaven's on my side. I might really get back to Blue Star. He whispered the words, shaped his mental energy into an invisible sphere around himself, and shot straight into the sky. Wind howled and dawnlight spread. At roughly a kilometer up, he slowed to a hover, sending waves of psychic power outward like sonar. Seconds later, he caught a faint spatial ripple, the wormhole had used 2 days earlier. Up close, it was nearly sealed, no more than a hairline crack. Closed? Does that mean I can't go back? His brow knit even tighter. Forcing calm, he recalled what had read. A wormhole is like an interplanetary expressway. Even if both exits shut, the road still exists. Reopening a gate is far easier than building a new tunnel. With that in mind, he held the magnetite rod before the primordial god insect and silently pleaded, "Little guy, I'm counting on you. Get me home." The insect opened wide and slurped down the entire rod like a strand of soft dough. Yang Jin clicked his tongue. What an appetite! Iron or gold, it all goes down. A few breaths later, the creature exhaled a stream of essence that spread through the air, folding into a paper-thin plane that quickly stabilized into a fresh wormhole entrance. It worked. Yang Jin sent his consciousness through and instantly sensed the familiar aura on the other side. Blue Star, minus island. He drew a deep breath, flickered forward, and dived into the tunnel. At the threshold, he remembered the camera function on his electronic wristband, yanked it off, crushed it, and tossed the fragments into the air. "Blue Star, I'm back," Yang Jin shouted, his voice ringing with exhilaration. The Shadow tribe lay in ruins as far as the eye could see. Amid shattered walls and broken stones, Haifeng knelt on blood-soaked earth, both arms severed at the shoulders, the wounds a mangled mess of flesh. Pain that should have torn him apart never reached his nerves. All that remained in his chest was a towering hatred. Outer realm fiends, Blue Star humans, Yang Jin the Young, cold face, and that overwhelming power were branded into Haifeng's mind. "Someone bring me the fastest dire wolf. I must see the great general," he rasped, his voice hoarse and vicious. Moments later, an iron-plated dire wolf thundered out of the tribe, its pounding paws like rolling thunder. Wind whipped Haifeng's hair as he glared over the endless forest, teeth grinding. "Blue Star humans, one day the beast army will march into your world, wipe out your kind, and leave not a single blade of grass behind." At the same time, Yang Jin was plunging headlong through a prismatic tunnel, as if an invisible spear had impaled him. Currents of light surged around him, and the walls of space twisted and blurred in dizzying colors. After 7 or 8 seconds, he burst through the tunnel's end, flew out of the aperture, and the wormhole behind him snapped shut like a soap bubble crushed by a giant hand. His feet hit solid ground, the firmness pressing through his soles. Above him stretched a sky so blue it was almost translucent, and below lay a boundless sea. The island was lush, trees swaying, and a faint salty breeze swept over him, making every cell in his body rejoice. Blue Star, I'm finally home. Swish. Threads of light wove together in an instant, wrapping him into a glowing cocoon. A startled voice sounded by his ear. Yangjin, is that you? Yangjin turned and saw a blonde, blue-eyed foreigner with a thick beard staring at him, eyes wide as an ox's. Reporting, Chief Referee, I am Yangjin. The newcomer was Lambert, an elder of the Holy Light Martial Academy and the chief referee of this year's Global Martial Arts Talent Tournament. Lambert froze, then his face lit up with delight. With a sweep of his hand, light-based energy receded like a tide. In a flash he stood before Yangjin, laughing heartily. Good, good, good. Each booming word made even the sea breeze quake. Circling Yangjin, he examined him as though admiring a flawless work of art, emerald eyes gleaming. Yangjin's scalp tingled under the scrutiny, and he forced himself to ask, Chief Referee, is something wrong? Lambert's laughter faded into a serious tone. In just 2 short days, you've leaped from junior warrior to high level. You must have had a tremendous opportunity on that alien world. He paused, then added solemnly. However, the 3 Grand Academies have agreed no one is allowed to pry into another's personal fortune. He straightened and spoke with gravity. Yangjin, in the name of a holy light elder, I offer you an invitation. If you accept, you can sign and steer contract immediately. The sudden offer left Yangjin a bit dazed. Ever since entering the tournament, his goal had been to secure and steer contract from one of the 3 Grand Academies, but he hadn't expected the chance to arrive this quickly. To be honest, if he could choose freely, the steer contract from the Flame-Kindle Martial Academy would be his first pick. As he hesitated, his peripheral vision caught sight of the people nearby, dark blue uniforms with shoulder patches depicting the whole Blue Star. They were members of the Blue Star Alliance. Formed by the world's 6 great nations and the 3 Grand Academies, the Blue Star Alliance was a parliamentary union whose delegates possessed immense power and unrivaled strength. The Blue Star Alliance has a single mission: to protect humanity and repel monsters and extraterrestrial invaders. After the wormhole explosion on Minus Island, Lambert followed protocol and filed an immediate report. The Alliance responded that same day, deploying a well-equipped specialist squad to secure the island and assist with the investigation. Yangjin returned still dusted with alien soil, yet perfectly composed. He quickly pieced everything together. Lambert coveted both this 18-year-old elite martial artist and the off-world intelligence he carried, so recruiting him within his class contract was a bargain too good to miss. With that in mind, Yangjin bowed slightly. Thank you, Chief Judge, for your confidence. I've just come back from another world, though, and would like to see my family and friends first so they don't worry. Lambert understood at once. He sighed and shook his head. Very well. Everyone has their own path. I won't press you. Yangjin allowed himself a faint smile. Still, if you have questions about what I saw out there, I'll tell you everything I know. Excellent. Lambert brightened, then turned to his aide. Notify the other judges immediately. Yangjin is back. Have them report to Minus Island at once. Athens-based city's arena blazed with light. The stands heaved with people, flags fluttered, and the roar of the crowd was deafening. Even though the Global Martial Arts Talent Tournament had suffered a wormhole explosion and the disappearance of 3 finalists, the organizers worked through the night and forced the event to its finale. Spotlights converged on center court as the awards ceremony for the top 5 began. On the podium, the 5 competitors stood in a line. In the middle, the tall, blonde Phillips representing West Europe claimed the championship. To his left stood Yifeng from Huaxia, smiling gently with the silver medal. On the right, in order, were Warren Smith of America with bronze, Natasha of Russ with 4th place, and Wilson of Araya in 5th. Under the blinding lights, the gold filigree on their medals gleamed. In the front row, 8 judges from various factions watched the young athletes without blinking, already calculating how to bring these rising stars under their banners. Elsewhere in the stands, Mo Qinfeng leaned against her seat, sorrow clouding her face. 2 days earlier, Yangjin had gone missing, and she had been inconsolable, blaming herself for pushing him to demonstrate the Qinfeng 18 forms. Beside her, Nie Jinxiu had tried to comfort her, but his words did little. Just then, both of their wrist communicators vibrated. A message from an unfamiliar number appeared. Mo Qinfeng had no heart to check it, but Nie Jinxiu opened it, and his pupils widened. Qinfeng, look at this. His voice was so loud that nearby spectators turned their heads. Ignoring them, he urged her again. Qinfeng, read your message. She tapped the screen, puzzled. The hologram read, Nie Jinxiu, Mo Qinfeng, this is Lambert of the Holy Light Martial Academy. Good news. Yangjin has returned and is now on Minus Island. He specifically asked to see you both. Come at once. Joy tore through Mo Qinfeng's despair. She almost choked on her words. Palace Master, is this real? Move. Nie Jinxiu grabbed her arm, pushed off with his toes, and shot up, streaking across the arena's roof. At the same moment, the 8 judges in the front row rose in unison, bursting into the air like fireworks and flying in the same direction. Tens of thousands in the stands and countless viewers glued to their screens watched, stunned, as the noise froze in their throats. One thought echoed through every mind. What just happened? Even the awards ceremony couldn't hold them. Athens Stadium. On the dais, the 5 medalists stared at one another, wide-eyed and bewildered. The giant LED screen still showed the competition data, while the roar in the stands faded into a low rustle of confusion. Just as the crowd looked around in uncertainty, a host strode to center stage, straightened his suit, cleared his throat, and raised the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, I have sensational news. He paused deliberately, drawing every eye, then announced in a ringing voice, of the 3 contestants who went missing in the Minas Island explosion, one has been confirmed safe and has returned. The amplified words struck tens of thousands of ears at once. After a heartbeat of stunned silence, the arena erupted like a breaking wave, and viewers around the world cheered in front of their screens, flooding the live chat with comments. USA City, Villa 49 in Riverside Garden. Yang Tianhai, Xiao Ting, and Yang Hui leaned toward the television, holding their breath. Heaven, let it be Jean. It has to be Jean, it just has to be. Second brother. Jiang in Bay City. In the dim living room, Zhao Qingtong huddled under a throw on the couch, staring blankly at the ceiling. Not wanting to upset her, Zhao Longfei had turned the TV almost to mute. Suddenly, he jerked upright and cried, "Sweetheart, the host says one of the missing contestants is back." Zhao Qingtong's heart leaped. "Is it Jean?" she whispered. An instant later, as if answering everyone at once, the host looked straight into the camera and enunciated, "The contestant who returned safely is Yang Jean." Zhao Qingtong stared at the screen as her vision blurred with tears. Whether inside the stadium or online, the world went wild. An 18-year-old boy, hurled into an alien world by a wormhole blast, and somehow, returning Alavino story could be more stirring. Young Jean, Young Jean, Young Jean. The chant rolled over the dais like surf, drowning out the 5 medalists. Champion Phelps, who should have been basking in applause, stood rigid. His face a Shenhe's moment of glory had been stolen by a nobody who had ranked dead last before the event. He muttered through clenched teeth, "Damn it." Out of the corner of his eye he noticed Yi Feng beside him, wearing a faint, indifferent smile. Phelps' anger flared even hotter. Typical Chinese, acting deep and humble phony. That day the whole world talked about only one name, Yang Jing. His online popularity exploded, and every slot in the top 10 searches was about him. Yang Tianhai, Xiao Ting, Yang Ning, Yang Hui, Zhao Qingtong, and their relatives wept with joy the loved one they had thought lost was finally safe. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, the tournament committee held a press conference with a single agenda: survivor Yang Jin meeting the media. Although his family had already spoken to him by phone, the moment they saw him on the big screen, they still could not contain their excitement. In the bright, spacious briefing hall, flashbulbs popped as every camera fixed on the 2 men at the tableau on the left, Yang Jin in formal attire. On the right, the chief referee, Lambert. Prior to this, Yang Jin had given Lambert and the other officials a detailed account of his time in the alien world, discreetly omitting a few crucial details. In Yang Jin's account, he was separated from Quan Yang Jian and Piao Fuan the moment they arrived on the alien world, and each of them was hunted by beastmen. While breaking through their encirclement, he tumbled into a little-known stone cavern where a faint blue light flickered from cracks in the rock. It came from a millennia-old spirit herb. He picked the whole plant and swallowed it together with a nearby chunk of jade-like ore. His blood roared and his strength skyrocketed. Soon after, he ambushed a lone beastman shaman on a barren stretch of hills, stealing several talismans, 2 formation scrolls, and a handful of elemental stones. Relying on those spoils, he activated a damaged teleport array during a night of howling sandstorms, tore open a wormhole, and finally escaped with his life. The tale was thrilling, almost unbelievable at points, yet the judges on the panel let it pass. Returning alive to Blue Star was miracle enough. They had no wish to quibble over details. The press conference proceeded as scheduled. Reporters from multiple outlets fired off their prepared questions. Yang Jin's voice stayed steady, his answers matching his written report word for word. After 30 minutes, the routine QA ended and the room relaxed. Just as the host was about to adjourn, a woman's voice sliced through the sound system. "Yang Jin, hello. I'm Song Sui from the Dahan Daily, and I have a question." On the dais, Lambert's brows tightened. The woman wasn't on the list. He couldn't shut her down in public, so he merely signaled the venue manager. The manager broke into a sweat and moved towards Song Sui, ready to escort her out at the slightest provocation. Song Sui, however, gripped the microphone and rattled off her challenge. Of the 3 missing people, senior martial artist Quan Yang Jian and intermediate martial artist Piao Fuan were stronger than you, yet they didn't come back. You, a junior fighter, survived alone. Did something unspeakable happen on that planet? Are you hiding their whereabouts, or did you use their deaths to get home? A buzz of shock swept the hall. Everyone heard the barbs in her words. In the audience, Nia Jinxiu sprang up, fists clenched, while Mo Qinfang's face went icy pale, her knuckles white. Viewers at home scolded Song Suyi's rudenesser began to question the official story. The air thinned until every breath seemed loud. All eyes fixed on Yang Jin. Yang Jin remained calm and met Song Suyi's stare. She held her chin high, yet her eyes flickered with both fear and determination. He saw at once she was likely acting on orders from Piao Shuochen or the Song family throwing away her career for someone else's command. He sneered inwardly. His time off-world had made one truth clear. With monsters attacking Blue Star and alien races watching for weakness, humanity had to stand together or be devoured. Yet people like Piao Shuochen and Song Suyi still schemed to drag him down. If an opportunity arose, he would gladly remove them from his path. Pulling his thoughts back, he glanced at Song Suyi and spoke evenly. Miss Song, I have already explained my experience on the alien planet. There's nothing more to add. Kuan Jin and Piao Fuan are capable men. Perhaps they're safe right now and will eventually find their way home. As for my own strength, he paused, then raised his voice. I'm sorry to disappoint you. My vitality has topped 30, and I'm already a senior martial artist. Apart from the 9 judges and a few insiders such as Nia Jinxiu and Mo Qinfang, no one knew that Yang Jin's power had soared. They had only heard that Head had some kind of lucky break. The venue exploded. My god. He jumped from junior martial master to the advanced level in 2 days. That's insane. At this rate, if he enters the challenger bracket, breaking into the top 5 should be no problem, right? Top 5. He went into an alien world alone and came back alive. He could probably take first place. That female reporter is clearly picking a fight. One look at her name, and you can tell she's with the Korean Association. Same old attitude. The clamor crashed over Song Suyi like a wave. Her lip twitched, and her complexion flicked from green to white as though she had just been slapped in public. On stage, Yang Jin's voice turned icy. Miss Song, if you doubt my strength, send someone up and find out. He wasn't grandstanding for the sake of it. The alien expedition had changed him. The old Yang Jin would have laughed off rumors. The new Yang Jin had killing intent hardened into a blade. Whoever blocks me dies. Alien predators could die, demons and monsters could die, and shameless schemers could die just the same. He thought of the man worshipped by billions as the world's greatest martial sage, Huo Pengjiu. Decades ago, the Tier 5 high-class beast Jiangu Longxi appeared off the coast of Dongying. Harboring malice, the people of Dongying lured it toward Wuxia's coastal satellite cities, where tens of thousands of civilians were devoured. Huo Pengjiu heard the news, flew into a rage, and covered 3,000 li overnight, driving the Jiangu Longxi back to Dongying. At dawn he hovered in midair, 8-sided Han's sword in hand, his voice rumbling like thunder across the sky. In Huaxiao, we have a saying, conquer with virtue. This sword is named Virtue. Anyone who drives beasts against my people will meet its edge. That day nearly every Dongying-born martial sage was slain. Martial lords and grandmasters died in droves. Dongying never recovered and was ultimately destroyed by the Jiangu Longxi. The bloodshed bought fear and respect. Ever since, the 6 syllables Huo Pengjiu and conquer with virtue have sent chills down Dongying's spines. Yang Jin was still far from Huo Pengjiu's earth-shaking might. Yet in the crowd's eyes the look in his gaze already carried the same cutting disdain. Yang Jin, don't think that just because you're famous you can look down on everyone else. Song-Suyi screeched, like a dog whose tail had been stepped on. Look, everyone, a contestant in the martial elite tournament is threatening a helpless woman like me. Silence. Lambert snapped. His shout rang like a hammer on a bell, stunning the increasingly hysterical Song-Suyi into silence. Sweeping his gaze across the hall, he declared, the tournament committee will investigate Yang Jin's experiences in the alien realm. Until then, no one is to speculate. Furthermore, under tournament rules, Yang Jin has the right both to challenge and to be challenged. Yang Jin, among the current ranked competitors, is there anyone you wish to face? Lambert's announcement electrified the crowd. It meant that if Yang Jin wished, he could even challenge the current frontrunner, Phelps, and if successful take his place at the top. The competitors in the back rows stirred with a mix of tension and excitement, while Phelps flexed his fingers, his eyes blazing with anticipation. Yang Jin gave a faint smile. Chief referee, I won't be issuing a challenge. A wave of disappointed sighs swept through the hall. Chief referee, I challenge Yang Jin. A sharp, piercing voice cut through the crowd as a young man shot to his feet. Lambert turned. Very well, Kamita Ishii, you have that right. Kamita Ishii 22, a Japanese-American high-level martial artist was, along with Inu Kai-ken, one of the event's famed Eastern duo, currently ranked 6th. Arms folded, his narrow eyes locked onto Yang Jin. He gave a cold snort. Yang Jin, I challenge you. Name the time and place. No need to complicate things, Yang Jin said with a casual wave. The outdoor plaza. Quick and clean. He looked at Lambert. Is that acceptable, chief referee? Of course, Lambert decided at once. On television, the host's voice rang out at full pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, up next is an unconventional challenge match. The challenger Japanese-American contender Kamita Ishii, ranked 6th. The target Yang Jin, the Chinese Ritter from another world and an internet sensation. One is a master swordsman with ninja precision. The other, a headline-making prodigy. Who will triumph? Stay tuned. The plaza was already packed, spectators forming a dense 50-meter ring around an improvised arena. Reporters' cameras flashed non-stop, eager to capture every moment. On the right, Yang Jin stood tall, an iron blunt spear in hand. On the left, Kamita Ishii crouched slightly, eyes closed, left hand on the scabbard, right hand on the hilt, man and katana merging into a single silhouette. Gentlemen, this is a match to first blood, the host declared, then slashed his hand down. Begin. Steel sang the blade, tore through the air like ripping silk. Kamita Ishii's eyes snapped open as his katana traced a perfect arc, lethal intent aimed straight at Yang Jin's skull. Parlor tricks, Yang Jin scoffed, swinging his spear with casual ease. Bang! The iron spear fell like a 1,000-pound stone. The crushing force traveled through the blade and slammed into Kamita Ishii's arms. His palms burst, blood blooming instantly. One exchange, and both hands were torn open, his ears ringing. He's too strong. Fear jolted through Kamita Ishii. He opened his mouth to concede, but the onrushing gale choked off the words. Still not yielding? Yang Jin roared, forcing the spear downward. Crack! The katana snapped in two, the spear tip crashing onto Kamita Ishii's shoulder. 1 inch lower, and the joint would have been pulverized. At that perilous moment, a figure burst from the crowd. Yang Jin, stop! The voice reached them before the person did. Yang Jin fixed a chilly stare on the man charging toward him. Drawing back his spear, he bled off the incoming force and settled the tip against Kamita Jinjishi's Adam's apple another half-inch, and the windpipe would be dust. This is the arena. Show some respect. Lambert raised a palm. White-hot radiance blossomed, and a palm print slammed into the intruder's chest. With a wretched scream, the man was swatted into the ground like a toad, stone chips flying. Chief referee, please calm your anger. I only meant to help him. Forgive me. The middle-aged man staggered upright, dusty and gaunt, his eyes glinting with malice. Lambert's gaze turned arctic. Inagai Ichiro, your son Inagai Ken vanished in that accident. I understand your pain. But if grief curdles into hatred and you dare violate arena rules or target any contestant, they'll be the first to deal with you. The pressure of a martial saint from Holy Light Academy settled over the grounds, and every competitor held their breath. A chill ran down Inagai Ichiro's spine. He had struck out only because Kamita Jinjishi was on the losing end, and he despised Yang Jin. In his impulse, he had forgotten that Martial Saint Lambert presided here. As a mid-level martial lord, he was nothing before such power. Master, I would never dare. He straightened and gave a formal Japanese bow. Stand down, Lambert ordered with a wave. Yes, sir. Inagai Ichiro bowed again, shuffled to the rear, and no one noticed the venom in his eyes as they locked on Yang Jin. Yang Jin rested his blunt iron spear on his shoulder, half smiling at Kamita Jinjishi. Well, do you yield? With the cold tip pressed to his throat, Kamita Jinjishi clenched his molars and forced out a single word. Yes. The stands erupted in thunderous cheers. Yang Jin wins. 6th place to Yang Jin. Spectators watched Kamita Jinjishi slink away and sneered. Everyone saw the challenge for what it was: petty revenge. Attacking someone with fewer points from the safety of 6th place was dirty play. Now he had forfeited his own rank. Justice served. The host stepped forward and called out, any other challengers? In the crowd, Russian beauty Natasha sashayed over to Phillips, chuckling softly. Phillips, weren't you furious with Yang Jin a moment ago? You're sitting in first place, why not go up and give him a beating? Phillips' mustache twitched. He clenched his fists, thought it through, and realized he had no guarantee of victory, so he swallowed his words. Pathetic, Natasha scoffed. She ran a sparkling gaze over Yang Jin on the stage. An Eastern man with that kind of power is irresistible. I have to find a way to meet him. The host called again, but no one answered, so he announced, challenge round over. Yang Jin finishes 6th. Applause rolled like thunder. The Global Martial Arts Talent Tournament wrapped up, and Yang Jin claimed 6th place. It lacked the shine of a medal podium, but he didn't care in the least. For him, placement meant nothing. All that mattered was landing his class contract with the Martial Academy. After dinner, Yang Jin, Nia Jianxiu, and Mo Qinfang gathered around the round table in their hotel suite. Night spilled through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the warm lamplight softened their relaxed faces. During the day, they had been swarmed by referees and reporters. Only now did they finally have time to sit together. Yang Jin unfastened the black satchel that had hung at his waist all day, set it on the table between them, and pushed it forward. Palace Master, Instructor Mo, he said with a bright, boyish grin, I picked up a few things on the alien planet. They're not much use to me, so I'd like to give them to my big brother and sister. Nia Jianxiu blinked, then nodded in pleased surprise. As a martial venerable, he had seen his share of rare treasures, but the fact that the young man remembered him was even more precious. Mo Qinfang's eyes curved into delighted crescents at the word sister. Well, little brother, she laughed. We've only been apart a few days, and you're already bringing me gifts? Let's see what you've got. Yang Jin unzipped the bag, pulled out 7 or 8 palm-sized pieces of parchment, and spread them on the table. Nie Jinxiu picked up the top sheet, running a fingertip over its rough grain. His brows lifted. The fire-type energy is dense, looks like talismans, maybe shamanic runes. For anyone studying beast culture, this is primary source material. He leafed through them for a long while, clearly impressed. Yang Jin, excellent work. Mo Qinfang pretended to pout. Palace Master, those parchments might be priceless to you, but they're no use to me. Don't worry, Sister Mo, I've got something else. Smiling, Yang Jin tipped the bag over the table. With a soft clatter, dozens of fire element stones the size of bottle caps rolled out, glowing faint red like a ring of rubies around the tabletop. Mo Qinfang's eyes went wide, and even Nie Jinxiu froze. So many fire stones. Yang Jin, these are far too valuable, take them back, Mo Qinfang said automatically, gathering the gems. Yang Jin met their eyes, speaking slowly and earnestly. I was only able to enter the tournament because of your support. You both recognized my potential, please. Accept this token of my gratitude. Nie Jinxiu studied the young man. Where he had felt pleased before, he was now deeply moved. How broad a heart must an 18-year-old have to give away everything he gained on an alien world? After a moment, he said quietly, Qinfang, fire stones do little for me. You're training fire abilities and need them badly, take them all. Mo Qinfang looked at the red glow scattered across the table, her breathing quick. She hesitated, then asked softly, Yang Jin, are you sure you won't regret giving me everything? Yang Jin answered with a question of his own. Sister Mo, when you handed me that precious beast core so I could grow stronger, did you hesitate or regret it? Mo Qinfang's eyes crinkled into moon shapes, and she burst out laughing. Who would have thought the best investment of my life was that tiny core? She swept the fire stones into the leather bag, patted the outside, and said solemnly, Little brother, when I reach Martial Venerable, I'll watch your back. If you ever need to kill someone, my spear will clear the way. Nie Jinxiu raised a hand to his forehead in mock exasperation. All right. Keep this up and you two will be swearing oaths as adopted siblings. Great idea, let's do it. Mo Qinfang laughed heartily. In the end, the parchments went to Nie Jinxiu, the fire stones to Mo Qinfang, and everyone left the table feeling richer. Their conversation was cut short by the doorbell. Nie Jinxiu opened the door to a poised man with a gentle smile, Inspector Huang. In an instant, Yang Jin recognized him. Huang Ming, one of the 9 judges for the current tournament, and a senior Wuzuan at Spark Martial Academy. Jinxiu, Qinfang, Xiaoyang, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Huang Ming's tone was relaxed as he stood at the threshold. Inspector Huang, please come in. All 3 stepped aside at once, ushering him into the living room. The living room was small but tidy. Huang Ming took a seat by the round table, while Mo Qinfang swiftly poured a glass of warm water and flashed a playful wink. Inspector Huang, what brings you here in person today? Huang Ming was about the same age as Qinfang's father. To him, she still looked like the lively girl he once knew. He chuckled and shook his head. Qinfang, you little rascal, asking when you already know the answer. With that, he produced a thick file and set it in front of Yang Jin. Fresh from headquarters, your class contract. As an inspector, Huang Ming's rank was 1 level below elder, leaving him no authority to issue an class contract on his own. He had submitted the request that afternoon. Once the approval came through, he rushed over immediately. The bold title, Spark Martial Academy S-Class Contract, all but leaped off the cover. Expected or not, Yang Jin's heartbeat quickened. His grip on the pen tightened, then loosened. Nie Jinxiu and Mo Qinfang exchanged glances, their faces equally bright with excitement. Yang Jin drew a deep breath, steadied himself, and rose formally. Thank you, Inspector. Go on, open it, Huang Ming said, indicating the file. If anything's unclear, I'll explain. The terms were straightforward, the duration 5 years. During that time, Party A would provide 1 5-star weapon and 1 5-star suit of armor, plus a matching 5-star combat technique. 2 an advanced manual for primal energy breathing and circulation. 3 a vehicle worth 50 million blue star credits. 4 a villa worth 50 million blue star credits. 5 an annual salary of 100 million blue star credits. Finished reading, Yang Jin could not help but whistle inwardly. The offer was more than 10 times richer than his previous class contract. Considering you might already have a car, Huang Ming added, the vehicle can be swapped for a flying craft of equal value. As for the house, if your family prefers not to move, we can convert it to cash. He went over every detail with meticulous patience. After confirming the clauses once more, Yang Jin did not hesitate. He bent over the table and signed his name. The stroke dried. The contract was in force. Huang Ming stood, smoothing his sleeves. Yang Jin, report to Spark Martial Academy headquarters on September 1st. They'll wait for you at Alishan. See you then. No sooner had Huang Ming left than representatives from Starlink Academy, Saint Light Academy, and the martial organizations of all 6 nations arrived one after another. Everyone knew Yang Jin had already signed with Spark, yet they insisted on calling, eager to present an olive branch and sow the seeds of future friendship. It was well past 10 that night before Yang Jin finished receiving guests. He shut the doors and windows, then contacted his family. His uncle and aunt, his elder brother, his younger sister, and even Zhao Qingtong appeared one by one on the holoscreen. The moment they saw this glass contract, cheers erupted on both ends of the call. A few sheets of paper, yet they represented the highest trainee agreement offered by the premier martial academy on Blue Star. History showed that anyone granted this contract would at minimum rise to Wuzong, while outstanding performers stood a real chance of reaching Wuzuan. Across the planet, there were only about 100 Wuxing, a Wuzuan already ranked among the top combat assets of any nation. A single Wuzuan could found a first-tier family in any major base city all by himself. The martial venerates of the three great academies command such vast influence and connections that no one dares look down on them. Night settled over Athens' base city as the entire top floor of the Lattice Grand Hotel was booked out. Dim lights lined the hallway, and a thick crimson carpet swallowed every footfall. Behind a closed door, in a suite that scarcely saw daylight, 5 figures sat in a half-circle like ghosts in the shadows. On the innermost sofa, Inukai Ichiro looked deathly pale, yet sat ramrod straight. Beside him, Park Seokshin, Kamita Jiziki, and the others remained silent, the air razor-sharp with tension. At last, Park Seokshin broke the stillness, his voice rough as sandpaper on wood. "Brother Inukai, can you be completely certain of your calculations?" Inukai Ichiro lifted his head, his gaze as keen as a blade. "Parkun, the truth is painful, but believe in our shinobi arts. I sensed a trace of vengeful energy on Yang Jin, the very curse my son Inukai can cast with his dying breath. It points straight to the killer. I'm 100% sure my son died at Yang Jin's hand." He paused, his tone even darker. "Your boy, Park Bawan, was with him and faced the same danger. Who can swear he's not dead, too?" Park Seokshin slowly shook his head, his knuckles widening. "Brother Inukai, I won't stop searching until I see my son's body. I can't join you against Yang Jin, at least not yet. Besides, he's just signed his class contract with Beacon Academy. Who would dare touch him now? No one can withstand Beacon's fury." Inukai Ichiro sighed, but pressed no further. "Very well. If you want help, we won't force you. But let tonight's talk stay here. A single leak helps no one." Park Seokshin rose, straightened his jacket, and spoke softly. "Rest assured. In truth, I'd be pleased if Yang Jin died unexpectedly." With that, he left. The door clicked shut. Kamita Jiziki leaned forward, hatred seething in his low voice. "Lord Inukai, when do we strike?" Ever since Yang Jin shattered him with a single shot, the humiliation had lodged in his heart like an iron nail. Inukai Ichiro raised a hand. "Not yet, Kamita. Every eye is on Yang Jin. We mustn't act rashly. Once he reaches headquarters, he'll be sent on perilous missions. We'll wait for our chance. Remember, our nation may have fallen, but our people endure. We bear this disgrace until the day we restore Nippon and reclaim the Emperor's glory." "Hi." Kamita snapped to attention, burying his killing intent deep. On August 9th, the Global Martial Arts Elite Tournament ended to worldwide acclaim, and contestants began flying home. Under his class contract with Beacon Academy, Yang Jin had to report to headquarters by September 1st, giving him about 20 days of freedom. Nie Jinxiu immediately decided to grant him a few weeks' leave once they reached Huaxia, so he could visit his family in Yuesha City. Beacon Academy's headquarters stands on Huaxia's treasured Alishan Island. After the Starfall convergence, the island became a monster nest. With the nation busy building major base cities and satellite towns, several campaigns failed to reclaim it until the invincible war saint Huopengju appeared. To found Beacon Academy, he struck a deal with Huaxia's leaders. Single-handedly, he swept Alishan clean of beasts. From then on, the island belonged to Beacon Academy as its permanent home. Years have passed. Beacon Academy now guards the southeastern seas like a drawn blade aimed at the deep-sea monsters. Generation after generation of students have carved their youth and blood into every inch of that island. The sky was crystal clear as a small military transport plane cut through the air. Inside the cabin, Nie Jinxiu, Mo Qinfeng, Yang Jin, and several support staff were still riding the rush of a recently completed mission. After a brief chat, Yang Jin put on his optical glasses, went online, and began to redeem the 5-star arsenal package included in his level contract with Xinhua Martial Academy. Following Mo Qinfeng's advice, he opened the official store and compared specs and field reviews again and again. For a weapon, he settled on the Dragon Fang spear, its tip forged from a shed tooth of a 5th-tier burrowing Linlong, combining flexibility with lethal sharpness. For armor, he chose a nano battlesuit that normally looked like a simple wristband, but, once activated, expanded instantly into full-body protection, balancing defense and portability. In the skills section, he unhesitatingly picked the legendary Overlord Spear technique, rumored to have been passed down from Xiangyu, the hegemon king of Western Shu. Every move was wide, fierce, and overwhelming. Finally, he ordered a new personal flyer with higher speed and longer range so future operations would be easier. Mo Qinfang had been watching the whole time. When she saw him choose the Overlord Spear technique, she smiled and said, "Little brother, I know that routine too. Its power is brutal, so it's not ideal for my long-term training, but I can certainly coach you. Come on, let's practice a few moves in midair." Before she finished speaking, she tapped the fuselage and leapt out of the cabin. Yang Jin pulled out his reed leaf spear, activated his alloy battle suit, and followed her through the hatch. Amid rolling clouds, Mo Qinfang snapped her spear tip and called, "Opening move falling leaf, soaring swan." The spear shadows howled like a hurricane as she demonstrated the entire Overlord routine with exhilarating precision. With a master guiding him face-to-face, Yang Jin quickly grasped the essence, and his technique improved by leaps and bounds. At dawn the next day, the transport landed in Hanyang Base City. Keeping a low profile, the group skipped any reception and went their separate ways once they touched down. Yang Jin checked back into his usual hotel and signed for a crate of gear from the store. "My throwing knives are my trump card, you have to upgrade them." He logged in again, searched for a long time, and finally chose a 5-star vibranium throwing knife. Its edge was reinforced with adamantium, able to slice through steel like butter. The single knife cost 50 million, and the payment cut his bank balance in half. He quietly rejoiced. If the spear, armor, and skill book hadn't been gifts from the academy, another 100 million still wouldn't have been enough. Time flew, and August 15th arrived before he knew it. During those days, Mo Qinfang coached him personally, and Yang Jin mastered the Overlord Spear technique, while also finishing the advanced primal energy breathing art, massively increasing his absorption rate. In his downtime, he met up with his older brother Yang Ning and his best friend Hu Qinghua. They drank, chatted, and relaxed for a while. Under Nie Jianqia's supervision, he also completed his senior martial master certification without a hitch. With affairs in Hanyang Bay City finally wrapped up and 2 weeks left before he had to report to Xinhua Martial Academy's headquarters on Alishan Island, Yang Jin decided to return to Yusha City and spend a few days at home. Nie Jinxiu had offered him a dedicated car, but Yang waved it off with a smile and set out alone. The sky was clear and boundless. Clad in brand new nano armor, riding a freshly tuned flight module, and carrying a Dragonfang gun case, his 5-star gear caught the sunlight in a cold gleam. He vaulted into the air above Hanyang Bay City. A sharp sonic boom split the sky, and a white contrail stretched for hundreds of meters behind him. The straight-line distance to Yusha City was just over 300 kilometers, an effortless hop for him now. In less than 10 minutes, he had covered half of it. Looking down, he spotted the 5-kilometer-long Howling Wolf Gorge, where he had once ambushed and killed Tang Zhong and the Three Song brothers. Back then had needed traps. Now he could cruise through open sky. His rapid growth was staggering. No sooner had he cleared the gorge than the thunder of gunfire and beastly roars reached his ears. On the highway below, several armored cars had formed a crescent around a transport coach large enough for dozens of passengers. 7 or 8 scale-clad tunneling beasts were battering the convoy, relentless in their assault. The armored cars spat fire, but the barrage only bought time. Yang Jin narrowed his eyes. The gunfire could only delay the inevitable. Those beasts' scales were tougher than steel. If this dragged on, everyone in that coach was doomed. Inside the coach, a dozen students in school uniforms were huddled in their seats, faces pale. The braver boys stared out the windows. The more timid girls covered their eyes. A slightly plump teacher with black-rimmed glasses stammered, her voice trembling, "Principal Luo, what do we do?" Gray-haired Luo Song wiped the sweat from his brow and forced himself to stay calm. "Miss Tian, hold on. I've already called for help. A rescue team from Yusha City is on its way." Had Yang Jin been inside, he would have recognized them instantly. They were his former principal Luo Song and homeroom teacher Tian Qin. Suddenly a girl peeked through her fingers and saw the ground heaving in the distance. A beast twice the size of the others was charging straight at them. She screamed, "A giant tunneling beast is coming." At the same moment, the escort squad leader spotted the hulking figure and felt his heart turn to ice. "Damn, a giant tunneler, first-tier high-grade. None of us can stop it. We're finished." The highway was usually swept clear of monsters, so the escort detail consisted only of regular soldiers. No one had expected a beast tied to strike while they were escorting first-year students to an event in Hanyang. The giant tunneling beast covered the distance in a heartbeat and barreled toward the coach. The squad leader shouted himself hoarse, "Kids, run." Screams filled the cabin. Riled by its prey's panic, the monster grew even more savage. Its iron claws, gleaming coldly, swept toward the windows. Just as the talons brushed the glass. Crack! A streak of white light plunged from the sky. An iron spear 2 meters long slammed down, the dragonfang tip punching through the beast's skull, exiting through its belly, and pinning it to the asphalt. The giant beast hung there impaled, frozen in the pose of its final charge. Everyone was struck speechless by what they saw. The unstoppable giant burrowing beast had been pinned to the ground from above by a dragon fang spear that gleamed like ice. Its huge body twitched while blood streamed down the shaft. A heartbeat later, a figure dropped onto the scorched earth with a boom, the shockwave kicking up a wall of dust half a man high. Inside the transport trucks, the children. On the armored vehicle, the escort guards. Even the squad leader frozen in place, every pair of eyes locked on the young man in alloy battle armor, his features stern and sharp. In one of the cars, homeroom teacher Tian Qin clutched the window frame, rubbed her eyes, then held her breath. She knew that face. Young Jin. 7 or 8 more burrowing beasts, still crazed with bloodlust, saw their leader fall and roared as they charged. Yang Jin sidestepped, seized the spear's haft, and with one pull and a snap, sent a low hum through the blade. Swish! The spear light cracked like lightning. Swish! The spear's shadow writhed like a dragon. Swish, swish, swish. Each time the spear slid forward a foot, a beast's throat was pierced. In the span of 3 breaths, every monster attacking the convoy lay lifeless in its own blood, their bodies still warm. Young Jin. Tian Qin cried out. Miss Tian. He answered, turning back, his eyes warm, yet razor-sharp behind the visor. Senior Young Jin, it's really him. My idol. He's amazing. With a clatter, the compartment doors flew open and dozens of high school students poured out, swarming around their hero. Since the global martial arts talent tournament, Yang Jin's name had become legend in Yuesha City, especially at Furong District No. 1 High School, the very school he once attended. On campus, anyone daring to speak ill of him would be silenced at once. Principal Luo, Ms. Tian, good to see you. Hello, everyone. Encircled by the crowd, Yang Jin nodded to each in turn. Senior, sign my name, please. Me too. Imchi Lily. Stars seemed to dance in the student's eyes. Yang Jin's pen flew, yet he never rushed, adding a short note of encouragement after every signature. Then he called the escort guards over for a group photo beside the still menacing carcass of the giant beast. Principal Luo, Ms. Tian, everyone goodbye for now. He waved, vaulted into the air, and the wings on his armor spat a blue plume. Moments later, his figure was only a cold point of starlight on the horizon. Goodbye, Senior Yang Jin. The students stared at the sky, their chests swelling with hot blood. I've decided I'll train hard and become a warrior like him. Me too. I'm choosing the spear. These boys and girls, only 3 or 4 years younger than Yang Jin, were at the golden age when dreams take shape. The seed of the warrior had already taken root. At Yuesha City's North Gate, a welcoming party had been waiting for some time. Father Yang Tianhai, Mother Qiu Ting, Sister Yang Hui, grooming hall instructors Gu Xing'an, Wu Zhengsong, Lu Tong, Tian Pingwei, the Strong Peak Squad Zhou Chong and Ma Weigua, plus old friends Zhang Tongwei, Gua Qinglong, and many others. Every neck was craned toward the distant highway. Second brother said he set out more than 10 minutes ago. He should be close, Yang Hui said, standing on tiptoe to see farther. Qiu Ting laughed. Silly girl, it's over 300 kilometers from the base city. Your brother isn't that fast. Yang Hui said. Mom, second brother's riding a flyer. He's moving faster than sound. No sooner had she spoken than a pin-sized speck appeared in the sapphire sky, trailing a silken contrail. It grew larger by the second and, in the blink of an eye, sliced through the air above them. It's second brother. It really is Ajin. In the crowd, Wu Zhengsong gazed at the steadily sharpening outline, emotions churning. Just over a month ago, I signed him on a grade contract and brought him into Xinhua Martial Hall. Now his level already matches mine. The younger generation is astounding. Lu Tong nodded. With the strength Yang Jin has now, he could easily serve as deputy director at our Yuesha City branch. Gu Xing'an laughed broadly. Great idea. If Yang Jin's willing, he'll file the request with Hall Master Nye today. An 18-year-old deputy director and 6th place in the Global Martial Arts Talent Tournament. That title alone will leave Starlink and Holy Light in the dust. As they spoke, the craft arced overhead and came to a steady hover. When the air blast faded, Yang Jin folded it away and landed lightly on the pavement. Second brother. Yang Hui bounded over and clung to him like a koala. Ahui, Behaviorion's watching. Qiu Ting scolded gently. Mom, relax. He's my brother. Yang Hui even rubbed her head against Yang Jin's shoulder for emphasis. Steadying his sister, Yang Jin smiled around the circle. Uncle, aunt, third sis. Director Gu, Director Wu, Director Lu, Director Tian. Captain, Brother Ma, Brother Hao, Brother Lu, Brother Shi, Brother Zhang, Brother Long. It's been too long. One by one he high-fived and hugged them, the atmosphere surging with warmth. Gu Xing'an chuckled. You've just come home, so I'll let you enjoy lunch with your family. Tonight Xinhua Hall is throwing a banquet to welcome you. Don't miss it. Count me in, Director, Yang Jin replied without hesitation. Villa 49, Riverside Park. After more than a month away, Yang Jin stepped once more into the familiar entryway. Ajin, what would you like for lunch? Uncle Yang Tianhai and Aunt Qiu Ting, both in aprons, were busy in the open kitchen. Red braised pork. Yang Jin answered instantly. In the lean years back in the slums, beef and lamb were luxuries. Occasionally, his uncle and aunt would splurge on a slab of fatty pork, render it glossy, then braise it in soy, a rare childhood extravagance. Yang Hui sidled up, giggling. Mom and Dad bought fish, shrimp, crab, even monster meat for you. You'd rather have red braised pork than all those high-end treats? Yang Jean ruffled her hair. I've tasted every delicacy these past weeks and discovered Annie's red braised pork is still the best food on earth. Really? Yang Hu's eyes sparkled. Then my mom must be the world's greatest chef. Their banter made their elders laugh. Spatulas clanged, oil sputtered, and the aroma of sauce wafted through the house, setting Yang Jean's stomach growling. Lunch is ready. The table overflowed with more than 10 dishes. Glistening red-braised pork, stir-fried shredded beef, seared lamb chops, marinated trotters, crisp vegetables, each vibrant in color and fragrance. Today calls for a drink, Yang Tianhai declared. He opened a cabinet and produced a dark brown bottle. Director Gu brought this 50-year Mao Dai. Smells incredible. Ajahn, share a glass with me. Uncle, let's drink our fill. Golden liquid poured into their glasses, its amber glow reflecting the light. Yang Tianhai and Yang Jin raised their cups, while Qiu Ting and Yang Hui lifted their drinks. Smiles lit every face. Cheers. Word of Yang Jin's return to Yuesha City triggered a flood of congratulations from the local administration and the City Defense Corps. The influential Zheng and Zhu clans sent emissaries in person, while television stations and several internet giants offered appearance fees worth millions for an exclusive interview. Countless streamers, deterred by the security of the Riverside Park Villa district, flocked instead to Jinxiu Huan's rundown apartment complex where the Yang family had once squeezed into a tiny unit. Overnight, the old building became a live stream hotspot, its entrance swarming with cameras day and night. Yang Jin politely declined most invitations. For the next few days, his schedule fell into a comfortable routine. Daytime visits to relatives and friends, evening meals at home with his parents and younger sister, enjoying a rare spell free of danger and alarms. After more than a week of rest, August 25th arrived. At Yuesha City Airport, Yang Tianhai, Qiu Ting, and Yang Hui came to see him off. Hey Jean, remember your manners in Jiangnan, his aunt reminded him while straightening his collar. When you're with a young lady, be bold yet considerate, pay attention to the little things. His third sister, Yang Hui, clenched her tiny fists and chimed in sweetly. Second brother, good luck. Hurry up and make it official with Qing Tong. I'm waiting for wedding candy. Uncle Yang Tianhai handed over a carefully packed gift box. When you meet Qing Tong's parents, don't go empty-handed, he advised solemnly. This trip to Jiangnan fulfilled a promise to a girl. Before reporting to Alishan, Yang Jin had decided to visit Zhao Qingtong, a decision his family fully supported. His uncle and aunt had rushed to pick out presents, while his sister helped him buy several sets of upscale casual clothes. Don't worry, Yang Jin waved as he walked toward the gate. I've spoken to Qingtong, shall be at the airport to meet me. He boarded the flight to Jiangnan. Jiangnan Bay City, arrivals hall. Zhao Qingtong waited by the exit, eyes fixed on the steady stream of passengers. She had slept poorly the night before, rising at dawn to dress carefully before hurrying over with her parents. This is the flight from Yuesha City. Jean's on it, she murmured, scanning face after unfamiliar face. At last she spotted a tall young man in casual wear, searching the crowd with a smile. Jean, she called, breaking into a swift, bird-like run. Her white dress swirled as a flush spread across her cheeks, clear eyes shining with uncontained joy. Qingtong. Yang Jin opened his arms and caught her in a tight embrace. The faint scent of her hair drifted up, flooding his heart with sweetness. Their eyes met, and the same thought rose in both minds. If only time would pause right here, forever picturesque, never to part again. By West Lake, in a verdant courtyard house, Zhao Wuya sat cross-legged, his beard and hair completely white. Wisps of bluish smoke drifted from the bronze burner in front of him, slid into his nostrils, and sank into his chest. The courtyard was so quiet that only the wind could be heard. In a corner, Zhao Longxiang lounged in a rattan chair, listlessly scrolling on a muted handheld computer. Its dim glow bleached his face an icy white. Patriarch Zhao Wuya had 3 sons. 1. The eldest, Zhao Longcheng, managed every family affair and was so busy he was rarely home. 2. The youngest, Zhao Longfei, lazy by nature and often at odds with his father, had moved out more than half a month ago and now scrambled to support his wife and daughter. 3. The middle son, Zhao Longxiang, had become the only one left to care for their aging father. The Zhao fortune could easily afford a professional care team, but Zhao Wuya was stubborn and insisted on having a son at his side. Trapped, Zhao Longxiang smoldered with resentment. Unable to vent at his father or elder brother, he quietly shifted the blame onto Zhao Longfei. His smart wristband suddenly vibrated. Mr. Zhao, entailing Zhao Longfei's family. New development awaiting instructions. Several long-range photos followed. Zhao Longxiang opened them, and his face instantly darkened. In the pictures, a man and a woman embraced tightly amid the airport crowds. The man wore casual clothes, The woman's long hair hid his face, leaving only a sharp jawline. The woman, fair-skinned and delicate-featured, was Zhao Qingtong. Zhao Longxiang muttered, shameless. Absolutely disgraceful. His curse broke Zhao Hui's meditation. The old man opened his eyes. Longxiang, what angered you? Zhao Longxiang strode over and thrust the phone before him. Father, in public, Zhao Qingtong is hugging some stranger. She's ruining the Zhao name unforgivable. Zhao Huiya studied the photo, fury flashing across his face. She ignores the marriage arrangement, refuses to meet Jiang Hai, and now sneaks around with another man? Is she rebelling? He slammed the armrest. Take men, bring her back at once. If she resists, beat her. If Zhao Longfei's there, beat him too. Yes, sir. Zhao Longxiang cracked his knuckles and started calling for manpower. He had just hung up when the screen lit again. Jiang Hai. His expression shifted. Father, it's Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai, direct heir of the Jiang family second only to the Zhao clan in Jiangnan Bay City, was the fiancé Zhao Huiya had chosen for Zhao Qingtong. Zhao Huiya thought a moment, then whispered, answer. If he asks, say Qingtong's on a short trip and we'll meet him in a few days. Now get to the airport and bring her back. And make sure Jiang Hai never hears about that embrace. On the highway to the airport, a black Rolls-Royce weaved through traffic. Its engines roared, drowning the horns around it. In the back seat, a handsome man in his 20s, Jiang Hai, slapped the upholstery in frustration. What a piece of junk, slower than a turtle. Don't make me late to meet my idol. Beside him, Guomao tried to soothe him. Brother Hai, I've heard Yang Jin likes to keep a low profile. He may not appreciate a welcoming party. Jiang Hai rolled his eyes. Guomao, whether he likes it is his problem. Showing up is mine. Besides, my grandfather was crystal clear I'm to befriend Yang Jin at any cost. Guomao's face registered pure shock. Brother Jiang, isn't that a bit exaggerated? He whispered, unable to hold back his question. Jiang Hai looked around before lowering his voice even more, as though someone might be eavesdropping. Keep it down. My grandfather picked up some solid intel. Yang Jin has caught the eye of a martial saint from Xinhua Academy. You know his world-famous spear art, the Qin Fong 18 forms? Word is, he learned it straight from the saint's daughter. Guomao's eyes were ready to pop. A martial saint? Seriously? On Blue Star, martial saints stand at the very top of the pyramid. Even the Qin family, strongest clan in Jiangnan Bay City, is led only by a martial lord. If Yang Jin has really impressed a saint and is close to the saint's daughter, Guomao can hardly imagine what that means. His heart pounds in his chest. His hands tremble as he stammers. Brother Jiang, when we meet my idol, please at least tell him my name. Jiang Hai raises an eyebrow. We'll see. I'm not even sure he'll get a chance to speak to him. That reminds Guomao of the phone call in the car. By the way, why did you ring the Zhao family just now? Jiang Hai's lips curl into a half smile. I wanted to sound out Zhao Longxiang, see if he knew Yang Jin was in town. But the moment he opened his mouth, it was all about his daughter, Zhao Qingtong, and that blasted arranged marriage. He snorts. Arranged marriages are a relic that should have died out long ago. I, Jiang Hai, won't accept it. Then why did you say you'd meet Zhao Qingtong? Guomao asks, even more confused. Pressing a hand to his forehead, Jiang Hai sighs. I need an excuse to kill the engagement, don't I? Plan was to see her once, then tell Grandpa we're incompatible and call it off. But the girl's stubborn as a mule. She won't meet me, blocked my calls and messages. Totally off the grid. Maybe she already likes someone else. That's why she won't see you, Guomao mutters. I'd love it if she had a boyfriend, Jiang Hai shrugs. Then I could bow out gracefully. Anyway, forget her. Zhao Longxiang clearly has no clue Yang Jin is in Jiangnan. Short-sighted, the lot of them. While they talk, the Rolls-Royce glides into the airport and pulls up at the curb. Eyes open. We have to find the idol. Before the words leave his lips, Jiang Hai has pushed the door open, climbed onto the roof in a couple of strides, and spun around like a searchlight, scanning the crowd. Standing on tiptoe, Guomao cranes his neck and looks around. Barely 10 seconds later, Jiang Hai points ahead. Got him. Not far away, Yang Jin strides toward the exit, full of energy. A lively young woman clings to his arm, leaning against him like a fledgling bird. He already has a girlfriend? Jiang Hai freezes for a second, then lights up. She's probably from Jiangnan Bay City. If we can get in her good books, getting close to Yang Jin will be a breeze. The girl looks vaguely familiar, but he can't place her. The thought flashes through his mind as he jumps off the car roof and sprints forward, Guomao hurrying after him. Elsewhere, Zhao Longfei and Zheng Yingcui have just picked up Yang Jin. After a few pleasantries, they quicken their pace toward the parking lot. Jin, Dad's car is right ahead, and Mom bought a ton of groceries. Let's head home and cook together. The couple thoughtfully leave the young people to themselves. When the two elders are out of earshot, Yang Jin smiles at the girl beside him. Miss Qingtong, a pampered lady like you can cook? Don't underestimate me. Zhao Qingtong lifts her chin, her eyes sparkling. My cooking is amazing. You'll be begging for seconds. Zhao Qingtong beams. After hearing that Yang Jin was coming to Jiangnan, Zhao Qingtong spent the past few afternoons after school in the kitchen with her mother, determined to show off her stir-fry skills when the time came. At dusk, food stalls outside the campus sent fragrant smoke swirling through the warm air. The moment Yang Jin appeared, dragging his suitcase, Zhao Qingtong hurried over, her eyes shining with anticipation. Sounds like I'm in for a treat, Yang Jin said, his smile crinkling at the corners. No sooner had he spoken than a young man with slicked back hair sprang in front of them, grinning from ear to ear. Hey, brother Yang. He then gave Zhao Qingtong a deep bow. Hello, sister-in-law. Not to be outdone, the crew-cut man behind him copied the gesture. Brother Yang. Sister-in-law. The repeated sister-in-law made Zhao Qingtong's ears turn pink. She answered with a faint Yang Jin raised an eyebrow. And you are? Brother Yang, I'm Jiang Hai, and this is Guo Mao. The first man introduced himself. Jiang Hai. Their expressions darkened. Zhao Qingtong had already told Yang Jin about the marriage arrangement between the Zhao and Jiang families. Sliding an arm around her shoulders, Yang Jin looked calmly at Jiang Hai. Let me introduce my girlfriend, Zhao Qingtong. You're Zhao Qingtong? Only then did Jiang Hai recall the photo Zhao Longxiang had sent him. No wonder she looked familiar. In a flash he pieced the misunderstanding together and exploded. Zhao Longxiang. You son of a bitch, you've set me up. His outburst was so loud that passers-by stopped and stared. Jiang Hai let out a long sigh. Brother Yang, I've been played, please don't get the wrong idea. I called her only so I could explain in person, then report back to the old man and cancel the engagement. If I'm lying, may lightning strike me. Ask Guo Mao if you don't believe me. Guo Mao nodded vigorously. Brother Yang, that's exactly what Brother Hai said, and the care very words true. As a psychomancer, Yang Jin swept them with his mind, reading every flicker of Jiang Hai's emotions and instantly knowing he spoke the truth. All right, I believe you, Yang Jin said, raising a hand to stop further explanations. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jiang Hai mustered a shameless grin. I've arranged a dinner to welcome you both. I'd be honored if you could attend. Yang Jin gave a polite smile. Brother Hai, I appreciate the gesture, but my schedule's tight and I'd rather spend the time with my girlfriend. Let's skip the banquet. Being called Brother Hai made Jiang Hai positively beam. It meant Yang Jin already saw him as one of his own. Then I won't intrude any longer. Just let me know whenever you need anything. Watching the couple head toward the parking lot, Jiang Hai climbed into his Rolls-Royce, rolled down the window, and muttered, Guo Mao, tell me, are the Zhaos farsighted or blind? Guo Mao scratched his head. Brother Hai, the whole relationship web is so tangled I still can't make sense of it. Jiang Hai snorted. Zhao Wuya, Zhao Longxiang, and those other old fossils are blind as bats. Only Zhao Longfei and his daughter Qingtong can see past their noses. As he spoke, a dark green armored SUV screeched to a halt beside them, and someone inside waved. Speak of the devil, Jiang Hai muttered. It was Zhao Longxiang. Out of courtesy, he lowered the window. Second Uncle Zhao, pleasure to see you. Jiang Hai, what brings you here? Picking someone up? Zhao Longxiang asked pleasantly, though curiosity flickered in his eyes. Just passing by on my way home, Jiang Hai replied coolly. All right then, safe travels. The other man's smile faltered as he drew back. Once the Rolls-Royce had pulled away, Zhao Longxiang's face darkened. His men had already reported seeing Jiang Hai and Zhao Qingtong meet, and it hadn't looked amicable. The engagement was probably doomed. Inside the armored vehicle, a stern man in a suit and sunglasses spoke up. Mr. Zhao, we've spotted Miss Qingtong and that man in the parking lot. Zhao Longxiang spat impatiently. Move in and grab them. If they resist, beat them. The Zhao family is in the right here short of killing them. I don't care if they're injured or crippled. We can pay the compensation. In the parking lot, Zhao Longfei and Zheng Yingcui sat inside their car. Through the windshield they watched their daughter, Zhao Qingtong, strolling toward them, fingers intertwined with Yang Jin's. Zhao Longfei narrowed his eyes and teased. Yingcui, when are we going to take a walk like that hand in hand? Zheng Yingcui rolled her eyes. Keep dreaming. You're still on probation. Fine, they'll wait until I pass. Zhao Longfei laughed, but the smile vanished in an instant. At the entrance to the lot, Zhao Longxiang was striding in with a half-dozen men in black suits. Zhao Longfei clenched his teeth and muttered, like a lingering ghost. First he has us tailed, now he shows up with muscle. Does he think the family rules let him rough up my wife and daughter? He flung the door open. Zheng Yingcui grabbed his sleeve. Longfei, don't. We can't take them. Among the three Zhao brothers, the eldest, Zhao Longcheng, was a junior martial lord. The second, Zhao Longxiang, a high-rank martial master, and Zhao Longfei, only mid-rank. Worse, every man in those suits was a hardened fighter. The family had trained mid to high-rank martial artists who, together, could rival a junior martial lord. Can't or not, they'll fight. Anyone touching my wife or daughter answers to me. Zhao Longfei jumped out of the car, fury blazing, and Zheng Yingcui hurried after him. Reaching the car, Zhao Qingtong sensed her parents' unease. She turned, and her smile froze. Following her gaze, Yang Jin saw the approaching group, his eyes turning cold. Qingtong, who are they? Zhao family enforcers. The one in front is Zhao Longxiang, keeps trying to force me into an arranged marriage with the Jiang family. Yang Jin stepped forward, shielding her behind him. His voice was calm, but sharp. Don't worry. I'm here. He nodded to her parents. Uncle, Auntie, please wait. He'll handle these clowns. Though anxious, Zhao Longfei trusted Yang Jin's skills and warned, Jin, Zhao Longxiang is a high-rank martial master. Be careful. Looking at Yang Jin's back, Zhao Qingtong suddenly felt that even if the sky fell, someone would hold it up for her. Within moments, Zhao Longxiang and his men closed in. He shot Yang Jin a sidelong glance and sneered, "Kid, I don't care who you are, leave now. If I see you with Zhao Qingtong again, he'll beat you every time." Yang Jin had muted his aura and dressed casually today, his 18-year-old face still boyish. Zhao Longxiang never imagined this fresh-faced youth was the fierce contender who had dominated the martial arts talent tournament. "Mr. Zhao is talking to you, are you deaf?" The bulliest man in sunglasses stepped forward, raising a palm the size of a fan and swinging it at Yang Jin. Cruel smiles curled on the other men's lips. The man in shades was the most vicious of the lot. His strikes were fast and lethal. If that slap landed, it could smash a sheet metal door, let alone a young man's face. Although Zhao Qingtong knew Yang Jin was strong, the slap still made her cry out, "Ajin, watch out." The man in sunglasses sneered, the heat of his palm slicing through the air. "Dodge. As if you could." The palm closed in, yet Yang Jin stayed calm. With two fingers pressed together, he reached for the attacker's wrist as casually as picking a flower. A heartbeat later, the impossible happened. Those two fingers locked around the wrist, stopping the strike as if it had hit a steel wall. Agony crashed in. The man's face twisted, and with a crack his wrist snapped cleanly between those slender fingers. A seasoned fighter's bones shattered in an instant. The crowd sucked in a sharp breath. "Brat, I misjudged you." Zhao Longxiang roared. He stamped the ground and lunged. Muscles bunched across his shoulders as he swung a fist the size of a sandbag straight at Yang Jin's head, the air screaming around it. Yang Jin never considered dodging. He lifted his own fist and met the blow heat. Bang! Flesh and bone burst. Zhao Longxiang shrieked as his right fist caved in, blood spraying. The impact raced along his arm in a chain of muffled pops. Within a blink, the entire limb detonated into a whirlpool of blood and gore. The Zhao family froze, eyes wide with horror. "Guns now!" Zhao Longxiang bellowed. Several men in suits snapped out of their daze, drew black pistols, and leveled the muzzles at Yang Jin. Zhao Qingtong's heart seized. Zhao Longfei and Zheng Yingcui went pally. No one can outrun 5 or 6 guns. "Second brother, don't shoot." Zhao Longfei shouted. Blood pouring from his ruined arm, Zhao Longxiang snarled, "Fire! Break his limbs." "In broad daylight you pull guns on a Xinhua Martial Academy member? Die!" Yang Jin's voice rang clear but thunderous. The sound wave visibly rippled. The men in suits shuddered. The next instant, his figure blurred and vanished. Swish! A second later he reappeared, flicking a few droplets of blood from his fingertips. "Aya!" The suited men writhed on the ground, arms broken and bleeding. Their gun hands snapped at grotesque angles. Yang Jin's gaze was icy, his aura lethal. Zhao Qingtong covered her mouth, voice trembling. "Ajin." "They drew first," Yang Jin said softly. "If I hadn't struck, I'd be the one lying there." "You did right, Ajin," Zhao Longfei said, patting his chest. "People like that deserve no mercy." Zhao Qingtong, however, frowned with worry. "What about the aftermath?" "Aftermath? That's their problem." Yang Jin tilted his chin toward the Zhao clan moaning on the floor. Clutching his shattered arm, Zhao Longxiang stared at him in terror. "Who are you?" Yang Jin didn't bother answering. In full view of everyone, he dialed Nie Jinxiu. "Chief, I have something to report. I came to Jiangnan Bay City to see my girlfriend, and Zhao Longxiang brought men with guns to block my way. I recorded everything. They tried to shoot me in public, so I was forced to defend myself." The moment Nie Jinxiu heard the news, fury surged through him. "Damn it, to hell with the Zhao family. Who the hell is Zhao Longxiang?" He roared like a lion that had been stepped on. "Yang Jin, I'm calling the Spark Martial Hall in Jiangnan Bay City right now. If anyone dares defend the Zhaos, I'll deal with them myself." The holographic screen flickered, and Mo Qinfang's pretty face appeared. "Little brother, are you hurt?" "I'm fine, sis." Grinning, Yang Jin pulled the girl beside him into view. "By the way, this is my girlfriend, Zhao Qingtong." "Hello, Sister Mo." Zhao Qingtong smiled sweetly. Mo Qinfang waved teasingly. "You're gorgeous, little Qingtong. No wonder our kid keeps talking about you. Lucky fool." While they exchanged warm pleasantries, Zhao Longxiang shook like a leaf, his blood turning cold. The young man standing before him was that Yang Jin. The woman on screen, Mo Qinfang, was Elder Mo's daughter at Spark Martial Academy, the child of a revered martial saint and the sister Yang Jin mentioned. "Good heavens, what sin have I committed?" He trailed off as the suited men behind him fell silent. The one in sunglasses rolled his eyes back and fainted. In less than 5 minutes, a shuttle roared overhead and landed in the parking lot. Flying over the city center was strictly forbidden, but senior officials from the government, the military, and the 3 major academies held emergency privileges. Rules were dead. People were alive. The hatch opened, and a broad-shouldered man in his early 40s strode out, dark brows framing keen eyes. "Yang Jin," he called, voice booming. "I'm Chun Changsho from the Spark Martial Hall of Jiangnan Bay City. Hall Master Jin is away, so he sent me to check on things." Yang Jin, well prepared, bowed at once. Hall Master Chen, thank you for coming. Huh. A true prodigy, handsome and courteous. Chen Changsho looked him up and down. You should have told us you were coming. All Spark Academies are family, would have rolled out the red carpet. Time is short. I only came to visit my girlfriend, so I didn't want to trouble anyone, Yang Jin replied modestly. At the word girlfriend, Zhao Qingtong nodded. Hello, Hall Master Chen. Well played, young lady. Chen Changsho gave her a thumbs up. You've poached a talent from Hanyang Bay City and planted him in Jiangnan. Zhao Longfei and Zheng Yingcue relaxed at his easy humor and managed tentative smiles. After a few more pleasantries, Chen Changsho suddenly whirled around, his gaze like a blade locking onto Zhao Longxiang. Zhao Longxiang, you've got some nerve. You tried to gun down Yang Jin? Does the Zhao clan think the Spark Martial Academy is beneath them? Ignoring the agony in his shoulder, Zhao Longxiang dropped to his knees, tears and snot streaming. Please calm down, Hall Master Chen. Yang Jin is my niece's husband Tobe. Why would I shoot him? This is all a misunderstanding. Niece's husband Tobe? Chen Changsho blinked at the claim. Yang Jin rubbed his forehead. He had met shameless people before, but never anyone who could invent a family tie so brazenly. Unable to watch any longer, Zhao Longfei spoke up. Hall Master Chen, I'm Zhao Longfei of the Zhao clan, and Qing Tong is my daughter. My second brother, Zhao Longxiang, failed to recognize Yang Jin and acted on impulse. Please show mercy. Chen Changsho nodded. I've heard the Zhao clan survives on political marriages. I honestly don't know whether to call you stupid, arrogant, or plain ignorant. His voice hardened with every word until it became an outright rebuke. Zhao Longxiang, make sure Zhao Wuya hears what I said. Tell him that any family that rises by selling its daughters should be ashamed to call itself human. Chen Changshu's ringing voice seemed to jolt the very air in the parking lot. Zhao Longxiang nodded frantically. Yes, I'll tell him. Chen Changshu waved him aside and turned to Yang Jin. Brother, how do you want to handle this? Just say the word. If you want these dogs thrown in jail, I'll see to it myself. Thank you, Brother Chen. Yang Jin clasped his fists, then looked at Zhao Qingtong. Qingtong, what do you think? Zhao Qingtong glanced between her parents and second uncle, finally settling on Zhao Longxiang. Qingtong, your second uncle was wrong. Zhao Longxiang's voice trembled. Please, for the sake of the family, show mercy. The girl drew a deep breath. Leave. From today on, I have no ties to the Zhao family. Don't bother me again. Thank you, Qingtong. Zhao Longxiang scrambled up, gathered his men, and left in disgrace. Before going, he gave Zhao Longfei a complicated look. Third brother, bring your wife and niece home when you can. Father is old. He's made mistakes, but everything he did was for the family. With that, the turmoil in the parking lot subsided. Chen Changsho and Yang Jin exchanged numbers and said their farewells. Toward evening, the family drove home. In the kitchen, the stove crackled. Zhao Qingtong and her mother, Zheng Yingcue, bustled about cheerfully. In the living room, Zhao Longfei refilled Yang Jin's glass. After a few awkward exchanges, they were reduced to staring at the TV in silence. At last, the dishes were set out. Jin, I made this just for you. How is it? Propping her chin in her hands, Zhao Qingtong fixed her bright eyes on him while he picked up a slice of pork belly. Yang Jin chewed slowly and gave a thumbs up. It's great, Qingtong. Delicious. Hee hee. She shook her head in delight. Zhao Longfei tried a piece, froze the moment he bit down, and forced out 4 words. Yes, it's tasty. Sensing something off, Zhao Qingtong tasted it herself and immediately spat it out. Too salty. I overdid the salt. She hurried to hand Yang Jin a drink. If it's salty, just say so. Yang Jin raised the cup with a smile. It's fine. Anything you cook tastes good to me. Her cheeks flushed. Flatterer. Drink up. The couple exchanged a glance, stifling their laughter, and the warm meal drew to a close. Beside West Lake, in the Zhao family's courtyard house, under the soft white lights of the hall, Zhao Wuya examined the stitches on Zhao Longxiang's severed arm. After a long silence, he sighed. Longxiang, you and Yang Jin are both senior martial artists, yet the force of his punch was several times yours. That's talent. Father, my right arm is ruined. He'll need a prosthetic. My martial path is finished, and I can't accept it. Zhao Longxiang gritted his teeth. What's the use of refusing? Poor skill leads to defeat. No one else is to blame. Zhao Wuya waved a hand. That punch, never mind you, your eldest brother might not have withstood it. Resentment clouded Zhao Longxiang's face. Why do I feel you're almost pleased? Nonsense. Zhao Wuya glared at him, then sighed. Chen Changsho was right. Seeking glory by selling a daughter is shameful. From now on, our children's marriages will be their own choice. He paused. Prepare a generous gift. This afternoon you and your eldest brother will deliver it to your third brother's house. Make sure it reaches Qingtong and Yang Jin. Father, you accept their relationship? What else? Zhao Wuya's tone was calm. Longxiang muttered. Father, you truly know when to bend and when to stand tall. I respect that. He gave a firm nod. After lunch, the family gathered in the living room. In a steady voice, Yang Jin recounted his life and death ordeal on the alien world, omitting none of the narrow escapes. The atmosphere tightened and loosened by turns. His story mostly matched the press conference. but he added plenty of only for face details. When he mentioned Inu Kai Kin and Park Bohan, everyone leaned forward. Zhao Qingtong snorted, clearly unimpressed by the Japanese and the Korean. If you ask me, they're as good as dead. Yang Jin only replied, maybe. He certainly wasn't about to admit that weeds had already grown knee-high on their graves. Halfway through the conversation, the doorbell rang, sharp and insistent. Zhao Longfei glanced at the video screen, his brows shooting up. What are those two doing here? Outside stood Zhao Longqing and Zhao Longxiang, arms full of gift boxes stacked like a small hill. A sleek silver-gray nanometal arm filled the sleeve where Zhao Longxiang's arm used to be. The bell kept ringing, as if they wouldn't leave until someone answered. Unable to refuse, Zhao Longfei got up and opened the door. Third brother, we've come to apologize, Zhao Longqing declared. Slightly plump, he wore the genial smile of a seasoned merchant. The moment he stepped inside, he greeted everyone. Ingtsue Qingtong. Finally his gaze landed on the young man by the sofa, and his smile broadened. You must be the prodigy from the Global Martial Arts Talent Tournament Yang Jin, right? Good afternoon, Mr. Zhao. Yang Jin nodded. Taking the cue, Zhao Longqing sat beside him and placed a long wooden box gently on the coffee table. Little scraps between family don't count for much. Don't take it to heart. He opened the box. A time-worn manuscript lay on velvet. This spear manual has been in the Zhao clan for generations, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Legend says it came from the famed Three Kingdoms general, Zhao Zilong. No one in our family practices the spear anymore, and father believes a treasure should go to a hero. I'd like you to have it. Zhao Longfei added. Jean, this is our family's crown jewel. The government tried to put it in a museum and even sent plaques and certificates, but father turned them down. Whether it's genuine or not is hard to prove, but the sentiment is priceless. Confronted with what claimed to be Zhao Zilong's own teachings, Yang Jin's fingertips trembled. Finally, he accepted the manual with respectful care. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. He'll return it as soon as I've studied it. Excellent, excellent. Zhao Longqing laughed, relieved once the gift was accepted. The two brothers stayed a short while, chatted politely, and then excused themselves. Zhao Longfei and his wife walked them to the gate before coming back inside. Only Yang Jin and Zhao Qingtong remained in the living room. Unable to curb his curiosity, Yang Jin opened the manuscript at once. Figures and spears, inked in bold strokes, seemed to leap from the yellowed pages. He read aloud while studying the diagrams. Phoenix calls the sun, Phoenix soars the 9 heavens, Phoenix gathers with the Loanthus names have real flair. Check this one Phoenix bows 3 times. The spear tip hits the brow, throat, and heart in one fluid strike. Lethal. Leaning against his shoulder, Zhao Qingtong's eyes shone. Is it really that powerful? If we submit it to Xinhua Martial Institute for appraisal, ITLL rate at least 4 stars. It's the real deal. When Zhao Qingtong learned the manuals could help Yang Jin, her face lit up. Ah Jin, my life force has reached level 2. I want to take the warrior qualification test, what do you think? She asked, looking at him like a gentle fawn, her eyes full of anticipation. That's wonderful. Of course I'm behind you, Yang Jin said with a smile and a nod. I've advanced quickly because I stumbled into a few lucky breaks and took my share of rare herbs and treasures. From now on, whenever I find something like that, I'll keep half and give you the rest. But everyone says those treasures are pure chance. Why are you being so nice to me? Qingtong whispered, staring up at him. Yang Jin tapped her nose lightly. You're my girlfriend. If I didn't treat you well, heaven would strike me down. The playful gesture made her blush a delicate pink. Pressed against his side, her clear features were close enough to touch, and Yang Jin's thoughts drifted. Qingtong lowered her gaze. Her lashes trembled, the blush spreading to her ears and the slender curve of her neck. Qingtong Yang Jin felt his heart race. He held his breath and leaned in. Ah Jin, she murmured, closing her eyes, her lips quivering like petals in the breeze. Click. The front door swung open. Zhao Longfei and Zheng Ingtsue had returned. Qingtong bolted like a startled rabbit, fleeing toward her room without meeting Yang Jin's eyes. He brushed his lips, the warmth still lingering, and chuckled to himself. Qingtong's lips are so sweet. Yang Jin stayed in Jiangnan Base City for 6 full days. The first 2 happened to be a weekend, so Zhao Qingtong took him around West Lake and Lingyin Temple, treating him to good food and beautiful scenery. With the woman he loved beside him, Yang Jin felt this was true happiness. On Monday, Qingtong returned to Jiangnan University for classes. Each afternoon, Yang Jin showed up at the gate right on time. Before long, a small commotion broke out. Classmates saw the campus beauty getting picked up by an unfamiliar young man and gathered to watch. One girl thought the man looked like that martial arts tournament fighter. Yang Jin worked up the nerve to ask and squealed when he confirmed it. Rumors swept across the campus. 1. The campus queen's boyfriend is Yang Jin. 2. The holder of an class contract from the Spark Martial Academy has been won over by our very own beauty. 3. The 6th place finisher in the Global Martial Arts Talent Tournament has fallen to a pair of pretty eyes. Posts with titles like 18 strings of Chin can't match, one smile from a beauty covered the walls. and their relationship instantly became Jiangnan University's hottest topic. On August 31st, Yang Jin's leave ended. At the airport, Zhao Qingtong waved until the plane was a black dot on the horizon. Safe travels, Ah Jin, she called. The moment he disappeared, a tide of longing swept over her, and her mind filled with his image. Alishan Island, home base of the Spark Martial Academy, has no international flights. According to procedure, trainees must fly to Fuzhou City under the jurisdiction of Guangshan Bay City, then take a ship onward. That evening, Yang Jin arrived in Fuzhou and checked into the designated Shirui Grand Hotel. Welcome to the Shirui Grand Hotel, Mr. Yang Jin, the receptionist said with a warm smile. At 18, Yang Jin was already a star in martial arts circles and undeniably handsome, so he immediately drew extra attention from the female staff. On September 1st, at 6 a.m., the sky was only just beginning to lighten when Yang Jin rose from bed. After a quick wash, he snapped on his battle armor, slung the gun case over one shoulder, strapped down his mini aircraft and the rest of his baggage, and stepped outside, where the hotel's private car whisked him straight to the pier. A salty dawn breeze swept across the waterfront. A massive white cruise ship stood ready to sail, and trainees from all over the world were boarding in a steady stream. As Yang Jin set foot on the gangway, a clear female voice rang out behind him. Yang Jin. He turned and saw a tall, blonde, blue-eyed woman hurrying toward him, Natasha, the Russian competitor who had taken fourth place in the Global Martial Arts Elite Tournament. She was 3 or 4 years older than Yang Jin, her figure striking and her manner distinctly cosmopolitan. Hey, Yang Jin, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you, Natasha called with a broad grin. Her voice carried, and several people on deck turned to look. That's Yang Jin? He looks so young. He's only 18, the youngest in this group. I heard he floored Kamita Ishii with a single move in the tournament. Hearing the whispers, Natasha teased, you're a celebrity now, everyone's watching. Here, let me take your bag. My cabin's big enough, come bunk with me. Yang Jin froze for a moment, wondering if he had misheard. Natasha was bold, but inviting a man to share her room the moment they met seemed a bit much. A warm male voice cut in. Natasha, Yang Jin isn't even at legal marriage age yet, don't scare him. Besides, he already has a girlfriend, the campus belle from Jiangnan University. It was Yi Feng, who stepped from the crowd with a friendly smile. Natasha shrugged. So what if he has a girlfriend? I like a challenge, makes things interesting. Brother Yi Feng, good to see you, Yang Jin said, clasping his fists in greeting. Yi Feng laughed. The Xinhua Martial Academy was founded by our own people, and Hua Pengjiu is my idol. Of course I had to come. Let's drop our bags first. The two walked shoulder to shoulder, passing many familiar faces, fighters they had met during the global tournament. Rounding a corridor corner, Yang Jin came upon Armin from India. The two had clashed in the ranking matches. Armin had feigned goodwill after winning gold, only to lash out with a curved blade, and Yang Jin had eliminated him with a single spear strike, making the Qinfeng 18 forms famous. Now Armin gave him a stiff smile, an awkward gesture of acknowledgement. Once their luggage was stowed, Yang Jin glanced at the crowd gathering on deck. I counted at least 50 or 60 people on board. There were only 99 competitors in the tournament. Surely Xinhua Academy didn't select nearly half of them? Yi Feng explained, this is just a fraction. Each year Xinhua Academy signs 70 to 80 level contract trainees worldwide, chosen through 3 main channels. First, outstanding performers in global or national martial arts tournaments. Second, candidates recommended by local Xinhua halls who pass headquarters assessments. Third, nominees put forward by well-known figures who then clear a headquarters review. Think of the first group as standard exam entrants, the second as special skills recruits, and the third as sponsored students. The first category is the toughest. You earn your spot purely through combat results. After Yi Feng's rundown, Yang Jin had a much clearer picture of how things worked. Yi Feng led Yang Jin to the cabin area, where a crew member assigned them an empty room. They stacked their luggage neatly, then headed back up to the main deck. A deep blast of the horn split the air as the huge white ship slipped away from the pier, bound for Alishan Island more than 200 kilometers offshore. Salting wind skimmed along the railings, and sunlight poured through breaks in the clouds, scattering golden flecks across the rolling waves. Trainees gathered on deck in small clusters, chatting and laughing into the breeze. Yi Feng wove through the crowd with Yang Jin at his side, introducing him to their peers one by one. The newcomers were met with genuine respect and more than a little excitement because their resumes were almost blindingly impressive. Yi Feng, direct heir of the Yi family in the capital of Huaxia, was the runner-up in the Global Martial Arts Talent Tournament. Yang Jin had risen from the slums at 18 and survived alien battlefields to earn a reputation as a prodigious marksman. One carried noble blood without arrogance. The other came from poverty, yet stood tall. Watching 2 elite young fighters stride along, talking easily, was both inspiring and impossible to ignore. You two didn't even say hi to your ally? A playful voice cut in as Natasha sashayed between them, hand on hip. The trainees exchanged looks. Of the tournament's top 10, Xinhua Martial Academy had recruited only 3. Yi Feng, 2nd place, Natasha, 4th, and Yang Jin, 6th. Now the trio stood shoulder to shoulder, and dozens of students instantly felt the pressure mount if the top 3 rookies teamed up. How was anyone else supposed to keep up? The cruise ship plowed through the waves. A little over 2 hours later, Alishan Island emerged from the sea mist, its ridge lines gradually taking shape. Gazing at the sprawling archipelago, Yang Jin felt a surge of emotion. Alishan had led a turbulent life, like a child long adrift. Records showed it once lay outside Waxia's borders, then was reclaimed when the nation rose in strength and resolve. The victory proved short-lived. After the Stellar Confluence incident, monsters overran the island. Today it hosts Xinhuo's headquarters, yet creatures still prowl the surrounding waters, keeping the place on a perpetual war footing. Attention, trainees. We'll dock shortly. Please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. The loudspeaker snapped everyone from their thoughts. Once ashore, the students boarded open-sided tour vehicles. The road wound into dense greenery, and moist, fragrant air rushed past like a welcome to a natural botanical garden. In each vehicle's front row sat a uniformed young woman, responsible for an introductory briefing. Alishan covers 36,000 square kilometers, one guide explained, gesturing toward the defensive emplacements flashing by outside. More than 90% is forest or beach. Less than 10% is inhabited. A ring of artillery batteries guards the coast, patrol units operate around the clock, and a large contingent of martial artists stands ready, so overall security is high. Roughly 500,000 people live here, mostly spread across 4 cities in the east, south, west, and north. Permanent residents are technicians, security forces, research teams, and the families of fighters. True practitioners make up only a small fraction. Where does Director Huo Pingju stay? Will we get to meet him? One student finally asked the question on everyone's mind. The guide smiled. The director usually resides at Sun Moon Lake in the island's center, over 200 kilometers from North City, where we're headed. He's as elusive as a dragony. You're lucky to see him 2 or 3 times a year. A little after 2 in the afternoon, the tour bus rolled into Daobei City, the destination for the academy's newest recruits. Through the windows, endless green forest met the white surf in the distance, while a futuristic skyline rose sharply from the shore. Instead of traditional billboards, holographic panels and electronic projections lined the streets. Service robots and swarms of drones zipped overhead, handling deliveries, cleaning, and patrols with pinpoint efficiency. Every building's facade was studded with solar panels and wind turbines, converting nature's power into clean electricity. Daobei City wasn't large, barely over 100,000 residents, but it ran like a perfectly tuned machine. The bus swung through a wide gate bearing a bronze plaque that read General Training Camp. No sooner had it stopped than a calm female voice came through the onboard speakers. Welcome, trainees. This is the Xinhua Martial Academy's General Training Camp, currently open only to Wuxia-level students. Once you reach Wuzong rank, you'll transfer to the elite camp in the eastern part of the island. As the vehicle glided onto the camp plaza, several dozen uniformed staff stood ready along marked lines. When the doors opened, Lu Yi, nearly 20s, sweet-featured, strode up to the first student to disembark. She offered her hand with a smile. Yang Jin, hello. I'm Lu Yana, your unknown liaison while you're here. Nice to meet you. Miss Lu, Yang Jin replied politely. Each trainee gets a private dorm. Please follow me. Walking lightly ahead, Lu Yana explained the setup. The general camp runs on a 3-year system. With you 70-plus newcomers, we now have over 200 trainees in total. If you advance to Wuzong within those 3 years, you'll be reassigned to the elite camp. If you remain at Wuxia level, you'll graduate from here. According to past stats, almost everyone breaks through some in 6 months, most within the full 3 years, unless they're sidelined by injury. As they turned onto a shaded walkway, Yang Jin asked with a grin, what's the camp record for the quickest jump to Wuzong? 3 months, Lu Yana answered, her tone admiring. That was over a decade ago, and the record holder is the legendary Qin Muyang. My idol, of course, Yang Jin said with a soft sigh. His achievements are incredible. In the last 10 years, the fastest has been 5 months, Lu Yana added, giving Yang Jin a quick once-over. Before you arrived, word around the camp was that 3 of the new recruits might break that record. Who are the 3? Yi Feng, Natasha, and you. Yang Jin chuckled. Yi Feng comes from a famous clan, Natasha's from an old Russian family. What does that make me? Don't be modest, Lu Yana said with a smile. In the challenge match, you dropped Kemita Ishii with a single shot. People are saying that if you'd gone head-to-head with Phelps, the gold medal might not have been his. Yang Jin laughed heartily. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Yana. They reached the dormitory block, sleek Madris buildings, 5 stories tall, 2 apartments per floor. Swiping her card, Lu Yana opened one of the doors. Each trainee gets an entire unit, a bit over 200 square meters. Bedroom, study, cultivation room, living room, dining room, kitchen, bath, and balcony. Everything you'll need is here. The apartment was fully furnished. Every piece of furniture, appliance, sofa, bed, and chair was already in place, so all he had to do was walk in with a suitcase. When Yang Jin slid open the wardrobe door, uniforms for every season hung in perfect order, while underwear, shoes, and socks sat sorted in tidy compartments brand, custom tailored by the Academy. He pulled out a jacket that looked a bit like a baseball uniform and ran his palm across the fabric. It was both resilient and faintly textured. This material feels good, doesn't it? Lu Yana smiled, smoothing another row of uniforms. It's made from sea monster hide. Fireproof, waterproof, stain-resistant, and tough as nails. If a set ever hit the market, it'd start at 10,000 yuan, and people would fight to get one. Quality stuff. Yang Jin clicked his tongue appreciatively, folded the jacket, and put it back. Once the tour was over, Lu Yana handed him a dark gray booklet stamped in gold with the words Xinhua Martial Academy Student Manual, then took her leave. The door clicked shut, and the room fell quiet. Yang Jin flopped onto the sofa, assumed a lazy sprawl, and opened the manual. After the table of contents came the Academy's hierarchy. Headmaster Invincible Martial Saint Huapengjiu. Below him, 3 vice headmasters and 7 elders. All 3 vice headmasters were high-tier martial saints, while the elders were mid- or low-tier saints, forming the Academy's top decision-making body. Wow, 11 martial saints, he muttered, sucking in a breath. His finger paused on the first elder's name. Mo Lan Feng, male, 67, mid-tier martial saint, metal element ability, spear specialist. Yang Jin lingered on the line. Elder Mo was Qin Fang's father. Next came the internal ranks. Inspectors equivalent to martial venerables, department heads, defense squad officers, and elite camp trainees martial lords, mid-level staff and regular camp trainees martial masters, then martial artists and a host of support personnel. The heading student points snapped him to attention. All ordinary and elite trainees lived by the points system, earn points by hunting beasts, completing missions, and taking on training challenges. Points settled monthly, wiping to 0 at midnight on the last day, and restarting at the first tick of the new month. Resources and rankings were linked, and 3 straight months at number 1 earned a special reward. A tiny note at the bottom practically shouted at him, "Want resources? Then grind harder than everyone else." He was engrossed when a knock cut in. "Yang Jin, let's grab some food." He knew that voice. Opening the door, he found Yifeng standing there. "Yifeng, when did you move in across from me? I swear a stranger lived there earlier." Yifeng grinned. "I was in another building, but it was too far. Paid a classmate a little cash to trade rooms, so now we're neighbors." "You can do that?" Yang Jin blinked. "We're adults," Yifeng said with a shrug. "If you ever start dating a female trainee and want to live together, the Academy won't care." "Oh, righty, you're only 18, still 2 years shy of the legal age." On Blue Star, men and women alike had to be 20 to marry. They locked their doors and strolled toward the dining hall, arms slung over each other's shoulders. "Yifeng, brother. Quit with the brother. I'm only 3 or 4 years older. Use my name, or call me Yega or Funga." "All right, Funga." Yang Jin, seriously not like that. "No problem, Funga. Dude, come on." The moment they stepped into the cafeteria, a spacious, brightly lit hall unfolded before them. Rows of silver-gray stainless steel tables shimmered softly under the lights, lined up with almost military precision. Electronic menus covered the walls, and food stations stretched from the center all the way to the far end. Sichuan, Cantonese, Shanghainese, coffee, and light meals, even a dedicated spirit food counter. Whatever a trainee's hometown or palate, the place had it covered. Roughly 700 or 800 people made up the regular training camp, and it was peak dinner hour. The hall hummed with voices, trays clattering in a non-stop rhythm. Carrying his own tray, Yang Jin suddenly felt as if he were back in high school, waiting in line for lunch. Yifeng pointed ahead. "Brother, if training's tight, just order online. They'll drop it at your dorm in 20 minutes. The cafeteria's open around the clock. There's always a chef on duty. Need a banquet or cocktail party? They can handle that too, though ITLL cost you." Yang Jin waved him off. Anyone accepted into the camp was at least a martial master and worth tens of millions, some hundreds. How expensive could dinner really be? Then he glanced at the holographic price board and froze. Braised millstone abalone, 3,700. Steamed iron drill crab, 4,500. Oil braised vajra prawns, 5,100. Brother Feng, did they plate that abalone with gold? These prices are insane. Yang Jin clicked his tongue. Yifeng shot him a look usually reserved for country bumpkins. Those ingredients come from deep-sea monsters, grade 1 at worst. You thought they were grocery store specials? He pointed to another counter. There's a regular window if you're feeling poor. Gritting his teeth, Yang Jin still ordered the braised millstone abalone. Pricey or not, this is amazing and plenty of it. The plump abalone glistened in its sauce, and he dug in, juices running down his chin. Yifeng leisurely peeled a mantis shrimp. "We're civilized people, you know. Try to eat like you've seen food before." "Heh, sure thing, brother Feng." Yang Jin lowered his voice, but kept wolfing it down. Yifeng let it drop and focused on his own meal. They were only halfway through when a large crowd surged in from the entrance. The man at the center was surrounded by cheering followers, their voices so loud the entire cafeteria turned to look. Brother Joshan, first place again in August. 2 months running, one more, and you'll snag the special reward. I hear the reward's outrageous, either a top-tier heavenly treasure or a high-grade monster core. Almost no one qualifies. Maybe others can't, but Brother Joshan can. Northern Star Iajutsu is unbeatable among equals. Hood dare challenge him. If some fool actually passes his points, just issue a duel. One fight, and the total's back where it belongs. The chorus was so loud nearby students could barely taste their food. The young man in the middle was tall and lean, eyes sunken beneath sharp cheekbones, his features carved almost to cruelty. A self-satisfied smirk played at his lips. Yifeng spared him a glance and murmured to Yang Jin, "That's Joshan, Gontian American, Japanese descent. He's been here 2 years and sits at senior martial master. Someone used to keep him down, but that guy advanced to martial lord and moved to the elite camp. Jushin's finally on top, #1 in our regular camp." Yang Jin swallowed a mouthful of abalone, wiped the sauce from his mouth, and asked casually, "Does he know Kan Inukai or Ishikamida?" "They're all in the same faction," Yifeng replied. "Disciples of the Japanese martial saint, Gongben Jieshio." Yifeng and Yang Jin made no attempt to lower their voices, and the man across from them noticed at once. Jioshan Gangtian narrowed his eyes, the knife-sharp glare in his dark pupils flashing with icy menace. "Big Brother Jioshan, those two are the strongest of the new recruits," Yifeng and Yang Jin, a follower, whispered. "I know that." Jioshan's tone was frigid, his lips curling in contempt. "Starting this month, they're my rivals too," he sneered. "They're nothing but pampered tournament fighters. I spend every day battling real monsters." He waved to his companions. "Come on, let's get a drink." "Forget about those." Chi, realizing most of the people nearby were from Huaxia, he abruptly changed the word. Huaxia students. The Torchbearer Martial Academy was, after all, on Huaxia soil. Even Jioshan wasn't reckless enough to provoke everyone in public. Night had fallen by the time Yifeng and Yang Jin left the cafeteria. On their way back to the dorm, a bronzered phoenix statue in the center of the square caught their eye. Optical projectors set in its eyes cast a massive electronic display, cycling through the August leaderboard. Clusters of students gathered around, talking in low voices. Yifeng and Yang Jin joined the crowd. Top 5 August leaderboard. 1. Jioshan Gangtian, male, senior martial master, 24 years old, 934 points. 2. Angus, male, senior martial master, 23, 910 points. 3. Hong Zhongyao, male, senior martial master, 23, 896 points. 4. Vasily, male, senior martial master, 24, 880 points. 5. Li Wei, female, senior martial master, 24, 871 points. Below that was the brand new September list. Since both returning and incoming students started at 0, all 70-plus newcomers were temporarily ranked after the upperclassmen. As the top rookie, Yifeng was placed 132nd. Yang Jin, the youngest, sat at the very bottom, 207th. Yang Jin did some quick math. The regular training camp had 207 students, roughly 1/6 senior martial masters, 1/3 intermediate, the rest junior. With his current strength, he figured he could break into the top 30. But Jioshan's smug, arrogant face ignited an even fiercer resolve. "I'm going to knock him off that perch," Yang Jin vowed silently. "Yeah, let's take that little punk down." Yifeng agreed with a grin, and the two exchanged a knowing look. Back in the dorm later that night, Yang Jin first called his uncle's family to give a detailed report on what had seen on Alishan Island. Then he had a long chat with Zhao Qingtong, hanging up only when a notification pinged in the student group chat. "Greetings, class of 2130. I'm your counselor, Sun Renjia," announced an avatar with a square-jawed face. A counselor here was much like a homeroom advisor, handling daily affairs and evaluations. "Hello, counselor," the group replied in unison. Sun Renjia continued, "Important notice. Tomorrow at 9:30 a.m., the square will host the first lesson of the semester. A venerable elder will give the lecture in person, so be on time." "An elder? A martial saint?" The chat exploded. "We usually get an inspector. This year, we're getting an elder." Someone asked, "Counselor, which elder is it exactly?" "That's confidential for now," Sun Renjie answered. "Those are the director's instructions." Watching the messages scroll by, Yang Jin suddenly felt his heart leap. Could tomorrow's elder be Mo Lanfeng, Sister Mo's father? Morning, September 2nd, the regular training camp at Xinhua Martial Academy was about to hold its very first class. After breakfast, more than 70 new recruits drifted into the plaza in 2s and 3s. A temporary stage had been set up at the center, about waist-high, with 700 or 800 folding chairs fanned out below. The front rows were roped off in red, strictly for freshmen. Their counselor, Sun Renjia, had arrived early, greeting everyone with a nod while directing them to their seats. In his mid-30s, the mid-rank martial adept was compactly muscled and wide awake, his voice ringing across the plaza. Not only trainees but every member of management and logistics had shown UPA Martial Saints lecture was a rare treat, and nobody wanted to miss it. Yang Jin and Yifeng had just settled in when a tall, blonde, green-eyed girl detached herself between them. Yifeng, I heard you moved in next door to Yang Jin, she said with a playful wink. Too bad the dorms are split by gender, or I'd happily take the room across the hall. She glanced at Yang Jin. Your place is pretty roomy, right? How about I move in with you and save the academy a room? Yang Jin's lips twitched, and he kept silent. Who could tell whether she was joking or not? Yifeng laughed. Natasha, don't make things hard for our brother Yang. The guy's already spoken for. If you're lonely, my door's always open. Natasha shot Yifeng a sidelong look and sniffed. Please, I'm not into older men. I like little brothers like Yang Jin, fresh and cute. The surrounding trainees burst out laughing as Natasha sashayed back to her girlfriends. Yang Jin shook his head with a wry sigh. Foreign girls can be a bit much. Hard to deal with. Yifeng spread his hands. Not necessarily. She talks a big game, but if you push back harder she'll bolt like a frightened quail. Yang Jin Blinky hadn't expected the normally reserved Yifeng to be so knowledgeable. While they were chatting, a middle-aged man stepped onto the stage. Yang Jin recognized him from the staff files training director Zhang Qiangwei. Zhang cleared his throat, his voice rumbling like thunder. Everyone, good news. The elder who's come today to share his wisdom with us is Elder Mo Lanfeng. A cheer rippled across the plaza. Yifeng lifted an eyebrow at Yang Jin. Brother, I hear Elder Mo's daughter, Mo Qinfeng, is your sworn sister. Did her father show up just for you? Yang Jin scratched the back of his head. Come on, Feng, I'm not that important. Yifeng nodded after a moment's thought. True. Most vice deans and elders of Xinhua Academy are stationed out in dangerous zones. The 2 or 3 who stay behind are swamped. They don't have time for small fry like us. Zhang Qiangwei raised his voice again. Heads up, everyone. All eyes turned skyward. A triangular fighter jet sliced through the clouds, its sleek lines gleaming like a finely crafted work of art. The fighter jet embodied a sublime blend of simplicity and beauty, hanging above the training camp like a dark storm cloud. Lights from its belly swept over the cadets' upturned faces, sparking a chorus of astonished cries. Yifeng murmured, wow, that's a 5th-class private combat jet, stealth coating, minimal radar signature, heavy weapons system, even short-range space capability. It must cost 3 or 400 billion. The elders of Xinhua Martial Academy really have deep pockets. Yang Jin felt the same surge of awe. He recalled the grading scale, 1 to 5 stars, then class, subdivided from 1S to 5S. Flying boots already looked impressive, but the ultimate dream for any man was a personal fighter. Clenching his fists, he vowed, one day I'll take Qingtong for a ride in my own jet. The thunder of the engines faded, and the aircraft descended. When the hatch opened, a middle-aged man with a warm, gentle face stepped onto the deck. His smile, like autumn sunlight, radiated calm and ease, making everyone instinctively feel at home. Is that Elder Mo? He looks far too young. The records say he's over 60, but he seems barely in his 40s. He's a mid-tier martial saint, lives several times longer than ordinary people. No wonder he looks young. Amid the whispers, Yang Jin noticed the man's strong resemblance to Mo Qinfeng and immediately knew he was Mo Linfeng. Zhang Qiangwei strode forward. Elder Mo, welcome, welcome. Thank you, Zhang, Mo Linfeng replied, clasping his hand before the 2 walked to the podium and took their seats of honor. Applause thundered. Mo Linfeng surveyed the crowd, his gaze settling on the bright, eager faces in the front row. He nodded in satisfaction. When the applause died, he began in an unhurried tone. Cadets, I am Mo Linfeng. I'm delighted Xinhua Martial Academy has recruited so many outstanding young talents this year. Each of you is 1 in 100, even 1 in 1,000, already well-versed in techniques and forms. Today I want to discuss mental cultivation or advanced arts. I want to share something simpler, how to generate power. Silence fell, every ear strained to listen. Archimedes once said, give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it, and I can move the earth. Exaggeration, yet theoretically sound. In martial arts, that lever is the pinnacle of power generation. Words alone can't show it. Allow me to demonstrate. Mo Linfeng rose. Whoosh. A jet-black spear shot from the fighter and halted, perfectly balanced, before the platform. He reached out, and the weapon quivered once in his grip before falling still. Bravo. Cheers erupted. Yang Jin's eyes narrowed. The spear's dull finish shimmered with faint crimson, veins clearly extraordinary. Yifeng leaned over and whispered, brother, that's the Xiantai heavy spear, grade 5S. Forged from black iron mixed with red gold, insanely heavy, yet razor sharp. Rumor says it cost more than the jet itself. Yang Jin's heart pounded. He clicked his tongue in envy. Wow, what a weapon, it puts my longest spear to shame. All right, trainees, watch closely. Mo Lanfeng gripped the dark iron spear with his left hand, supported the butt with his right, and leveled the entire weapon before him in one straight line. The shaft was perfectly steady as he eased the tip forward, as if absent-mindedly prodding the air. The thrust looked slow and feather-light, carrying no threat at all. In the next instant, the space the spear point touched visibly trembled, not rippling outward but collapsing inward instead. Within a heartbeat, that implosion tightened like an iron fist, sending a chill through everyone present. Expressions varied across the training hall, some puzzled, some shocked, others simply lost. Even Joshan Okada, longtime leader of the Academy's ranking board, found himself frowning. He sensed the technique's menace, yet he could not gauge its true limit. Only Yang Jin felt a storm raging inside. As a psychic adept who had once used a primordial insect to blink through short distances, he was hypersensitive to spatial disturbances. He had clearly detected a tiny pocket of space shattered to dust at the spear's tip. If that strike had landed on a real target, everything within a watermelon-sized sphere, metal, bone, or flesh would have been ground to powder. A wound might be treated, but there is no saving powder. Emo Lanfeng spoke. It's hard to grasp from thin air alone. Let's try something tangible. Zhang, throw me that solid lead ball. Zhang Xiangwei was already prepared. He backed up a dozen meters and raised the ball. Eyes front, everyone, he shouted, hurling the several-pound sphere. It whistled through the air. Emo Lanfeng lifted the spear point and tapped the oncoming ball. The lead orb froze mid-flight as if it had slammed into an invisible wall. Then the impossible happened. The ball compressed like dough under a press, crumbling into gray dust that drifted away on the breeze. Whoa! Oh my god! Gasps rolled through the hall as every eye went wide. Yang Jin kept staring at the falling motes, screaming inside. I have to master that technique. After several seconds the chatter died down. Emo Lanfeng surveyed the room and began in a calm voice. What you just saw is a method of generating power. It isn't limited to a spear, any weapon will do. Channel your strength through the weapon, multiply the impact several fold, even and focus it on a single point. Agitate the air, trigger a resonance in space, and you can pulverize matter. He broke the process into steps, holding nothing back. Whenever a trainee raised a hand, Emo Lanfeng answered in detail. The workshop ran on for a full 2 hours before he finally stowed the spear and straightened up. As he left, he noticed Yang Jin still seated, unmoving in the crowd, and a faint smile touched his lips. Qin Fong calls the boy a prodigy with the spear. Let's see how long it takes him to grasp this move. If he even scratches the surface, I'll gladly take him as my final disciple and share everything I know. Yang Jin, unaware of the elder's thoughts, was already lost in the memory of that dazzling strike. Hey, man, it's almost noon. Let's grab lunch. Yi Feng was a creature of habit, so his reminder sounded perfectly natural. Brother Feng, I'm not hungry. Go without me. Yang Jin kept his head down, absorbed in thought, then turned toward the dorms. Watching that retreating figure, Yi Feng suddenly wondered if Yang had just reached a moment of insight. He started to follow, but the rapid click of high heels cut him off. Yang Jin, little brother. Natasha called. Yi Feng threw an arm in front of her. Natasha, don't disturb him. Natasha eyed Yi Feng suspiciously. He looked spaced out. Did he get dumped? No, he's on the verge of a breakthrough. Yi Feng whispered with certainty. A breakthrough? She didn't quite get it, but a sly grin appeared. I thought he was heartbroken. I was ready to swoop in and comfort his lonely soul. Cadet Dormitory Sector, Unit 7, Room 302. In the dim practice cubicle partitioned off inside the room, Yang Jin sat cross-legged with his eyes half closed, replaying Emo Lanfeng's stunning spear move again and again. Channel your strength into a single point. He recited the elder's advice, mind-focusing. The gun case snapped open. 2 segments of the Dragon Fang spear shot into the air, spun, and locked together so seamlessly that the engravings aligned perfectly. The metallic ring had barely faded when the finished spear dropped into his palm. Create a spatial resonance, then let it shatter matter. Slowly he thrust forward. The spear tip vibrated like a high-speed drill, humming through the air, but it only churned the wind. True resonance refused to awaken. Wrong. He frowned, retracted the spear, and sweat beaded on his brow. Hours slipped by. Eventually he sprawled on the cold wooden floor, massaging his temples. Even with my psychic power and short-range teleport, I still can't touch the gateway to resonance. Elder Mo's technique is monstrous. Few cadets will ever crack it. Suddenly his wristcom chimed. He sat up, opened the video link, and Mo Qinfang's cheerful face filled the screen. Little bro, how's life in the regular training camp? Yang Jin shrugged with a wry smile. Sis Mo, the biggest thing here is the food outrageously expensive. We've got counselors, but day-to-day management is loose. Cultivation's all on us. Anyone accepted is at least a martial master. The camp mainly offers resources and live combat. No one's lecturing you every day. After explaining, she shifted topics. By the way, my dad demonstrated a power release technique today. How's that going? Yang Jin pulled a face. Don't ask. I've wrestled with it for hours and still can't grasp the trick. Mo Qinfang burst out laughing. Trying to sprint before you can walk. Listen, that move is called collapse. It's my dad's life's work. Forget cadets, even an inspector at martial lord rank. Even a martial sage on his level couldn't master it in a day. That tough? Yang Jin's eyes widened. Of course. She spread her hands. It took me 6 months with him teaching me step by step, and I still only scratched the surface. It looks right, but the spirit's missing, so it's far weaker than his version. Her tone turned solemn. But I believe you're a martial prodigy. Settle down and learn collapse. When you pull it off, your power multiplies several times and the surrounding space crumbles with it. Imagine the damage. Yang Ji nodded hard. Understood, sis. Don't worry. If one day isn't enough, it'll take a month, even half a year. I will master it. It had been 4 or 5 days since they arrived at the regular training camp. In that short time, Yang Jin had already figured out the routine. The place was run with a remarkably light touch, and every cadet was expected to police themselves. You could head out to sea to hunt monsters, take on missions to earn credits, bury yourself in honing your techniques, or even stay in your dorm and sleep the day away. The freedom was almost excessive. Yet whenever someone crossed the plaza, it was impossible to ignore the scoreboard projected by the Phoenix statue. Although only the first week of September had passed, the top spot was still held by Kiyama Okada with a staggering 147 points. Staring at the number, Yang Jin muttered under his breath, "Damn, is that guy even human? How did he rack up so many points?" Yifeng patted him on the shoulder and said calmly, "Relax, brother. A good meal is worth the wait. We've got time." Over the past few days, the two of them had studied the rules inside out. 1. Monster hunting. First tier beasts. Basic 1 point. Intermediate 2 points. Advanced 3 points. Second tier. Basic 10. Intermediate 20. Advanced 30. Third tier. Basic 100. Intermediate 200. Advanced 300. With the numbers doubling at each step up. 2. Missions. The reward is proportional to difficulty, ranging from routine patrols to high-risk contracts on specific monsters. 3. Gravity chamber challenges. The deeper the stage you clear, the higher the payout. The gravity chambers were pieces of alien tech captured during the war between Blue Star and the Otherworld. They could perfectly simulate environments, manipulate gravity at will, and generate a wide range of combat scenarios, making them ideal for high-intensity training. After weighing their options, Yifeng suggested, "Let's put monster hunting on hold. The current missions don't pay well either. How about we try the gravity chambers first?" "Exactly what I was thinking," Yang Jin agreed. He had been grinding away at Elder Mo's technique, explosive force, collapse, for days with no breakthrough, and was itching for real combat to clear his head. They headed to the gravity hall. From the outside, it looked like a miniature stadium, and inside 5 silver-gray pods sat in a row, each shaped like a space capsule and brimming with high-tech flair. A female attendant in a work uniform greeted them. "Welcome, cadets. The gravity chambers are free to use, but the number of sessions you get each month depends on last month's ranking." "How is that divided up?" Yang Jin asked. "First place gets 8 sessions, second through 5th 7, 6th through 10th 6, and the rest are split into 4 tiers, each tier 1 session fewer than the previous. As newcomers, you fall into the last tier, meaning you can use the chambers twice this month." "Is there a time limit per session?" he pressed. "No. You stay until the chamber knocks you out." Yifeng grinned. "Great. We'll start training, then. Thanks for your help." The attendant flashed a sweet smile. 3 chambers are currently free. Please, go right ahead." Yifeng pushed open the hatch of the gravity chamber and shot Yang Jin a sly wink. "Bro, let's see who lasts longer." He arched an eyebrow in open challenge. Yang Jin ignored the show-off, swung the heavy alloy door shut, and stepped into the training pod. The cabin was a perfect cube, 5 meters on each side, painted milk white from floor to ceiling, bathed in soft, shadow-free light. In the center stood a broad metal chair with clean lines, as if waiting patiently for its next subject. "Cadet Yang Jin, please take the gravity seat." The mechanical voice echoed flatly through the room. He lay back, the contour of the chair fitting him perfectly. Above him, a curved crystal visor slid down and sealed over his face. A gentle white glow flared, and in the blink of an eye he found himself in a boundless white void, dressed in a snug training suit. "Cadet Yang Jin, you have entered the virtual combat arena. Your body now matches an average adult with a vitality rating of 1. Challenge rules. Each stage spawns 10 combat creatures. Kill them to score points. Stage 1, 1 point each. Stage 2, 5 points. Stage 3, 10 points. Stage 4, 15 points, and so on. You have 5 minutes to choose armor and weapons. Stage 1 will begin at Oneg Gravity." At once, a full lineup of armor and weapons materialized before him like a showroom coming to life. Although he had studied the gravity chamber's specs, the realism still took his breath away. He rolled his shoulders, testing this ordinary body. His strength was dampened, his speed average, and his prized psychic power and spatial blink were completely sealed. "So soft, this is going to be rough." He cursed inwardly, already planning his approach. The gear on offer was strictly low grade, so victory would rely on skill and combat sense. He chose a lightweight scale mail that allowed quick footwork, then grabbed a 2-meter black-shafted spear tipped with a fluttering red tassel. A countdown flashed in red. 5, 4, 3, 0 hit, and the scene shattered. His feet sank into springy, dew-damp grass instead of metal. An endless meadow rippled under broken sunlight, a fresh wind carrying the scent of green leaves. It felt indistinguishable from the real thing. The ground trembled. He listened. The rustle grew louder. On a low ridge a few hundred meters away, 10 hulking buffalo thundered forward, muscles rippling under thick hides, each hooffall kicking up dust like a brown storm bearing down on him. Seriously? He swore under his breath. In this ordinary body, he couldn't hope to face all 10 heathen, flank them, and pick them off. He ran the numbers, but their speed left no time to set traps. Backed into a corner, he steeled himself. One kill is better than none. The lead buffalo closed in, eyes blood red. The spear flashed, its tip splitting the air and driving straight into the beast's right eye. Thud. Moo, the creature screamed, skidding several meters before collapsing. The quick success lifted his spirits. The spear blurred in a flurry called a phoenix's triple strike slash, slash, slash. 3 cold sparks stabbed the next wave, each point piercing a jugular. Blood fountained, and the 3 buffalo crashed to the ground. Huh, that's more like it. 4 were down, but the remaining 6 only grew wilder. Another bull charged. Yang Jin planted the spear but vaulted up and clamped his legs around its back. The beast bucked furiously, trying to throw him, but he swung the spear in reverse and cracked it across the animal's flank. Skin split with a sharp snap, and the buffalo bellowed, rampaging in pain. Yang Jin clamped his legs around the bull's spine, brandishing a red-tasseled spear as the maddened animal tore through the herd. The shaft bent and snapped straight in his palms, the spearhead slicing the air in blazing arcs before driving, again and again, into necks and shoulders with surgical precision. Hooves hammered gravel into explosions of dust, and hot, metallic blood sprayed upward like a shattered crimson curtain. Within minutes, the entire stampede, including the mount beneath him, lay sprawled on the ground, muscles still twitching. His heart pounded against his ribs, breath rasping like bellows, and his shoulders quivered from exertion. Running that gauntlet on a normal human body had nearly drained him dry. Then a metallic chime cut through the silence. Cadet Yang Jin, congratulations on clearing Stage 1. Rest briefly. In 5 minutes, Stage 2 will begin at 2G gravity. He dropped into a cross-legged seat, shut out distraction, and steadied his breathing, letting heat-laden blood circulate through his frame. 5 minutes vanished in a blink. When Yang Jin opened his eyes, the world stretched and shattered. Once his vision refocused, he was standing in a boundless desert. A sun like a red-hot iron plate hung overhead, waves of heat rolling off the sand in blistering swells. The doubled gravity was invisible, yet crushing every step felt like dragging ingots of lead, his joints clicking under the strain. So this is 2G, he muttered to himself. A wolf's sharp howl tore apart the hot wind, its fading echo pricking his ears. He turned toward the sound. Dots flickered atop a distant dune, scores of wolves sprinting over scalding sand. Their coats were sleek, muscles taut, clearly unbothered by the extra weight. Yang Jin dipped his wrist, gripping the spear as its red tassels fluttered. Cold light pooled along the tip. He sank into a bow stance and locked onto the approaching pack. The predators fanned out, forming a ring around him, paws silent and fluid, tails low, throats rumbling. They were testing, appraising. Let them think him prey, and him finished, he thought. He suddenly roared, kill. The spear shot forward like thunder, targeting a gray wolf in the circle. Its eyes flashed cold, and it tried to jerk back, but the point still grazed its snout, popping beads of blood. Almost simultaneously, 2 flanking wolves lunged for his hamstrings. An ordinary fighter would have had no escape, but Yang Jin snapped his wrist, turning a thrust into a sweep. The spearhead stabbed into the left wolf's nostril at an awkward angle. It collapsed with a wail. He slid through the gap, the vibrating tip shattering into silver threads of light. Petals of steel blossoming. This was the Lihua spear form. Yang Jin had studied many sets. The basic form, the Lihua form, 100-bird ascension, the overlord style, Qin Fang's 18 movements. Years of combat had taught him their niches. Against humans, the overlord and Qin Fang forms were the most lethal. Against beasts, the basic, Lihua, and 100-bird patterns were faster and cleaner. Yet even the finest technique needs stamina. By the 5th and 6th kills, his arms were at their limit. A flash of claws scraped in from the flank. A wolf seized the opening and tore a deep gash down his left arm, blood dripping to the sand where it sizzled away. The scent drove the remaining wolves into frenzy. Howls overlapped, and shadowy bodies crashed in waves. Die? Yang Jin snarled, burying the pain in his bones. The spear became a storm, sand and blood twisting together. Each stab ended a howl. Each sweep broke a leap. The shaft shuddered, splitting skin at his palms, blood from man and wolf scattering through the air. Time blurred. The final death cry was swallowed by the wind. Carcasses littered the dunes, blood staining the desert like a tattered map. Yang Jin swayed, drenched in sweat and gore, on the edge of collapse. If Stage 2 is this brutal, Stage 3 might be impossible, he thought, forcing himself upright. Yet his gaze drifted to the rankings he remembered from the gravity chamber. First place, Qin Muyang, cleared Stage 7. Same physical limits. How had that man done it? The metallic voice returned. Cadet Yang Jin, congratulations on clearing Stage 2. Take a 5-minute breather. The third round starts soon. Gravity level, 3 GS. Yang Jin leaned back in the metal chair, half laughing, half crying. 3 GS meant strength and speed traded places. How was he supposed to fight like this? Whatever. As long as he could take one of them with him, it was worth it. The lights went out for a heartbeat. When they came up again, the training pod had turned transparent, and the world outside had switched to a snow-covered mountain range. Cold air slapped him in the face, and the added gravity pressed on him like a sandbag. His breath hit the icy air and turned to mist. The wind felt like a blade across his cheeks. He scooped up a handful of loose snow and rubbed it over his face, the sting jolting him awake. Shkan almost inaudible scrape reached his ears. He snapped his head around, but saw nothing except endless white. Then, a gray-white blur popped into view no more than 30 meters away. Snow leopard. The cat's long frame and mottled coat blended perfectly with rock and ice. If his eyes weren't sharp, he would have missed the faint rise and fall of its breathing. Narrowing his gaze, he counted at least 10 more leopards sprawled across the surrounding slopes, each one farther out than the last. Nice. A whole pride in a sim when the real animal's a loner, he muttered. Still, their instincts wouldn't change. They preferred to hunt solo. If all 10 rushed him at once, he'd die in seconds. If they came one by one, he might rack up a few kills. Snow leopards are cautious. They won't strike first. They'll stroll over and lure one in. He trudged through the drifts, steps casual, eyes drifting anywhere but at the nearest cat. Great weather. Refreshing, really, he whispered. 5 meters. 3. The closest leopard sensed something was off. Its forelegs bent, hind legs coiled ready to spring. Whip. The spear flashed like lightning, punching straight into the cat's mouth and through its throat. It dropped without a sound. Snow sprayed. Another white blur launched at him from the slope. Yang Jin snapped his wrists, driving the tip up through the second leopard's jaw and into its skull. 2 thrusts, 2 kills, blood pumping hot and fast. He leaned over the carcass, lips at the gaping wound, gulping down the steaming blood. The metallic tang burned all the way to his stomach, washing away fatigue and flooding his limbs with heat. Come on, beasts, fight me. His roar echoed through the ravine. Every hidden leopard rose, emerald eyes locking on him. 7 or 8 gray shadows advanced, leaving dark hollows in the snow. Great. Got cocky. He gritted his teeth, set the spear crosswise, and met the first attacker heat-in. One stab dropped it. A sweeping arc flung the fourth across the slope. But under triple gravity his stamina bled away, movements lagging half a beat. A leopard vaulted onto his back, fangs clamping down on the artery in his neck. Agony and cold exploded through him. The rest piled on, burying him under fur and claws. Teeth tore muscle, hot blood splashing crimson over white. So this is death. Consciousness slipped into black. He jerked upright in the gravity chair. The oxygen mask popped free, and the synthetic voice followed. Cadet Yang Jin, gravity training complete. Your score is as follows. Round 1 prairie bison, 10 points. Round 2 desert wolves, 50 points. Round 3 snow leopards, 4 kills, 40 points. Total, 100 points. Only your highest monthly score is recorded. The hatch unlocked. He stepped into the corridor, his shadow stretching under the strip lights. Yifeng was waiting, eyes wide. Bro, what you pull? 100 points. Not great, Yang Jin said, shaking his head. I only got 90. Yifeng clapped him on the shoulder. You bagged 1 more leopard than I did. That solid. Yang Jin gave a wry smile. Doesn't mean much. Jiushan Gangtian cleared the 5th round last month. Same fitness, but he's clearly stronger. Can't compare like that. Yifeng waved it off. We're rookies. We don't know the chamber's patterns yet. The virtual beasts always have tells. Forget the 5th round when someone like Qin Muyang can push into round 7. That's a real master. When Yifeng and Yang Jin stepped out of the gravity training chamber, a smiling female attendant came forward to greet them. This was your first gravity session and you still reached the 3rd stage, an outstanding start for beginners, she said, logging their results on the terminal. Most newcomers are eliminated in the Wolfpack ambush of Stage 2 the first time they enter this highly immersive simulation. But these 2 18-year-olds had fought their way into Stage 3, placing them among the elite of the 2,130 class. At that moment a commotion rose in the plaza outside the training complex. Beneath the Phoenix statue, the electronic leaderboard refreshed. First, Jiushan Okada, 147 points. Second, Hong Zhongyao, 124 points. Angus, formerly 3rd with 98 points, slipped to 4th. Yang Jin debuted in 3rd with 100 points, and Yifeng entered the list in 10th with 90. The sudden shakeup ignited a wave of conversation. 2 rookies in the top 10 after only the first week. One was runner-up at the Global Martial Arts Tournament. The other placed 6th. Both are high-level fighters. Especially Yang Jin, only 18, and already putting up these numbers. Huge potential. I heard he's the sworn younger brother of Mo Qinfang. She personally taught him the Qinfang 18 strikes. Who's Mo Qinfang? Someone whispered. Several students shot him looks of disdain. You've never heard of Mo Qinfang? She's elder Mo Lanfeng's only daughter. That story about one spear, two cuts? That was her. The famed one spear, two cuts took place 10 years ago in the Academy's elite camp. Mo Fong, then just past 20, was training alongside a close female friend who happened to be dating a Tianju student named Kermo. Driven by lust, whether from too much curry, a brain soaked in Ganges water, or simply being away from home too long, Kermo spiked his girlfriend's drink with an aphrodisiac distilled from a monster's reproductive gland. He planned to assault her once the drug took hold. The girl sensed something was wrong and escaped the room before the full effect hit. When the news reached Mo Fong, her fury was instant. To defend her friend's honor, she waited on the plaza with her spear and intercepted Kermu in front of everyone. The spear flickered like a rainstorm. The fight was brutal. Her final thrust pierced straight through Kermu's groin, the surge of inner force shredding flesh and blood, turning the brazen Tunju youth into a eunuch on the spot. Anyone who bullies my sisters will become one of them, Mo Fong declared, sending every male student scrambling to cross his legs in terror. The incident drew Kermus' father, a Tianju sage-level warrior, storming to the academy for answers. After deliberation, the school deemed Kermu guilty of attempted rape and expelled him. The nearly victimized student was offered a position in a government agency. As for the valorous Mo Fong, she was dismissed from the elite camp and assigned to the Hanyang-based city. Elder Mo Lanfeng scolded her harshly, doing everything he could to shield his daughter and put the controversy to rest. Back then, Mo Fong was young and headstrong, unable to grasp the good intentions behind her aging father's strictness, and the two drifted apart. As the years went by, she slowly understood the meaning of his harsh demands, yet her pride kept her from reaching out, and the stalemate lasted until Yang Jin crashed into her life. Armed with his 18 moves of Qin Fong, he untangled every knot between father and daughter. At dawn, a massive holographic leaderboard hovered above the training camp square, and more than 70 new recruits clustered below, comparing rankings with excitement. Yang Jin and Yi Feng walked side by side along the pebble path toward Conference Hall 5. The moment they stepped into the arcade, both wrist terminals vibrated. Counselor Sun Renjia had posted a message. Attention, trainees. At 11 a.m. Inspector Huang Ming will give a lecture in Hall 5. Attendance is compulsory. By the time they arrived, the spacious lecture hall already held 30 or 40 people. When the two appeared, students in the front rows rose to greet them. Brother Yi, Brother Yang. In this strength-driven camp, most rookies already saw Yi Feng and Yang Jin as pillars of the group. They nodded back with modest smiles and took the empty seats in the center of the first row. No sooner had they sat down than Natasha leaned forward, her ample chest nearly brushing the desk, and her pale gold curls sweeping Yang Jin's shoulder. Yang Jin, tell me, how did you score a perfect 100 in the gravity chamber? She pouted, lips rosy. I only got 70 yesterday. Teach me, please. Yang Jin chuckled. Natasha, there's an old Huaxia saying, longer reach, stronger strike. I use a spear, you wield a Cossack saber. Switch to a spear, and you might start nailing targets in one thrust, and even outdo me. No way. Natasha lifted her delicate chin. I've trained with this saber for over 10 years. Switching now would be a waste. Then I'm afraid I can't help you, Yang Jin said with a shrug. Come on, teach me. Her playful whine, tinged with a nasal lilt, sent shivers down his spine. A few discreet coughs came from the podium. Sun Renjia stood at center stage, raising a hand for silence. Trainees, please welcome Inspector Huang Ming. After a round of applause, Huang Ming strode onto the platform. Yang Jin still remembered their meeting in Athens-based city. Huang Ming had personally signed his class contract with Xinhua Martial Academy. Huang's eyes swept over Yi Feng, Yang Jin, Natasha, and the other tournament fighters, and he offered a brief nod. Dispensing with small talk, he began. Today's topic, the intersection of Blue Planet and alien worlds. The murmuring audience fell silent at once, every gaze fixed on the screen. Since the star convergence, Huang said, expanding a holographic star map across the wall, wormholes have linked Blue Planet with several distant worlds. He continued, illustration after illustration appearing behind him. Over the past century, Blue Planet has intersected with more than 20 alien worlds. 3 host highly advanced civilizations. The first is the Xuanqi world. Its natives look much like us but cultivate an energy called Xuanqi, able to conjure horses from vapor and forge weapons from condensed mist. They view us as demons from beyond, and skirmishes are common. The second is the Techno world. Their science far surpasses ours. Its inhabitants are energy beings inhabiting mechanical shells and piloting starships through the void. Arrogant toward less advanced societies, they have clashed with us several times. Though we lost men and material, we also gained valuable technology, a mixed blessing. The third is the Beast Horde world, a planet overrun by green-skinned beast folk who worship nature. With formidable physiques and shamanic arts, they too brand us as demons from beyond. At that moment, Yang Jin realized that the strange realm he had once set foot in was none other than the Beast Horde world. To confront the otherworldly threat, the 6 great nations and the 3 martial academies of Blue Star have joined forces to create the Blue Star Alliance, Huang Ming announced. Spotlights bathed the podium while dazzling emblems scrolled across the digital screen. His voice reverberated through the hall. The alliance is ruled by a parliament, and every member wields overwhelming power. The current first speaker is Hua Pengjiu, the invincible martial sage, head of Xinhua Academy and widely acclaimed as the strongest person on Blue Star. He paused and pointed to the next slide. So far, we have identified 3 alien civilizations. Each is monitored by one academy with military support from 2 nations, stationed year-round on both sides of its wormhole. 1. Xuanqi Planet Xinhua Academy with China and Russia. 2. Tech Planet Starlink Academy with the United States and Australia. 3. Beast Planet Holy Light Academy with Western Europe and India. When the lecture ended, the vast auditorium fell silent. Cadets rose slowly, their steps heavy, as though a stone pressed on their chests. Huang Ming's words still lingered, reminding them that Blue Star faced danger on 2 fronts: monsters rampaging within and alien forces eyeing them from beyond. The threat felt less like a line in a textbook and more like a sailboat storm-tossed in treacherous seas, one mistake away from being smashed to pieces. Yi Feng murmured, "Civilians only see a monster's fangs, but the real menace is the alien worlds. Monsters devour us out of instinct. If those worlds invade en masse, our species could be erased." Yang Jin frowned. "Feng, why does the Alliance keep alien news so tightly sealed?" "They have no choice," Yi Feng replied, shaking his head. "Cities are already surrounded by monsters, and everyone's nerves are stretched thin. Tell them aliens could strike at any moment, and half the population would snap, plunging us into chaos." Yang Jin could only sigh. Yi Feng patted his shoulder. "By tradition, every new recruit undertakes one off-world mission within the first 3 months to see those places firsthand. You've got experience. You went off-world back on Minus Island." Yang Jin offered a wry smile. Truthfully, surviving that trip was pure luck. As they talked, Yi Feng's wristband vibrated. He held up a hand. One moment it's a call from home. Yang Jin stepped back to wait. A few minutes later Yi Feng hung up, his expression dark. "Brother, news just in: Ninagai Ichiro and Park Xiaoxiol have filed a joint petition with the Alliance demanding a full investigation into your time on Beast Planet." Yang Jin's heart tightened, though his face stayed calm. "When did they submit it?" "This morning," Yi Feng said quietly. "Inagai Ichiro spent a fortune on ninja divination and claims he's certain Inagai Ken and Park Bawan died off-world, and he's naming you as the killer." Yang Jin snorted. "Shameless. In the Global Martial Arts Talent Tournament, Kamita Jinjishi challenged me on purpose. He couldn't survive a single strike, and I put him flat on his back. Back at the scene, Inukai Ichiro attacked me out of nowhere, and if Chief Judge Lambert hadn't stepped in, I would probably have fallen for his ambush." As Yang Jin recounted the episode, anger welled up inside him. His shoulders trembled and his fists had long since turned white. "Now that rat is at it again, trying to pin a crime on me with nothing but flimsy conjecture. It's outrageous." His voice climbed as his chest heaved. Yi Feng placed a steady hand on his arm. "Easy, brother. The petition Inukai Ichiro and Park Xiaoxiol filed has to pass through several levels of the Blue Star Alliance. Without signatures from at least 2 Saint-level legislators, nobody will move. Feng, what do you think the chances are it gets approved?" Yang Jin lowered his voice, though the suppressed fire was obvious. Yi Feng paused before answering truthfully. "Honestly, pretty high. Inukai and Park are both mid-rank masters and wield real influence inside the Alliance. They're also the fathers of Inukai Kin and Park Fuan, and their deaths are tied to you. From every angle, their request looks reasonable." He let the words hang, eyes resting on Yang Jin. The implication was clear measured against those 2. Yang Jin had the weight of a sparrow against an eagle. "Did those bastards say how they plan to investigate me?" Yang Jin snapped. Yi Feng hesitated, impressed by his nerve. Insulting 2 masters in public could easily prove fatal, but with hostilities already at a boil, what difference did it make? "The petition spells it out," he said. "They want the Alliance to send a saint or master-level mentalist to hypnotize and interrogate you." Yang Jin gave a cold laugh, eyes glinting. "Figures. The Song clan tried the same stunt when they looked into the deaths of Tang Zhong and the 3 Song brothers. They sent Song Jiatan to hypnotize me. I turned the tables, and he paid with his life." Yi Feng pressed on. "Whatever happens, we can't let that petition go through. There are more than 20 mentalists at Saint or Master rank on Blue Star. If Park and Inukai cut a side deal with one of them and rig the hypnosis, you'll have no defense." "Am just a nobodium I really worth all this fuss?" Yang Jin asked coolly. Yi Feng gave a rueful smile. "Exactly, because you're a nobody, they dare question you. If you were a saint's son, they wouldn't spill a word of doubt." The point hit home. Yang Jin's gaze hardened, an icy chill spread through him. With no power, influence, or backing, he was a 3-time nobody. Were it not for this class contract head signed with Xinhua Martial Academy, Inukai would likely have struck long ago. After a moment's thought, Yi Feng suggested, "Why not tell your godsister Imo Qinfeng? One word from her, and Elder Imo would step in. That would settle things fast. Yang Jin shook his head. No need. Inukai and Park are set on taking me down, and sooner or later we'll clash. Since I can't dodge it, it'll drag everything into the light. Let the world see their ugly faces. Yi Feng raised a thumb in admiration, respect shining in his eyes. Brother, you've got guts. Yi Feng had no idea that Yang Jin's unshakable confidence rested on several pillars. First, he trusted his own psychic strength absolutely, convinced that even a martial saint or martial venerable could not break his mental defenses. Second, only by clearing his name in front of a crowd could he shut the mouths of Inukai Ichiro and the others. Third, he refused to beg Mo Qinfang for help every time a problem appeared. Mo Qinfang might be willing, but Elder Mo's reaction was anyone's guess. Strength is lacking, so I endure for now, Yang Jin growled inwardly. But one day, Inukai, our blood will pay the debt. Yi Feng explained, according to Blue Star Alliance procedure, we'll get an answer to Inukai Ichiro and Piao Shuqing's application in 3 to 5 days a week at most. There's no rushing it. Yang Jin treated the matter as a brief interlude. Their opponents had plotted for ages, and impatience would change nothing. After lunch he suggested they hunt some monsters, and Yi Feng gladly agreed. They suited up, left North Island City, and headed for Keelung Harbor on the northern coast of Alishan Island. The harbor was a steel and cannon fortress guarding the shoreline. Once they completed the departure check, their flight rigs carried them into the sky. They streaked northeastward until sea and sky blurred together, nothing but vast blue all around. Flying low, they skimmed the waves, twin white wakes swirling behind them as sonic booms cracked in their ears. Because the noise was deafening, they spoke through helmet comms. Academy rules cap ordinary cadets at 300 kilometers off the island, Yi Feng reminded him. Jiayu Island and Chiwei Island lie along the route. Well, hunt sea beasts there. Sounds good, Yang Jin replied. Minutes later, a small emerald owl rose from the water like a jade gemmed Jiayu Island. As they prepared to land, they saw 4 armor-clad cadets on the beach surrounding a 7 or 8-meter fish with a serpentine body. Yang Jin pinged the target. Data flashed across his visor. Electric eel, adult, tier 3 early stage. Discharge exceeds 10,000 volts. Yi Feng hovered and pointed to the sand. The one in samurai-style armor is Kiyama Okada. Yang Jin focused. Among the 4, one suit was clearly modeled on old Japanese samurai gear. Their silhouettes hanging above the island were impossible to miss. One cadet on the beach called out, Kiyama. 2 newcomers just showed up, must be fresh recruits. Kiyama Okada recognized the gear instantly. The one with the rifle case on the left is Yang Jin. The other must be Yi Feng, his constant companion. Joshan Gangtian kept talking even as he swung his tachi at the electric moray. With a crackle the creature lashed its tail, muscles swelling. A 10,000-volt arc erupted, sheets of pale blue lightning spreading like a clawed net toward the shouting cadet. Mashengi, move. Jushin's heart lurched. Mashengi leapt with all his might, but was half a beat slow. Crack. The bolt hit, and he dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. His armor short-circuited, scorched plates blew apart, exposing bare skin. Only a sumo loincloth still clung to his waist. Damn, that little Jap is disgusting. Yang Jin frowned, stomach churning. Yeah, tiny and nasty, Yi Feng sneered. The smell of charred flesh drifted across the beach. The moray seized its chance, coiled its tail, and hurled its massive body skyward. Splash. It vanished into the sea. Bagayuru. The escape sent Joshan into a rage. Bloodshot eyes locked on Yang Jin and Yi Feng above. Traps, stamina, and time had spent them all for that 100 points, now gone. He wanted to rip them apart. Before the curse faded, boom, boom, 2 figures crashed onto the sand, grain spraying, barely 20 meters apart. Who the hell were you cursing at? Yi Feng drew his 8-sided Han sword, cold light dancing on the blade. Joshan snarled. Yi Feng, we finally forced the moray ashore. You barged in, ruined everything, and Mashengi's hurt because of you. Shut up. Yang Jin snapped. 4 of you couldn't handle one beast, and you blame us? Pathetic and shameless. Yi Feng, Yang Jin, trying to start an international incident? Jushan roared. Please, Yi Feng scoffed. Small fry like you don't raid an international incident. At once the 2 beside Joshan tore off their visors in anger. The blonde, blue-eyed youth on the left barked, Yi Feng, don't push it. Williams, I'm not afraid of you. The black-haired youth on the right added. Yi Feng, so what if you're a direct heir of the Yi clan? Wang Luchuan, and I'm just as good as you. Yi Feng threw back his head and laughed. So the Wang clan is teaming up with a Jap? Pathetic. Wang Luchuan flushed. Don't slander us. We 4 only teamed up to hunt the monster. Williams said coldly, 2 freshmen acting high and mighty? Today you'll learn to respect your seniors. Yang Jin ran the numbers. Jioshan, Williams, and Mashengi were high-level fighters. Wang Luchuan was mid-level. They held the edge in both rank and numbers. Yi Feng's mouth curved. Bro, fight or leave. Yang Jin's voice dropped. Funga, 2 against 4, and Mashengi's injured. What's to fear? With a slap on the weapon case, Yang Jin flicked out 2 sections of the Dragon Fang spear. They landed in his palms with a crisp metallic ring, a swift twist, a sharp click, and the gleaming weapon locked together. He lifted the tip, its icy glare stabbing toward Jiushan Gangtian and his crew. Jiushan Gangtian, face me. His shout ripped through the air. Yi Feng stepped forward, crossing his 8-sided Han sword in front of his chest to stand beside Yang Jin. That's right, Jiushan Gangtian. Wiley and Musui, don't the 4 of you come at once? The 2 of us will take you all on. The taunt sent blood surging on the other side. Mashing Ji, still aching from the electric shock that had floored him, pushed up on trembling arms, veins bulging. Wang Luchuan's face contorted with hatred. Brother Jiushan, those 2 are far too cocky, he growled. Let's jump them and beat them into the ground. Jiushan Gangtian shot him a glare. Jump them? Against 2 rookies? How would that look? If you have no shame, I still do. Wang Luchuan flushed scarlet, but words stuck in his throat. Jiushan Gangtian turned to the blonde Weilian Musi. Weilian, we take 1 each. You handle Yi Feng, we'll deal with Yang Jin. Wily Amos's hair whipped in the wind as he drew a heavy-backed saber, baring his teeth. Fine by me. I've long been sick of that, you brat. The so-called top clan in Jingdu means nothing to me. Jiushan Gangtian flicked a glance at Mashing Ji and Wang Luchuan. Mashing Ji, Wang Luchuan, hold the line. Yes. Mashing Ji bowed his head. Wang Luchuan swallowed his frustration. Understood. Steel flashed as Weilian Musi lunged, boots tearing at the ground. Like a lion pouncing, he cleaved at Yi Feng from 10 meters away. Yi Feng, let's see what you're made of. Bring it on. Yi Feng roared. The 8-sided Han sword swept up with tidal force to meet the descending blade. Sparks burst as metal screamed, the 2 locking instantly in a whirlwind of steel. On the other side, Yang Jin and Jiushan Gangtian faced off. Yang Jin rested the butt of his spear on the ground, the tip trembling ever so slightly. Jiushan Gangshan's hand lay on his hilt, eyes cold as flint. The air itself seemed to freeze beneath their intent. Whoosh! Jiushan Gangtian flicked his wrist, sending a blinding arc of steel through the air. As heir to the Beichun Itoryu, he united mind, ki, and strength in a single heartbeat. Power, speed, and spirit exploded together. Legends said one swing could slice the wings from a fly at 10 meters without harming its body. Beautiful technique. Mashing Ji exclaimed. He had once fallen to that very strike. Great slash. Wang Luchuan shouted, eyes watering under the glare. A thin smile curled Jiushan Gangshan's lips. The blade cut the air like silk, reaching Yang Jin's chest in a blink. Yet Yang Jin did not move. Jiushan Gangshan's gaze sharpened. Frozen with fear? I can't kill him, but crippling him will avenge Quan Yang Jian. Yang Jin stood with spear in hand, mind power radiating outward. In his sight, Jiushan Gangshan's charge slowed to a crawl. Every stance, every flicker of expression, even the arc carved by the blade and the rip in the air it left behind, showed with razor clarity. In that instant the essence of Hokushin Itoryu was laid completely bare. Yang Jin stared at the whistling Tachi, and a flash of insight tore through the fog that had long clouded his mind. The elusive technique he called collapse had finally stirred. He lifted his arm, man and spear merging into a single line, and loosed a casual, level thrust. No frills, no wasted motion, only the pure, direct edge of true spear work. It looked almost unhurried, yet inside it carried the weight of a landslide. VRRNNN. The tip kissed the sword's flat, and a deep boom rang out. Hatoyama Okada felt the weapon go light in his grip as the Tachi snapped cleanly at the point of impact. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He gasped, frozen in place with half a blade in his hand. This was a 5-star weapon. Cold sweat rolled down his temples as he imagined what would have happened if that thrust had landed on flesh instead of steel. Off to the side, Asukichi and Wang Luchuan stared wide-eyed, equally stunned. A sudden thought struck Wang, and his voice shook. Yang Jin, did you just grasp Eldermo's power technique? What? Hatoyama Okada and Asukichi blurted in unison. Even Williams and Yi Feng, locked in their own fight, halted at once. Williams gawked at the broken edge. My god, Yang Jin's an once-in-a-generation prodigy. Yi Feng abandoned the duel and landed beside Yang Jin. Brother, did you really master collapse? Yang Jin ran a calm hand along the spear and spoke after a moment. I've only scratched the surface. I'm still a long way off. Yi Feng was still reeling. Even the surface is terrifying. How else could a single thrust shatter Itachi? As an heir of the leading family in capital-based city, he had seen countless talents, yet Yang Jin still shook him. A thought rose unbidden. If Yang Jin remained unbroken, he was almost certain to reach Marshal Saint level. If only the Yi family had a daughter of suitable age, they would take him as a son-in-law on the spot. And with Kennen Ichiro and Park Seekjin filing a full investigation request, the family could not stay idle. He resolved to ask grandfather to back Yang Jin the moment he returned. While these thoughts churned, Williams strode forward, drew a deep breath, and announced, Yang Jin, you have my respect. From this day on, I'll never stand against you. Yang Jin smiled lightly. William, better friends than rivals. Well said. Williams laughed, sprang onto his flyer, and shot into the sky, leaving a still dazed Hatoyama Okada behind. Yang Jin turned to the remaining three, voice flat and emotionless. Gentlemen, how about you? Hatoyama Okada ground his teeth and snorted. Yang Jin, you win today, we'll see about tomorrow. He scooped up the broken sword, motioned to his companions, and the three of them boarded their craft and roared away. They were gone, but the sea wind remained. Yang Jin sat cross-legged on the sand and told Yi Feng, Brother Feng, I've gained some insight into collapse. I want to strike while the iron's hot and meditate. Guard me, please. Leave it to me, brother. Yi Feng pounded his chest in promise, retreated a dozen meters, and kept every nerve taut, alert to the faintest stir of wind or grass. More than half an hour had passed, yet Yang Jin still kept his eyes shut. Sitting cross-legged nearby, Yi Feng steadied his breathing. Neither urging nor disturbing him knew this was a critical moment of insight for Yang Jin. Blub blub. Sudden bubbles swelled on the calm sea, and a pitch-black fish head slowly emerged. Its eyes rolled restlessly. It was the electric sea eel that had escaped earlier. Classed as a Tier 3 low-level beast, roughly equal to an entry-level martial venerable, it could spit out tens of thousands of volts in an instant, a blast deadly enough to fry both flesh and any electronics hidden inside armor. Vindictive by nature, once it marked a target it would never let go. The eel writhed its thick, long body, probing toward the beach. Yi Feng's eyes hardened. If he and Yang Jin fought together, they might hold their own, but he was alone now and had to keep from disturbing Yang Jin. The only option was to keep the creature trapped in the water. Without hesitation, he leaped onto his flyer and charged. Crack! A silver-white current unfurled like a giant net, sweeping through the air. Yi Feng swerved aside. Cold light flashed from the detached Han's sword in his right hand, while his left brushed his belt and ripped off a palm-sized flat metal case. He flung the case skyward. It burst open with a snap, releasing hundreds of slender, conical steel darts that rained down like a storm. Forged with adamant alloy and graded 5-star, they could pierce thick iron with ease. Yi Feng's signature trump card. The darts thudded into the eel's head, a dozen of them sinking to the hilt. With a shrill screech, the creature thrashed wildly, churning the sea into crashing walls of water. The next instant it opened its jaws wide. A luminous blue bolt lashed out like a thunder whip, spanning dozens of meters toward the meditating Yang Jin on the beach. Unable to strike Yi Feng, the beast had decided to eliminate the defenseless human first. The sudden turn made Yi Feng's scalp prickle. Without time to think, he pushed off the flyer with his toes and kicked it forward. The craft shot out like a shell and collided with the bolt. Sparks exploded, the frame shuddered violently, then spun out of control and crashed. Foiled, the eel dipped its head and vanished beneath the waves. Staring at the sparking wreckage and remembering the dozen darts had just spent, Yi Feng felt a pang. The monster was still alive, and had just lost gear worth millions. Even with his deep pockets it still hurt. While he was lamenting, the sand beneath his feet began to tremble, as if some giant thing were tunneling at speed below. Yi Feng tensed and shouted at the top of his lungs, Brother, there's a beast under the sand. Move. Before the words had faded, Yang Jin's eyes snapped open, and he shot skyward like an arrow loosed from the string. His feet had barely left the ground when boom, the sand erupted. Yellow grain sprayed everywhere as a beast burst out amid crackling arcs. With a pointed head and sinuous body wreathed in electricity, the creature still bore the row of dark steel darts on its skull. It was the vengeful electric sea eel. The sight made Yi Feng's pupils contract sharply. Suspended in midair with nowhere to land, Yang Jin faced an electric eel whose jaws crackled with gathering voltage aimed squarely at him. In the next instant he whipped his body around, driving his spear straight down. The tip punched into the creature's soft mouth. As it pierced through, a blinding arc slammed into the alloy tip, spreading like a detonation of white netting. Boom, boom. Two dull blasts followed one another. The first shattered the eel's skull under its own feedback. The second hurled Yang Jin onto the beach, where he hit hard enough to crater the sand. Blood misted in the salty air while the monster's remains thrashed across the golden shore, muscles knotting like twisted cables. Yang Jin lay half-buried, limbs buzzing with paralysis, breathing ragged. Brother, you alive? Yi Feng slid his short blade away and sprinted over, hauling him out of the sand. Seconds later Yang Jin let out a long, shaky breath, voice weak yet calm. I'm all right, Brother Feng, just numb everywhere. Give me a minute. The nanormer's insulation had spared him anything worse than surface burns. Once convinced his partner was safe, Yi Feng's gaze locked onto the hulking eel carcass. He rubbed his palms together, practically sparking. Jackpot. A low-tier third-rank beast, 100 merit points just for the kill, and the sale will clear 10 million easy. He crouched to retrieve steel needles half buried in the sand, feeling even better once his gear was back in hand. Midband. Yi Feng glanced over, eyes wide. Bro, that last strike you've mastered Eldermo's force technique collapse? Yang Jin flexed his stiff arms, grain sliding off. Half an hour of meditation gave me some insight. ID call it entry level. Power only triples or quadruples, nowhere near eldermost tenfold. Only triples or quadruples. Yifeng clicked his tongue. One casual thrust multiplies your force several times. You can already punch above your rank. Whatever happens, you have to teach me. Deal. Yang Jin nodded. And we split the points and the cash 50-50. Brother, you're the best. Yifeng slapped his shoulder. Dinner's on me tonight. Then he'll eat till I burst. Yang Jin chuckled. They tidied the field, lashed the massive corpse beneath their flyer, and headed home. Sparks spat from the battered hoverboard under Yifeng's feet, its casing scorched, but it limped along at altitude. That afternoon they dragged the eel into the training camp, immediately drawing a swarm of cadets. 2 senior trainees had dropped a third-rank beast. The rookie class was stunned. Envy, praise, and jealousy tangled in every stare. In one corner, Joshan Okada and Isao Kichi looked ready to explode. Isao's fists whitened as he growled. We set the trap that lured that eel ashore. Yifeng and Yang Jin stole it. Unacceptable. Wang Luchuan hung his head, voice trembling. Brother Joshan, I offended those 2. If they target me, I'm finished here. What do I do? Jushin's own anger simmered. His face was like thunder. Isao, what do you expect me to do about it? Wang Luchuan, your problems aren't mine. I lost to Yang Jin. If word gets out, my reputation, not just yours, goes down the drain. He flung an arm in disgust and stalked off. Isao and Wang traded glances, resentment now aimed squarely at Joshan Okada. In a detached villa in the affluent district of Guangshan Bay City, the tea room was spacious and serene, its lighting soft, the sandalwood floor polished to a mirror sheen. Kuan-Yang Along, dressed in a charcoal men's kimono, knelt upright on a zabuton, maintaining perfect size. He flicked the moisture from the rim of his teacup, took a small sip of matcha, and savored its grassy bitterness before the cool sweetness bloomed on his tongue. Setting the cup down, he let his gaze settle on Pu Shuachin, kneeling across from him. Pukuin, why so downcast? Yilong's voice was low and measured, yet carried a keen edge. Pu Shuachin's face was as wrinkled as a bitter gourd. Brother Kuan-Yang, my son Pu Fuan is gone. How could I possibly feel joy? He lifted his cup and drank, but the warmth of the tea could not thaw the cold in his chest. Yilong nodded lightly, half in acknowledgement, half to himself. Pukuin, my son Kuan-Yang Jian is dead as well. Let's assume he simply went ahead to serve His Majesty in heaven. Pu Shuachin held his silence, eyes dark. Yilong has 4 sons. Losing one is nothing to him. Mine was an only child. He buried the thought, forced a calm expression, and took another sip. Brother Kuan-Yang, if we file a joint petition to investigate Yang Jin, do you think the Blue Star Alliance will approve it? He asked at last. Yilong smiled with quiet confidence. Rest assured, Pukuin, I've greased the wheels in advance. It will pass. His voice suddenly sharpened. I see. If that wretch Yang Jin hadn't entered Xinhua Martial Academy and signed its class student contract, I would have dealt with him quietly long ago. No petition needed. Anger flared in Pu Shuachin's eyes. In that case, why not target his family first? Let him taste the pain of losing those he loves. Unwise. Yilong shook his head immediately. Our real goal is Yang Jin. His relatives are ordinary civilians. Striking them would only alert him. Once we prove he murdered his own kind on an alien world, death is certain. When the public frenzy dies down, his family will be forgotten, and we can act at leisure. His gaze turned cold, like a viper lurking in the dark. Pu Shuachin still looked uneasy. Brother Kuan-Yang, Yang Jin's talent is remarkable. Xinhua might shield him. Elder Mo Lanfeng is said to favor the boy. If he intervenes, Yilong waved the concern aside. Even Mo Lanfeng can't halt this probe. Gongbin Jiexiong, the Dongying war saint, has personally enlisted a war saint-level psychic for the hypnosis interrogation. Once Yang Jin's killings are exposed, not even Mo Lanfeng will defy the entire world to save him. At the words 2 war saints, Pu Shuachin's brows eased. He could already picture Yang Jin dragged to the execution ground, riddled with bullets. Excellent. With 2 war saints involved, Yang Jin is finished. In the central highlands of Alishan Island lies a vast freshwater lake spanning nearly 100,000 square kilometers. Split into northern and southern halves, the northern basin is round like the sun, while the southern curves like a crescent moon, hence the name Sun Moon Lake. At the lake's heart, a solitary isle hosts an expansive Chinese garden. White walls and gray tiles, sweeping eaves, winding corridors that meet the water's edge, rockeries scattered with studied grace, each turn revealing a new vista, as though one were walking through an ancient scroll. At the garden's center rises a majestic main hall whose golden glazed tiles blaze beneath the sun. The doors stand open. Inside, an ebony floor bears a massive Taijabagua diagram. A middle-aged man in training clothes sits cross-legged on the black dot of the yin-yang symbol, eyes closed in silent meditation. The middle-aged man wore a thick crop of black hair. His square face was chiseled like stone, and 2 heavy brows cut across a broad forehead, radiating authority and strength. A shaft of chilly daylight slanted from the eaves of the great hall, outlining his upright figure and mingling cold with power. leaving no doubt about his identity, the head of Xinhua Martial Academy, the unrivaled champion of Blue Star, the invincible martial saint, Huo Pengjiu. Born more than a century ago, Huo Pengjiu had witnessed the convergence of the stars. With peerless cultivation, he had pressed the marks of age deep into the folds of time, so that he now looked barely 40. At this moment he sat cross-legged on a practice mat before a bronze throne, his chest rising and falling in a slow rhythm. Suddenly he opened his eyes. A pinhead of crystalline white light gathered in his pupils, flashed, and vanished without a sound. At the doorway, a suit of fully violet gold nanomech armor stepped half a pace inside. Its electronic eye gleamed as a flat mechanical voice reported, "Headmaster, Elder Mo requests an audience." Huo Pengjiu withdrew his aura, rose to his feet, and let a rare, gentle smile appear. "Lanfeng is here, send him in." Light footsteps approached. Mo Lanfeng pushed the door open. The hem of his gray-black coat swept the floor, and he looked up with a broad grin. "Big brother, you were gone for more than 2 months. I've missed you like crazy. Did the trip pay off? How about sharing a bit of the spoils with your little brother?" Huo Pengjiu shook his head, laughing. "Lanfeng, every time we meet you've got your eye on the loot. You just can't stand losing out, can you?" Mo Lanfeng chuckled. "Can't help it. You're my old captain and Blue Star's richest man. A small fry like me has to rely on your support. Enough of the sob story. I've already prepared something for you." Huo Pengjiu flicked his wrist. A streak of crimson light sliced through the air and landed precisely in Mo Lanfeng's palm. It was a fired stone the size of a goose egg, warm to the touch, with molten light swirling inside like a miniature lava heart. An elemental fire stone. Mo Lanfeng's eyes lit up. He looked back at Huo Pengjiu. "Big brother, that's thoughtful of you. Qingfang will be grateful." Huo Pengjiu laughed heartily. "Tell that girl to master her ability soon, advance to martial lord, and send us good news." After a few minutes of casual chat, Mo Lanfeng pocketed the stone, and his expression turned solemn. "Big brother, I have another matter to report." "Oh?" Huo Pengjiu raised an eyebrow. "Let's hear it." Mo Lanfeng produced a transparent handheld tablet, tapped the screen, and projected a light curtain. "This is an application that just arrived from the Blue Star Alliance, jointly filed by 2 martial lords. They want permission to investigate a high-level martial artist. The request already carries the signatures of 2 martial saint counselors. Because the target trains in our regular camp, the Alliance forwarded the document to me." Intrigued, Huo Pengjiu leaned in and opened the file. "They've got nerve. One of our academy's students has managed to offend 2 martial lords at once." The text on the light curtain was crystal clear. Yang Jin, 18, native of Hanyang Bay City, Huaxia. During the Global Martial Arts Elite Tournament, he and Quan Yangjian and Piao Fuan accidentally triggered a wormhole and entered an alien world. Only Yang Jin returned alive. Quan Yangjian's father, Quan Ilong, employed a secret Eastern technique at great cost and concluded that both Quan Yangjian and Piao Fuan died on the alien world. The prime suspect is Yang Jin. We humbly request the Blue Star Alliance to appoint a martial lord or martial saint-level psychic to hypnotically question Yang Jin and secure justice for the deceased. The application recounted the entire event and the divination details of Quan Ilong and Piao Shuaching so vividly that guilt seemed all but certain. After reading, Huo Pengjiu looked up. "Lanfeng, what's your take?" Mo Lanfeng spoke bluntly. "Big brother, it's simple. Yang Jin is a student of Xinhua Martial Academy. We can't let outsiders slander and bully him because of Quan Yilong's mumbo-jumbo. I say we reject the request outright and refuse to carry it out." Hearing Mo Lanfeng's report, Huo Pengjiu paused for a moment. "Lanfeng, let me see." He took the electronic petition, slid a finger across the virtual page, and the golden panel shrank into a single point of light that hovered over his palm. "This has the signatures of counselors Miyamoto Yoshio and Andrew," he noted. "Inukai Ichiro and Park Seikjin, speaking as the bereaved, have also endorsed it. Their reasoning is airtight. I may be the Alliance's first speaker, but I can't reject it out of hand." Mo Lanfeng nodded, but still looked worried. "Brother, the investigation itself isn't what bothers me. During hypnosis, they might plant something in Yang Jin. Word is they've invited Ayurveda of Indran, entry-level war saint and powerful mentalist. Every bit my Equalto conduct the interrogation." Huo Pengjiu's brows lifted. His voice dropped. "Mobilizing that kind of force against a single cadet? Inukai must have another agenda." "Lanfeng, what do you know about Yang Jin?" Mo Lanfeng answered honestly. "Brother, Yang Jin is Qin Fang's sworn brother. On the Beast Planet he gathered more than 30 fire element stones the size of bottle caps and gave every last one to Qin Fang." Huo Pengjiu's eyes lit up. "Good kid, and generous. Altogether those stones outweigh even the one I just gifted her." Mo Lanfeng continued. "At the first class a few days ago, I demonstrated collapse. So far, Yang Jin is the only student who's even begun to grasp it." "What?" Huo Pengjiu's voice shot up. As an invincible war saint, he knew exactly how hard collapse was to learn. He took a deep breath. "Phoenix, pull up Yang Jin's full record." A soft female voice echoed through the hall. "Right away, headmaster." Within 3 seconds, a laser spray formed a square display in front of them, dossiers stacking layer upon layer. 1. Birthplace, Yuesha City, Hanyang Base. 2. Academic record, average performance in primary, middle, and high school. 3. Turning point, latent talent emerged just before graduation, power rose sharply. 4. Family background, social network, competition history 18 years laid bare. Huapeng's gaze followed the rapid scroll of data while his mind raced. Back in May, a mortally wounded Outer Realm fiend broke through a wormhole and landed on Blue Star. Its last known location was near Yuesha City. I ordered every Torch Martial Academy to search, but we never found it. His fingertip froze. His pupils contracted. Could it be? A bold theory formed. Yang Jin might have inherited the fiend's legacy or been possessed by it, explaining his sudden leap in ability. The light screen kept rolling, casting shifting shadows across Huapeng's solemn face. Looks like I'll have to examine him myself. If Yang Jin really holds an Outer Realm legacy, it could be the chance of a lifetime. If he really has been possessed by an Outer Realm fiend. A few minutes later, Huapengjiu closed his terminal. His eyes were as calm and deep as a bottomless well. His mind was already made up. Turning to Mo Lanfeng, he spoke crisply. Lanfeng, inform the Blue Star Alliance that I agree to let them question Yang Jin. They can choose the time and the personnel, but make it as soon as possible. The location will be 100 li east of Alishan Island. You'll escort Yang Jin in person as a representative of Xinhua Martial Academy. Mo Lanfeng bowed slightly. Understood. Huapengjiu paused, then added, if Yang Jin is not the murderer, Inukai Ichiro and Park Seokshin must pay hefty compensation, issue a public apology, and clear his name. If he is the killer, bring him back and let the academy deal with him. His words made it clear he was willing to stand up for Yang Jin. Joy flared in Mo Lanfeng's chest, though worry lingered. Brother, I'm afraid Miyamoto Jiexiong and the others will try to interfere. Huapeng's expression remained indifferent. Who among the islanders would dare ignore my words? As he finished, he raised his right hand. The air before him split open, and a 3 Han sword shot out with a hiss. The scabbard bore a single seal script character Da. The Da sword, rated beyond 5S, had earned a fearsome reputation. Countless humans and monsters had fallen beneath its edge. Huapengjiu said softly, Lanfeng, take my sword with you. If anyone tries any tricks, let them learn what it means to rule with Da. Yes, sir. Mo Lanfeng accepted the sword with both hands, shaken. His elder brother was actually lending his personal weapon to guarantee Yang Jin's safety. Though Yang Jin was extraordinarily gifted, this level of favor seemed excessive. Could there be another reason? Setting the thought aside, he sighed inwardly. As long as Yang Jin is protected, I can give my daughter a proper explanation. With that, he took his leave of Huapengjiu and departed the island. Huapengjiu strolled out of the great hall, lifted his gaze to the sky, and watched shifting lights dance in his eyes. No one could guess what he was thinking. September 8th. The weather was fine. That morning, Yang Jin received word from his advisor, Sun Renjia. Pack your gear and wait for Elder Mo Lanfeng on the training camp square. When he arrived, many trainees greeted him warmly after the electric sea eel incident was reported. He and Yifeng had each earned 50 points, placing them first and third on the leaderboard with 150 and 140 points, respectively. Relax, bro. With Elder Mo along, you'll be fine, Yifeng said by the field, giving him a thumbs up. Don't worry. I didn't kill anyone. They'll clear my name soon enough. Yang Jin's tone was even. Before he finished speaking, a triangular gunship sliced through the sky and hovered over the camp. The hatch opened, and Mo Lanfeng's voice boomed through the amplifiers. Yang Jin, board now. Yang Jin stepped onto the ramp and entered the cabin. The interior was spacious, clad in top-grade materials, its weapon systems fully loaded luxury and firepower in equal measure. Mo Lanfeng waved him over. Xiaoyang, it's only a little over 100 li ahead, just a few minutes. Help yourself to the fruit and drinks. Yang Jin sat on a sofa opposite him and smiled. Thank you, Elder. Mo Lanfeng leaned forward. Xiaoyang, Qinfang called you, didn't she? Yes, Elder. Yang Jin nodded. Sister Mo phoned this morning to reassure me. She said that with your protection, even if we have to cross blades or dive into a dragon's lair, they'll come back unharmed. Mo Lanfeng burst out laughing at Yang Jin's remark. No wonder Qinfang says you're sweet-talking. Those lines definitely didn't come from her, you made them up on the fly, didn't you? Yang Jin put on a guilty face. Elder, you see right through me. Mo Lanfeng casually picked up an apple from the fruit tray and handed it over. Here, have some fruit. Yang Jin took a bite. The flesh was crisp and firm, juice almost running between his fingers. An Alishan mountain apple, sweet and refreshing. It's delicious. Mo Lanfeng chuckled. A specialty of Alishan. When Qinfang was little, these were her favorite. Yang Jin chimed in. When this is over, he'll buy a few crates and send them to Sister Mo in your name. She'll be thrilled. Excellent, excellent. Mo Lanfeng was in high spirits. While they chatted, the helicopter had already traveled 100 kilometers. A luxury cruise ship slowly loomed larger below. Mo Lanfeng signaled the pilot to hover, then jumped from the door with Yang Jin, landing squarely on the deck. Elder Mo, thank you for coming in person. A middle-aged man hurried over, smiling so broadly his eyes disappeared. You're investigating a student from my Shinho Martial Academy. How could I not show up? Mo Lanfeng's voice was icy, without the slightest hint of warmth. The man waved his hands. Elder Mo, you wrong me. This wasn't my idea at all. Kanuya Ichiro and Park Seokshun pushed for it. Please don't be angry. Mo Lanfeng cut him off with a raised hand. Enough, Lu Sheng. I'm not blaming you. Just lead the way. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can get back for lunch. Yes, yes. They're in the main salon. Please, this way. Lu Sheng bowed repeatedly and led them inside. The main salon was spacious. Clusters of crystal chandeliers hung like burning stars, bathing the blood-red carpet in light. A 10-meter table stretched down the center, with 4 people seated on the left. Kanuya Ichiro and Park Seokshun were among them, their eyes almost spitting fire at the sight of Yang Jin, as if they wanted to tear him apart. Another man had a broad, fleshy face. The front of his head was shaved smooth, the remaining hair gathered in a top-nota classic samurai chanmich. This was the martial saint, Miyamoto Jieshio. The last man was little more than skin and bone, his clothes hanging on him like laundry on a pole. He tilted his head slightly, eyes sweeping over Yang Jin, and a surge of unseen mental pressure crashed forward. Trying a psychic probe the moment we meet? Bold, Yang Jin thought, alarmed. Mo Lanfeng stepped forward, flicked his sleeve, and a gust of wind scattered the mental force. Ayurveda, what's the meaning of this? The gaunt man cackled. Relax, Mo Lanfeng. The young man looked interesting. I just wanted a peek. Mo Lanfeng snorted. Shouldn't you be in Tianju doing yoga and eating curry? Must be nice having so much free time to meddle abroad. Miyamoto Jieshong spoke in a low voice. Mo Lanfeng, that's uncalled for. Master Ayurveda is a yogi who grieves for all beings and despises evil. Wherever deception lurks, hell expose it, restore the truth, and give the dead their justice. With that, his gaze locked onto Yang Jin, radiating unconcealed cold contempt. He stared down as though examining an insignificant ant, a superiority so lofty it sent a chill through the room. Overhead chandeliers blazed, but the light on every face carried no warmth. Mo Lanfeng let out a derisive snort. Justice lives in people's hearts, he said. Words alone won't prove it. The instant the two sides confronted each other, the air crackled with hostility. Even before the questioning began, the tension was stretched to its limit. Host Lu Sheng pressed a throbbing temple. On his left sat mid-tier martial saint Mo Lanfeng and high-tier martial adept Yang Jin. On his right waited mid-tier martial saint Gongben Jiexiong, junior martial saint Ayurveda, and 2 mid-tier martial lords Inukai Ichiro and Park Seokshun. Offending any of them was unthinkable, so he forced a conciliatory smile. Elder Mo, please take your seat. Very well, business first. Yang Jin, sit by me. Mo Lanfeng strode to the right side of the long table, the sweep of his robe whispering against the wood. Yang Jin trailed him, and both men sat. Opposite them, Gongben Jiexiong gave a chilly laugh, voice thin and dangerous. Master, Ayu, begin. Ayurveda's gaze flicked to Yang Jin. A glint of cruelty surfaced, and his psychic power gathered. Hold it. Mo Lanfeng raised his right arm, fingers spread wide, cutting Ayurveda short. Gongben Jiexiong's brows rose, clearly annoyed. Mo Lanfeng, what are you playing at? Nothing much, just calling in a witness so no one tries anything underhanded. As he spoke, Mo reached behind his chair and drew out a long bundle wrapped tightly in coarse cloth. Every pair of eyes riveted on it. Mo peeled back the fabric. Cold light Flashita's sword, entirely black, appeared. The design was ancient, the scabbard coiled with intricate old patterns. At its center a single bold character was carved, the discord. What? Gongben Jiexiong and Ayurveda recoiled, shouting in unison. Inukai Ichiro and Park Seokshun held their breath. Lu Sheng and Yang Jin stared wide-eyed. The hall went dead quiet. The discord had once hung at the hip of the peerless martial saint Huapengjiu. Rated beyond 5S, the blade was said to possess its own spirit. It stood for Hua himself, an imperial token of absolute authority. Lu Sheng whispered. The discord Yang Jin's eyes never left the blade. Moments earlier certain he controlled the field, Gongben Jiexiong turned ashen, his heart pounded. Ayurveda inhaled, his posture instantly humbler. Elder Mo, what orders has the first speaker given? The earlier insolent address was gone, replaced by respect. Mo Lanfeng rested his hand on the sword and spoke evenly. The Chancellor says that during this inquiry, anyone who dares resort to petty tricks will be persuaded by Da. Those 4 words hit Gongben Jiexiong and the others like a hammer. For the descendants of the Eastern Isles, it was an enduring nightmare. Decades ago Huapengjiu, the sword in hand, uttered the same words as he crushed the 4 islands, leaving rivers of blood. Since then, persuaded by Da had become their eternal terror. Gongben Jiexiong dropped his gaze and held his tongue. Inukai Ichiro and Park Seokshun exchanged alarmed looks. Ayurveda bent at the waist. We obey the first speaker. Mo Lanfeng nodded. The sword lay across the tabletop, its cold gleam unbroken. Ayurveda, proceed. Yes, sir. Ayurveda glanced at the blade, burying every scheme deep within, not daring to let a single one surface. Ayufichuo's face brightened, a smile climbing to the corners of his eyes, gentle as the clay bodhisattvas in a temple. His voice was so soft it seemed to drip with warmth. Young Jin, this is a routine inquiry. Please cooperate. I'm going to hypnotize you now. Relax. There's no need to be nervous. Mid-sentence, worried the subject might lose the rhythm, he traced slow, deliberate arcs in the air with his fingers. Yang Jin, follow my hand. Yes, just like that, good. A strange atmosphere spread through the interrogation room. It felt less like questioning and more like a private sleep session for a rich client. Inukai Ichiro and Park Seo-chun exchanged a look, resentment churning inside them, yet they scarcely dared to breathe. Miyamoto Jishyong clenched his teeth, silently cursing Ayufichuo's ancestors through 18 generations. Damn the man. May he choke on curry, be poisoned by Ganges water, and get ravaged by male lizards. A gauzy veil of psychic power settled over Yang Jin. His eyelids grew heavy, his head drooped, his pupils dilated, and his expression dissolved into haze. Yang Jin, Ayufichuo murmured, his tone soft yet irresistible. In the other world, were you involved in the deaths of Inukai Ken and Park Fuan? Yes. The single word drifted like silk yet hit the floor like iron, jolting everyone. Mo Lanfeng felt a chill. Miyamoto Jiexing's eyes turned sharp, and fury smoldered deep in the pupils of Inukai Ichiro and Park Seo-chun. But only tangentially, Yang Jin added, freezing the room a second time. Ayufichuo kept his hypnotic cadence. Why? Tell us exactly what happened. Hey, race the truth. Yang Jin's voice came as though through thick cotton, halting. On Minas Island, Park Fuan ambushed me in a cliffside cave. I fought back and damaged his flight module. When we reached the alien world, the three of us ended up on a ledge. A beast tribe was holding some kind of ritual nearby. They surrounded us, so we jumped to survive. Fearing another ambush, I fled in a different direction and only saw. Ayufichuo leaned forward slightly. What did you see? Inukai Ichiro and Park Seo-chun unconsciously held their breath. I saw Park Fuhan's flyer, damaged and wobbling in the air. He grabbed Inukai Ken's arm, begging for help, but Inukai Ken kicked him away and escaped alone on the flyer. Park Seo-chun's face went chalk white, and his voice trembled. Yang Jin, and then? Park Fuan fell off the cliff and was smashed to pieces. Inukai Ken vanished after that. I never saw him again, and I don't know if he's dead or alive. Fuan. Park Seo-chun broke down, his features contorting, eyes bloodshot with rage. He glared at Inukai Ichiro, forcing out each word through clenched teeth. Inukai Ichiro, your son let my boy die, and even kicked him to his death. You lied to me, said Yang Jin killed him, treated me like a fool, and ruined me. The tidal wave of hatred crashed into Inukai Ichiro. Mr. Park, don't listen to Yang Jin's nonsense. He blurted. Humph. Ayufichuo's face darkened. Inukai Ichiro, what is that supposed to mean? Are you questioning my hypnosis? Master Ayu, please calm down. I didn't mean that. Inukai Ichiro waved his hands in panic. Ayu Feitua opened his bright green eyes and fixed them on Kuan-yang Along. Then tell us, what exactly do you mean? His voice was low, the rumble before a storm. Sweat beaded on Kuan-yang Yilong's forehead, his lips quivering. The words refused to come. Silence, all of you. Mo Lanfeng shot to his feet. With a snap of his arm, the cold gleaming German sword slammed onto the table, its metallic clang knifing through the air. Yang Jin jolted out of his daze. Kuan-yang Along, Pu Shuachin, Ayu Feitoa, and Gongbin Jiexinggal ready to speak snapped their mouths shut, every eye drawn to that blade. Mo Lanfeng's gaze blazed as it swept across the four faces. Kuan-yang Along, Pu Shichin, you publicly slandered Yang Jin. By order of Dean Hua, you will pay massive damages, make a public apology, and restore his reputation immediately. The air seemed to freeze. After a long beat, Mo Lanfeng gave a cold laugh. What's wrong? Unwilling. Kuan-yang Ilong felt chills crawl down his spine under that sinister stare, sweat trickling down his neck. I submit. I'll pay 1 billion Blue Star credits. That's better. Mo Lanfeng turned to Pu Shuachin. Pu Shuachin clasped his fists, voice shaking. Elder Mo, I wronged Yang Jin and will pay as well, but Kuan-yang Jian killed my son. Please, give me justice. Gongbin Jixiong cleared his throat. Pu Shuachin, you can't blame your son's death entirely on Kuan-yang Jian. Remember, the aircraft at the Global Martial Arts Youth Tournament was a civilian model, rated for 1 passenger. Kuan-yang Jian chose self-preservation. That's understandable. Even with a weight limit, if head reached out, my boy could have hung on till landing. Pu Shichin's eyes reddened. However you slice it, Kuan-yang Jian can't escape responsibility. Grief, humiliation, and fury churned in his chest like a boulder crushing his heart. He almost spat blood. If not for Gongbin Jixiong, he would already have drawn his weapon on Kuan-yang Ilong. When the questioning ended, Yang Jin left with Mo Lanfeng. He had arrived with just over 60 million in his bank account. When he left, The balance had soared to 2.6 billion, 2 billion of it straight from Quanyang Ilong and Pu Shichen's compensation. Mo Lanfeng's plane climbed and disappeared into the sky. Unable to stay, Pu Shuachen cast Quanyang Ilong a savage glare. Quanyang Ilong, this isn't over. Quanyang Ilong cursed under his breath. Useless fool. Gongbin Jiexiong watched the fading contrail, thoughts churning. At length, he turned to Au Feitoa. Master Au, do you think Yang Jin might be lying? Au Fichuo's brow creased, his tone impatient. Brother Gongbin, are you questioning my skill? I'm not doubting, you just weighing the possibilities, Gongbin Jiexiong said in a low voice. Au Feitoa thought a moment, then spoke slowly. Under my hypnosis, only 2 scenarios allow someone to lie. First, he carries a spiritual artifact above the 5S level, one that can block my mental probe. Gongbin Jiexiong leaned in until their heads nearly touched. Could that German sword be shielding him? Impossible. Au Feitoa rejected the idea at once. The invincible martial saint is open and above board. If he wanted to protect Yang Jin, a single word would suffice, no need for tricks. Besides, while I was hypnotizing, the sword was completely inert. Fair enough, Gongbin Jiexiong nodded, still unwilling to concede. So what's the second possibility? The second possibility, Ayafichuo said, is that our opponent is a telepath whose psychic strength rivals my own. Inukai Ichiro stood off to the side, hands awkwardly hanging, chest rising and falling rapidly. At last he mustered the courage to speak. Master Au, do you think Yang Jin might be a telepath? Ayafichuo turned, his gaze as sharp as a knife, eyes filled with scorn as if staring at a stupid pig. Inukai Ichiro, is your skull packed with dog manure, or have you guzzled so much nuclear wastewater that your brains turned to sludge? Let me make this crystal clear. I am 100% certain Yang Jin is not a telepath. The single remark dripped with mockery. Inukai Ichiro's face went ashen, as though he had swallowed a fly but dared not spit it out. Ayafichuo was a novice martial sage, a yoga master revered across Tianju. The fact that he merely spoke instead of slapping him was mercy enough. Blood crept up Inukai's neck, yet he kept silent. Miyamoto Ko stepped forward, voice gentle. Master Au, please don't be angry. Inukai Ichiro is short-sighted and immature. Don't take offense. Ayafichuo snorted and pressed his fingertips to his brow. If I don't spell it out, you'll never be convinced. Very well, let me give you a lesson. He cleared his throat, voice solemn, allowing no doubt. Psychic power is born in the sea of consciousness and is intertwined with the body. As a martial sage-level telepath, I'm exquisitely sensitive to others of my kind. Think of it like scent. No matter how people differ, odor is still odor. As long as they're human, however faint the scent, a nose will notice. He paused for half a beat, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. But on Yang Jin, I can't detect even the faintest whiff of that scent, so I conclude without question that he is not a telepath. Ayafichuo's reasoning was airtight, yet he could never imagine that Yang Jin's psychic power came from the Nianli Tianxiu lurking in his sea of consciousness, completely isolated from his body, and therefore scent-free. Even if he racked his brains, he would never suspect such an unbelievable artifact existed. After hearing this, Miyamoto Ko pondered for a long moment before nodding. In that case, Inukai Kin and Park Bohan's deaths truly have little to do with Yang Jin. Ayafichuo flicked a finger through the air. Brother Miyamoto, my work here is done. Farewell. Even before the words faded, he leapt onto the private gunship parked at the platform's edge. The steel wings hummed as the craft streaked toward the horizon. Only after the engine's glow disappeared did Miyamoto Ko turn to the still seething Inukai Ichiro, his tone shifting from icy to grave. Inukai, I know you're unconvinced and you're sure Yang Jin is the killer. From this moment on, unless you find irrefutable proof, you are forbidden to seek revenge. Stay away from him, his family, and his friends. Keep as much distance as possible. Yes, sir. Inukai Ichiro snapped to attention, voice tight with forced restraint. Miyamoto Ko lowered his voice, more warning than comfort. Remember what I said. I'm saving your life. Yang Jin himself isn't terrifying, but Huapengjiu is shielding him with DG, and you know exactly what that means. At Huapengjiu's name, a chill ran down Inukai Ichiro's spine, fear seeping to the marrow. He bowed quickly. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Miyamoto. I will remember. Miyamoto Ko looked up at the darkening sky and sighed deeply. Endure, endure, endure. Only now do I understand that the essence of shinobi arts boils down to a single word: endurance. Miyamoto Jiexiong threw back his head and laughed, the lonely sound drifting across the vast emptiness, filled with an indescribable sorrow. When the laughter died, he lowered his eyes to examine his right leg. It looked no different from anyone else's, yet it was a prosthesis forged from nanoalloy. 6 years earlier, in a life-and-death battle with Qin Muyang, the real limb had been cut off with a single stroke. Huaxiaxina, his gaze pierced the sea toward Alishan Island, an icy glint flashing in his eyes, hatred etched into his bones. Inside the fighter's cockpit, Mo Lanfeng grinned at Yang Jin. Yang Jin, I've wanted to thank you in person but never found the chance. First, you eased the tension between Qin Fong and me. Second, You gave her a trove of fire element stones so she could grasp her ability. Yang Jin waved his hands. Elder, Sister Qin Fong taught me marksmanship and even gave me rare beast cores. What I did was nothing. Nothing. Mo Lanfeng laughed, produced a palm-sized tablet, and handed it over solemnly. After thinking it through, the only proper thanks is to give you the fruit of my decades with the spear. Everything I know is in here, including the move collapse. Once you've mastered it, delete the file and never pass it on. Yang Jin accepted the tablet with both hands, overjoyed. Thank you, Elder. He'll train hard and live up to your trust. When the plane reached the training camp, Yang Jin said goodbye to Mo Lanfeng and returned to his dorm. Unable to wait, he powered on the tablet. The title leapt out in bold letters: The Essence of the Mo School Spear. The document was lavishly illustrated, dissecting all 72 forms: offense, defense, force generation, neutralization, and blocks. The section on collapse was several times more detailed than in the previous lecture. Clutching the tablet, Yang Jin felt a rush of warmth. Mo Lanfeng had held nothing back, and Qin Fang's kindness ran just as deep. The ancients said that fine horses are common, yet true judges of horses are rare, he reminded himself. He knew he was no great steed, but he was certain the Mo father and daughter were his judges. On the island at the center of Sun Moon Lake, inside the main hall, Huo Pengju sat cross-legged with the sword across his knees, listening to Mo Lanfeng's report. When it ended, he stroked the scabbard as if pondering something. After a long pause he sighed, a relieved smile appearing on his face. Lanfeng, come with me to the lake bed. I want to show you something. Mo Lanfeng's eyes lit up. Brother, the spacecraft? There's only one vessel down there, where else would we go? Huo Pengju chuckled. Brother, that's your treasure. You never let anyone touch it, and I've always been jealous. Flatterer, Huo Pengju scolded, laughing. Blue Star captured fewer than 10 alien craft, and mine is the best. Of course I keep it safe. If I let you paw it every day, your clumsy hands might break something. Still bantering, the two left the hall. Shielded by their abilities, they plunged straight into the lake. After several rounds of reconstruction, Sun Moon Lake was far deeper than a century earlier, averaging 200 meters, with the deepest point beyond 500. As they descended, the surface green shifted to a deep, somber blue, until at last it became pitch black. They dropped to a depth of more than 400 meters before Huo Pengju spoke. Huofeng, power up. The instant the words left his mouth, an arc of floodlights flared in the pitch-black water, carving out the glowing outline of a circle more than 100 meters across. In the center lay a sleek spacecraft, its disc-shaped hull sporting two forward bulges reminiscent of the Millennium Falcon, only this vessel was over 3 times larger. The pair kept descending until they were close enough to touch the hull. Painted on the outer plating was a golden phoenix rising from flames, wings spread wide, beside 2 large characters that read Huofeng. The name Huo Pengju had given both the ship and its AI core. A sharp hiss cut through the water pressure as an airlock slid open. They passed through a translucent blue energy membrane. The moment their boots touched metal flooring, the hatch sealed behind them, shutting out the lake's darkness. Down a corridor of brushed alloy, soft strip lighting flowed at their feet, guiding them into a spacious, brightly lit main compartment. This vessel's primary engines are too badly damaged for long-range travel, Huo Pengju explained. But after years of translating its schematics and running tests, we've managed to get some of its tech back online. He snapped his fingers. Huofeng, open the medpod. Yes, Director, the AI replied in a gentle female voice. The deck plate slid apart, and a horizontal cylindrical pod rose from below. When its crystal panels retracted, Mo Lanfeng's pupils tightened. Inside lay a corpse, skin dark violet red and riddled with spiderweb fractures, as if millions of shards had been barely glued together. Only the torso and limbs remained. A gaping hole marked where the heart should be, and the head was nowhere to be seen. Mo Lanfeng studied it for a moment, then spoke quietly. Big brother, this corpse doesn't match any of the 3 alien species we know. Blue Star trades with Xuanqi Star, Tech Star, and Beast Star, but this headless, heartless body is over 2 meters tall, violet-skinned, yet otherwise humanoid. Call it the 4th type, Huo Pengju said with a nod. Have you traced where it came from? Not yet. His tone darkened. Lanfeng, remember last May? The Blue Star Alliance detected a wormhole over the East Sea that closed in seconds. I went there myself and sent out teams. Our best guess is that a severely wounded Outer Realm demon crossed through. Mo Lanfeng held his breath. The demon's body shattered, but its soul survived. It drifted with the currents into Huaxia and finally vanished where the Yangtze meets the Xiang River. The Yangtze and the Xiang, Mo Lanfeng repeated, then a thought struck him. Hanyang Bay City, Yusha City, Yangjin. Disbelief spread across his face. Big brother, you suspect Yangjin's soul is connected to the demoner, that he's been possessed? Huo Pengju's voice was low. Lanfeng, you've read Yangjin's file. What do you think? Mo Lanfeng murmured to himself. Right, Yangjin did grow up in the slums. In just a few months the boy had risen from obscurity to sudden fame, and his ascent had begun the moment the extraterrestrial fiends appeared. It looked like coincidence, yet every detail lined up too neatly. He snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Huopengju. Big brother, how do you plan to handle him? Huopengju didn't answer right away. He sat perfectly straight, his brows calm, his voice lowered to a near whisper. Lanfeng, I'd rather hear your assessment. The air seemed to thicken. Mo Lanfeng's forehead creased, a deep groove forming between his brows. 10 full seconds passed before he spoke. I think Yang Jin's a good kid. Could we deal with him leniently? If possible, try not to hurt him. He deliberately slowed his speech, weighing every word. Watching that conflicted expression, Huopengju couldn't help remembering decades earlier young Lanfeng brandishing an alloy saber, following him into battle against monsters. Yesterday's boy was now a warrior saint in his 50s whose name shook the world, yet in Huopengju's heart, he was still the little brother who needed looking after. The thought made him laugh aloud. All right, I won't make it hard for you. In fact, I've already checked Yang Jin inside-outs clean. Always teasing an honest man. Mo Lanfeng widened his eyes in mock outrage. And you call yourself honest when you raid my supplies every time you show up? Huopengju shook his shoulders, his grin widening. When the joking ended, Mo Lanfeng steered the conversation back. So, big brother, you're saying the fiend inheritance really landed on Yang Jin? Exactly, Huopengju nodded. When you took him for questioning today, the sword was watching in secret the whole time and confirmed he wasn't possessed. He received a complete inheritance. Mo Lanfeng's interest was piqued. Can we tell what kind of inheritance it is? The sword sensed a faint, elusive aura in him, half real, half illusory, something no outsider could detect. If the sword itself weren't sentient, and if Yang Jin's cultivation weren't so weak, it probably wouldn't have noticed either. While speaking, he walked to a crystal cabinet, pressed the unlock button, and a purplured alien corpse came into view. This is the Sauersea Purple Yam Man. He's dead, yet his flesh is still indestructible. Vibranium can't even scratch it. Mo Lanfeng blurted out. Not even vibranium, adamantium, or black steel. Those materials slice refined steel like tofu. Huopengju sighed softly. Judging by raw physical strength, this fellow was definitely stronger than I am when he was alive. His tone was calm, yet the acknowledgement of the enemy's power was clear. Stronger than you, big brother. Mo Lanfeng muttered, then fell into thought. That means the inheritance Yang Jin received is anything but simple. Almost against his will, he asked. Big brother, aren't you tempted? Lanfeng, I follow my own martial path. I don't steal another man's destiny. Huopengju's voice was steady, yet his aura felt like mountains splitting and seas parting. Besides, Yang Jin is one of our own. Mo Lanfeng exhaled quietly, relieved on Yang Jin's behalf. Had Yang Jin been anything but Chinese, or had Huopengju been a different man, that inheritance would already be gone. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. If someone from the Eastern Isles had obtained that legacy, Huopengju would have seized it even if he didn't plan to use it himself. And if Yang Jin had crossed paths with the head of Starlink Academy or the Holy Light Martial Institute, they might not have shown the same generosity. Huopengju drew out a small porcelain vial no larger than his palm. The vessel was snow white from top to bottom, its glaze giving off a warm sheen in his hand. Lanfeng, inside is a Jiuqiao Dan I brought back from Xuanqi Star, he said solemnly. Give it to Yang Jin, stay by his side, and protect him while he takes it. Mo Lanfeng stared at the vial, a flash of awe in his eyes. A Jiuqiao Dan. The Jiuqiao Dan is Xuanqi Star's premier elixir, unrivaled at purifying the organs and reforging the body. It is usually reserved for the royal household of Xuanqi Star or the core disciples of the great sects, used to strengthen a bloodline's foundation. For Wuzuan or Wuxing on Blue Star, who already wield special powers, its effects are limited, but for warriors at the Wuzhe, Wushi, or Wuzong realms, it is nothing short of rebirth. Years ago, Mo Qinfang received such a pill, also a gift from Huopengju. Mo Lanfeng understood its value. Brother, if Yang Jin ever learns how much you care, he'll be forever in your debt. Huopengju's gaze turned earnest. Lanfeng, Yang Jin is like a young sprout that's just broken through the soil. We have to water and cultivate it so it can grow into a towering tree. I dream that every descendant of Yan and Huang becomes a pillar of our people. He paused, then added, keep his inheritance from the Zishuren quiet, and don't bring it up in front of him. Let things unfold naturally. As for the Jiuqiao Dan, find a suitable reason and present it in your own name. No need to mention, May don't want the boy to feel pressured. Mo Lanfeng nodded firmly. Understood. Regular training camp, dormitory. Yang Jin sat cross-legged on the bed, poring over essentials of the Mo spear technique. With each page he sensed its depth more keenly. The step-by-step breakdown of Bengmi, in particular, sent his comprehension soaring. Previously the move tripled or quadrupled his thrust. Now it was edging toward a five-fold increase. At that level his combat strength rivaled a high-tier Wuzong, making him the strongest student in the standard camp. Time for the gravity room. Let's see what Bengmi can really do, he thought. He rose and headed out the door. On the plaza a dozen students had formed a half circle, voices buzzing. Wang Luchuan, you're exaggerating. You're saying Yang Jin not only mastered Bang Mi, but knocked out Joshan Gangtian with one strike? No way. Exactly, Joshan Gangshan's been here 2 years. Yang Jin hasn't even been enrolled half a month. A freshman beating the top senior? Get real. Wang Luchuan, you and Yifeng don't get along. Are you smearing Yang Jin just because they're friends? In fact, only a handful knew Yang Jin had mastered Bang Mi and defeated Joshan Gangtian. Most students had never heard it. Now everyone fired questions at once, leaving Wang Luchuan red-faced in the middle of the crowd. Bullshit, he shouted hoarsely. Every word I said is true. From today on, I'm turning over a new leaf. Yang Jin is my big brother. Laughter erupted around him. Wang Luchuan, calling the youngest kid here big brother? Show some dignity. Your Wang family is the second-ranked clan in Huaxiao Nation's Jingdu-based city. Pledging yourself to a kid from the slums? Your parents will flip. Unable to out-argue the crowd, Wang Luchuan flushed as red as a monkey's backside. Scanning the plaza, he suddenly spotted Yang Jin walking along the edge. Voices rose and fell around him, and Wang, humiliated after losing the debate, wished he could sink into the ground. Yang Jin, however, strode toward the gravity training hall oblivious to the noise, his entire being taut like a loaded spear aimed straight at its mark. Brother Yang. Wang's eyes lit up. He shoved through the throng and hurried after him. Yang Jin halted. The man standing before him was nothing like yesterday's arrogant bully. The swagger and hostility were gone, replaced by obsequious smiles and bobbing bows. Brother Yang, I was blind and offended you before. Please forgive me. Wang kept his voice low, terrified the others might hear. He held out a black platinum bank card that glittered icily in the sunlight. A token of my sincerity, please take it. Yang glanced at the card, his tone calm. There's no real feud between us, Wang Luchuan. Let's leave the past in the past. I appreciate the gesture, but I want to take your card. With that, he turned and walked toward the training hall. Wang remained where he was, clutching the rejected card, his stomach in knots. Last night's family call still echoed in his ears. The headmaster had staked his sword on Yang Jin's behalf. Martial Saints Gongbin Jiexiong and Ayu Feital had been powerless. Inu Kai Ilong and Piao Shuaching had been forced to pay enormous compensation. Grandfather's order had been absolute money, favors, even introducing cousin Bingbing whatever it took. They had to befriend Yang Jin. But Wang had already made an enemy of him. Repairing that damage would be anything but easy. To make matters worse, Yifeng had seized the moment and moved next door to Yang, grabbing the advantage of proximity. Should he bribe someone to swap dorms and live in the same building too? While he hesitated, Yang's figure slipped through the doors of the gravity hall. He's using his last attempt this month, Wang gasped. Is he about to unveil a secret technique? I can't miss this. He broke into a run. Inside, the hall was lit by cold white lamps, metal walls faintly reflecting human silhouettes. Yang selected a chamber he knew well and stepped into the virtual arena. Stage 1, Green Plain Bison. Waves of grass rolled, bulls bellowed. A single sweeping strike of his spear, and the herd crashed to the ground. Stage 2, Desert Wolves. Yellow sand swirled, gray shapes darted. 3 rapid thrusts pierced the lead wolves' throats, and the pack scattered in terror. After a brief adjustment, he entered Stage 3, Ice Mountain Snow Leopards. The wind knifed through him, the world a sheet of blinding white. Spear angled downward, he stepped into the powdery drifts, carving a thin line in the snow. Whoosh! A white blur lunged from above. The spear flicked up, driving cleanly through the leopard's throat. With a twist of his wrist, the heavy carcass flew a dozen feet before thudding into the snow, blood spattering scarlet across the white. 9 more leopards followed. Each time Yang struck, the point went straight for a vital spot. There was no wasted motion. In the span of 10 breaths, 10 bodies lay sprawled, crimson staining the icy field, while Yang lowered his spear, breathing steady, hardly fatigued. A mechanical voice sounded in his ears. Cadet Yang Jin, congratulations on clearing Stage 3. Please rest for 5 minutes. Stage 4 will begin shortly. Gravity level, 4G. A wide screen in the gravity hall lobby displayed vivid charts and tables. One leaderboard tracked all-time records. Qin Muyang held first place after breaking into the 7th stage, while another showed live standings for current trainees, with Joshan Gangtian topping the list at Stage 5. The hall buzzed with voices, but Wang Luchuan's loud challenge cut through the noise. Believe me or don't, Brother Yang just stepped into the gravity chamber. Anyone brave enough to bet? What's the stake? Someone asked. 5 million blue star credits. Wang Luchuan pounded his chest. I say Brother Yang reaches Stage 5 and knocks Joshan Gangtian off the top spot. From the crowd, the Indian trainee Armin folded his arms and snorted. Jushin's already at Stage 5. Even if Yang Jin gets there, he hasn't surpassed him. If you're serious, bet he reaches Stage 6. Wang Luchuan, do you dare? Gasps rippled through the room. Even the veteran Joshan Gangtian had never cleared Stage 6. How could a newcomer manage it? A trace of doubt flickered across Wang Luchuan's face. He trusted Yang Jin's skill, yet inside the gravity chamber, everyone's body was limited to normal human strength. Clearing Stage 6 was no sure thing. What's everyone milling around for? A man's voice called from the doorway. Two blonde, blue-eyed trainees strode in, Angus from Western Europe and Vasily from Russia, last month's second and fourth on the points list. Armin rushed over. Perfect timing, seniors. Wang Lichuan's making a bet. A bet? Vasily's eyes lit up. Count me in details, please. Armin retold the wager with extra sarcasm. Angus and Vasily bent double laughing. Wang Lichuan, your family must have money to burn if you think a rookie can clear stage 6. Angus scoffed. Zhoushan Gangtian has mastered the Bachin one-blade style, can slice a fly's wing at 10 meters. Yang Jin, a wet Behinthiers kid. His so-called Qinfeng 18 moves probably couldn't even touch Zhoushan. A cold voice cut him short. Angus, why not claim Zhoushan can split a cell in two? And for the record, Yang Jin already beat him. Don't believe me? Ask Mashing Jier Zhoushan himself. The speaker was Yi Feng. He entered with Natasha and several new trainees, walking with steady confidence. Yi Feng's calm reliability was well known. The moment he spoke, the room fell silent. Zhoushan Gangtian really lost to Yang Jin? Angus and Vasily exchanged stunned looks. The bystanders stared at one another in shock. If that was true, Yang Jin might already be the strongest fighter in the entire camp. It's only been a couple of weeks, and the rookie is already number 1. Could Yang Jin be some war saint's secret son? How else could he be this strong? Someone blurted. The training hall erupted, the once quiet corridors suddenly buzzing with voices. Armin cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted. Even if he beat Kyuzan Okada, there's no way he gets through the 6th gravity chamber. Yi Feng, dare to bet? Angus, Vasily and the other veterans chimed in. Yeah, Yi Feng, you got the guts? Before Yi Feng could answer, Natasha pushed to the front, hands on hips, eyes spitting fire. Bet. Fine. Anyone who dares look down on my brother Yang Jin, step up and wager. Natasha, I'm betting against you. If we're betting, make it big. 5 million is pennies, 50 million minimum. Imin too. In no time the crowd split into two camps. One side held Angus, Vasily, Armin, and their friends. The other backed Yi Feng, Natasha, and Wang Lichuan. The terms were simple. If Yang Jin reached the 6th chamber, Yi Feng's side won. Everyone staked 50 million. Winner takes all. News of the massive wager spread like wildfire. Trainees old and new clamored to join, and the pot soared past 4 billion. Of the 200-plus cadets in the ordinary camp, nearly half laid down money. Only a handful backed Yang Jin. Most bet on his failure. The gravity hall kept filling. Even camp director Zhang Xiangwei arrived with counselor's son Renjia and the others to check on the commotion. Once he saw there was no trouble, he relaxed, then sighed in frustration. If I could bet on Yang Jin losing, I'd make tens of millions. Unable to join the wager, he felt the loss claw at him. Look, Yang Jin just broke into the 4th level. Someone cried, eyes on the leaderboard. The screen now read 160 points, proof he had cleared stage 3. Inside the simulation, Yang Jin stood on a parched plain. Stage 4 savanna lions required him to slay 10 lions. A breeze rippled the knee-high grass, and a few lone acacias punctuated the endless golden veldt. Roar! A deep growl rolled across the open land as a thick-maned lion padded forward. Collapse, Yang Jin muttered. I haven't used it yet. Perfect time to test it. He tightened his grip on the spear, eyes icy calm. The lion lunged, but his spear cracked through the air like lightning, driving straight for its throat. 310 points. Yang Jin had cleared stage 4 and entered stage 5. In the hall the numbers jumped to 310. Yi Feng, Natasha, and Wang Lichuan clenched their fists. One more stage, and we win. Angus, Vasily and Armin felt their stomachs knot. They consoled each other. Stage 5 is brutal. Even Kyuzan Okada washed out there. Yang Jin won't make it. Yang Jin stepped into a somber stretch of forest, the arena's 5th trial jungle tiger. The setting sun clung to the treetops while the last traces of moonlight hovered like gauze. Cold gusts whistled between twisted branches that clashed and rattled, as if unseen ghouls were clawing at the dark. The scene reminded him of Wu Song in the water margin, who downed 18 bowls of wine and beat a tiger to death with his bare hands. Yang Jin tightened his grip on the spear and muttered, 1 spear today, 10 jungle tigers to go. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a violent wind surged through the trees, reeking of blood. Clouds ride with dragons, winds with tigers, flickered through his mind. Branches quivered. Thin Kraka tiger burst from the undergrowth. More than 2 meters long, its golden black coat rippled over steel-hard muscle. Black, depthless eyes gleamed with cold brutality, locking onto Yang Jin. Damn, how did Wu Song ever kill one of these with his bare hands? The pressure prickled his arms with goose flesh. The beast reared back and roared. The sound shook nearby trunks. Planting its paws, it sprang, a living shadow in midair. Yang Jin drove forward instead of retreating. His spear flashed like a silver dragon breaking the sea's surface. Air screeched, explosive force snapped loose. Crack! The tips smashed into the tiger's nose, shattering the skull. The 500-pound beast slammed to the ground, leaves billowing everywhere. The blast drained him. An ordinary body could barely withstand that strike. Great harder work than an old ox in the fields, he panted, scanning the darkness as another guttural roar crept closer. In the Gravity Hall's lobby, dozens of trainees stood in two distinct groups. Yang Jin had been inside the fifth trial for 10 minutes, and his score still sat at 310. Angus, do you think he can clear it? Newcomer Armand squeezed between veteran students, looking uneasy. Probably not, Angus answered, voice losing confidence. The score hasn't moved. He must still be wrestling with a tiger. Vasily cut in. I heard Kyotuka Jushan say the fifth trial drops you into a dark forest with 10 Siberian tigers. Those aren't house cats. Yang Jin's finished. Armand bristled. Plenty of people have cleared it. Qin Muyang even reached stage 7. Angus snorted. Qin Muyang's the most gifted student since the academy opened. Yang Jin. He's not in the same league. Before the words faded, a gasp rippled through the hall. Look, his score just jumped. Someone shouted, pointing at the light screen on the wall. Every head turned. Yang Jin's points rocketed 310, 350, 400 and finally froze at 510. 510. Yang Jin cleared the fifth trial. The gravity room's scoring works like this. First level, 1 point per creature. Second, 5. Third, 10. Fourth, 15. Fifth, 20, and so on. Each level holds 10 creatures, and Yang Jin just racked up 510 points, the perfect score for clearing 5 full levels. We did it. We won. The hall exploded. More than 20 rookie trainees who had wagered on Yang Jin sprang to their feet, their cheers blasting toward the ceiling. Yi Feng high-fived Natasha, while Wang Luchuan, hoarse with excitement, pointed at the veterans on the other side, whose faces had gone chalk white. I told you Yanga was the real deal, but you wouldn't listen. Lost your shirts now serves you right. Angus, Vasily, Armin, and the others ground their teeth, glaring daggers at Wang Luchuan, yet could only bite down their anger and turn away. Why are you still hanging around? Trying to embarrass yourselves? Angus snorted and led the march toward the exit. The losers slunk off in droves, heads hanging. A few sharper ones lingered, grinning broadly. Yifeng's mind raced. He thrust up a hand. Quiet, please, winners only. I've got a proposal. The 27 rookies who had bet on Yang Jin fell silent instantly. This pot totals 42 billion. 27 of us backed Yang Jin, which comes out to about 1.5 billion each. But Yifeng's voice rose. There's an old saying. When you drink water, remember the one who dug the well. We earned this money because Yang Jin risked his life in the gravity room. So I propose. He paused half a beat, then raised his arm high. Each of us keeps just 1 billion. The rest goes to Yang Jin as hazard pay. All in favor? Before the echo faded, Yifeng's own hand was in the air. Amen. Natasha stepped beside him, lifting her arm high. Wang Luchuan, well aware of Yifeng's shrewdness, quickly followed. Count me in. In behind Yanga 100%. With the three of them leading, hands shot up all around. Agreed. Amen. I cleared 50 million thanks to Yang Jinha, deserves the lion's share. The hall rang with support. Still, a few people muttered, looking uneasy. So Yang Jin gets 15 billion? Couldn't we let him take a bit less? Yeah, we walk away with 50 mil each while he pockets billions. That's overkill. Remaining calm, Yifeng surveyed the hesitant ones. Friends, it's only a suggestion. If you feel shortchanged, come see me. He'll pay out your full share to the last cent. At the doorway, Angus, Vasily, and the other veterans had been heading out, slowed to a stop. Vasily murmured, impressed. Yifeng's slick. One move, flowers on someone else's altar. He gets close to Yang Jin, pulls the rookies into his orbit, and instantly spots anyone who won't play ball. No wonder he's from the top family in Jingdu base city. Angus snorted. That's nothing. Real ability comes from raw power. With a flick of his hand and an even darker scowl, he stalked off. Inside the gravity chamber's virtual arena, Yang Jin reached the 6th stage. He had barely cleared the 5th by unleashing his lone technique, collapse, to fell 10 raging tigers. Blood drenched his armor. Leaning on sheer will, he rested a mere 5 minutes before the system hurled him into the next round. His chest felt pulverized by a sledgehammer. Yet one question burned in his mind: how had Qin Muyang, his boyhood idol, ever pushed through to the 7th stage? Crash. The jungle's wind vanished, replaced by the roar of surf. Yang Jin stood on a narrow wooden canoe that pitched beneath his feet, endless blue stretching to every horizon. Stage 6, Ocean Frenzy Shark. The name said it all. Boom. The sea exploded. A massive great white burst through the waves, its teeth flashing in the sun. The fragile canoe splintered instantly. His curse died in his throat as a huge force hurled him into the water. Frigid seawater flooded his wounds, his scream dissolving into blood. Red mist rose, staining the surface crimson. A swarm of sharks closed in. The screams cut off in an instant. Gasping, he snapped back from the vision of sharks tearing him apart, lungs heavy as lead. A mechanical voice chimed. Trainee Yang Jin, gravity training complete. Points awarded. Stage 1, Green Plains Bison, 10 points. Stage 2, Desert Wolves, 50 points. Stage 3, Ice Mountain Snow Leopards, 100 points. Stage 4, Grassland Lions, 150 points. Stage 5, Jungle Tigers, 200 points. Stage 6, Ocean Frenzy Shark, kills, 0 points, 0. Total, 510 points. Stepping out of the chamber, he nearly froze at the packed hall outside. Led by Yi Feng, dozens of trainees fixed him with blazing eyes, some thrilled, some envious, all intense. Yang Jin, brother Yang Jin. They surged forward like fans greeting a conquering hero. Yi Feng wrapped him in a bear hug. Brother, thanks to you, every one of us just cleared 50 million. 50 million? Yang Jin blinked in confusion. What did I even do? A sweet scent drifted over as Natasha pressed up against his back, ample chest and all. Little brother, you made me an easy 50 million. Tonight, whatever you want is yours. Remembering his jealous girlfriend Zhao Qingtong, Yang Jin clamped his mouth shut. Yi Feng shoved a bank card into his palm. Your Catone and a $500 million. 1.5 billion? He scratched his head. Where'd that come from? At 9 that night, reeking of liquor, the two men staggered back to the dorm and wished each other good night. Yang Jin's cash holdings now sat at 1.76 billion. Over dinner, they'd thrown a feast in the cafeteria, forcing 2 Jin of Baijiu down his throat. Inside his room, he released a pulse of psychic power. The alcohol vaporized, vanishing without a trace. He called his aunt, asked about home, confirmed all was well, and transferred another 100 million to her account. Her familiar chiding came through the line. Ah, Jean, why are you sending me money again? We've got plenty of money now. Your uncle and I both draw salaries, and with what you just transferred, we couldn't spend it all if we tried. On the other end of the line, his aunt stared at the banking app on her phone. The number 1 was followed by a long string of zeros, and her eyes went wide. Leaning back on the sofa, Yang Jin laughed softly. Auntie, you and uncle can quit working and just enjoy life. She objected at once. No way. My job's easy and keeps me moving. If I sit around doing nothing, it'll rust. After a bit more small talk, Yang Jin ended the call and immediately placed a video call. The screen lit up, and Zhao Qingtong appeared. Qingtong, check the balance on your bank card. 100 million. Her eyes rounded. Even as a child of a powerful clan, she had never had more than a few million in savings. Seeing 100 million still sent her heart racing. She blinked, mischief sparkling in her eyes. Young Master Yang, how honored I am to receive such favor. I can't possibly repay you, so perhaps. A soft blush colored Zhao Qingtong's cheeks. If you stayed at my place tonight, I'd be sure to. Qingtong, I made lotus seed soup great for your complexion. Want some? The bedroom door eased open and Zhang Yingzui stepped in with a porcelain bowl. Caught like a child in the act, Qingtong's ears turned scarlet. Mom, why didn't you knock? Your door was ajar, her mother replied matter-of-factly. Flustered, Qingtong hurriedly ended the call. Jean, we'll talk later. Mom's here, I need to drink the soup. The screen went dark. Remembering her earlier words, heat surged through Yang Jin. He rushed into the bathroom and cranked on the cold water. Only the icy stream could douse the fire inside him. The next morning, just as he opened his eyes, his phone buzzed. Hey, little brother, I've got news. Mo Qinfang's voice was brimming with energy. My vitality's at the limit of the Wuzong stage, and I've collected enough fire elemental stones. I'm heading into seclusion to master the fire ability and break through to Wuzuan. Yang Jin nearly leapt out of bed. Let me congratulate you in advance, sis. May your cultivation succeed. May your name endure forever, and may you rule the martial world. Mo Qinfang laughed. Thanks for the blessing. If I reach Wuzuan, they'll head to the headquarters on Mount Ali Island for the promotion ceremony. Then the two of us can meet. Breakthroughs to Wuzuan were so rare that the government or the Martial Academy held public ceremonies and broadcast them worldwide. The chance to witness one thrilled Yang Jin. I can't wait, sister. One more thing, Mo Qinfang added. While traveling on Xuanqi planet, my father obtained several body-refining pills. They purge impurities and reshape the body. I've taken one already. It worked wonders. He has one left, and he wants you to have it. Warmth flooded Yang Jin's chest. Sis, I have no words to thank you. You're my little brother, that's all the reason I need. Don't mention it. The pill is extremely rare. Just take it and keep it to yourself. Understood. Good. He'll tell father. He'll send someone to pick you up today. With that, she hung up. Less than 3 minutes later, Yang Jin's wristband buzzed again. Hello, Yang Jin. Pan's son, assistant to Elder Mo. By his order, he'll pick you up in half an hour. Please wait at the entrance to the basic training camp. Thank you, Brother Pan. He dressed at once, grabbed his gear, and headed out. The car wound through dense, verdant woods and pulled up at a lakeside villa tucked against the mountains. This was the home of Mo Lanfeng, an elder of the Xinhua Martial Academy. As soon as the door opened, the lean, 40-something Pan's son made an inviting gesture. Yang Jin, this way please. They followed a flagstone path into the estate, where rows of apple trees stretched out before them. September was harvest season. Crimson fruit bowed the branches, and a light breeze carried their fragrance. Most of these trees were planted by Miss Qinfang herself, Pan's son explained. The elder tends them whenever he has a spare moment, and the apples we eat all come from here. Gazing at the heavy boughs, Yang Jin could almost taste their sweetness and sense a father's profound love for his daughter. Past the orchard, Mo Lanfeng was practicing Tai Chi on an open lawn, his movements smooth and unhurried. When he finished, he smiled. Yang, you're here. Greetings, elder, Yang Jin replied with a slight bow. Mo Lanfeng pointed behind him. Come, let's talk in the back garden. They followed a flower-lined path to a pavilion and sat facing each other. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mo Lanfeng produced an ornate porcelain vial. Yang, this is a 9-aperture pill. I found it while traveling on Shuanqi Star. It won't extend the life of a blue star native, but it will temper the body and expel impurities, a process cultivators call shedding the old and cleansing the marrow. He removed the stopper and tipped a pill onto a stone dish. It was quail-egg-sized, dark brown like a chocolate drop, its surface etched with 9 grooves that linked 9 tiny holes running straight through. A rich aroma drifted out, a blend of forest herbs, metallic sharpness, and the very rhythm of earth and sky. It was both fresh and mellow, instantly sharpening the mind. Even without releasing his spiritual sense in front of the elder, Yang Jin felt the pill's extraordinary aura and couldn't help but praise it. Elder, this is remarkable. Mo Lanfeng chuckled and lifted his chin toward the trees. There's a natural pool in the woods. Go sit by it and take the pill. In the quiet forest, a gentle stream fed a clear, emerald pool. A flat slab of bluestone beside it made a perfect seat. Yang Jin crossed his legs and, out of long habit, first probed the pill with a trace of spiritual, since unknown medicine from another world should always be understood before swallowing. Satisfied, he tipped back his head and swallowed it. The moment it reached his stomach, warmth surged forth, splitting into countless blazing threads that coursed through his blood, spreading like a net over his organs and muscles. At times it felt like spring rain, at others, like thunder striking steel, washing and forging his body again and again. He had no idea how long it lasted. Suddenly his chest clenched, an oppressive heat welling up. Yang Jin opened his mouth and coughed up a large mouthful of dark blood. The blood was a deep, murky red, laced with fine, powdery specks, the impurities that had settled in his body for years. Yang Jin opened his eyes. Every drip of water sounded as if it were striking his eardrums, and even the moss tucked in the cracks of the stone wall stood out in perfect detail. His hearing and sight had never been sharper. Skin, muscle, bone right down to the marrow had been scoured clean by the power of the 9 apertures pill. Black hair hung over his forehead with a glossy sheen, and a rosy glow spread across his skin. He looked reborn. What's this pitch-black stuff? He raised a hand. Gray, cobwebby strands clung to his fingertips. A glance down showed the same residue smeared over his chest, belly, and limbs. The answer clicked. So that's the gunk you expel when you cleanse the marrow, exactly like the web novels. He had no interest in studying it further. Shedding his clothes in one smooth motion, he dove naked into the nearby pool with a splash. Cool water wrapped around him, flushing every fleck of residue away. The shock of cold mixed with pure relief, and Yang Jin roared underwater. Fantastic. At that moment, in a gazebo in the rear garden, Mo Lanfeng savored a fragrant cup of tea. He had once thought of taking Yang Jin as his final disciple, but after learning that the young man had inherited the legacy of an extra-dimensional fiend and had received a 9 apertures pill from Huapengju himself, he quietly shelved the idea. The 9 apertures pill was almost unimaginably rare. To date, Huapengju had bestowed it on only 3 juniors: Qin Muyang, his own daughter Qin Fong, and Yang Jin, proof of how highly he valued the boy. Mo Lanfeng might vie with anyone else, but he would never compete with his elder brother for a disciple. His smart bracelet rang, with its exclusive tone. Caller ID, Huapengju. Lanfeng, has Yang Jin taken the 9 apertures pill? Huapengju asked without preamble. He took it a little over 3 hours ago. The effects should be tapering off now, Mo Lanfeng replied. Good. After a beat, Huapengju added, I'm thinking about sending this year's new cadets off-world ahead of schedule. Mo Lanfeng paused, then answered gravely, understood. They'll arrange it right away. The curriculum had originally slated the first off-world combat mission for 3 months out, giving the recruits a chance to witness the war between Blue Star humans and aliens. Since his brother had decided to move it up, so be it. If anything, it might be the perfect opportunity for Yang Jin. Toward dusk, at the manor gate, Xiaoyang, I've things to attend to, so we'll let you be on your way, Mo Lanfeng said, hands clasped behind his back. Thank you, elder. Yang Jin bowed deeply, gratitude plain on his face. He had nothing to offer in return yet, but he silently swore he would repay the kindness 100-fold. Mo Lanfeng waved off the formality. Once you're home, get used to your new body. In a few days, your entire batch will be headed off-world. The candid warning only steeled Yang Jin's resolve. Yes, elder. Heart pounding, he strode away. Later that afternoon, the class of 2130 group chat blew up. Counselor Sun Renjia dropped a terse announcement. Per the latest directive, on the 15th of this month, all first-year cadets will deploy to an alien planet for 1 month of live combat training. Among the 70-plus cadets, Only Yang Jin had ever crawled through the muck on Beast Star. For everyone else, Offworld was little more than a rumor. The feed instantly turned into a blur. Some students fired off rows of exclamation points. Others asked in panic whether they could bring 2 extra sidearms. The fresh recruits had been shoved toward a genuine battlefield, yet they felt like novice pirates setting sail, dreaming of an island piled high with glittering treasure. Time flew by, and September 15th arrived in the blink of an eye. Over the past few days, Yang Jin had barely left the island. At dawn, he meditated facing the horizon. In the afternoon, he repeatedly stripped and reassembled firearms at the range and practiced his shooting. And at night, he slipped back into meditation to refine his energy. The latest fitness assessment was right in front of him: Vitality 33, only 7 points short of the threshold for a junior martial master. He had already reported his off-world expedition plans to his family. His uncle and aunt urged him earnestly over the phone to seize the opportunity, while Zhao Qingtong could hardly hide her reluctance. After all, they would be out of contact for more than a month. Yang Jin also called Nie Jinxiu to confirm that Mo Qinfang was still in seclusion. In his spare time, he browsed online stores, combing through the latest gear. The 1.5 billion credits in his account looked impressive, but great supplies often ran into the tens or even hundreds of billions. After weighing his options, he hit pause on his buying impulse and resolved to save for a personal fighter jet. The cheapest once-class craft cost 50 billion, so he would have to push himself harder. 10 a.m., Training Camp Square. Amid a thunderous roar, a medium-sized military transport descended vertically, its prop wash snapping the flags. The ramp lowered and Instructor Sun Renjia stood at the hatch, calling names and urging everyone to move faster. Trainees in standard combat armor, weapons, and foldable flight packs on their backs filed aboard with their duffels, each one brimming with excitement. Yi Feng, Yang Jin, over here. Natasha's blonde head popped up as she waved them over, saving 2 seats in a row. Yi Feng slid in beside her, and Yang Jin followed. He had barely settled in when a grinning face edged closer. Wang Luchuan, what are you doing here? Yi Feng frowned. I'm here to talk to Brother Yang Huazi to you. Mind your own business. Wang Luchuan shot him a glare, shoved the cadet next to Yang Jin aside, and wedged himself in. Heh, Brother Yang, good to see you. The Yi and Wang families were both long-standing powerhouses in Capital Bay City, rivals in politics, the military, and the martial world, so cordial exchanges among their heirs were rare. Yang Jin merely nodded, saying nothing. Wang Luchuan managed an awkward chuckle and wisely fell silent. The engines thundered, and the aircraft lifted off. Standing in the aisle, Sun Renjia raised his voice. Destination Outpost Y001A, roughly 1,300 li due east of Alishan Island in the middle of the Pacific. Flight time will be about 1 hour. These outposts are frontline installations Blue Star built at wormhole mouths to defend against and monitor other worlds. So far we have contact with 3 civilized planets: Xuanqi, Techno, and Beast. Y001A interfaces with planet Xuanqi. Xinhua Martial Academy is in charge, with Chinese and Russian troops stationed there year-round. Y001AA stands for the Blue Star side, and the corresponding alien side is B. We'll land on the A side first, then cross the wormhole to Y001B, where we'll conduct a month-long live combat program. Now, a quick profile of planet Xuanqi. Picture the dynasties and sects from high fantasy novels: primitive technology, but widespread cultivation of mysterious qi. The local practitioners call themselves qi refiners. At advanced levels, they can solidify energy into matter, soar through the sky, and cross the seas. The path of a qi cultivator is divided into 5 principal realms: qi zhe, qi shi, qi zong, qi zun, and qi sheng. Each realm is further broken into early, middle, and late stages that correspond exactly to Blue Star's martial hierarchy. On Xuanqi planet, countless odd and wondrous creatures roam the land. Called Xian beasts, they bear an uncanny resemblance to the monsters of Blue Star. Take a translator implant and fit it over your rearmost molar, Sun Renjia ordered from the aisle, his voice crisp and forceful. Bite down 3 times to activate it. After that, you'll understand Xuanqi speech and answer in their language. The crew hurried along the rows, handing out the device's tiny, transparent mouthguards no thicker than a fingernail. Yang Jin accepted one and slid it over his lower left third molar. Once everyone was ready, Sun Renjia lifted a hand. I'm switching to Xuanqi. Respond after me. Gula, Oyixia, he said, the syllables strange and guttural. Yang Jin tapped his teeth 3 times. The implant vibrated, a faint beep sounded, and Sun Renjia's alien words became crystal clear. Yilaho, Husamace, and Liuo. The cabin burst into excited chatter as the cadets mimicked the sounds, noisy, delighted, like children discovering speech. An hour later, their plane touched down on a massive fortress deep in the Pacific. Cast in dark gray alloy, the structure bristled with turrets and radar arrays that flashed in the sun. From afar, it looked like an unsinkable iron behemoth holding back the waves. The cadets stood in awe. Sun Renji addressed them. Its code ends in 001 because sea monsters besiege it year-round, far deadlier than any land garrison. The Sector A commander is Long Hai, an elder of kindling martial academy and a mid-tier martial sage. Under him serve nearly 10 martial venerates and a permanent force of more than 50,000. The transport set down on the broad flight deck. The hatch opened, and salty wind rushed in. The cadets disembarked and formed ranks. A tall young officer strode up, heels clicking, and saluted. Greetings, fellow students. Chung Xiao, class of 2125, Kindling Martial Academy. Welcome to Garrison Y001A. Hello, Senior Ching Xiao. They chorused. Glancing at his watch, Chung Xiao smiled. Perfect timing for lunch. Follow me to the mess hall. After you eat and rest, we'll send you to the other world at 1400. Inside the fortress cafeteria, the ceiling soared almost 10 meters. Bright lights shone on the noontime crowd. Spotting the newcomers, soldiers stepped aside and waved. Welcome, brothers and sisters from Kindling Academy. Enjoy the food, eat your fill. Trays quickly filled with roasted deep-sea devil ray, pan-seared silver swordfish steaks, kelp vegetable wraps, dishes crafted almost entirely from ocean creatures. Moving through the crowd, Yang Jin looked at the friendly yet unfamiliar faces and felt a surge of emotion. Year after year, these soldiers held the maritime line with sweat and blood, shielding Blue Star from alien threats. The world might never know their names, but to Yang Jin, they were heroes. After lunch, the cadets rested in a tea lounge. Normally spirited, Natasha sat in silent meditation. Yifeng leaned over, teasing, not going for a walk. I get seasick, Natasha replied without opening her eyes. At 1400 sharp, Chung Xiao reappeared and guided them down a sealed passage deep within the fortress. Explosion-proof lights flared to life along the thick steel walls as their footsteps echoed down the narrow corridor. Excitement and anticipation coursed through them. In just a few minutes, they would step through a wormhole for the very first time. Deep inside the sea fortress stood a vast, hangar-like structure. Its domed roof soared more than 150 meters high, and the floor spanned over 300 meters in both length and width, resembling an upturned valley of steel. Researchers in white coats hurried through intersecting corridors, helmet lamps flashing, while armed patrols paced the walls, their combat boots tapping a crisp cadence. 3 concentric security rings enclosed the center of the hall. Dozens of automated turrets were linked nose to tail, every matte black barrel aimed at the focal point, a massive interstellar gate. The air inside the gate twisted into a vortex under some unseen force, pale blue filaments of light sliding clockwise along the inner rim like a giant eye slowly opening. A wormhole, that's an actual wormhole. The cadets' jaws dropped in unison, their voices overlapping in amazement. Yang Jin, too, held his breath. With a diameter of 50 meters, the passage was wide enough for a military transport plane, several times larger than the mini wormhole had seen on Minus Island. Chung Xiao scanned the group, his tone light. Welcome to wormhole Y001, everyone. On the other side lies your destination, Xuanqi. After a few seconds, their awe subsided. Sun Renjia raised his voice. Attention, check your gear, grab your packs, line up by student number, and enter the wormhole in order. The cadets snapped into motion, inspecting rifles, buckles, and rucksacks. Chung Xiao pulled out a roster and called the roll. Number 1, Yifeng. Yifeng stepped forward. You're first. Yes, sir. He drew a deep breath, relaxed his shoulders, and walked into the vortex, his figure swallowed by blue light. Number 2, Natasha. Still seasick, Natasha rushed to the gate. Let me through, I can't stand this ship another second. She dove in before finishing the sentence. Number 3. In less than 2 minutes, all 70-plus recruits had vanished, leaving only Yang Jin. Sun Renjia waved. Good luck, Yang Jin. They'll be here in a month to welcome you home. Counselor, Senior Chung, see you soon. Yang Jin called, then stepped into the wormhole. When the last cadet disappeared, Sun Renjia finally relaxed. Chung Xiao grinned and leaned in. Since you're here, Brother Jia, don't rush off. Let's grab a drink with the guys tonight. Perfect. I haven't seen them in a year. His words were cut short as the gate shuttered. The vortex contracted, then suddenly burst outward, circular ripples racing across the chamber. Everyone froze at the anomaly. A heartbeat later, the disturbance ceased. What happened? Patch me through to the other side, find out what's going on at Y001B, Sun Renjia ordered, his voice low and urgent. Meanwhile, Yang Jin felt himself gliding like a bird through a tunnel of shifting light. Xuanqi must be far from Blue Star. This transit took a full 15 seconds. At the corridors, in the giant vortex still turned slowly. Almost there, he extended a hand, fingertips brushing the swirling surface. In the next instant, he would cross over and arrive on Xuanqi. At that moment, the ancient divine insect coiled within his consciousness twitched ever so slightly. The movement was barely perceptible. Yang Jin himself sensed nothing. Then, with a low hum, an invisible force yanked at him, pinning him to the surface of the vortex. A fingertip-sized tear split open along the edge, like a car skidding off course at high speed, and Yang Jin was dragged sideways. His straight flight path veered abruptly as he plunged into the tiny breach, disappearing into the unknown. Xuanqi Star. Endless mountains roll like waves, tens of thousands of peaks rising one after another. Hundreds of meters beneath the rugged interior, a steel fortress lies in silence. Several concealed corridors link it to the surface, their outlets blending seamlessly into rock faces and tangled roots indistinguishable even at arm's length. This is the blue planet's covert outpost on Xuanqi Star, site Y001b. Within the fortress, a vast hall houses an interstellar gate enveloped in pale blue mist. Yi Feng, Natasha, Wang Luchuan, Armin, and the other trainees sit on the floor with their eyes closed, regulating their breath. It is their first long-range jump, and the instant they arrived many of their stomachs churned violently. Deep breaths are all that keeps the nausea at bay. Attendants move down the line in rhythm, handing each of them a hot towel and a cup of warm water. Overhead, a large screen ticks through the manifest. 74, 75, 76, one name, left trainee number 77. 77 is Yang Jin. A gentle female voice comes through the loudspeakers. Welcome to the human base on Xuanqi Star. Please take a moment to recover. Once everyone has arrived, we will proceed to the briefing room for orientation. Before she finishes, the vortex of the gate ripples violently and then falls still. What just happened? Staff and students cry out together. The portal stands empty, no one emerges. Natasha springs to her feet, waving her arms. Yang Jin was the last trainee. He's not here. Don't just stand there, find him. Wang Luchuan blurts out, Holy Yang's gone. Yi Feng's face drains of color. He rushes to a young officer. Sir, Yi Feng reporting trainee 77. Yang Jin, never arrived. A storm of voices fills the hall. An ad hoc decision is made. Yi Feng and the other 76 trainees are escorted to a conference room to wait, and the orientation is cancelled. Every technician on site scrambles to review transit logs, wormhole telemetry, and external surveillance. 30 minutes later they arrive at a bleak conclusion. Yang Jin entered the gate on the blue planet, but never reached Xuanqi Star. He vanished somewhere inside the wormhole, destination unknown. As the news spreads, the conference room grows oppressively heavy. Even Armin, who has always chafed at Yang Jin's presence, lets out a long, pained sigh. Tears rim Natasha's eyes. Yang Jin is only 18, so young, and now he's gone. Yi Feng clenches his jaw, his voice low yet resolute. Natasha, don't lose hope. I have a feeling our brother is still alive. Wang Luchuan, previously slumped, straightens and shouts, Yi Feng, if Yang's really okay like you say, I swear he'll never but heads with you again. Yi Feng shoots him a sideways glance. I'm not exactly dying for your friendship. He says it. Yet, deep down, Yi Feng's opinion of Wang Luchuan rises just a little. News of Yang Jin's disappearance was relayed to the highest commanders at both ends of the wormhole. Almost simultaneously, the two garrisons issued gag orders, forbidding anyone to leak even half a word. The Y001A outpost swiftly compiled a full report and uploaded it to Torch Martial Academy headquarters at once. When Mo Lanfeng received the file, he froze for a few seconds, then headed straight out, traveling through the night to Sun Moon Lake. After a brief verbal update, he stood before the desk and related every detail to Director Hua Pengju, his tone grave. Hua Pengju pondered for a moment, expression steady. My calculation is that something went wrong at the exit. He never reached the Y001B outpost, but he definitely landed on Xuanqi Star. Lanfeng, notify Y001 training for the new recruits continues as scheduled. Send a search team into Xuanqi Star and give it 1 month. If he's still missing when the program ends, we'll decide the next step. Yes, sir. Mo Lanfeng snapped to attention, then lowered his voice. Brother, should we inform Yang Jin's family in advance? Hua Pengju waved him off. After the Minus Island incident, his family cried the heavens and earth apart. Keep it quiet for now. In a month, we'll reassess. Who knows, she might bring us a huge surprise. Mo Lanfeng frowned. You're that certain he's safe? 77 cadets went in, and only he had trouble. What does that tell you? Hua Pengju's voice remained unhurried. Mo Lanfeng thought for a moment, then still shook his head. It tells us this wasn't an accident, it was deliberate. Hua Pengju continued calmly. Most likely it's tied to the outer heavenly demon inheritance he carries. I suspect that the instant he entered Xuanqi Star, that inheritance sensed a treasure it couldn't ignore and pulled him off course. Makes sense, Mo Lanfeng conceded. Your deduction is flawless. Hua Pengju smiled faintly, though inwardly he reflected. I encountered the same thing back, then otherwise I'd never have obtained the Dijian sword and risen to become an invincible martial saint. After Mo Lanfeng left, Hua Pengju lifted his gaze to the night sky, eyes distant. Qin Muyang, Yang Jin, you're both children of destiny. If either of you can take over Torch Martial Academy, I can leave Blue Star without worry, roam other realms, and seek a higher path. A martial saint is nowhere near the limit. For Blue Star's future, even the toughest road must be taken. Xuanqi Star, the 100,000 mountains. More than 1,000 li northwest of the Y001B outpost. A tumter-long spatial rift suddenly split open above a boulder-strewn forest. Huosha dark figure shot out, and the crack sealed itself an instant later. The figure was Yang Jin. He had been racing through the wormhole when he was abruptly flung out, plummeting toward the ground in a steep dive. The exit lay barely 50 meters above the treetops. He had no time to right himself before his face slammed into the canopy, branches scraping his skin raw. In a split second his psychic force surged out, an invisible net that wrapped around him and arrested his fall. Yang Jin touched his face. It burned where the branches had sliced the skin, but his vitality was prodigious, his hide thick, and his defense rating high. If it had been an ordinary person, their face would already be in ribbons. His good looks would never have survived. Yang Jin glanced around and confirmed that he was nowhere near outpost Y001B. He recalled a sudden branch in the wormhole vortex as he touched Ithad. The teleport malfunctioned and dumped him here. Towering ancient trees surrounded him, their roots carpeted with thick moss and vines. This was clearly a primeval forest seldom visited by anyone. System, initiate scan, he ordered. His 5-star nanoarmor carried an onboard AI that had downloaded a trove of data from the Academy before departure for Xuanqi. A scan icon lit up on the crystal visor and began to spin. Within seconds, lines of data scrolled past. Planetary gravity, approximate 1.5 g. Atmosphere, 75.1 nitrogen, 23.9 oxygen, trace gases 1. Surface temperature, 17 C. Humidity, matching. Conclusion, planet confirmed as Xuanqi. Blue star humans can breathe and function normally. Current location 10,000 mountains, roughly 850 kilometers from outpost Y001B. A crude digital map appeared on the visor. Blue Star explorers had marked only a few outposts. Vast areas were still blank. 850 kilometers wasn't far. His flyer could cover it in an hour or two. But taking off on an unknown world would be like firing a flare. The outpost had expressly banned armor comms in case stray signals alerted Xuanqi's high-level cultivators. Worse, every Blue Star operative had to disguise themselves as locals while outside. Exposure wouldn't just endanger him. If the wormhole was discovered and the locals counterattacked Blue Star, the consequences would be catastrophic. With that in mind, he chose to travel on foot and link up with the base before making further plans. Fortunately, the Academy had issued adaptation kits during training. He opened his pack and took out the disguise tools. 10 minutes later, the mirror showed a refined young scholar in flowing robes. His long hair was tied back with a blue ribbon, and the hard edge of a warrior had been softened into the poise of a roving poet. He stowed the flyer in his personal storage space, compressed the armor into a bronze bracelet, and snapped it onto his left wrist. Then he produced a guzheng, hid the two halves of his dragonfang spear inside the instrument, and slung the case over his back. 850 kilometers, well, over 1,000 limant 7 or 8 days on foot. Yang Jin prayed he wouldn't run into any natives. If he did, he'd simply have to fight. My name is Yang Jueming, known on the rivers and lakes as the Doomsday Scholar, he muttered, giving himself an alias and chuckling at the irony. He picked a direction and strode into the forest. After a few steps he stopped. A scholar was supposed to walk with calm dignity, yet his feet moved like the wind. He shrugged and kept going. Whatever. In the Doomsday Scholar, not some frail pretty boy. On Xuanqi Star, deep within the 10,000 great mountains, forest-draped ridges stretch as far as the eye can see. Nestled among them stands a solitary mountain shrine. Its walls are blotched and rain-scarred, and a mere handful of broken roof tiles clatter in the wind. A half-rotted door, long neglected, groans at the slightest breeze. The setting sun slips through the gaps, staining the interior amber. Footsteps rustle closer, and 3 sword-bearing travelers step inside. At their head is Ji Hongming, about 30, his strong brows and clear eyes radiating integrity. Beside him walks Nangong Yen, 17 or 18, her cheeks still round with youth, wide eyes brimming with curiosity. Last comes Liang Tai, 25 or 6, his narrow brows and gaunt cheeks lending him a sharp look. His gaze keeps drifting to the girl's back, a flicker of furtive greed in his eyes. Their brocade sleeves are embroidered with flying swords and drifting clouds, the emblem of the Cloud Sword Gate. Senior brother Ji, talk about luck, the girl chirps, voice crisp and bright. Night's falling, and we still found a roof. Ji Hongming scans the shrine and nods. Any shelter is welcome, junior sister Nangong. We'll rest a bit, then press on. Great. Nangong Yin claps, delighted. Life on the road is so much fun. Father keeps me cooped up in the sect, but traveling with you too is a real adventure. Ji Hongming smiles at her energy, then turns. Junior brother Liang, scout the area for spirit beasts. If you find water, fill the skins. Liang Tai bows. Right away, senior brother. Glancing back, he adds, little swallow, if I spot any wild fruit, I'll bring some for you. Thanks, brother Liang. Don't be long. Nangong Yen answers sweetly. Liang Tai slips into the forest. Inside, Ji Hongming gathers dry branches and crouches to build a fire. Sparks leap up, casting light into the corners. Nangong Yin tilts her head at the central idol. A mutilated statue, limbs missing, its features too worn to read, yet clearly a creature somewhere between wolf and dog. After a moment she asks, "Brother, is this the Tunri Shinjun worshipped by the Baiwa tribe?" While feeding the flames, Ji Homing nods. Yes, legends say Tunri Shinjun was a heavenly wolf, some claim a divine hound. Its powers were vast. Angered, it could swallow sun and moon. That's where we get the saying, heavenly dog devours the sun. Eyes wide, Nangong Yin exclaims, swallow the sun and moon in one bite? Even the strongest Qi sage couldn't manage that. Ji Hongming shakes his head. It's an ancient tale. The sacred beast guarding the Baiwa sect today is only a distant descendant. She wrinkles her nose. I still can't see why those tribal folk revere a dog. He chuckles. Which is why we call them barbarians. Producing a cloth bag, he takes out 3 wheat buns, handing one to her. Here, let me show you how to toast a bun over the fire. Nangong Yin sat beside Ji Hongming, copying his example by skewering a mantu on a twig, planting it in the ground, and roasting it over the flames. The fire crackled as pale yellow tongues licked the bun's surface, soon turning it a slightly charred gold. The mixed aromas of wheat, rice, and smoke drifted through the air. Unable to wait, she tore off a corner and popped it into her mouth. The crust was crisp, the inside soft and steaming. I never knew manta could taste this good. Watching her wolf it down, Ji Homing chuckled. Junior sister, miss a few more meals, and you'll find tree bark delicious. After some idle chatter, Nangong Yin lowered her voice and leaned in. Senior brother, the Prince of the South is joining father and several other Qi Saint masters. They're planning to strike while the moon worship tribe's sacred beast is weak and finish that dog in one blow. Do you think father and the others can pull it off? Ji Homing's face tightened. He lifted a finger to his lips. Shoo. This is an imperial operation. Spread it around. Our sect's disciples have been split into squads and sent into the 10,000 mountains. Officially we're hunting spirit beasts, but in truth we're coordinating with the army to wipe out the moon worship tribe. He paused, his voice dropping. Those barbarians keep raiding the border, and now they've allied with outer realm fiends. They have to be eliminated. Nangong Yan's eyes lit with curiosity. I've heard the fiends hide deep in the mountains, but I've never seen one. What do they look like? Horns and tails? 3 heads and 6 arms, something terrifying? Ji Homing shook his head. I haven't seen one either. Rumor says they come from another world and practice brutal body refining arts. Their flesh is incredibly strong. They wield countless artifacts, can soar through the air or burrow underground, and they're masters of disguisable to mimic our people's appearance and even our language. His tone went cold. So if you encounter a fiend, strike first and never hesitate. Nangong Yin gripped her sword and nodded solemnly. Understood, senior brother. Just then footsteps sounded outside the temple. She brightened. That must be Brother Liang. Ji Hongming's ear twitched. He listened, then frowned. Not Wo people. One's Liang Tai. I don't know the other. The worn temple door creaked open. Liang Tai strode in, carrying several wild pheasants and a string of berries at his waist. Brother Hongming, Sister Yin, I'm back. Nangong Yin called out. Brother Liang, come try the roasted mantova, saved one for you. Ji Hongming said nothing. His gaze was on the unfamiliar young man behind Liang Tai. The newcomer looked 18 or 19, tall and handsome. A plain scholar's robe lent him a gentle air, and a zither case slanted across his back. Bathed in moonlight, he seemed wrapped in a silvery veil, as if he had walked straight out of the night sky, elegant and unhurried. Ji Hongming rose and cupped his fists. May I ask your name, sir? Liang Tai hurried to answer. Senior brother, this is Yang Jueming. I met him outside. The stranger was actually Yang Jun in disguise. Smiling, he returned the salute. I've been traveling through the 10,000 mountains and was fortunate to meet several disciples of Cloud Sword sect. Brother Liang mentioned an old temple here, so I came to ask for a night's shelter. I hope that's all right. Before Ji Hongming could reply, Nangong Yin spoke up with cheerful hospitality. We're all wanderers on the road. Since fate brought us together, please come in, Brother Yang. Many thanks, Miss, Yang Jun said with a small bow, then stepped into the temple. Ji Hongming's lips moved as he sent a thread of sound into Nangong Yan's ear with a secret sect technique. Junior sister, what ordinary scholar would dare enter the 10,000 mountains? This man's background is unclear. Why let him stay the night? Standing beneath the broken eaves, Nangong Yin replied in the same hidden voice, Senior brother, you're right. He's no commoner. His strength rivals senior brother Liang Tai's. Ji Hongming's heart skipped a beat, though his face stayed calm. How can you tell? I probed him with my protective treasure. His body is extraordinarily tough, must be a body cultivator. A physique that strong? Light flashed in Ji Hongming's eyes. Could he be an alien fiend? Nangong Yin shook her head slightly. No. I caught the scent of a 9-orifice pill on his skin. 9-orifice pill. Ji Hongming's eyes widened. The pill, famed for cleansing marrow and improving one's innate talent, circulated only among the royal family, top nobles, and the greatest sections. Even within Cloudsword Gate, almost no one possessed it. In this ruined temple, Nangong Yen alone had ever taken one. Ji Hongming and Liang Tai had merely heard of it. She went on, students from the Imperial Academy like to roam the land dressed as scholars, slaying demons. I'd wager Yang Jin is one of them. Coupled with the pills sent, he's probably a direct heir of a powerful capital clan. Ji Hongming asked, can you gauge his cultivation? Roughly late Qi adept. The answer eased Ji Hongming's mind. He himself was early Qi master, Liang Tai late Qi adept, and Nangong Yin mid-stage Qi adept. Together they held the upper hand. Putting on a friendly smile, he called toward the doorway, Brother Yang, please come in. What he didn't know was that the scholar had heard every word. From the moment he stepped inside, Yang Jin had used his spiritual sense to listen to their entire exchange. Yang Jin smiled faintly. Thank you, brother. After a few polite words, they exchanged names and backgrounds. Learning that he truly hailed from the Imperial Academy, Nangong Yan's lips curved in satisfaction. Before long, Liang Tai returned with a cleaned wild pheasant and handed it to Yang Jin. Brother Yang, show us your cooking skills. Nangong Yin protested softly. Senior brother Liang, Brother Yang, is our guest. How can we make him work? You should do it. A flicker of annoyance crossed Liang Tai's eyes, but he masked it with a hearty laugh. Little swallow, you missed it earlier. Brother Yang himself said he's good at roasting chicken. Yang Jin took the bird. Brother Liang speaks the truth. Allow me to try. Ji Homing chuckled. Then we'll depend on you for a feast tonight. Yang Jin stepped outside, plucked large wild plantain leaves, washed them, and wrapped the pheasant. He coated the bundle with a thick layer of wet clay and buried it in the heart of the fire. This beggar's chicken, common on Blue Star, was a novelty to the three Cloud Sword disciples, and they watched with fascination. The campfire crackled, sparks flying as the scent of charred wood filled the ruined temple. Like a curious sparrow, Nangong Yin circled the blaze. Why the plantain leaves? And mud too? Won't the mud seep in and make the chicken dirty? Patiently, Yang Jin explained that the leaves trapped moisture while the clay sealed in the aroma, all while tending the coals. Flames licked the clay shell until fine cracks appeared. When the fire ebbed, they worked together to pull the earthen lump from the embers. They pried away the cooled clay. A fragrant blend of fresh leaves and rich roast chicken filled the air. Golden chicken glistened beside the campfire, its aroma laced with the faint sweetness of singed foliage that slipped into everyone's nose. Nangong Yan's eyes sparkled like stars. It smells amazing. Liang Tai licked his lips, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. Yang Jin held out the skewers. One bird, each dig in. Nangong Yin tore off a drumstick and stuffed it into her mouth, beaming. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Ji Hongming nodded in agreement. Impressive. I've never seen chicken cooked this way. Liang Tai devoured his portion like a starving wolf, crunching through bones without hesitation. Ji Hongming frowned. Slow down, junior brother, or you'll choke. Don't blame me, senior brother, Liang Tai mumbled, mouth full. We've been on the road all day, tired and starving. He unhooked the wine gourd at his waist and tossed it to Ji Hongming. Meat without wine is no fun. Have a swig. Ji Hongming tipped the gourd back, keeping it 3 inches from his lips. Red Mouse spirits, good stuff. He lobbed the gourd to Yang Jin. Your turn, brother Yang. The fiery liquor coursed down Yang Jin's throat and burst into heat in his chest. Excellent wine. While the 3 men passed the gourd around, none offered it to her. Nangong Yin puffed her cheeks. Senior brother, I want some too. Ji Hongming teased her. You're not put off that we've shared it? The gourd never touched anyone's lips. What's there to fear? Travelers like us can't fuss over such things. She raised her hand for the gourd. Yang Jin chuckled to himself. The young woman was clearly on her first long journey, parroting lines straight out of adventure tales yet refreshingly candid. Maybe Blue Star folk and Xuanqi people really could live in peace. Liang Tai tossed the gourd in a graceful arc, landing it in her hands. Well said, junior sister worthy of a heroine. The 4 of them circled the fire, tearing into meat, gulping wine, swapping stories, the mood lively. Before long the gourd ran dry. Nangong Yin shook the empty vessel and sighed. Not nearly enough wine. Before the words faded, her arms suddenly went limp. The gourd clattered to the ground as she collapsed against the broken statue's base, as if her bones had melted away. Liang Tai glanced over, a cold smile curling his lips. Junior sister, you're drunk already. Ji Hongming tried to rise, but his whole body had gone weak. Panic flashed in his eyes as he stared at the only one still standing firm. Why, junior brother Liang? Nangong Yan's voice trembled. Brother Liang, why are you doing this to us? Yang Jin's face drained of color. Who would have thought that I, Yang Jueming, famed for my wits, would die at the hands of a treacherous cur? Wrong, I am no cur. A ruthless light flared in Liang Tai's eyes. I serve the moon worship cult, what you call the southern barbarians, the uncivilized tribes. I infiltrated the Cloud Sword sect as a child and planned to stay hidden much longer. But after you filthy monsters ambushed the sacred beast, how could I stand by? I've already sent word home. Your so-called Qi saints will soon be captured in one sweep by the sacred beast. Nangong Yan's face turned ashen. Impossible. My father won't fall. Fighting back his dread, Ji Hongming asked, what poison is this? We noticed nothing at all. No harm in telling you, Liang Tai sneered. It's called yin-yang powder. Two separate components, colorless, tasteless, harmless alone. Mix them, and they become a paralytic that leaves the body limp and useless. His gaze settled on Yang Jin, voice icy. Yang Jueming, I owe you thanks. Without bumping into you, and using your friendly talk to lower Ji Hongming's guard without your bright idea, to roast wild chicken, how else could I slip one part into the meat, and the other into the wine? Haha. Liang Tai's laugh was low and chilling, his face twisted with malice. Liang Tai, I don't mind dying, but please, for the sake of our young junior sister, spare her life. Ji Hongming pleaded in a trembling voice. Nangong Yen, her eyes swollen and red, glared at Liang Tai. Her hoarse voice was still defiant. Senior brother Ji, don't beg this shameless coward. A swordswoman lives and dies by her blade, I'm not afraid. Liang Tai's gaze lingered on Nangong Yan's pale face, a lecherous gleam in his eyes. He gave a chilling laugh. Yan, I've been craving you for a long time. Since none of you will leave here alive, why don't I? Liang Tai, you beast. Ji Hongming ground his teeth. If you so much as touch her, the sect master will grind your bones to dust. At the mention of sect master, Liang Tai shuddered. Nangong Yan's father, Nangong Lai, the master of the Cloud Sword sect, was a latest-stage chi saint. He couldn't match the moon worship sect's sacred beast, but snapping Liang Tai's neck a dozen times over would be child's play to him. Liang Tai forced down his wicked thoughts. Better to finish these burdens quickly before anything went wrong. His eyes swept over the three gravely wounded disciples, then locked onto the nearly unconscious Yang Jin. Yang Jueming, you could have stayed at the Imperial Academy, living the life of a pampered scholar. Instead, you traveled 1,000 miles just to die here. I hate the nobles of the capital more than anything. Their troops occupy the borders by 10,000 mountains, seize our moon worship lands, slaughter our people, and burn our temples. This blood debt can never be repaid. Cold steel flashed. He drew his sword and pressed the tip to Yang Jin's throat. Enough talk. Die. Instead of panic, a faint smile tugged at Yang Jin's lips. Liang Tai's eyes narrowed. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing because you're still dreaming while death's already at your door. Yang Jin raised his voice. Friends outside now. A clear, ringing shout came from beyond the ruined temple. Liang Tai, you finally showed your true colors. Senior brother, Nangong Yin, and Ji Hongming cried out in delight. Liang Tai's face went white. Without hesitation, he sprang toward Nangong Yin. Su Out Yin, if I'm going down, I'm taking her with me. A razor-sharp beam of sword ki shot through the window, piercing Liang Tai's neck. The force hurled him to the floor. Coughing blood, he twisted his head toward the door. The temple doors swung open. A young man in embroidered robes strode in, hands clasped behind his back. He looked to be around 30, with sword-shaped brows and striking features, yet the tight line of his mouth radiated an icy aloofness. Nangong Yin brightened. Senior brother, you're finally here. Su Aoshin's voice was cold. Junior sister, master forbade you to leave the mountain, yet you ran off and made me search everywhere. Ji Hongming, you're bold enough to smuggle her down on your own. If ID arrived a moment later, could you bear the consequences? Cold sweat trickled down Ji Hongming's back. Senior brother, your reprimand is justified. I accept whatever punishment you deem fit. Nangong Yin hurried to intercede. Senior brother, it wasn't his fault. I forced him to come. Su Outyin snorted and turned his gaze to Liang Tai, who lay in a widening pool of blood. Liang Tai bared bloody teeth, crimson spilling down his chest. Su Outyin, the message is already on its way. The sacred beast will soon learn of your movements. Nangong Lai is as good as dead. Oh. Su Outyin narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Liang Tai. Tell me, Liang Tai, this message of yours, was it a little clockwork jade green bird with a slip of paper hidden in its belly? How could you possibly know that? Liang Tai's face drained of color. A vicious light flared in his eyes as he suddenly bit through the tip of his tongue. The tongue held a cultivator's vital blood. The spray jolted his mind, and he tried to burn his life away and take everyone with him. Overestimating yourself. Su Outyin pressed two fingers together and flicked. A thread of sword energy ripped through the air and bored a perfect hole clean through Liang Tai's forehead. Eyes wide, body stiff, Liang Tai toppled lifeless to the ground. Watching from the side, Yang Jin felt his heart thump. The attack looked exactly like the legendary 6 Meridian Divine Sword, turning chi into blades that could pierce metal or stone. Sir Chi, like a bullet, could not bend. Judging by that strike, Su Outyin was at late chi sect roughly a senior martial master, one whole realm above Yang Jin. Even so, if he launched his flying knives with psychic force first, a fight might not be hopeless. Though he seemed limp on the ground, Yang Jin was never actually poisoned. Before the powder could react, he drew it out with his mind and stored it in the insect space within his body. Two tiny piles of the yin-yang scatter now rested safely inside. Su Outyin crouched beside the corpse, rifled through the clothes, and produced a thumb-sized white porcelain vial. He pulled the cork, sniffed, then held the mouth of the bottle under Ji Hongming's nose. Ugh, that reeks. Ji Hongming sneezed. but strength immediately flowed back into his limbs. Must be the antidote. Su Outyin nodded, moved to Nangong Yin, and let her inhale as well. What is that stuff? It smells worse than manure. Nangong Yin burst into a string of sneezes, yet the numbness in her body faded at once. She clamped a hand over her nose and pushed herself to her feet. After curing the two of them, Su Outyin pocketed the vial as though Yang Jin didn't exist. Nangong Yin frowned. Senior brother, Brother Yang hasn't been treated yet. I'm aware. Su Outyin finally looked at the sprawled youth, eyes cold. Who are you really? Nangong Yin jumped in. Senior brother, he's a student of Tianzi Academy. His name is Yang Jueming. I wasn't asking you. Su Aoshan's tone was sharp. Stand over there with junior brother Ji and keep quiet. With a snort, Nangong Yin stepped back beside Ji Hongming, lips barely moving as she sent silent messages to Su Outyin. While he listened, his eyes never left Yang Jin's face or breathing. I asked you a question, Su Outyin said at last. Why the silence? Afraid to answer? Yang Jin's expression did not change. Senior brother Su, junior sister Nangong has already explained. I am indeed a disciple of Tianzi Academy. From the capital to this frontier is 10,000 lieuway across the great Qian Empire. Do you scholars have nothing better to do? And Su Outyin pointed at the scattered chicken bones. She claims you roasted these birds yourself. I've never seen a pampered capital noble cook his own supper. Yang Jin calmly brushed the grass from his sleeve. That's where you're mistaken, senior brother. The academy teaches, reading 10,000 books is inferior to traveling 10,000 li. Knowledge comes from experience. As students favored by His Majesty, we should follow Emperor Tai's example, handle matters personally rather than rely on servants. He spoke with steady confidence, quoting maxims like reading 10,000 books and knowledge through practice, making his words sound perfectly reasonable. Su Outyin, Ji Hongming, and Nangong Yin all found themselves momentarily disarmed. Circulating his qi, Su Outyin probed Yang Jin's condition. The youth had clearly taken a 9-orifice pill. His breathing was steady, and no trace of poison lingered. Everything matched his story. After a thorough check, Su Outyin concluded that Yang Jin truly was a student of Tianzi Academy. While Su Outyin sized up Yang Jin studied him in return. Their gazes clashed in midair, the tension stretched taut like a drawn bowstring. Yang Jin's mind split into 4 subtle threads. One bound the vibranium dagger, another gripped the meteor iron blade, and the last 2 locked onto serpent fang. Su Aoshan's cultivation was a whole realm higher. At the slightest misstep, Yang Jin would unleash all 4 weapons at once, erasing Su Outyin and Ji Hongming in a heartbeat. As for the bright-spirited Nangong Yin, he would spare her for now and see how things developed. The stalemate broke when Su Outyin spoke first. Brother Yang, forgive my doubts. I meant no offense. He produced a thumb-sized porcelain vial and passed it to Nangong Yin. Junior sister, give Brother Yang the antidote. Nangong Yan's eyes lit up. I told you he was a good man, but none of you believed me. Su Outyin smiled, a glimmer of frost in his gaze. She's right. Go on. Vial in hand, Nangong Yin stopped before Yang Jin and murmured, It smells terrible, brace yourself. She popped the stopper. A foul, sickly sweet stench burst out, harsher than fermented herring, laced with a cold current that sought his meridians with every breath. Yang Jin didn't even blink. His mental force wove a cocoon of light, trapping the chill inside. He remained composed. Thank you, Sister Nangong. Watching Yang Jin inhale the reeking vapor, Su Aoshan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, though he thought the change too slight to notice. It did not escape Yang Jin. If he truly suspected me, he could expose me on the spot. Why sneak an attack? In a flash, Yang Jin understood. Su Outyin hadn't uncovered his secret, simply wanted him dead. Realizing that, Yang Jin etched a bold death mark over Su Aoshan's name in his heart. Once Liang Tai's body was dealt with, Su Outyin wiped the blood from his palm and spoke in quick bursts. Junior brother, junior sister, I have a mission deep in the 10,000 mountain range and can't linger. You too. Nangong Yin cut him off with a pout. Senior brother, I'm already off the mountain. I'm not going back. I'm joining the hunt for the moon worship cult. Su Outyin hesitated, then nodded in resignation. Fine, but heed me. Stay sharp and stop making rookie mistakes, or I'll have no answer for master. Relax, senior brother. Nangong Yin grinned from ear to ear. With brother Ji and brother Yang by my side, the road is clear. Ji Hongming's brow creased, yet seeing her enthusiasm, he had no choice. Senior brother, I'll do my best to protect her. Su Outyin inclined his head. Aura surged into his legs. With a single kick, he shot several zhang into the air. A few light steps sent him vanishing into the forest. Time is short. He'll go ahead. Catch up. Under a high full moon, mist drifted among the trees like gauze. Swinging her ponytail, Nangong Yin called, Brother Yang, why rest? Let's travel through the night. Ji Hongming followed silently, senses sharp for danger. Yang Jin patted the zither case on his back and set off as well. Perched on a thick branched tree, shrouded in shadow, Su Outyin watched their 3 figures fade into the gloom, his thoughts churning like a storm. I spent decades toiling in Yunjian sect, yet no matter how exemplary my service, Nangong Lai refused to grant me the nine-orifice pellet and instead gave it to his talentless daughter. What blatant injustice. Su Outyin was now sprawled atop a withered giant tree, scarlet eyes glaring through the gaps in the branches at the mountain trail below, a cold curve lifting the corner of his mouth. Decades of obscurity and humiliation had crystallized into searing hatred. He had secretly mastered the blood-refining art, yet he never dared target Nangong Lai's only daughter, Nangong Yen, because that single pellet was his only hope of breaking into the Qizun realm. Now heaven had dangled a more fitting quarry before him. Jin of the Imperial Academy, a noble-born student who had already swallowed a nine-orifice pellet. If he could refine the boy's vital blood into a blood pellet, Su Outyin would vault over the Dragon Gate in one stroke. At that thought, he let out a low, icy chuckle. Jin of the Imperial Academy, your life is mine. Even if the court looks into it, they'll only trouble Nangong Lai. Before dawn, a faint mist blanketed the forest at the edge of Shirwan Dashan. Jin, Nangong Yen, and Ji Hongming threaded through the dense undergrowth. The chorus of insects and rustling leaves could not drown out the sense of being watched. Su Outyin had left a wisp of frigid energy in Jin's body, an unseen hook tugging at him from the shadows. After traveling dozens of li, the sky paled with the first hint of gray. Unable to hold back any longer, Jin asked, Senior Sister Nangong, we've trekked all night. Where exactly are we headed? Nangong Yen lifted her skirts, her steps still light, and called back, Brother Yang, we're bound for a subaltar of the Worship Moon cult, nearly 200 li away. A subaltar of the Worship Moon cult? Jin feigned surprise, raising his voice. The natives of Shirwan Dashan are notoriously savage. Aren't the three of us walking straight into the tiger's den? Pride brightened Nangong Yan's face. Brother Yang, to be frank, my father has already led our sect's elites to join the court's dog slaughter assembly and wipe out the Worship Moon cult in one stroke. We're going ahead to scout the ground. Once she opened her mouth, the words poured out unchecked. And another thing, Ji Hongming could only press a hand to his forehead and smile wryly. Their junior sister's tongue was like a bamboo tube full of beans. Ask one question, and she spills everything. Yunjian sect stood on the southwestern frontier of the Great Qian Empire, separated from Shirwan Dashan by only one ridge. Both the court and nearby sects had long deemed the Worship Moon cult heretical, and skirmishes were endless. Days ago, the cult's holy beast triggered a heavenly tribulation during secluded cultivation, was struck by lightning, and its power plummeted. When Prince Jinan received the news, he immediately rallied all forces and announced the dog slaughter assembly. The slogan "Slay the evil dogs, destroy the Worship Moon cult, eradicate the sky demons," echoed across the southwest. Sect Master Nangong Lai led the elders deep into the mountains, while the remaining disciples descended later to join the call. Not only did the Imperial Army and assorted sects aim to eliminate the cult, they also sought to ferret out the extraterrestrial fiend designated Y001 bidden among them, erasing the threat once and for all. This thunderous campaign was bound to drench the land in blood. After hearing Nangong Yan's revelations, Jin pieced together the situation and was inwardly alarmed. The dog slaughter assembly would be an unprecedented war. On one side stood the court and the sects, on the other, the Worship Moon cult and the extraterrestrial fiend. He fell silent for a moment, then pressed on. Senior Sister Nangong, if the assembly is such a grand operation, why are we rushing to that subaltar first? Nangong Yen exhaled softly, excitement flashing in her eyes. She lowered her voice, though it could hardly conceal her pride. Reliable intel says the cult's holy beast is hiding in that subaltar, and the cult master with all his top experts is gathered there to heal it. If the court can kill the holy beast, the cult master, and their elites in one stroke, we'll win this dog slaughter assembly for sure. The three pressed on, drawing ever closer to the moon worship cult's branch stronghold, and the road grew steadily more crowded. The mountain path broadened, hooves and hurried footsteps mingled in a restless clatter. The sun baked the dust until it shimmered with heat. Warriors brushed past in both directions, some in matching uniforms with talismans at their belts, clearly disciples of established sects, others in casual garb, their weapons as varied as their travels, wandering cultivators roving the land. By noon, with less than 10 miles left, a detachment of Imperial soldiers barred the way. More than 50 veterans stood in a wild goose formation, black armor gleaming. Hard bows rested across their backs, curved sabers hung at their waists, and their eyes were as cold as wrought iron. The officer at the front barked, "Password." Ji Hongming stepped forward, cupped his fists, and called, "Slay the curs, destroy the moon worshippers, purge the sky demon." The officer nodded. "Names." Ji Hongming and Nangong Yan of the Cloud Sword sect, Ji replied. Jin, noticing had been left out, strode up. Yang Jueming of the Imperial Academy. The officer studied them a moment, then waved them through. Armor clinked as the ranks parted, opening a path. They continued on and soon entered a stretch of shadowy forest. Branches swayed overhead, Insects droned beneath the wind, and then the view suddenly opened. A lone peak shot skyward, wrapped in a pale blue barrier. The protective array rippled like water over its surface. At its base, nearly 10,000 people packed the terrain, sealing every exit. Yang Jin took in the scene at a glance. 1. The largest contingent was Imperial elite troops in square formations, blades and shields forming cold walls of steel. 2. Next came disciples from every sect, clustered beneath their banners, faces grim. 3. Finally, small knots of free cultivators lounged about, laughing and chatting like a motley crowd. Above them hovered more than a dozen figures. Some wore gilded armor, others feathered crowns and flowing robes, but all were grandmasters, and the pressure of their combined auras weighed heavily on the crowd below. That's my father. Nangong Yin pointed to one of the figures. Sensing her gaze, he turned. Her face paled. Uho, father spotted me. Senior brother Ji, he's sending a sound transmission, wants us back. Ji Homing grimaced. Caught by the sect leader, we're doomed. Nangong Yin sighed at Yang Jin. Brother Yang, I have to return to my sect. This is where we part. Take care, Miss Nangong, brother Ji. Until we meet again. Yang Jin cupped his fists. She waved, reluctant. See you. The two slipped into the Cloud Sword sect's ranks. At their head stood senior brother Su Yin. He glanced their way, lips curling into a smile that looked friendly yet chilled Yang Jin to the bone. Alone now, Yang Jin drifted to the rear and soon slipped among the free cultivators. 100 or so had gathered there, whispering in low voices. He cupped his fists to a middle-aged man with flowing beard. Brother, I'm Yang Jueming, known as the Dead Set Scholar. I'm new here and unclear on the situation. Could you enlighten me? The bearded man returned the salute. So it's the Dead Set Scholar. I'm Bao dating people call me Baixiaoxing, the ever-informed. Yang Jin widened his eyes. Baixiaoxing himself? The man who knows the heavens above and the earth below, master of every secret in the martial world? An honor indeed. Flattery never fails. Bao dating beamed, stroked his beard, pointed ahead, and began to explain. Kiddo, I got here early, so I saw the whole thing. Bao the informant tapped his folding fan and rattled off the morning's upheaval in one breath. Just before dawn, Prince Guardian of the South, Zhu Yanwei, led more than a dozen imperial experts, streaking toward the moon worship sect's branch altar like a gale of light and unleashing a thunderous assault. The sect, however, was ready. The mountain gate array flared overhead, a wall of blinding light that blocked every strike. Zhu Yanwei and his party battered it for a long while but could not budge it, so they shifted formation and formed a seamless siege, sealing off the entire peak. All morning the battle swung between furious assaults and stubborn defense. Imperial experts took turns unleashing secret arts, the clash of blades making the mountains roar, while the moon worship disciples cowered behind the array and ignored the taunts outside. When Yang Jin finished listening, he frowned. So the court and the other sects might have come for nothing? Bao waved his fan with confidence. Not necessarily. The array runs on spirit stones, and a ward that large must be burning through them fast. Besides, every array has a limit. If Prince Zhu pushes hard enough, it will break. Before his words had faded, a shrill boom split the sky. The Imperial forces launched another all-out attack, pillars of thunderfire crashing onto the summit. Golden light blazed in midair. A dignified middle-aged man in gilded armor hovered there, each plate throwing off a dazzling gleam in the sun. He was Zhu Yanwei, Prince Guardian of the South, a direct scion of the great Qian Imperial clan and commander of the frontier. Hey Quan, Shirwanjia. Zhu Yanwei's voice boomed like a great bell. You once swaggered across the land, yet now you hide in your shell. Are you not just turtles with your heads pulled in? Laughable, truly laughable. Several Kazanes beside him chimed in. His Highness speaks the truth. The moon worship sect's sacred beast and its master are nothing but rats. They claim descent from the ancient sun-devouring lord, yet today they cower like mice and disgrace their ancestor. A thunderous roar burst from the mountain's heart. Scum, insult my forebear again, and I will wipe out your whole clan. Say one more word and see what happens. The tyrannical aura shook the sky, choking off the Kazane's laughter. Zhu Yanwei thrust out one arm, his nine-uring broadsword crackling with lightning. Hey Quan, the Imperial army is here. Show yourself and die. Before countless eyes, black mists surged over the peak. Within the roiling darkness, two blazing white lights flared like lanterns, locking onto Zhu Yuanwei's moon worship sect's sacred beast. The dark celestial wolf had appeared. Zhubrat, the dark celestial wolf, stands before you. The beast growled hoarsely. Keep talking and it'll wipe out your entire manor, devouring them one by one. Zhu Yanwei laughed loudly. Hey Quan, you used to outmatch me, I admit that. But today you're wounded from your tribulation and half the beast you were, yet you still boast? His laughter cut off, voice turning icy. Hey Quan, a year from today will mark your death. Gruh. The black mist churned as the sacred beast shrieked in fury. Shirwanjia, open the array and kill them with me. With a whistle of wind, a middle-aged man with flowing hair and a stern face rose into the air. It was Shirwanjia, master of the moon worship sect. He bowed and answered, then shouted, "All disciples, follow the sacred beast. Kill." The next instant, the mountain rang with a single, orderly reply. "At your command." Banners snapped and billowed in the mountain wind. The black and crimson standard of the Bai cult rose tier after tier along the slopes, whirling like tongues of onyx fire. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The roar fused into a storm that made the valley vibrate. It sounded as if 10,000 horsemen were charging in waves. Imperial soldiers and disciples from every orthodox sect tightened their grips on their weapons and met the onrushing black tide. In an instant, swords, sabers, and arrows filled the sky. Steel flashed, sparks flew, and the air itself seemed to tear apart. Murderous intent burst overhead as well. The black heavenly wolf dissolved into rolling shadow, and, borne by a gale, dove at a short, middle-aged man. "You runt. Elite you first. Sect master you blanched." The infamous beast chilled him to the marrow, and he stumbled back. "Hold firm, master you. It's already wounded. Nothing to fear." Zhu Yanwei boomed, steadying the line. A blade of cold light split the air as he swung his nine-ring broadsword, sending a massive arc of energy across the path of the black mist. Nangong Lai followed, wrist flicking. Dozens of sword beams screamed into the fray. "Black Heavenly Wolf, you butchered countless Yun Jian sect disciples. Today we settle every debt with blood." "Huh." The shadow seethed as the wolf spat back. "Nangong Lai, you're blind to character. Your disciples are either fools or fiends. They murdered my followers and shamed my people. I devoured them, and they deserved it." High above, Imperial experts and sect elites split into squads. One ring besieged the black heavenly wolf, another tangled with Baiyue cult leader Shi Wanjie, and the rest fought the cult's elders strike for strike, evenly matched. At the foot of the mountain, neighs and howls mingled with battle cries. Blades flashed in chaotic crisscrosses. Every collision flung out sparks and screams. Severed limbs rained with blood, soaking robes and staining the ancient earth crimson. Yang Jin snapped the two halves of his dragonfang spear together. Here in disguise, he had no wish to shed needless blood, so he copied the local rogue cultivators, fighting while edging away and watching the aerial melee. Those rogues valued their lives. They swarmed in when treasure beckoned, yet vanished the moment danger loomed. While soldiers and sect disciples fell by the dozen, the smallest group on the field, the rogues, was somehow likeliest to survive. Suddenly thunder cracked across the sky, followed by the black heavenly wolf's furious bellow. "Zhu Yanwei, you cur, how dare you ambush me? Filthy mutt, ambush is exactly what I'm doing." Zhu Yanwei laughed wildly and flicked his left palm. A dozen fist-sized projectiles shot into the shadow. Boom, boom, boom. Each one exploded in midair, releasing blue-white arcs that sliced through the black mist like a lightning web. Every sweep of current carved away another layer of shadow. From the side, Shi Wanjie shouted, "Sacred beast, beware, those are the Imperial Court's treasures, lightning banine mines. They can strip your very soul." "Good eye, Shi Wanjie." Zhu Yanwei sneered and hurled several more thunder pearls. "Black heavenly wolf, you failed your last tribulation. Taste lightning again and be wiped out, body and soul." More than 20 lightning bane mines exploded at close range. The black mist was shredded repeatedly, and the already wounded black heavenly wolf grew even more desperate. The fog thinned inch by inch, and the wounded beast's once sinky hide grew dull. "Zhu Yanwei, I'll kill you, I'll see you dead." The black heavenly wolf's eyes went from white to crimson, veins bulging. It hurled itself against the barrier, smashing time and again into the chi shield cast by Nangong Lai's party. The whole valley hummed, but the wolf could not break free. "Save the sacred beast." Shi Wanjie bellowed. He bit through his own tongue, igniting his lifeblood and inner power. His aura shot upward as he charged into the black mist. High above, several elders of the moon worship sect shouted in unison, "Protect the sacred beast." Tearing through the air, they dove toward the melee. "Stop them!" Zhu Yanwei roared. Imperial guards and elite cultivators rushed to intercept, blades colliding midair and driving the battle to a fever pitch. The black heavenly wolf threw back its head and howled. "Zhu Yanwei, I am a descendant of Tunri Shinjun. I refuse to die at the hands of trash like you. Push me any further, and I'll self-destruct." The words self-destruct boomed like thunder. Faces paled in the sky, and fighters on the ground froze for an instant. At that moment, a clear, far-off voice carried on the wind. "Black heavenly wolf, Shi Wanjie, do not panic." A ribbon of jade-green energy sliced through the heavens, plunging straight into the center of the fray. Yang Jin's heart leapt. That wasn't a Xuanqi Technikite, it was a wood attribute power from Blue Star. Only one person fit that description. Li Qinlin, Supreme Commander of Defense Zone Y001B, Deputy Head of the Xinhua Martial Academy, a senior martial saint. At last the demon from beyond the realm shows himself. Zhu Yanwei's eyes gleamed. He flung a golden sword that burst into the form of a dragon. Gold light tangled with the emerald beam, a golden dragon wrestling a jade serpent and shaking the sky. The wolf's agitation vanished the moment it saw the green aura. Brotherly, it called. I failed my tribulation and my end draws near. I entrust my followers to you. Still locked in combat, Shirwanjia and the moon-worship disciples cried out together, Sacred Beast. Their wails echoed across the heavens. The wolf continued by soundless transmission, Shirwanjia, heed my order, seek brotherly's protection. I go now? With that it lunged at Zhu Yanwei, its demon power erupting. Boom. A deafening blast split the sky. A blinding white mushroom cloud shot upward, fire rolling out with a force greater than 20 Daime-in thunder bombs. Fall back. Zhu Yanwei, Nangong Lai, and the others turned ashen and fled. At the same instant, the green energy split into ribbons, whipping around Shirwanjia and several moon worship experts, whisking them 1,000 feet clear of the blast. When the roar subsided, winds howled, hurling cultivators high before they fell like broken birds. From the swirling dust, a slender black shadow streaked away toward the horizon. Zhu Yanwei's chest heaved, blood rising in his throat. He wiped his mouth and spotted the fleeing shadow. Realization flashed in his eyes. Cunning wolf. The self-destruct was a find that faked his death to escape. Cut him off, he roared. Don't let that cur get away. Shouts erupted on every side, and the Imperial troops all fixed their eyes on the fleeing streak of black mist. During his tribulation, Black Heaven Wolf had been blasted bloody by thunder and flame. Now, after forcibly detonating his own body, the damage only deepened, his soul power roiling out of control. His sham death was exposed on the spot, and in a heartbeat he was cornered with no hope of escape. Is today the day this 1,000-year specter is wiped from existence? Fury raged in his chest, yet he was powerless. The encircling troops drew ever closer, their net nearly seamless. Desperate times, desperate measures, live or die. He had to gamble. The moment the thought struck, the black aura around him surged. Joints cracked, his form convulsed, and in the next instant more than 100 wisps of darkness tore free from his main soul. The pursuers, Imperial soldiers and disciples of the great sects, paused in surprise. Above them the cloud burst open with a harsh hiss, splitting into slender black threads that rained down like needled shadows, whistling toward the gathering of rogue cultivators below. That crowd was densest with independent cultivators. The threads drilled into their bodies without warning, flashed once, and vanished completely. What devilry is this? What just happened? Exclamations echoed everywhere. Imperial troops and sect disciples stared, dumbfounded, while the rogues themselves stood frozen, still unsure how they had become unwilling hosts. Across the field, Prince Zhu Yanwei saw the black mist merge into the rogues and felt his eyelid twitch. This was Black Heaven Wolf's signature art shadow split. Of the 100+ strands, only one held the true remnant soul, the rest were perfect decoys. With his body destroyed, hiding among the crowd was his only chance. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Yanwei barked, "Men, surround every rogue cultivator. Seize them all. Search them one by one. We will find that remnant soul, no matter what." "Yes, Your Highness." Soldiers and sect disciples surged forward like wolves, blades bared, cold light gleaming in their eyes now filled with mockery and greed. The rogues cursed Black Heaven Wolf for dragging them into this mess. Overnight they had all become suspects. Seeing the encroaching steel, they had a single thought run. "Brothers, the court's turning on us. If we don't bolt now, when will we?" One rogue flung several fire talismans. With a muffled boom, flames rose, forcing the pursuers back a step. "Scatter, or we're dead men." Another shrieked. Rogues rarely excel at frontal assaults, but survival and escape are their specialty. Once someone broke the ice, no one intended to stay. In a blink, fire charms, smoke bombs, poison powder, and sleeping drafts filled the air. Amid the chaotic roars, more than 100 rogues scattered like startled wild ducks, plunging into the surrounding forest. Within a few breaths, not a single figure remained in sight. "What now, Your Highness?" Nangong Lai stared, slack-jawed. He had never imagined the rogues would react so fiercely. In 3 heartbeats the clearing was empty. Zhu Yanwei's face darkened like iron. His icy gaze swept the horizon. "Hear my order. Hunt down every rogue cultivator. Better to kill 100 by mistake than let one escape. Anyone who brings solid news of Black Heaven Wolf will be handsomely rewarded." At once, excitement lit the crowd. Zhu Yanwei's decree was nothing less than a death sentence for every rogue in the southwest. From that moment on, Imperial troops and sect disciples held an official license to kill. The Imperial soldiers remained in formation, waiting for orders from above. Disciples from the various sects, however, could no longer hold back. They split into small groups and pounced on the fleeing rogue cultivators like wolves. In the Cloud Sword sect's ranks, senior brother Su Aocean's eyes burned with excitement. He had wanted to take out Yang Jin for a long time, but never found an opening, and now the chance was right in front of him, itching at him like a cat's claws. He bowed to Sect Master Nangong Lai. "I request permission to lead a squad to hunt down the escaping demonic cultivators." Nangong Lai actually disapproved of the impending bloodbath against the rogues. But since Prince Jinan had spoken, the sect had to give the court an answer. He warned in a low voice, Outyin, the main purpose is to investigate. Do not kill indiscriminately. Su Outyin thumped his chest. Rest assured, master. I will act impartially and seek no private gain. Go, Nangong Lai said with a nod. The surrounding disciples looked on enviously. Everyone knew that this so-called investigation was a lucrative errand. Senior brother would likely come back loaded. The remaining Cloud Sword sect disciples began to form up for the return journey. Suddenly, a soldier hurried over, clasped his fists, and called out, Sect Master Nangong. His Highness requests your presence for a council. Nangong Lai gave a few brief instructions and left with the soldier. As soon as the formation loosened, Nangong Yan's eyes darted about. Once her father's figure disappeared behind the ranks, she slipped away and vanished in a heartbeat. When Ji Homing noticed she was gone, he slapped his thigh and wailed, Damn. I'm going to take the blame again. I am so dead. Elsewhere, after leaving the battlefield, Yang Jin sprinted toward the human base. Half an hour later, he was nearly 100 li from the moon worship cult's branch stronghold when he sensed the faint sound of wind behind him. He stopped at a mountain brook, rolled up his sleeves, and scooped water to wipe his sweat. Though he looked exhausted, he was actually waiting for his shadow to close in. The pursuer was Tian Youfu, an elite disciple of the Iron Banner sect at the early Qi stage. True to his name, literally blessed with fortune, his luck had always been superb. In the first skirmish against rogue cultivators, he had already killed a man and found a pouch full of valuables. His purse was now bulging. Hungry for more, Tian fixed his sights on the weakest prey he could find. Soon he spotted a young scholar carrying a chain case on his back, clearly an inexperienced lamb waiting to be shorn. To avoid drawing attention, he trailed the youth at a leisurely distance, planning to strike in some secluded spot. As for the remnant soul of the dark heavenly wolf, he couldn't care less. Living another day was blessing enough. Prudence had always been his style. When the scholar stopped by the stream, Tian was delighted. The kid's spiritual energy is running low. He has to rest. Game over. He swaggered up to Yang Jin. Before he could speak, the other man's words stopped him short. Yang Jin looked at him with a half smile. You were awfully slow. I almost got tired of waiting. Tian Youfu blinked. You were waiting for me? What else? Yang Jin countered, pointing at the ground. This place faces south with a mountain at its back and water in front. Perfect for a grave. If you're buried here, your descendants will be blessed. Hey, race the deal hand over your valuables, then dig a hole and jump in. He flicked the dust from his sleeve, speaking as casually as if discussing lunch. Finally he added, out of respect for your hard work, he'll even leave you a whole corpse. Yang Jin was nearly 12 years his junior, yet Tian Youfu could only laugh at the irony. Kid, who are you? Name yourself. Master Tian doesn't kill the nameless. He stood with his sword in hand, his voice splitting the air like stone. Yang Jin's expression stayed calm. The Doomsday Scholar Yang Jin. Doomsday Scholar? Never heard of you. Tian Youfu snorted, anger surging. Then he'll be the one to end your days. He barely cleared 2 inches of steel before a dragonfang spearhead punched through his throat. Before the blood could even bead, shock froze in his eyes. How are you this strong? The question died with him, unanswered, his stronger cultivation offering no protection against a single thrust. Yang Jin pulled back the spear, its point grazing the ground as crimson slid off without a stain. He turned to the shadowed tree lean behind him. Su Outyin, no need to hide. Show yourself. Leaves trembled. A cold laugh broke the silence. Such ruthless technique, one strike, one corpse. Just what I'd expect from a disciple of the Imperial Academy. Su Outyin strolled out, hands clasped behind his back, leaves crunching underfoot. His gaze fixed on the weapon, its tip forged from the tooth of a 5th-rank spirit beast, white as congealed jade, razor clean. A magnificent spear. Greed flashed in his eyes, then shifted to the antique bracelet on Yang Jin's wrist, origin unknown, yet clearly priceless. Delight sparked across Su Aoshan's face. To him, this youth was a walking treasure trove. Su Aoshan's cultivation stood a full realm above his own, so Yang Jin's vigilance rose to its peak, a rabbit fighting a lion. His mental power spread. Invisible wormholes flickered into place. From the insect realm within his body, flying knives and serpent fangs locked onto vital points: brow, throat, heart, groin, each strike meant to kill. Su Outyin, we've met before. Why tail me in the shadows? Yang Jin kept his tone even, but let a trace of worry surface. Bait for the enemy. A latest-stage Qi sect master, Su Outyin had never taken this fledgling seriously. Seeing the apparent fear, he sneered. Spare me the small talk. I want your refined blood. Be sensible in yourself, and skip the torture. You think you'll surrender without a fight? Dream on. Yang Jin snapped back. Stubborn fool. Then die. Su Outyin jabbed a finger. A blade of sword key shrieked through the air. Buzz. The spear's tip flicked the energy aside, the air erupting as the forces annulled each other. It can be broken? Su Outyin frowned, stunned that his piercing strike had dissolved so cleanly. Let's see how many more you can block. Finger followed finger, sword key falling like rain. Yang Jin met the storm heat in, each clash sharpening his spearwork, shadows spinning and colliding. Within the forest, only the crossing arcs of sword key and the flashing blur of a spear could be seen, the ceaseless hum echoing through the trees. After a bruising exchange, Su Outyin still couldn't take the upper hand. Humiliated and enraged, he drew his sword with a sharp hiss. Yang, die, he roared. The blade pulsed like a meteor slicing the night, its icy light slashing toward Yang Jin. Su Outyin, that's the best your sword can do? Yang Jin was done playing. With a snap of his arms, the spear shot out like a dragon breaching the sea, unleashing a force meant to obliterate. Bang! The blast cracked like thunder across the forest. More than 5 times his normal power gathered at the spear tip and smashed into Su Aoshin's sword. Su Aoshin's pupils tightened. The blade that had once cowed countless disciples shattered like paper. The spear's leftover power ripped through his last defenses with ease. The cry never left his lips. The cold spearhead punched through the front of his throat and burst out the back in a spray of blood. He staggered, trying to speak, but only a wet gurgle came out. Blood fountained crimson over the ground. A heartbeat later, his eyes went glassy, and he toppled the suave senior brother reduced to a corpse. Blame your own greed, Su Outyin. Otherwise you'd still be alive. Yang Jin's voice was calm, almost soft. Had always claimed he could kill an opponent a realm above his own. Today he proved it. As Cloud Sword Sect's top disciple, Su Outyin was bound to carry valuables, especially with Tian Yufu's body nearby. Murder without loot, or loot without murder, would be incomplete. Yang Jin knelt and searched the corpse. Soon he fished out 2 brocade pouches. Though small, they bulged with silver, pills, and Thumb's-Eye's spirit stones, well over 100. Spirit stones quickly replenished arcane energy and were hard currency among cultivators. Unfamiliar with local prices, he swept everything into his spatial ring. Just as he turned to leave, hurried footsteps rustled through the trees. 2 figures burst from the undergrowth and landed before him. Both wore soldiers' armor. One had a bound, gagged girl slung over his shoulder. She struggled and moaned behind the cloth. Yang Jin recognized her, Nangong Yin of Cloud Sword Sect. Why are you taking my friend? Leave her, he ordered, spears sweeping sideways to block their path. The soldier on the left paled at the sight of the weapon. Dragonfang spear? You're Yang Jin. He blurted in Blue Star Mandarin, not the local tongue of Arcane Star. Yang Jin looked closer. The faces beneath the helmets were achingly familiar: Lu Xian and Airman, classmates from the Kindling Martial Academy's 2130 basic training camp. Back when 77 cadets were teleported here, only his transfer had gone wrong. He never thought they'd reunite. Yet here they were, broad grins spreading. Yang Jin, we thought something happened to you. Look at you, alive and kicking, dressed like a scholar, Lu Xian joked, equal parts relief and mockery. Nangong Yan's eyes widened, her struggling stilled. She glanced at Su Aoshin's corpse, then at Yang Jin. Betrayal hit like winter chill. The Yang Jueming she trusted had masked his identity all along. A moment later she spat out the gag. Lips trembling, voice ice cold, she cried, "You're not Yang Jueming, you're a demon from beyond." Seeing what was happening, Lu Xian grabbed the strip of cloth and shoved it back into Nangong Yan's mouth. Yang Jin, you know this girl? He tipped his chin at her. More or less a friend, Yang Jin admitted, then asked, what brings you two here? The 3 of them crouched and spoke in low voices. Yang Jin soon pieced the story together. After landing on Shuanchi Star, all Blue Star cadets were sent to Outpost Y001B. Their mission: slip into a Baiwei cult sub-branch and sabotage Great Qian's purge. To stay under the radar, the cadets disguised themselves that same night and marched with a special ops squad, traveling only after dark. When they reached the cult stronghold, Imperial cavalry had already sealed it off. The Blue Star cadets could do nothing but hide and wait. Before long, the Saint Beast Black Sky Wolf blew itself up. Cult leader Shi Wanjia and several elders hacked a bloody escape route under Li Qinglin's assault. The base immediately ordered every cadet to pull out. Disguised as Imperial soldiers, Lu Xian and Alman were falling back toward the safe zone when they saw Nangong Yin of the Cloud Sword Sect chasing a Baiwei disciple. They intervened, saved the disciple, and captured Nangong Yin. The disciple got away, and since they couldn't just cut her loose on the spot, they kept the sect girl with them. Yang Jin asked, so what do you plan to do with her? Lu Xian shrugged. Outpost orders. We come in peace and no killing natives. Alman and I figured we'd let her go once we're clear. Yang Jin grinned. Hand her over to me, then. No sense letting her slow you down. Happy to pass off the hot potato, the 2 agreed on the spot. Even as they spoke, all 3 glanced at the silvery wristbands on their left arms. A new order had just come through. Roam the 10,000 Peak Mountains and rescue any Baiwei disciples who were being hunted or captured. Yang Jin pounced on the chance. Can you ping the base? Tell them I'm still breathing. Lu Xian shook his head. One way only. Less radio, less chance the locals pick us up. After a few more words, Yang Jin turned down their offer to team up. Lu Xian and Amenboth, mid-level martial adept, shedded off to tackle the new assignment. Silence reclaimed the forest. Yang Jin hauled Nangong Yin over his shoulder, darted through the trees for more than 10 li, then set her down in a thick patch of shade. He removed the gag and cut the ropes in one smooth motion. He clicked his teeth 3 times, switching to Xuanqi, Star's common tongue. Sorry about that, junior sister Nangong. Readied. Nangong Yin simply stared at him without a single curse or question. Yang Jin waved toward the path. Go on. Stay inside your sect next time. After a long pause, she finally spoke. You killed my senior brother. Why spare me? Aren't you afraid I'll expose what happened today? Killing's easy, but I choose who deserves it, Yang Jin replied evenly. After this fight, half the planet will know Outer Realm fiends exist. Your words won't change a thing. Besides, you and Ji Hongming were the ones who dragged me to that dog slaughter tournament. If the court investigates, you two are first in line. Yang Jin paused before saying, if you don't mind dragging Master Nangong and the entire Cloud Sword sect down with you, then go ahead and report me. Yang, you shameless rogue. Nangong Yin froze, stamped her foot in fury, then spun around and stormed off, leaves swirling in her wake. Watching her vanish among the trees, Yang Jin shook his head with a sigh and was about to leave when a low, time-worn voice sounded beside his ear. Kid, I didn't expect you to know how to show mercy to a lady. The voice was hoarse with age, yet strangely familiar. A chill stabbed through Yang Jin. Every hair standing on end knew exactly who it was. It was the moon worship cult's holy beast, the Black Sky Wolf. A grandmaster ranked at the very peak of the profound Qi constellation. He had held the 10,000 mountain range against the throne and the great sects for centuries. His name alone could shake the world. Even worse, hidden deep in Yang Jin's sea of consciousness were the Mind Force Sphere and the primordial Godworm, 2 heaven-defying treasures. If the Black Sky Wolf sensed them, the consequences would be unthinkable. Forcing down his panic, he spoke respectfully. Senior Black Sky Wolf, what an honor to meet you. Might I ask you to show yourself? Enough with the flowery talk, the voice teased. Your Blue Star Supreme Director, Li Qinglin, has drunk tea and debated the Tao with me for years. Am familiar with your culture, no need for all the bows. As the words faded, Yang Jin's left shoulder suddenly felt heavy. He glanced over to find a pitch-black puppy perched there. Its fur gleamed like satin over a tiny body, marble-clear eyes rolled curiously, round ears drooped, and a stubby tail wagged non-stop. It looked no more than 3 months old. No wonder that Prince called him a mangy dog. The holy beast really is a dog, Yang Jin mused silently. Keeping his hands dutifully at his sides and suppressing the urge to rub its head, he bent slightly. So Senior is Dean Lee's close friend. Please forgive my ignorance. Command me as you wish. The Black Sky Wolf opened his tiny jaws, admiration unmistakable in his voice. Kid, I've been watching you. You have principles I like that. They'll be blunt. I'm badly wounded and need an escort to a cave where I can heal. Of course, I won't make you work for nothing. The reward will satisfy you. A puppy talking like an old patriarch was a bizarre sight, but Yang Jin didn't dare show it. Senior flatters me. Serving you is an honor. I ask for no payment. The wolf waved a short paw. That won't do. If I made you work for free, I'd be what you Blue Star folk call a capitalist. Listen, that cave is stacked with treasures my followers have offered over the years. Get me there safely, and the vault is yours to pick through. Yang Jin thumped his chest in pledge. Even through fire and blades, Senior, I'll see you there. Guided by the Black Sky Wolf, he altered his course toward a hidden grotto 500 li away. Fortunately, it wasn't too far from the human base, just a few extra 100 li around. During breaks on the road, they chatted idly. The wolf spoke frankly and to the point. Testing the waters, Yang Jin asked, Senior, is that grotto your cult's main headquarters? The court raids us often. Why would we keep a single headquarters? The wolf chuckled. We keep several branch sites. As you Blue Star people say, a crafty hare has 3 burrows. An apt proverb, Senior, Yang Jin praised, while thinking the opposite. Senior, I heard from that fat pig in golden armor that you were injured during your tribulation. Could you tell me what happened? Yang Jin asked. Fat pig in golden armor? He Tianling blinked, then realized the pig was none other than the southern warden, Zhu Yanwei. Haha, perfect insult. He roared, his black paw drumming on Yang Jin's shoulder. Zhu Yanwei waddles around in that gold shell with his round belly. Really is a fat pig. Next time I see him, that's exactly what I'll call him. The forest was deep and quiet, sunlight spilling through the leaves onto the boy, the wolf, and the dog. Curled around the teenager's shoulders, He Tianlang spoke in a gravelly but assured voice. Kid, since you're so eager to learn, I'll explain. Humans cultivate along 3 paths. Star people guide arcane energy, Blue Star people temper the body, and I devote myself to the spirit alone. He had already discarded his flesh, existing only as soul, which was why Yang Jin had seen nothing but a swirling black cloud on the battlefield. Pride crept into his tone. I'm in the late Qi Sage realm. After centuries of grinding effort, I finally reached the edge and summoned the heavenly lightning. When he recalled the thunderclouds pressing down, his voice faltered and a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. The tribulation's power was boundless. I had only my spirit to bear it, and it ripped me apart. I was a breath from annihilation. He grew serious, fixing Yang Jin with a steady look. That ordeal taught me a harsh truth: without a body, a soul is too fragile. Remember this. When you face the heavens, flesh and spirit must advance together. From now on, you must forge your body and temper your soul at the same time. Do that, and your progress will double. Leaves cracked under their feet as they hurried on. Young Jean frowned. Senior, we Blue Star folk have always trained life force alone. I've never even heard of soul cultivation. How do I begin? Hey Tianlang tapped his shoulder with a soft paw. Don't rush. You did me a favor. I won't let you lose out. Our meeting is fate. They'll teach you a technique, and how much you master is up to you. He paused, then spoke with ceremony. Of my many arts, one stands above the rest: the great yin yang canon, passed down from my ancestor, the ancient sun-devouring lord. The canon is split into two scrolls. 1. The yang scroll is practiced by day, drawing sunlight to refine the flesh. Mastery forges a glass-like golden body, immune to blade, fire, and water. 2. The yin scroll is practiced by night, swallowing moonlight to strengthen the spirit. At perfection, it condenses a Tinjong avatar able to summon wind and cloud. He flicked his tail in self-mockery. I favored the moon's glow, so I cultivated the yin scroll far more than the yang. Now my spirit is strong, but my body is weak. No sense dwelling on it. A breeze rustled the canopy, while He Tianlang cleared his throat. Listen carefully and memorize the incantation. Heaven keeps clear by sun, moon, and stars. Earth stays calm by pearl and jade. Man endures by spirit, breath, and essence. Yang Jin repeated each line, his voice ringing like a bell. After half an hour, he had the words down pat. He Tianlang nodded approvingly. Good memory, kid. Next comes the method itself. The great yin yang canon pairs the chant with movement forms, and you must practice both. Ignore either one, and you'll lose control. Best case, your meridians snap. Worst case, you explode. He continued. Step 1 is to memorize every acupoint and meridian in the body. The points and channels he described matched Blue Star medical theory exactly, so Yang Jin grasped them with ease. Cultivating the Dain Yang Jinjing imposes no fixed posture. One may meditate, lie down, or even walk, though seated practice yields the best results. At high noon, the blazing sun hung overhead as Yang Jin raced along the mountain path. Following He Tianlang's guidance, he ran the technique while drawing sunlight into his meridians. Moments later, a scalding current rushed through his nose and mouth with each breath, as if a chili pepper had burst across his tongue, burning and fiery. This isn't so hard. He picked it up right away, he thought smugly. Catching that self-satisfied look, He Tianlang bounded up and landed squarely on his head. Raising a furry foreleg, the little wolf delivered a rapid flurry of smacks. Kid, a few words of praise, and you're already cocky. Rely on just your nose and mouth, 3 openings and all in, you'll still be practicing when the monkeys rule the year. Stumbling under the blows, Yang Jin kept running and protested. Senior, even if you count the ears and the lower parts, a body only has 9 openings. You don't expect me to train with my backside hanging out, do you? Fool. He Tianlang barked. If that were all, how could the Dain Yang Jinjing claim to be an ancient art worthy of Tunri Shinjin's name? Listen carefully. Its voice suddenly rose. Remember, breathing isn't limited to the nose and mouth. You have 84,000 pores. The word struck like a hammer. Yang Jin jolted. 84,000 pores breathing in unison, that was it. Pores expel sweat. They can draw in qi as well. His comprehension was sharp. He grasped the essence at once. Beneath his skin, every tiny pore became a minute valve connecting inside and out, opening and closing in its own rhythm. Within this near-invisible respiration, he felt the sunlight turn into a fine, unseen drizzle. Each droplet fell onto his skin and was swallowed by the pores. Anyone watching from afar would have been startled by the faint halo around him, hazy as smoke, flickering in and out of sight. Good. After studying him for a while, He Tianlang grew increasingly pleased. In its 1,000 years of life, it had trained countless disciples of the Bai West sect. Yet this human from the Blue Star surpassed them all in physique, insight, and potential. What had begun as a casual favor now sparked the desire to cultivate him carefully. My ancestor Tunri Shinjun once followed an ancient war god whose name shook the cosmos. He Tianlang reflected. Though my art bears my ancestor's title, much of it actually comes from that war god's legacy. To a pure spiritual beast like He Tianlang, destiny, karma, and inheritance outweighed personal desire. Encountering such a rare prodigy might well be heaven's arrangement. The treasure it had failed to refine for years might suit this youth. Yet hesitation lingered. Could it truly hand over a chance it had pursued for so long? While it pondered, Yang Jin wiped away the sweat brought forth by the technique from his brow. Senior, how far are we from our destination? He Tianlang lifted a forepaw and pointed toward the distant peaks. Not far. A little more than 200 li. Pick up the pace. Got it. Hold on tight. Yang Jin pushed off again, his feet striking the ground like wheels of wind and fire, kicking up a trail of dust. Perched atop his head, He Tianlang listened to the wind whistle past and sighed inwardly. The boy was helping it without reservation. while it hesitated over a mere external object. If word spread, wouldn't others laugh? Very well, if Yang Jin could win the treasure's recognition, it would simply gift it to him. If I, He Tianlang, lack even that resolve, how can I hope to rebuild my body and ascend to godhood? Deep inside the endless jungle of the Shirwan Mountains, a lone figure streaked through the trees. Elbows and knees swept branches aside, wind hissed past his ears, and a palm-sized black pup lounged securely on his shoulder. The little dog seemed utterly at ease, golden slit pupils half closed, treating the man beneath it as its private mount. Not bad, not bad. He Tianlang stretched a hind leg and scratched his neck in delight. So this is what having a ride feels like. Too bad the kid's one of us. I can't keep him as my steed. Once my power is back, I'm marching into the Jinan prince's manor, hauling Zhu Yanwei out for a mount, and he'll ride him a different way every day. Yang Jin knew nothing of the muttering on his shoulder. All his focus went into running, muscles pumping like pistons. Heat steamed off his skin until he felt trapped in a sauna, sweat turning to mist around him. Half the pores in his body opened and closed in rhythm, hot currents racing through bones and meridians, forging them like iron in a blazing furnace. The 9-orifice pill he had taken years ago still held and used power. Driven by the circulation of the great Yin Yang scripture, the medicine flared to life again, surging through him for a second round of marrow cleansing. Brat, you've swallowed a 9-orifice pill, haven't you? Your skin's stinking up the place. He Tianling's damp nose was painfully sensitive. The smell made him hop away. There's a pool ahead, go wash off. With that, the dog drifted onto a boulder beside the water and sprawled out to sun its belly. Unable to bear the clammy sweat, Yang Jin glanced ahead and saw water glinting in the light. He flung off his clothes and dove like a white fish, splashing into the cool pool. After a quick scrub, every pore seemed to breathe. His mind felt refreshed. The wig of long hair slipped off in the water, revealing his neat, short cut beneath. He couldn't be bothered to fetch it. Barefoot, he stepped onto the bank and was just tying his belt when a figure flashed out of the forest edge. The newcomer had been hurrying through the woods and turned only after spotting the pool. Short hair, looks out of place, maybe a rogue cultivator, maybe a demon from beyond, he thought. Latest-stage chi practitioner at best, and a mid-stage chi master. Killing him will be like wringing a chicken's neck. He sprang forward. He Tianling vanished like a wisp of black smoke. The stranger halted 30 meters away, staring coldly at the half-dressed Yang Jin. Nobody likes being ogled while bathing, least of all by a scrawny man with a sour face. Yang Jin shivered. If it were a beautiful woman, fine, being watched by a man was just creepy. He looked up, eyes icy. What are you staring at? So what if I stare? The short man sneered, sword flashing out. Demon from beyond, I'm not just staring, I'm going to kill you. Before the words faded, he crossed the distance in one stride. The blade aimed straight at Yang Jin's throat. Yang Jin tapped the ground, flicking the butt of a bronze spear into his hand. Shorty, I'm going to bury you. No fancy moves, just a savage thrust. The spear howled through the air, driving straight for the man's face. The short man's expression changed in an instant. The murderous aura felt like a blade tearing the air itself, and fear pricked his heart despite himself. My cultivation is higher. There's no way I can't block a spear from him. It must be an illusion, he told himself, drawing on his vital energy and pouring it into his sword. The long sword suddenly blazed, its light blindingly bright. Bang! With an ear-splitting crack, the blade shattered beneath the spear's furious thrust, sparks flying in all directions. The Dragonfang spear never slowed. A streak of cold light tore through the air and reached the brow of the short, wiry man. In the next heartbeat, it would have pierced his skull. Buzz! A beam of yellow light burst from the man's chest. A palm-sized golden talisman slipped from his grasp, caught the wind, and instantly expanded into a human-shaped apparition that clamped itself behind him like a shield. The phantom was just as short and thin, with a long face and short beard. Its eyes were indifferent and its voice icy. Fellow cultivator, I am Yu Guanghai of the Tsongshan sect. My son, Yu Haojia, is young and brash. If he has offended you, I ask your indulgence. Before it finished, the specter raised its hand, tilting a sword downward, a lance of sword light stabbing straight for Yang Jin's forehead. Hiding in the shadows, Haishanling dared not reveal himself in case the talisman sensed him. He could only warn in a secret voice, Yang Jin, that's the life-saving charm you the dwarf forged for his son. Be careful, just a talisman, why should I fear it? Yang Jin barked. His shout carried a wave of mental force, layers of annihilating energy surging like a tide at Yu Haojia. The Dragonfang spear coiled like a swimming dragon, slipped past the phantom sword light, and drove viciously into the golden barrier. The icy tip pressed against Yu Haojia's forehead, but the light membrane held. It would go no farther. Yu Haojia froze, then erupted in triumphant laughter. Fool! My father is a chi sage. You can't break his charm. Kneel while you still can. Murderous intent washed over Yang Jin. He would not let a tiger return to the mountain. Annihilating force erupted again. If I want you dead, not even the Jade Emperor can save you. A muffled boom echoed. Yu Haoji's head ballooned like an overfilled bladder and burst. Blood and bone fragments spattered, pattering across the phantom. Sensing his only child's life flicker out, Yu Guanghai's apparition roared, "Cur, you killed my son. He'll take your life." The image exploded into a raging torrent, energy sharp as blades, hammering point-blank into Yang Jin's chest. Boom. Yang Jin blasted sideways like a cannonball, skidding dozens of meters and crashing through 3 ancient trees before stopping. 10 or more bones snapped. His chest burned, blood spurted, and his aura plummeted. If not for his twice-honed physique and recent tempering with the great Inyang cannon, any high-rank martial master would have died on the spot. Haishanling appeared, turning into black mist to catch him. "Yu Haojia is dead. The dwarf's real body will be here any moment. We must go." Gritting his teeth, Yang Jin leaned on the wolf and fled into the depths of the forest. About half an hour later, a dazzling sword light split the sky, leaving a blazing tail that seemed to cleave heaven itself. Riding the sword was Yu Guanghai, sect master of Tsongshan. From midair, he looked down at the pool and instantly recognized the headless corpse sprawled beside it. "Yu Haojia. Sona." His grief-stricken roar echoed through the woods, making the very air tremble. Yu Guanhai clenched his teeth, the muscles in his face knotted with rage. "You cur. You killed my son, and for that we cannot share the same sky. Whoever you are, wherever you hide, I'll tear you to pieces and carve you up 1,000 times." His furious gaze swept the clearing until it locked on a still wet smear of crimson among the grass. Yang Jin's fresh blood. Yu Guanhai unfastened a brocade pouch at his waist, pinched the opening, and a palm-sized gray mouse leapt out. A thumb-sized tuft of gold on its forehead glimmered in the fading light, marking it as the rare golden coin mouse. These spirit mice have an extraordinary sense of smell and can burrow through earth to uncover buried treasures, so cultivators call them treasure-seeking mice. Because they understand human speech, many practitioners keep them as pets. Yu Guanhai crouched, dabbed a fingertip in the blood, and held it to the mouse's nose. "Jinshan, this is the enemy's blood. Follow the scent and find him." The mouse quivered its whiskers, squeaked sharply, and shot down the forest path like an arrow. Yu Guanhai strode after it, eyes blazing with a single thought: vengeance. The forest deepened as the golden coin mouse headed south. Yu Guanhai followed close behind, reading every trace along the way. My son was only mid-stage Qi sect, yet that man shattered his talisman and killed him. He must be latest-stage Qi sect, perhaps even a Qi venerate. The talisman's backlash wounded him, leaving him short of Qi, so he couldn't take to the air and had to flee on foot. While he calculated, man and mouse had already been running for half an hour. Dusk fell, and a roaring river that split the 10,000 mountains blocked their path. The surging water and bellowing waves marked the range's greatest river, the New River. The mouse crouched on the bank and shrieked at the churning water. Yu Guanhai scooped it up, stepped onto his sword light, and crossed to the opposite shore in a few breaths. Yet the mouse sniffed the wind and shook its head with a soft chirp. So he entered the New River but never reached the far bank? The little mouse nodded. Yu Guanhai rose again, hovering above the waves, his robes snapping in the river wind. Staring at the endless wall of rushing water, he weighed his options. The man was likely hiding on the riverbed, badly hurt, but dragging him from this vast current would be like finding a needle in the sea. Perhaps the killer had already slipped downstream. Frustration boiled over. He slammed a palm at the river, blasting Qi into the current and hurling a wave several stories high. The crash thundered like a drum, venting some rage but yielding no clue. He drifted back to the bank and dropped onto a cold rock. His son's death left him half mad, and he resolved to keep watch by the river for as long as it took. Far beneath the New River, the water was dark and frigid. In the silt and sand, a 2-meter-wide array with worn engravings glowed faintly blue-green. The portal linked to a pocket realm beyond the world of Chi-Star. Inside, jagged peaks and strange stones jutted at odd angles, wisps of cloud curling among them. A clear stream sliced through a meadow before the cave mouth. On the damp grass lay Yang Jin, eyes closed, face bloodless, deeply unconscious. A black heavenly wolf cub crouched at his side. It stretched a furry paw to his nose, felt the faint breath, and finally relaxed. "Kid, you're tough. At least you made it here. If you'd collapsed on the way, I'd have been powerless to save you," the wolf muttered, recalling their frantic escape and shaking its head. After the talisman obliterated Yang Jin's defenses, a savage burst of energy bored into him like a hammer, shredding meridians and organs in a heartbeat. Against the might of a Qi sage, a mere high-ranked martial master was helpless. As he fled, his condition deteriorated. Without his fierce will to live and He Tianlang's constant support, he'd have died on the open plain. Man and dog staggered on, wringing out their last strength until they reached a concealed cave. Fortune smiled, they plunged into the underground current of the New River. The moment they hit the water, Yang Jin collapsed and lost consciousness. He Tianlang inspected him and found his life force in tatters. Delay meant death. "He was wounded for my sake, I must save him," the little black dog muttered. It melted into a wisp of shadow and shot into the cave's depths. A few breaths later it returned with a jet-black wooden box in its jaws. The lid snapped open, revealing a grape-sized pill, half black and half whitey, a perfect yin-yang sphere. Kid, this yin-yang pill was forged from the essence of sun and moon and the chi of heaven and earth. It drags you back from death, mends shattered bones, and even nudges your cultivation upward. For healing and training it rivals the great Qian Imperial 9-orifice pill. Count yourself lucky today. He Tianlang shoved the pellet into Yang Jin's mouth and channeled its own qi. The medicine surged through him. The wolf dog lay beside him, eyes fixed on his face. Color soon returned to Yang Jin's cheeks. His breathing steadied. Cracked ribs snapped back together, and ruptured organs knit themselves. His wounds healed fast enough to see. In this cave, sun and moon never rose or set. There was only perpetual daylight. He Tianlang curled up beside him, eyes half closed, head bobbing in drowsy vigilance. No telling how long passed before Yang Jin opened his eyes. He stared at the ash-gray sky, jagged rock walls, and emerald grass, then fixed on the little black dog. Senior, where am I? Brat, you're finally awake. How's the body? He Tianlang sprang up, stubby tail wagging. You saved me, Senior? How long was I out? I poured a healing pill down your throat. You've slept a day and a half, the dog replied. Thank you for saving my life. Yang Jin bowed deeply. Without He Tianlang, he would be dead. Pressing a hand to his chest, he marveled that his shattered ribs were whole again. Incredible. I remember several ribs breaking, yet they're as good as new. Was that pill some sort of elixir of immortality? He Tianlang chuckled. Immortal elixirs belong to the gods. Mine doesn't reach that height. With a nimble flip, Yang Jin sprang to his feet. Power surged through him. His vitality had leapt from 33 to over 40, grazing the threshold of a low-tier martial lord. He turned his right palm downward and pressed toward the grass. Though his hand hovered half a meter above the ground, a gust of force sank the turf several inches, leaving a crisp palm print behind. The air split beneath his palm strike. Yang Jin had never cultivated qi, yet the sheer power of his body could launch a razor-sharp shockwave proof of his extraordinary physique. He felt a surge of pride. His strength now matched an early martial lord's. Once he returned to Blue Star, he could move from the standard training camp to the Elite One. In just a few days his combat power had skyrocketed, and he had mastered the great yin-yang scripture. He was going home with a full haul. Don't get ahead of yourself, kid. Black Sky Wolf noticed his grin and doused it with a single sentence. You, the dwarf, is still camped outside the cave. As he spoke, the wolf flicked a foreleg, and a mirror of swirling air appeared before them. On the bank of the raging New River, a middle-aged man with a horse-long face and a neat mustache sat in meditation. It was Yu Guanhai, master of the Tsongshan sect. Yang Jin's eyelid gave a violent twitch. Yu Guanhai had once nearly drawn him into the underworld with a talisman. Seeing the man alive and unscathed chilled him. The sight also recalled Nangong Yen, whom he had encountered several times. Her father, Nangong Lai, was even stronger than Yu Guanhai, and had surely gifted her a life-saving treasure. Though she had slipped into danger repeatedly, the hidden safeguard had never activated. Every Qi saint was a supreme being. Even their own kin had to tread carefully around them. Yang Jin felt fortunate he hadn't tried to kill Nangong Yen back then, otherwise he might already be a corpse. He pushed the thought aside. Senior, you the dwarf is blocking the entrance. Are you just going to tolerate that? Why not take him down? Black Sky Wolf shook his head. I'd love to swallow him whole, but my power has collapsed. If we fought now, I'd lose. Relax. The tunnel array sits on the riverbed. It's almost impossible to detect, and without the proper chant and gestures, it can't be opened. Ignore him. He'll show you around first. The wolf waddled ahead on his short legs, explaining the cave's history along the way. This blessed realm stretched roughly 10 li across and rose more than 1,000 meters high. An invisible wall of energy sealed its borders. Black Sky Wolf had tried and failed to fly through it. Above, a blanket of milky cloud glowed softly, bathing the area in perpetual daylight. I discovered this place in my youth, he said. Since then it's been my private domain. Apart from successive masters of the moon-worshipping cult, you're the only outsider who has ever entered. Am honored, Senior, Yang Jin replied with a smile. They stepped into the main cavern, a space the size of a football field. At its center lay an enormous skeleton. The skull was as large as a truck cab, and the bones gleamed like jade, radiating a crushing aura. Senior, is that? Yang Jin asked quietly. My own remains after the flesh rotted away, Black Sky Wolf said bluntly. Seeing Yang Jin's astonishment, he added, You're probably wondering how I ended up like this. The wolf tilted his head, and memories flooded back. More than a century ago, on a whim, he had crossed into the great Qian Empire, traversed thousands of miles, and finally reached its capital. It was his first time in the capital, and curiosity about the imperial palace drew him inside under cover of night. The walls were high and dark, but he scaled them with ease. Before he could reach the main hall, A killing wind swept toward him. The Dacian imperial family had already sensed his intrusion. Dozens of hidden masters struck at once. Swordlight and swirling xuanqi formed an inescapable web, forcing him into a desperate fight. In the clash that followed, He Tianling's bones were shattered. Coughing hot blood, he tumbled from the palace wall and fled into the darkness. Barely alive, he staggered back to the vast 10,000 mountains. Beneath a cold moon in the silent forest, he discovered while regulating his breath that a strange, ruthless toxin was spreading within him. It was the bone-clinging rot, a poison the Dacian clan had brewed for decades from more than 1,000 venoms. It seeped into his periosteum, gnawing at flesh and blood without pause. He Tianlang threw every elixir and secret art he knew at the poison, managing only to suppress it. Decades passed. The toxin left his body riddled with holes, strips of flesh peeled away like rotten cloth. At last he abandoned the ruined shell and devoted himself to cultivating his primordial spirit, surviving as pure soul alone. The decayed corpse had long since been tossed into a ravine, but the exposed skeleton, hammered by years and poison, underwent a strange metamorphosis. The bone became harder than any known substance. In the flickering light of a stone lamp, the pale frame stood in the cave, giving off a faint metallic sheen. He Tianlang stepped forward and tapped a rib with a clawed fingertip. Tang a clear, ringing note like iron. These bones are tougher than cold iron from the abyssal sea, he murmured, eyes blazing. Any one of them would be priceless. Cold iron from the abyssal sea is a high-grade metal on Xianqi star, similar to mysterious iron on blue star. At his side, Yang Jin sucked in a breath. Senior, are you going to rebuild your body on this skeleton? He Tianlang calmed himself, then nodded solemnly. Exactly. The bone-clinging rot has finally burned itself out. They'll start over and make up for everything I lost. With this skeleton as my foundation, the new flesh will be stronger than ever. When the next tribulation comes, it'll succeed in a single stroke. Is passing the tribulation really that hard? Yang Jin asked, stirred by the very phrase. Hard. He Tianlang replied without hesitation. As hard as climbing to heaven. 9 deaths and 1 life is no exaggeration. Yang Jin seized the chance to voice a long-held question. Senior, you know both Blue Star and Xianqi Star. What's the real difference between their cultivation systems? He Tianlang paused, then spoke slowly. All paths lead to the same end. As you Blue Star people say, many roads reach the capital. Blue Star focuses on tempering the body. Xianqi Star focuses on refining xuanqi. They look different, but in essence they're the same. Like a patient lecturer, he traced 5 lines in the air. Both worlds recognize 5 major realms. On Blue Star, warrior, martial master, martial lord, martial venerable, martial sage. On Xianqi Star, chi user, chi master, chi lord, chi venerable, chi sage. They correspond 1-to-1. In the first 3 realms, a cultivator may wield terrifying power, but the body is still mortal. Life ends after a little more than a century. Enter the 4th realm, martial venerable or chi venerable, and everything changes. Lifespan stretches beyond 300 years, and the deeper the cultivation, the longer the life. In Blue Star's scientific terms, that change is evolution. Yang Jin's eyes shone. He finally grasped the true aim of cultivation, to push continual self-evolution and ascend to higher forms of life. He Tianlang continued. The 5th realm, martial sage or chi sage, brushes the ceiling of cultivation. Yet even amongst sages, power gaps can be immense. Prince Zhu Yanwei of the south and Nangong Lai, master of Cloudsword Gate, are both latest-stage chi sages. Together they still couldn't match me at my peak. A flicker of melancholy crossed his eyes, and he gave a wry smile. If the tribulation hadn't wounded me, do you think I'd let that dwarf you and his flock camp outside my cave? I'd have swallowed them long ago. After a bit of small talk, the topic circled back to crossing the heavenly tribulation. Yang Jin could not help asking, Senior, if someone at the saint rank survives the tribulation, what realm do they reach? Do they ascend? Do they become an immortal? He Tianlang flicked his tail, paused, and then shook his head. I don't know. You don't know? Yang Jin froze. He Tianlang explained calmly, your Blue Star martial system was born only after the stellar convergence, barely a century ago. Our own kid-training lineage on profound chi star is older, yet the chronicles contain only a few words like survive the tribulation and ascend. In the last 1,000 years, no cultivator has succeeded. A few days ago, I barged into the tribulation only because my cultivation had reached its limit and I wanted to try whether it was possible, and where I would end up if I succeeded no one knew. Yang Jin's heart shook. To charge into such uncertainty and still dare the attempt, He Tianlang's courage filled him with genuine admiration. To him, the wolf now resembled a pioneer hacking through a thorny jungle. The path ahead might open into a broad road or plunge into an abyss, but he marched on with head held high. He Tianlang went on. The Dechian court and the major sects call my 10,000 mountain range a barbarian land and brand the moon worship cult as uncivilized. Yet you people from Blue Star are far more broad-minded. I've sat and talked with Huapengjiu, Blue Star's invincible martial saint, several times. His bearing impressed me deeply. Otherwise, when I lay gravely wounded, I would never have dared hide inside your body. He looked at Yang Jin, golden vertical pupils full of approval. It seems I judged you rightly. Yang Jin, you're remarkable. Yang Jin bowed slightly. Senior, you taught me the grand Yin-Yang true canon and granted me spirit pills. Your kindness is like giving me a new life. My respect for you is as boundless as the Yangtze and as unstoppable as the surging Yellow River. He Tianling burst into hearty laughter, his tail wagging from side to side. So this upright young man can flatter, too. As I said, once you bring me home safely, everything in this cave is yours. Man and wolf followed the narrow trail along the cliff face. Dampness seeped from the stone, and the occasional drip echoed in the dark. Squeezing through a crack, they stepped into a spacious cavern blazing with golden light, almost blinding. Mountains of gold ingots, necklaces, bracelets, goblets, and platters filled the chamber. Vessels and ornaments carved from jade, pearl, and emerald were stacked layer upon layer, as if they had entered a true treasury. He Tianlang raised a paw. All offerings from the cultists. Take anything you like. The reflected gold set Yang Jin's heart ablaze. He nearly summoned the divine insect space within him to sweep everything away. On Blue Star, even a fraction of this hoard would fetch tens of billions. Buying a private jet would be pocket change. But caution prevailed would not reveal his trump card. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his fists. Thank you for your generosity, Senior. What you've already given me exceeds anything I could ask for. I dare not be greedy. With He Tianling's lavish temperament, even if Yang Jin emptied the cavern, the wolf would not have frowned. Yet the refusal left He Tianlang silent for a moment. Then the giant wolf smiled, as though relieved. It seems a certain item is fated to meet you after all. He lowered his voice, solemn. Ordinary treasure doesn't move you. Come, I'll show you something else. Whether you succeed or fail depends entirely on your own fortune. Yang Jin stayed close behind He Tianlang, winding through the jagged, pitch-black tunnel. They delved ever deeper until, in the very heart of the darkness, a cramped cavern appeared. Several fist-sized night-luminous pearls were set into the walls, their milky light illuminating the chamber. A Taiji Bagua array was etched into the floor, its yin-yang lines as dark as ink. At the center, light and shadow warped gently, as though invisible ripples were spreading outward. Blessed with the bloodline of the primordial god insect, Yang Jin was extraordinarily sensitive to spatial disturbances. Peering through the layers of runes, he glimpsed a strand of light coiled around something within the array, fist-sized chunk of pitch-black crystal. Senior, it looks like something's trapped at the array's core, he whispered. He Tianlang nodded with a smile. Sharp eyes. That is a piece of metal known as Tongling's spirit iron. The name made Yang Jin's heart leap. He had never seen it before, yet instinctively knew it was no ordinary object. He Tianlang continued. The world's dark iron and cold iron count as rare materials, but they lack spirit. Above them lie spirit treasures, items that, after countless eons of nurture, awaken intelligence and can commune with or resist cultivators. A treasure that gains sentience? Yang Jin marveled. Metal, plants, liquids, stones, anything can awaken. He Tianlang replied casually, giving the pearls a flick of his tail, so their light quivered. In ancient times there was a piece of spirit jade that birthed a primordial violent ape, which then rampaged across heaven and earth. You humans may know the legenda monkey that sprang from a stone. At once, the image of the great sage equal to heaven flashed through Yang Jin's mind. Could that tale stem from an ancient truth, spreading across Xuanqi Star and even the myriad realms? The thought flickered and passed. He steadied himself. He Tianlang's tail swayed as his tone turned solemn. This spirit iron is still young. Its intelligence is shallow, but its resistance is fierce. I've spent years without winning its favor. All I can do is keep it bound in the array. He glanced at Yang Jin. Now it's your chance. Go in and try. If you can subdue it, it's yours. Yang Jin offered a wry smile. Senior, you're a top-tier chi sage, yet even you couldn't manage. What hope do I have? He Tianlang laughed, his voice echoing off the stone walls. Don't pretend to be humble. Even injured, I can see your mental strength is formidable. Reach out with your divine, since you might just succeed. Yang Jin's heart dipped slightly. Good thing He Tianlang was wounded and still needed his help. At full strength, the situation might not be so amicable. Some might call him overly guarded. But caution is wise when facing a sacred beast that has lived 1,000 years. He cupped his fists. Then he'll accept the opportunity with gratitude. Thank you, Senior. He Tianlang carefully taught him the method to open the array, then turned and padded toward the tunnel's exit. Yang Jin, give it a try. If it doesn't work, don't force it. He'll be waiting for good news, ha. Yang Jin slowed his breathing, sat cross-legged against the cavern wall, and let his mind probe the Taiji Bagua formation. Within minutes the array unfolded in his mind's eye. The outer Bagua will turned lazily one way, while the inner Taiji Yin-Yang fish spun the opposite direction. The two rings meshed together, supporting the entire spell. At their very center floated a lump of pitch-black iron palm-sized and book-thick, its pitted surface resembling the bark of an ancient tree, heavy with age. His mental power became an invisible giant hand that first brushed the edge of the formation. Following the technique Black Heavenly Wolf had taught him, he lifted only the outermost seal so his consciousness could slip inside, while leaving the sentient iron no path of escape. Like parting layer after layer of mosquito netting, his mind slid deeper until it reached for the metal. Got you. Aloham answered. The iron sensed the pressure, shuddered, and flung out a hair-fine ripple. Yang Jin's mental grip splintered, as if struck by a sledgehammer. Impressive. Forge this stuff into a weapon or armor, and no spirit attack could get near it, he muttered, eyes blazing. The iron chunk quivered again, almost taunting him. You dare mock me? He chuckled, but refused to back down. His will gathered, speared through the formation, and jabbed at the iron. Another resonant hum. The iron shook harder, grinding his second assault to dust, its tremor practically sneering at his weakness. If I can't beat you, I'll write my own name backward, he growled, steadying his mind for a war of attrition. At the far end of the cavern, Black Heavenly Wolf bounded onto the skull of a colossal skeleton. A stream of ink-black vapor poured from his muzzle and into the bones. Instantly, a misty coat of dark fur spread over the remains, wrapping them completely. As the dark energy flowed, the wolf's true body turned translucent while the fur grew denser. Moments later, what had been a bare skeleton now resembled a gigantic black hound crouching on the stone. Black Heavenly Wolf exhaled one final puff of darkness. It burst into a ghostly shadow and vanished. A few breaths passed before the hound opened its eyes, its truck-sized head swaying as it clambered upright. This frame hasn't moved for nearly a century, still a bit stiff, he muttered, shuffling in slow, awkward circles. Give me a few days to fuse my yuan spirit with the bones, then I'll work on rebuilding the flesh. The massive figure mammoth in size paced the cavern. The chamber was wide enough that he did not feel cramped. About half a day later, he remembered the man seated deeper inside. Time to see how Yang Jin is doing. Deep in the mountain, a huge black canine had suddenly poked through a narrow opening, nearly jolting Yang Jin out of his trance. Senior Black? Yang Jin blinked. It's me, Black Heavenly Wolf replied. How's the progress? Yang Jin pulled a bitter face. He had tried coaxing, threatening every trick he knew, yet the iron remained unmoved. Hey Tianlang bared his fangs in a grin. If it were that easy to tame, I'd have done it long ago. You've been at it less than a day, what's the hurry? He shook the mouthful of teeth and patted the cave wall. There's food and water enough in here. Stay put. I'm about to enter seclusion, so use that time to master the spirit-forged iron. Yang Jin hesitated, then looked up. Senior, I'm allowed only a month on Xuanqi Star. 2 or 3 days are gone already, and I need time to get back to the human base. Hey Tianlang pondered briefly, tail sweeping the floor. Fine, you get a little over half a month, 20 days at most. If you still can't subdue the spirit-forged iron, I'll personally escort you out. By then the remaining dwarves outside should have dispersed and won't threaten you. Thank you, Senior. Yang Jin bowed with clasped fists. After giving a few final instructions on guarding the cave, drawing water, and regulating breath, He Tianlang blurred into the depths. From then on their paths split. He Tianlang meditated in seclusion while Yang Jin stood watch over the array. Time dripped by in the silent cavern, and half a month flashed past. By the blue star calendar, it was early October. During those 15 days Yang Jin left the array only to eat, drink, or snatch brief sleep. When drowsy he leaned against the rock wall. The instant he woke, he resumed his mental duel with the hovering chunk of spirit-forged iron. He tried persuasion, flattery, even threats, yet the metal floated in aloof silence. He sensed it clearly, a low-witted but innately proud being, like a prodigy on a cloud or an icy goddess gazing down on a frog in a well. It didn't even respect He Tianlang, descendant of Tunri Xinjun, much less an ordinary human like him. After half a month of failure, Yang Jin's frustration blazed. The deadline loomed, the return trip beckoned, and his patience was nearly gone. Damn it. Keep stonewalling, and it'll be the laughingstock of the world. He growled. Push me, and it'll smash you to scrap. He snatched up the Dragonfang spear and charged straight into the array. The spearhead darted forward like a green dragon's claw, sliding through the bagua lines to stab the spirit-forged iron. His will became a single, sharp command. Yield, iron. Buzz. The spirit-forged iron shuddered, and a brittle crack rang. Its shock chipped a notch from the spear's tip. Son of. Yang Jin's heart bled at the sight of the damage, rage boiling up. Soft tactics failed? Fine, they'll break you the hard way. Let's see how many blows you can take. Both hands locked on the shaft, every muscle corded as the power of annihilation thundered through him. The energies of the 9-aperture pill, the yin-yang pill, and the newly mastered great yin-yang scripture pushed his body to its limit. Layers of mental force stacked, and his might surged 7 or 8-fold. The spearhead sang through air, wrapped in black filament space, itself warping under the thrust. One strike could tear the void, echoing the peerless blow had once unleashed on Mo Lawn Peak. Boom. The impact slammed into the spirit-forged iron, crumpling the cave's very space and shaking dust from the walls. Yang Jin caught a faint, anguished wail, the metal's wounded spirit crying out. At that instant, the Taiji Bagua array split with a ripping sound, a crack tearing wide. In a flash of darkness, the spirit-forged iron shot for the breach. Don't you dare run. Yang Jin paled, unleashing a tide of mental power that wrapped the metal in a crushing embrace. Mired in his will, the spirit-forged iron bucked and lunged, but it could not break free. It struggled desperately to escape. Yang Jin glared at the chunk of metal hovering in midair, eyes blazing with fury. The spirit-linked iron crackled with blinding light, as if tearing the very air apart. Threads of true essence stretched between it and Yang Jin, twisting into a visible cord that pulled at both ends without pause. Yang Jin, what's happening? Came the Black Sky Wolf's voice from the tunnel. The earlier blast had showered loose rocks everywhere, startling the beast from its cultivation outside. Senior Yang Jin started to answer, but the next instant he fell silent. He sensed the ancient primordial worm in his mind suddenly open its jaws. Boom. Space beside the spirit-linked iron collapsed, and a pitch-black wormhole flashed into existence, like a vast unseen net that yanked the entire lump of metal inside. With a soft pop, the wormhole imploded, vanishing along with the spirit-linked iron and leaving not a trace behind. The cave went still. Yang Jin stared blankly at the drifting dust where the or had been. Yang Jin, what just happened? The Black Sky Wolf stepped into the chamber. In the half-month since they'd last met, its frame had slimmed a little, yet its lines looked sleeker and sturdier, clear proof its power was steadily returning. Its eyes swept the cave. It noted the empty center of the formation and the broken tip of Yang Jin's dragon-fang spear, and a guess formed immediately. The spirit-linked iron, did it escape? Yang Jin was still in a daze. From the moment the iron burst free to when it vanished had taken less than a heartbeat. Head had no time to react. Faced with the wolf's question, he lowered his head in shame. Senior, I was reckless. I tried to force it down, but hit too hard and tore a gap in the array. The iron slipped out through it. Enough. Say no more. The Black Sky Wolf let out a long sigh and raised a paw to stop him. Treasures choose their own masters. It seems you and I simply aren't in its fate. Guilt surged in Yang Jin's chest. Senior, I'm sorry. I've let you down. The wolf's heavy paw patted his shoulder. This isn't your fault. I set that array to trap the iron, but it's been devouring spirit stones for years. When the moon worship sect supplied them, the cost didn't matter. Now the sect has been scattered by the court, the supply is gone, and the formation would have failed in a few years anyway. The iron was bound to break free today, just came sooner. Call it destiny. Instead of blame, the wolf's words held gentle understanding, warming Yang Jin's heart. They spoke a while longer. The Black Sky Wolf asked him to rest in the cave for the night to regain his strength and promised to see him off in the morning. As for the spirit-linked iron, neither mentioned it again. Deep into the night, a stone slab draped with tiger hide served as a crude bed. Yang Jin lay on his back, hands behind his head. Though his eyes were closed as if napping, his consciousness had already dived into his inner world. Within that sea of awareness, the mental sphere and the ancient primordial worm hovered in silence. Since his breakthrough to first-rank martial lord, his mental power had multiplied several-fold, yet all his attention was fixed on the worm. The creature was curled into a silkworm-like ball, utterly motionless, its size almost unchanged. Yang Jin watched for a long time, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't tell whether it had swallowed the spirit-linked iron. Yet Yang Jin had every reason to believe that the wormhole that suddenly snatched away the spirit-linked iron was the work of the Taigu Shinshong. Hey, little bug, tell me the truth, did you swallow that spirit-linked iron? He demanded, arms folded and brimming with menace. Own up, and I'll let you off lightly. Keep quiet, and things get ugly. Just spit it out. He talked until his throat went dry, but the Taigu Shinshong lay motionless at the center of his mind sea, not even twitching an antenna. Fine, he muttered, changing tack. You've eaten the mayat, at least let me sip the broth, huh? Still no response. Moments later he sighed. Useless. It's an idiot bug, pure instinct. Asking gets me nowhere. The words were scarcely out when ripples of light spread across the insect's ashen carapace, clear signs of an imminent evolution. His heart leapt. So the creature wasn't ignoring him. It was busy digesting the spirit-linked iron, and the mutation was about to begin. He withdrew from his consciousness and glanced at the inner insect space. The gray void, once barely 400 cubic meters, was expanding before his eyes, swelling past 1,000 cubic meters. Simultaneously, his spatial shift range jumped from just over 50 meters to nearly 200. With a single thought, he could now teleport anywhere within that radius. A new line of pale gold text floated through his mind, spatial concealment. The skill allowed him to slip entirely into the void, impossible for any attack to target an assassin's dream. But it drained mental power non-stop. Once his spirit ran dry, he would be ejected back into reality. The prospect made his whole body itch. He longed to rush out and try it. Just then the Taigu Shinchong opened its tiny mandibles and fired a thread of black light. Clink, a round metal bead landed in his palm. About the size of an egg, surprisingly heavy, its surface flowed like living mercury, stretching and retracting at will. The longer Yang Jin gazed, the more astonished he became. This was the refined essence produced after the insect devoured the spirit-linked iron. The original or had been spiritual but crude. The insect had acted like a master smelter, absorbing every impurity and leaving only the pure core. Though its spirituality had faded, the essence now surpassed the raw material in every way. Yang Jin drew his broken dragonfang spear and pressed the essence to the fractured edge. Within seconds, the silvery gray metal melded with the shaft like milk into water. The spear was whole again, its iron-inlaid jade gleaming coldly. He tapped the tip on the stone floor, rock parted like tofu, far sharper than before. With a thought, the essence detached and floated back to his palm, once more a gleaming orb. Then he played like a child with a new toy. 1. Coating a blade. He sliced stone as if it were mud. 2. Spreading it over armor. He made it impervious to swords. 3. Stretching it into needles and daggers. He reshaped it at will. Only one regret: the entire mass was no bigger than an egg. Too little to cover more than the most critical spots. Good bug, thanks a ton, Yang Jin murmured, turning the metal over in his hands. It's every bit as valuable as the spirit-linked iron. After some thought, he named it adaptive essence iron. Among the 10,000 mountains, the new river curled through the gorges like a colossal dragon. Moonlight glazed its surface, ripples flashing as though silver armor covered the beast. Bangwater exploded like a startled fish breaching, and a lone figure burst from midstream. Borrowing the water-repelling talisman gifted by He Tianlang, he landed lightly on the shore. Yang Jin shook off the droplets and used the chill moonlight to find the human base's direction. He had been on Xuanqi Star for 19 days. Only 11 remained of the month-long training period, so he had to reach station Y001B quickly. The base lay roughly 1,000 li away, and he allotted himself 2 to 3 days for the journey. Bearing set, he pushed off with the tip of his foot and shot into the night. Mountain mists were cold and thick, vines crisscrossed the trail, and he moved in bursts, pausing and dashing on. A little over 100 li from the new river, a bare, massive slate-green boulder rose abruptly among the trees. He looked up. A slender crescent moon hung high, its gentle glow pouring down and cloaking the land in pale silver. Such moonlight was perfect for practicing the Yin volume of the great Yin canon. He stopped, vaulted onto the boulder, set his zither case beside him, and sat cross-legged. Outwardly, he still wore the guise of the doomed scholar, blue robe fluttering in the wind, freshly tied hair trailing to his waist. Moonlight, forest, and stone outlined the still figure in a scene of quiet remoteness. The great Yin canon is split into 2 scrolls. The Yang scroll tempers the body with sunlight, while the Yin scroll hones the soul with moonlight. Circulating the Yin technique, Yang Jin felt cool strands of lunar essence seep through his skin and sink into his sea of consciousness. His soul, once thin as mist, began to solidify, and his mind grew buoyant. In a trance, he saw his own spirithalf transparent, human shape float out through the crown of his head. An out-of-body experience. Amazed, he guided the spectral form to hover before his seated body, studying his face for the first time without a mirror. Not bad, good-looking kid, he muttered. He reached out to pinch the cheek of the meditating himself, but his hand passed straight through. A beginner's soul has no shape, no substance, he mused. Only with mastery can I condense it like He Tianlang, forming a tangible avatar that soars like a deity. With that thought, he urged the spirit higher, hovering dozens of meters above the ground. Moonlight bathed him in profound stillness. Then a chill wind rose, the soul body wavered, and an icy ache bit into him, too weak to remain outside for long. He dived back into his flesh with a single thought. At dawn, sunlight broke through the clouds as Yang Jin finished his practice and stood. After a night of hard cultivation, his soul felt stable, and he was brimming with energy. Let's try spatial concealment, he murmured. Within his sea of consciousness, the psychic sphere and the primordial god insect had each awakened 3 abilities. Psychic sphere, telekinesis, mental illusion, mental perception. Primordial god insect, internal storage, spatial traversal, spatial concealment. He possessed 6 abilities in all, and spatial concealment was the most recent skill he had yet to test in the field. Hide. Slinging the chain case over his shoulder, Yang Jin uttered the command in his mind. In an instant, his body faded like an image rubbed away by an eraser, slipping into the void. The void existed in a strange dimension parallel to reality. No wind, no light, only a cold, deathly current of pale gray mist that stretched across every crevice of heaven and earth, connecting all things while isolating them at the same time. Very soon he discovered that the laws of this space bound him. For the moment he could shift only a few dozen feet within his original position. When the power of the primeval spirit insect grew stronger, he might be able to roam the void freely. Through the thin membrane of space, he saw the real world as clearly as ever. Wind brushed the treetops, leaves swayed, yet not a sound reached him like watching a play through thick glass. Faced with a powerful enemy, he needed only to slip inside, and no trace of him could be found. The thought of this extra layer of safety put him in excellent spirits. After circling in the void for a while, he was preparing to leave when a streak of dazzling sword light shot across the distant sky. It skimmed the forest canopy, carrying a short, wiry man who was standing on the blade. In the blink of an eye, the sword light flashed above Yang Jin's head, then dipped sharply and slashed toward a patch of green rock. Yang Jin recognized the rider Yu Guanhai, the horse-faced, bearded master of the Tsongshan sect, and his heart tightened. Damn, has that dwarf you spotted me and come to silence me? He was about to shift again when the sword light merely grazed the rocky ridge and, with a splash, plunged into a mud swamp 30 meters away. Filthy water frothed, dead leaves churned, and droplets flew everywhere. Is Yu Guanhai a water buffalo now, diving straight into a mud pit? Yang Jin muttered, calming himself. Thinking back, the man's face had been ashen, his robes torn and bloodstained. Clearly, he was badly hurt. Was he being hunted and forced to hide in the swamp? Like any child of China, Yang Jin loved a good spectacle, so he decided to stay and watch. With his current mental strength, he could lurk in the void for a day or two without difficulty. There was no rush. Before long, several more streaks of light tore across the sky. Peering through the membrane, Yang Jin saw Shi Wanjia, leader of the moon worship sect, flanked by several elders. He recalled the dog-slaying gathering. To rescue the sacred beast He Tianlang, Shi Wanjia and the others had bitten their tongues and burned their blood essence in a desperate fight against imperial experts, only to be saved by Li Qinglin, vice dean of the Xinhua Martial Academy. After half a month of quiet recovery, their wounds had mostly healed and much of their strength had returned. Worried about the wolf's safety, Shi Wanjia had left Li Qinglin and headed for the new river with his elders to look for clues. Along the way, they ran into Yu Guanhai, with whom they had always been at odds. Shi Wanjia struck without a second thought. Yu Guanhai was no match for him, and even less so against the combined force of several moon worship elders. In a single exchange, he was gravely wounded, and even his pet golden coin mouse was blasted to pieces. Out of options, Yu Guanhai burned spirit stones and blood essence to flee hundreds of miles on his sword, yet his pursuers stayed close. Flying over the green ridge, he spotted a swamp roughly 20 meters wide, littered with broken branches, rotting leaves, and a few half-decayed animal carcasses. A plan flashed through his mind. He dove. His sword pinned itself to the mire's edge, and with a flick of his right hand, he sent out a talisman in the shape of a man. The paper effigy expanded into a perfect replica of himself and dashed off through the forest. The ruse worked. Shi Wanjia and his companions followed the decoy. A massive slab of blue-green stone jutted from the heart of the forest, with a rotting swamp festering nearby. In this desolate mountain wilderness so bleak, even crows refused to land. The air felt frozen solid. No one would have guessed that two men were hidden here. 3 zhang above the rock, Yang Jin hovered in silence, his breath suppressed, eyes fixed on the murky bog. Beneath that mire lay Yu Guanhai, buried in icy sludge, his life or death uncertain. They shared the same battlefield, yet nursed very different thoughts. While Yu Guanhai was lost in confusion, Yang Jin knew precisely where his enemy was and never relaxed his guard. Sunlight streamed through the canopy, casting mottled patches on the cliff face. Yu Guanhai had been submerged for more than 4 hours without a sound. That little runt might have drowned in there, Yang Jin muttered, though he kept every sense on high alert. With his abundant spiritual power, he could afford to wait a day or two. The danger lay in revealing himself too soon. Another hour crawled by. The sun dipped west, and the mountain breeze carried a dank, muddy odor. Glup! Bubbles burst on the swamp's surface. Yang Jin's eyes narrowed. 5 hours. Impressive lungs. Moments later, a mud-caked head broke through. Yu Guanhai's eyes darted about. Once certain he was alone, he dragged himself ashore. Torn flesh screamed with every movement, and he lay there covered in slime and weeds like a half-dead loach. Harsh sunlight stabbed at his face. Squinting, he crawled into the rock's shade, grabbed a handful of pills, and gulped them down before sitting cross-legged to steady his ragged breath. Less than 20 meters overhead, Yang Jin watched in silence. Half a month ago, he had suffered a crushing defeat at Yu Guanhai's hands. Without Haitian Wolf's rescue, he would already be dead. Now his nemesis was right below him, and murderous intent stabbed at his heart like needles. Reason, however, held him back. A centipede keeps writhing even when cut in half. Battered as he was, Yu Guanhai remained a mid-stage Qi Sijia, human equivalent of a mid-tier martial saint in par with Imo Lanfeng of Xinhou Martial Academy or the Japanese saint, Miyamoto Yoshio. Yang Jin trusted his own strength, but he wasn't foolish enough to challenge a martial saint heathen. Yu Guanhai's long stay in the swamp had worsened his wounds, draining his strength to its lowest ebb. If this wasn't the moment to strike, when would it be? If the kill failed, Yang Jin would escape through a spatial jump. Decision made, his killing intent flared. He drew the Dragonfang spear, snapped a piece of refined iron onto its tip, and focused his entire being into that single point. The blade aimed straight at Yu Guanhai's throat. Under the rock's shadow, Yu Guanhai panted hard, sweat and mud blending into brown rivulets. If I hadn't kept my wits, Shi Wanjie would have finished me, he snarled through clenched teeth. Shi Wanjie. Once I'm healed, they'll hunt down every last moon-worship disciple and butcher them all. Unable to touch Shi Wanjie himself, he vented his fury on the cult's followers. Just then, a surge of dread seized his heart, and his eyelids twitched violently. A spear tip materialized before his chest. A jet-black spearhead flashed with an icy gleam, its jade-white edge sharp as frost, and in an instant it stabbed for his throat. The killing chill brushed his skin. Yu Guanhai's scalp went numb as a suffocating sense of death closed over him. He had no idea where the spear came from, but he knew one thing. If he didn't fight with everything he had, he was dead. Kill. There was no time to draw his sword. He threw his head back and roared, forcing the profound chi in his meridians to surge out and form a blazing golden character kill that hovered before him. The next heartbeat, the spear slammed into the glowing word, and the collision exploded with a deafening blast. Boom. The shockwave flung Yu Guanhai through the air and smashed him against the blue stone behind him. Cracks spiderwebbed across the rock. The blast shredded his face. One eyeball dangled by a thin strand of flesh, a ghastly sight. Yet he was still alive. Staring at the broken black spear tip, he rasped a laugh. How your spearhead is gone. Let's see you kill me now. A cool voice answered. Who said a spear needs a tip to kill? The chipped Dragonfang spear thrust again, jabbing toward Yu Guanhai's ruined face. Trapped by the spear's shadow, he mustered the last of his strength, desperate to block the strike. Swish! A slim throwing knife slid soundlessly into his neck. The blade detonated, shattering into a dozen slender steel needles that shot outward from his throat. Yu Guanhai's pupils shrank. Thup! 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 The needles punched through flesh, then whirled together in midair, fusing into a metal sphere the size of an egg. Shock and disbelief filled Yu Guanhai's eyes. He tried to speak, but only managed, "What a weapon, a spirit treasure." Is it before he could finish, his head tipped back, rolled from his shoulders, and tumbled like a watermelon across the ground. It is. I call it rui refined iron, Yang Jin said calmly. Holding the chipped Dragonfang spear, he stepped out of thin air. He flicked a hand, and the metal sphere streaked back to his palm. Gazing down at Yu Guanhai's corpse lying in a pool of blood, he felt neither joy nor sorrow. Killing a chi saint with his own hands, even one already wounded, and attempting a sneak attack would shake the entire human base once word spread. Yet Yang Jin felt no surge of triumph, only a faint sigh. Even a top master like Yu Guanhai could die from a single misstep. After a long moment, he murmured, Yu Guanhai, your son Yu Haojia went ahead of you. The two of you can keep each other company on the road to the Yellow Springs. With Yu Guanhai dead, it was time to clean the battlefield. His robes were already shredded by the moon worship cult's bombardment and caked with mud, so Yang Jin left them. The man's sword, however, still gleamed with a frigid light forged of deep-sea cold iron and worth a fortune. Yang Jin sheathed it and continued the search. A sect master of Tsangshan shouldn't be penniless, right? He checked wrists, ankles, and neck. No rings, no bracelets, no ornaments, no spatial ring at all. He cursed under his breath. Cheap bastard. Calls himself a grand master and has nothing to his name. Still grumbling, he kicked the corpse toward a muddy pit. Your brain's useless now, go with it. Another kick sent the severed head flying like a ball. As it arced toward the muck, sunlight flashed off something green in the hair. A jade hairpin. Yang Jin's eyes lit up. With a tug of mental power, he drew the pin from the disheveled knot. Splush! Yu Guanhai's head dropped into the mire, sinking out of sight along with the body. Yang Jin held the jade hairpin between his fingers. Its texture was smooth, the design understated, and its length roughly half that of a chopstick. A light probe with his spiritual sense revealed a hollow echo within, and delight flashed through him. The hairpin contained its own pocket dimension. It was a storage artifact. Others typically used rings or bracelets. Yu Guanhai had chosen a hairpin instead. The man's taste was certainly distinctive. Yang Jin sent his consciousness in again, patiently scrubbing away the lingering mental imprint Yu Guanhai had left behind. Like a thin stream of water, his power washed over it over and over until the mark vanished completely. Only then did he relax. The inner chamber, a cube a little over 3 meters on each side, about 50 cubic meters, was now his alone. On Xuanqi Star, spatial artifacts were exceedingly rare, usually reserved for royalty or the elders of top sections. That made this unassuming hairpin priceless. Sweeping his mind around the interior, he found piles of supplies scattered everywhere. The first pile was food, neatly packed in wooden boxes. Roast chicken and plump goose glistened with oil, vegetables and apples looked freshly picked, and bowls of rice and stacks of steamed buns sat ready to eat. A dozen sealed jars of liquor completed the rations, enough to keep one person well fed for months. Next to the food was a heap of wealth. gold and silver ingots, plus bundles of Great Qian banknotes tied with hemp cord. The metals could be sold directly on Blue Star, while the notes would have to be cashed at an official Great Qian bank. Farther in were dozens of labeled porcelain bottle spirit stones, vitality powder, wound mending salve, breathing pills, everything needed for cultivation and healing. A stack of talismans lay beside them, water repelling, dust clearing, fire starting, as well as offensive and defensive charms. At the very back, two threadbound books in blue covers caught his eye. Their pages were yellowed with age, Sangshan Chi Cultivation Manual and Sangshan Flying Snow Sword Art. A quick skim lifted his eyebrows. These were the Sangshan sect's most closely guarded techniques. The first focused on breathing and gathering qi. The second distilled their swordsmanship. Although Blue Star's martial system differed from Xuanqi Star's, high-level methods always held insights worth borrowing. After taking stock, Yang Jin felt thoroughly satisfied. He clipped the jade hairpin to his belt and transferred everything inside it into the divine insect's spatial haven. From now on, any time he produced supplies, he could claim they came from the hairpin, and no one would suspect he possessed another hidden space. Task finished, he resumed his journey, casually examining Yu Guanhai's personal sword, Sangshan Flying Snow. Forged entirely of cold iron, it rivaled Elder Mo's black iron spear and served as the badge of office for successive Sangshan sect masters, much like the legendary dog-beating staff in old wuxia tales. The blade was 3 feet long, its dark blue scabbard carved with flowing cloud and thunder patterns, cool and steady in his grip. Shing! The sword slid free. The blade shimmered like clear blue water, a chill azure glow rippling along its edge. A light breeze stirred, and the keen aura sliced the air, sharp enough to make the heart tighten. Yang Jin judged it a superb weapon, even finer than his own dragon-tooth spear, though still a touch below refined wish iron. Spears were his specialty, so he had no immediate use for the flying snow sword, but that did nothing to lessen his fondness for it. As he slid the blade back into its scabbard, he suddenly recalled Qing Tong telling him that if she ever became a warrior, she would choose a sword. The sword and the entire snowfall on Sangshan technique made a perfect pair, so he decided to give them to her. It had been more than half a month since Yang Jin parted from his girlfriend back on Blue Star, and he missed her whenever he was on the road. When night fell, he chose an open space at the foot of a solitary peak, sat cross-legged, and cultivated the grand yin-yang canon. The scripture could be run while sitting, sleeping, or walking, but meditation yielded the best results. By midnight his soul felt cleansed by a gentle current, his spirit becoming ever more solid. The stronger his soul grew, the more vigorous he felt, and the less sleep he seemed to need. Yang Jin had a hunch that once he perfected the grand yin-yang canon, he might break free from the shackles of sleep altogether. Suddenly, the clash of weapons and angry shouts echoed from a forest several li away. Yang Jin opened his eyes, pushed off with his toes, and glided through the darkness like a night bird toward the source of the noise. Extraterrestrial devils, surrender at once. Give up and well spare your lives, otherwise you're dead men. Stubborn demons, kill them. The shouts grew nearer. Yang Jin knew all too well that the people of Xuanqi Star called anyone from Blue Star an extraterrestrial devil, but hearing it still made his heart tighten. A few leaps brought him to the edge of the skirmish. Under the thin moonlight he saw a dozen disciples in various tight-fitting uniform small groups from Cloud Sword Sect, Sangshan School, an iron banner gate forming a ring that blocked every escape. Inside the circle stood 2 armored soldiers, back to back and gasping for breath, one wielding a Han 8-sided sword, the other a Cossack saber. Yang Jin knew those weapons too well among the 77 recruits in the basic training camp. Only his 2 closest friends used them, Yi Feng and Natasha. Joy at an unexpected reunion surged through him, and he called out, "Brother Feng, Natasha, it's Yang Jin." His voice boomed like thunder through the woods. Dressed as a scholar, Yang Jin stepped from the shadows, his dragon-tooth spear shimmering. The 2 soldiers in the ring recognized the spear at once, and when they heard his voice they raised their arms and shouted, "Yang Jin! Yang Jin!" They were indeed Yi Feng and Natasha. The human base had strict rules. People from Blue Star came in peace. Unprovoked conflict with Xuanqi natives was forbidden, let alone wanton killing. But Yang Jin had no time for regulations with his friends cornered. The spear's shaft vibrated as Dragon Tooth lashed out like a silver dragon's tail, punching through its Sangshan disciple's throat and flinging him into the air. At the level of a junior martial lord, Yang Jin was far stronger than anyone present. He ripped through the crowd like a tiger among sheep. Spear shadows flashed, screams followed, and the encircling disciples fell one after another as though he were calling their names. He chose his targets carefully, first cutting down disciples from Sangshan and Iron Banner, leaving those of Cloud Sword Sect for last. Natasha, saber in hand, wanted to help but found no opening. Yi Feng, I feel as if Yang Jin's stronger than the 2 of us put together. Yi Feng stared at the whirlwind of spear light, emotions surging. Barely a month ago, during the Global Martial Arts Genius Tournament, he and Yang Jin had been evenly matched, Now the gap had grown unimaginably wide. Yi Feng sighed inwardly. My good brother is the real dragon among men, a true favorite of heaven. In the entire Yi clan, perhaps only my elder brother Yi Hua could compare to him. After carving his way through the crowd, Yang Jin shouted, anyone who wants to live, get out of my sight. The smoke of battle still hung in the air, and bodies lay strewn across the blood-soaked ground. His spear had felled most of the dozen-plus disciples. Only a handful from Cloud Sword's sect remained, faces ashen, clutching one another and trembling. When Yang Jin tilted the spearhead toward them, they fell to their knees. Thank you, sir, for sparing us, they cried, then bolted, desperate to put distance between themselves and the slaughter. Brother, Feng. Yang Jin retracted his spear, strode forward, and wrapped Yi Feng in a fierce embrace. Their hearty laughter echoed through the forest. Arms folded, Natasha teased. You two heroes are hugging so tight, aren't you going to leave room for me? Yi Feng and Yang Jin exchanged a grin. Each placed a hand on one of Natasha's shoulders and gave a gentle pat, as if to settle her complaints. Flipping her blonde hair, Natasha's eyes curved into crescents. All right, we've found Yang Jin. Let's head home. On the way back, leaves and branches scraped their armor with a constant rustle. Yang Jin gave a brief account of his recent adventures, running into Nangong Yen, barging into the dog butcher assembly, rescuing the moon worship cult's sacred beast, receiving the black sky wolf's legacy. He said nothing, however, about the hidden realm beneath the new river or the wish steel he had discovered. Yi Feng's eyebrows climbed higher with every tale, while Natasha punched Yang Jin's chest in mock envy. Your luck is unreal. If that happened to me, I'd wake up laughing. Brother, if you turn these exploits into a web novel, the clicks would go through the roof, Yi Feng joked, then filled Yang Jin in on the situation at the human base. Since arriving on Xuanqi Star, most trainees had roamed the 10,000 peak range, rescuing moon worship disciples hunted by the Imperial Court in various sections. Outpost Y001B issued tiered missions. Different ranks of disciples earned different points, which would factor into each trainee's final evaluation. The work was dangerous, so the base encouraged teamwork. Squads of 3 to 5 or paired partners became the norm. During this stretch, Yi Feng and Natasha had teamed up, capturing target after target and racing far ahead in points, leaving other trainees in the dust. A few days ago, they returned to the base for supplies, ran into Liu Xian and Armin, and learned that Yang Jin was still alive. They immediately left camp, pretending to continue their rescue missions while secretly scouring the mountains for any sign of him. Yang Jin's chest warmed at the story. He cupped his fists. Feng, Natasha, thank you. No need for thanks, Yi Feng said with a wave. Recalling the life-and-death fight earlier, Natasha slowed her words. We walked into a horde of sect disciples at least 3 times our number. We tried fighting and retreating, but couldn't hold out. If you hadn't shown up when you did, we'd be prisoners or corpses. After a brief silence, Yang Jin asked, how's the war between the court and the moon worship cult? Has the human base been exposed? Yi Feng gave a bitter smile. In a word, chaos. Thankfully, the base is still hidden. Good camouflage, plus we've been steering the locals toward other targets. Natasha added, but the risk of exposure keeps rising. If they find us, the Great Qian court will throw everything it has at the place. Her expression tightened. Not just the Jinan Wangfatop masters from the capital itself will come for blood. Yi Feng looked up and sighed, his voice low. We'll deal with it when it happens. To the Imperial Court of Deqian were nothing but foreign devil's monsters they'd rather wipe out on the spot. If our base is ever exposed, we'll have no choice but to fight. Whatever happens, we can't let them set foot on Blue Star. As they hurried along, Yi Feng spoke in a low, resolute voice that brooked no argument. Night wind swept through the mountains, carrying the scent of grass and trees. Yang Jin kept moving but couldn't help asking, why can't the people of Blue Star coexist peacefully with those of Xuanqi? Can't both sides set aside their prejudices and trade with each other? Brother, you're oversimplifying things. Yi Feng gave a weary smile and shook out his arms, sore from the long trek. Blue Star lives under modern civilization, while Xuanqi is stuck in a feudal dynasty. A few hundred years ago, Westerners asked the Qing court to open its ports for trade. Qing China chose isolation, and that led to gunboats and invasion. Yang Jin, who remembered that humiliating history all too well, shook his head and added, the Qing rulers weren't stupid, they were rotten. To protect their throne, they let millions live like animals rather than embrace new ideas or technology. What they feared most was an awakened populace. Under cover of night, the 3 of them pushed on, covering over 100 li in the blink of an eye. As midnight faded, Natasha finally gave in to fatigue. She leaned against an ancient tree and tilted her head back to drink. Moonlight silvered the sweat on her brow. Glancing at Yang Jin's steady breathing, she asked in surprise, Yang Jin, did you break through to Martial Lord? Yi Feng halted as well, lifting an eyebrow. Brother, I can tell your strength has rocketed. Yang Jin scratched his nose, a little embarrassed. My life force has passed 40, so technically, yes, I'm a first-rank Martial Lord. I kept quiet because I didn't want to discourage you too. Damn, Yifeng could only blurt out the single word. Natasha stamped her foot in envy. Why didn't Senior Black Sky Wolf pass on his skills to me? I want to be a martial lord too. Their laughter lightened the long night's march. After a short rest, they moved on. By dawn, with mist still hanging over the hills, they had reached the safe zone 100 li from the human base. Yifeng signaled a halt. Another 100 li and we'll be at outpost Y001B. Drop the disguise. Yang Jin tapped the bracelet on his left wrist, and dormant nanotech armor flowed across his body in a metallic sheen. Under the pale morning light, the silver-gray plates gleamed coldly. Come on, let's go home. Yifeng took the lead, with Natasha and Yang Jin close behind. Several hidden checkpoints inspected them along the way. The sentries, seeing the cadets thought lost, greeted them with delighted, admiring looks. After a few more li, Yifeng stopped and pointed at an unremarkable hill ahead. The base lies beneath that mountain, a few hundred meters down. It started as a huge cavern, then we turned it into a steel fortress. Every tunnel to the surface is buried so deep it's almost impossible to find. Yang Jin scanned the forested slopes. Streams wound through lush greenery. Birds sang, everything looked like ordinary wilderness. Yet his mental sense picked up a moss-covered boulder several dozen meters away. Beneath its surface, a door fit so perfectly into the rock that only the faintest metallic grain betrayed it. The three approached the boulder, and Yifeng flashed a brief hand signal. Without his mental hint, Yang Jin realized. Even Nosita Stone 1 could barely spot the seam. Finding these exits in the 10,000 mountain range is like fishing a needle out of the sea, Yifeng murmured. No wonder the Xuanqi folks can't pin down our base. A sudden thought jolted through Yang Jin. What if other alien bases are hiding on Blue Star too? Say, a technology-driven race far beyond our level, watching in secret, perfectly concealed. The idea sent a chill through him. He shook his head hard, trying to banish it. With a few quick gestures, Yifeng made the side of the massive rock sink inward, exposing a hidden passage. The three of them slipped inside in single file, and the stone door slammed shut behind them, shutting out the wind. The sloping corridor narrowed toward the ceiling as it stretched forward, its metal floor amplifying their footsteps in the dim tunnel. About 100 meters in, the space suddenly widened into a brightly lit chamber that looked strikingly like an underground subway platform. Reinforced concrete walls ringed the room, their surfaces broken by the cold gleam of heavy machine gun ports. Armed soldiers patrolled fixed routes, their eyes locking on the newcomers at every step. This was both the first checkpoint to the fortress and the only entrance to the inner elevators. A young man in camo armor raised a hand. Cadets, please verify your identities. They approached an arch-shaped scanner and bent slightly as they passed through. A blue curtain of light swept down over each of them. Yifeng, Special Training Class of 2130. Status, clear. Natalia, Special Training Class of 2130. Status, clear. Yifeng and Natalia were cleared without incident. When Yang Jin stepped forward, the mechanical voice altered its cadence. Yang Jin, Special Training Class of 2130. Not yet checked in. Status, verification required. Before the words had fully faded, the camo-armored soldier stepped closer. Cadet Yang Jin, please complete your check-in first. Regulations stipulate that any cadet leaving Blue Star must update travel records upon arrival at outpost Y001B. In an alien world, caution is rule number 1. More than half an hour later, Yang Jin finished filing a thorough account of his recent movements almost identical to what he had already told Yifeng and Natalia, and the system finally cleared him. The soldier offered a friendly smile. Welcome to the human base, Junior. Imhu Lianshuang, Class of 2124, Xinhua Martial Academy. Sorry for the delay. Your report is being uploaded now. Please be patient if further details are needed. Thank you, Senior, Yang Jin replied, showing due respect to someone stationed so long on a foreign world. As the elevator dropped straight down, Yifeng used the lull to brief Yang Jin on the base. Outpost Y001B houses just over 20,000 people, only half the number stationed at Y001A on the other side of the wormhole. The smaller roster, however, is nothing but the elite. Engineers, scientists, defense troops, and support staff remain inside most of the time, while special operations squads, survey teams, mapping crews, and the annual cadet contingent from Xinhua Martial Academy make frequent excursions outside. The base is run with strict military discipline. Its top authority, known as the Commander, is currently Vice President of Xinhua Martial Academy and High Marshal Saint Li Qinglin. Nearly 10 martial lords, referred to as generals, oversee different divisions beneath him. Every action follows the chain of command. Their conversation ended as the elevator came to a gentle stop several hundred meters underground. The doors slid open onto a vast plaza the size of a soccer field. Heavy machine guns and artillery lined its perimeter, giving the area peak defensive ratings. The plaza could host mass deployments or serve as a firebreak when needed. Every structure in the base had been constructed like a wartime stronghold. The three of them were chatting when a burst of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. More than a dozen figures charged around the corner, shouting Yang Jin's name as they ran Liang Ruilong, Zhong Liang, Wu Xiaoai, Gao Lu, all classmates from the class of 2130. They had been restocking for the return journey. The moment they heard Yang Jin was back, they dropped everything and rushed over. Yang Jin, you're really okay, that's fantastic. 77 in our class, not one less. The group closed in around him, faces bright with excitement and relief. Liang Ruilong spoke first. Class rep, big sis, news this good deserves a bottle. The 2130 training camp ran on open competition, so no official class leader had been named yet. But after a month, everyone willingly called Yifeng class rep. The title Big Sis belonged to the straightforward and formidable Natasha. Natasha tossed her golden hair, her eyes curving with a grin. Rilong's right. We didn't settle the score last time, let's go another round. We'll see whether my vodka or your Erguo packs the bigger punch. Many people in the base were martial artists with extraordinary physiques, so moderate drinking was allowed. There was only one rule. If you got drunk and caused trouble, straight to the brig. Egged on by Liang Ruilong and Natasha, the crowd shouted in unison, class rep, come on, let's grab a drink. Yifeng turned to Yang Jin. What do you think, brother? He knew full well that this man was already the top fighter in the regular camp. Yang Jin grinned. The people have spoken, Feng. I'm in. Great. Yifeng swept an arm through the air. Brothers and sisters, move out, time to drink. Night fell, and the revelry ended. After washing up, Yang Jin stretched out on the soft bed in his single dorm. Each trainee had a one-bedroom, one-bath unit paradise compared to the alien wilderness. Since arriving on Shuanchi Star, he had barely slept a full night. Even in the black direwolf's lair, he had dozed with one eye open. Back in a human base at last, he could finally drop his guard. I hope everyone from Blue Star can sleep this soundly, without fear, he murmured, drifting quickly into a deep slumber. The sleep was so sweet that it lasted until 8:30 the next morning, when a loud knock rattled the door. Had enough beauty sleep, brother? Yifeng quipped as he walked in. Yang Jin scratched the back of his head. Can't lie, it was amazing. Yifeng laughed. Children of Yin and Huang are born with a longing for home. The base feels like home, so of course you relax. After breakfast, Yifeng accompanied Yang Jin to the physical assessment room. The scanner displayed a vitality score of 43.7 solidly at the entry level of Martial Master. The Martial Master realm was divided into lower, middle, and upper tiers, with vitality thresholds at 40, 60, and 80. Beyond that lay the human limit on Blue Star, vitality 99. Scientifically, 99 marked the ceiling for an ordinary body. To push further required evolutionary mutation. Over the past century, the martial world discovered a cultivation path that absorbs elemental energy and unlocks supernatural abilities, giving rise to the saying, anyone below martial lord is still mortal. Even a high-tier martial master with vitality 99 remained immortal. Only by wielding supernatural powers, breaking the vitality limit, and advancing to martial lord could a human ascend to a higher plane of existence. Yang Jin's vitality registered at 43.7, far from the perfect score of 99. Yet the 18-year-old had already stepped into the Wuzong realm. Reaching high-level Wuzong, even brushing the Wuzuan threshold, seemed inevitable. Inside the testing chamber, Yifeng stared at the numbers on the screen and couldn't help exclaiming, bro, you're only 18. With your current realm and combat power, you could go back to Hanyang Base City and serve as deputy head of the Xinhua Martial Hall. Giving a thumbs up, he went on, Xinhua Martial Academy has branches in every major base city. Branch heads are usually Wuzuan, deputies Wuzong. Most deputies are high-level Wuzong. But even though you're just entry-level, you fight on par with the advanced Onesso, the seat is yours. Yang Jin waved him off with a smile. Feng, I've been in this camp barely a month. I'd like to stay a few more years. Wanting to stay doesn't mean they'll let you, Yifeng said, shaking his head. The longer you linger, the weaker you look. Once we're back on Blue Star, you'll be moved to the elite camp, and I doubt you'll stay there long either. Next year you'll hit high-level Wuzong and get posted elsewhere. You sound pretty sure of yourself, Yang Jin replied. Always am, Yifeng said confidently, then sighed. Such a pity. A pity about what? Yang Jin asked, raising an eyebrow. Grinning slyly, Yifeng bumped his shoulder. My cousin Yi Lu is in the Xinhua elite program. Fair skin, long legs, gorgeous and single. She's 28, only 10 years older than you. He winked. If you're interested, I can play matchmaker. Cut it out. Yang Jin made a stopping gesture. I've got a girlfriend and get me in trouble. Yifeng shrugged, unfazed. You're not married, right? Besides, we're on Shuanchi Star now. Around here, 3 or 4 wives is the norm. If you want to blend in, you follow local customs, pick up a few more. Thick-browed, Yifeng rambled on, leaving Yang Jin somewhat dazed. After leaving the testing chamber, they headed to the supply exchange. Cadets could trade items collected on Shuanchi Star for Blue Star currency, materials, equipment, and other resources. The hall was spacious, rows of computer terminals lining the walls, their silver-white casings glinting under the lights. Each found an empty station, sat down, and began typing rapidly. On-screen categories: weapons, gear, currency, elixirs, treasures were laid out at a glance. After a brief scan, Yang Jin paused on the treasures tab. Space rings available for exchange. Price based on internal volume 1 billion credits per cubic meter minimum. Larger rings command higher unit prices. Yang Jin clicked his tongue silently. His jade hairpin had to be worth at least 50 billion. Yifeng leaned over and whispered, "Bro, space rings are insanely rare. I heard only the Xuanqi royal family and top-tier sect leaders have them. If I ever got one, I'd keep it. No amount of money would make me sell." After a long moment of thought, Yang Jin made up his mind. The hairpin's secret had to be shared with a few trusted friends. If he ever used spatial power in public, he could simply credit the jade hairpin. "Brother Feng, I was lucky enough to find a spatial jade hairpin. Please keep this secret for me." Yifeng looked up. Yang Jin, acting mysterious, drew a gleaming white hairpin from his coat and handed it over. A faint aura shimmered at the base, and the piece felt warm and flawless in the hand, clearly no ordinary trinket. Yifeng cradled it, rubbing the surface, and murmured, "So this is a storage treasure. What a marvel." He raised his eyes and warned solemnly, "Things like this are incredibly rare. Hide it well and tell no one, or parasites will start sniffing around." He examined it a moment longer, then reluctantly returned it to Yang Jin. When they left the exchange depot, Yang Jin's bank balance had soared to 5.19 billion. Apart from a bar of Rui fine steel, the Tsongshan Feishuo sword, the jade hairpin, 2 Tsongshan sect manuals, and a few spirit stones, pills, precious metals, and talismans, every other treasure, note, and trinket had been sold. The silver notes fetched half their face value, and the base would send people to the Dacian Kingdom's treasury to handle the swap. More than 5 billion was enough for its class fighter jet. Yang Jin did the math. Once he had the jet, he would fly it himself, take his uncle and aunt, big brother, third sister, Zhao Qingtong, and her parents up into the clouds, and enjoy a proper joyride. "Brother Feng, what's your special training score now?" Yang Jin asked. The Y001B garrison used the points system to rank the 77 trainees, and a composite list would be posted after a month. Yifeng smiled. "245, first place for now. Natasha's at 241, second." He slapped Yang Jin's shoulder. "You're already a junior martial lord. The points don't mean much to you. Let me stay on top, collect a few prizes, and maybe you'll catch up someday." Yang Jin laughed. "I'm sitting at 0. Even if I went non-stop, I wouldn't catch you. Relax, I'm not after your crown." Yifeng, still uneasy, repeated, "Whatever happens, first place is mine." Yang Jin chuckled and waved it off. "Fine, all yours." Their wristbands buzzed simultaneously. The devices were base-issue communicators that only picked up official transmissions. Trainees could message one another only in life-or-death situations, so fluctuations wouldn't tip off astrology experts. They opened the screens to a terse order. "Pack your gear and assemble on the plaza within 15 minutes. Situation critical move." They bolted to their quarters, grabbed weapons and packs, and sprinted for the plaza. By the time they arrived, more than 100 people were already assembled. Yang Jin and Yifeng found the new recruit section and fell in. Spotting Natasha, Yifeng whispered, "What's going on?" Natasha shook her head. "No details. I only heard the court captured a few of our people." Yang Jin and Yifeng exchanged dark looks. Blue Star operatives were usually cautious. It was rare for the court to nab any of them. Yet this time they'd lost personnel. Once everyone was present, the formation snapped to attention. At the front, a young officer in full dress stood grim-faced and called out, voice ringing across the square. "Reliable intel confirms 5 of our people walked into an imperial trap and were taken. Their status is unknown. The captured are Wang Luchuan, Lu Xian, Armin." At the roll call, Yifeng, Natasha, Yang Jin, and a dozen other new trainees turned ashen. Wang Luchuan, Lu Xian, and Armin were all rookies from their current intake. Following the superior's order, the emergency rescue plan was activated at once. A young officer shouted, "The Vanguard team is already on the move. You are the follow-up support units. Your assignments have been uploaded to your wristbands. Check them now. Remember, each of you has a different task, and you must carry it out to the letter." With that, he swept his arm forward. "Collect your gear and move out." While the others queued for supplies, Yang Jin glanced down at his wristband. Mission category, Class B. Background, 5 trainees from the 2130 Special Course. Wang Luchuan, Lu Xin, Airman, Comes, and Hua Kaingzai have been captured by the Daiqian Imperial Court and are being escorted to Linshan, a county on the edge of the 100,000 Mountains. Objective, reach Linshan quickly, disguise yourselves as Xuanqi Star people, infiltrate the city, gather intelligence, and coordinate the rescue. Notes, follow wristband instructions at all times. Unless your life is in danger, do not initiate communication. Yifeng leaned over. "Bro, I'm Class B. What about you?" "Same here, Feng. Looks like we're partners," Yang Jin replied. Natasha, who overheard them, frowned. "How come you get to go into the city while I'm Class C and have to wait outside for extraction?" Beside her, the tall, thin Wu Xiaoai shrugged. "Sis Xia, I've got it worse. Class D. I have to sit 100 li away in some mountain pass and wait for you." Yifeng scanned the group and pieced the arrangement together. Everyone, the mission is a chain, and each link fits our strengths. Less talk, more action. Once the gear had been distributed, the teams departed according to their categories. Yang Jin and Yifeng boarded a small transport plane with the other Class B members. There were about a dozen people in the cabin. Except for the two rookies, every face was unfamiliar. When everyone was seated, a crew-cut man of about 30 stood up. Gongze, acting leader for this Class B mission. We've got base veterans and new recruits from Xinhua Martial Academy. The weakest among us is a senior martial master, so every one of you is tough. Work together, and we'll get it done, are we confident? A thunderous reply filled the cabin. Yes, Gongze nodded. Suit up now, check each other's disguises, and don't let a single detail give us away. Engines roared as the transport slid out of a hidden cavern. The moment sunlight hit its special coating, the fuselage turned transparent like glass and vanished into the sky. Half an hour later, the invisible aircraft reached the border between the 100,000 mountains and Deqian, 300 li from Linshan. Hovering over a mountain pass, the team disembarked one after another and lined up on the slope. Before Yang Jin's eyes stood a patchwork of characters: a gray-haired peasant in homespun, a greasy landlord, a scholarly gentleman in flowing robes, and a ragged bigarno. Two outfits were alike. Yang Jin wore his hair loose, his beard wild as weeds, his burly frame completing the look of a rough brawler. Yifeng, clad in a long gown with a square kerchief around his head, held a compass in one hand and a divining banner in the other, the perfect traveling geomancer. Gongze stood at the head of the line, wrapped in a straw rain cape and conical hat, a coil of rope, a pickaxe, and a spade strapped to his back, looking every bit like a Majin Shaowei about to tunnel into the mountains. All right, time check. It is 1:25 p.m., October 7th, 2130, Huaxia Capital Time. He cleared his throat. His voice was low yet brooked no argument. A few ground rules. First, we split up right now, no bunching together, and be in Linyan County before 7 tonight. Second, after you arrive, they'll be circling the Yizhuang west of town. Once you have solid information, find me, and I'll compile and report it. Third, this mission is extremely dangerous. If anyone's cover is blown, no one moves to rescue them until orders are given. In short, follow commands. When he finished, he swung his arm, and everyone immediately headed off in different directions. Linyan County sits on the southwestern border of the Great Qian Kingdom, its walls pressed against the Shawandishan Range, a mandatory stop for qi refiners who venture into the mountains to hunt, gather herbs, and temper themselves. Merchants pass through in an endless stream. On a late autumn evening, a cold wind sweeps the alleys, and a row of snack stalls opens early along the street. Steam billows from pots of wontons and noodles. The aroma of stewed meat drifts everywhere, and shouts of hawkers and idle chatter rise and fall, painting a scene of bustling prosperity. At the entrance of a tavern, patrons clutching bowls of wine discuss the day's most sensational news. The Ui Tianma. Have you heard? The Yamen caught 5 Ui Tianma. They'll be carted to the vegetable market at noon tomorrow to be beheaded in public. That's right. Those things are ugly and wicked. They suck a man's vital energy and can turn into beautiful women to lure young fellows. Plenty of lads from the surrounding villages have fallen for them. They don't just turn into women. They can change into men, too, and prey on pretty ladies. I know about that. A burly man leaned in and lowered his voice. The mistress of Wangjia Manor outside the city, Madame Wang Ma, gave birth to a child who looked like neither parent. They tested the blood, and sure enough, it wasn't Wang blood. Madame Wang Ma cried that the Yu Tianma had done it. They kill our people and dishonor our wives and daughters. Skinning them alive wouldn't be too harsh, the drinkers shouted, their breath thick with wine, cursing with equal parts hatred and fear. At the corner of the street, a tall, thin youth of about 20, huddled against a wall, suddenly sprang to his feet, eyes rimmed red. That's nonsense. I don't know about anything else, but I know the truth about Madame Wang Ma. She broke her vows and had an affair with Steward Song, and the bastard child is theirs. It has nothing to do with the Yu Tianma. Several busybodies immediately surrounded him and shouted abuse. You stinking beggar, how dare you defend the Yu Tianma? Straightening his neck, the thin youth rasped stubbornly, I'm not a beggar. I'm a hired hand at Wang Manor, and every word I said is true. I caught Madame Wang Ma and Steward Song in the act. I planned to stay quiet, but that murdering Steward Song docked half a year's wages and refused to pay a single coin, then ordered the guards to beat me half to death. As he spoke, he tore open his shirt, revealing dark red whip marks crisscrossing his chest. My mother is so sick she can barely get out of bed. I was counting on that money for her medicine, but Steward Song cheated me out of everything and nearly killed me. If you suffered so much, why not go to the Yamen and beat the drum for justice? A diner asked with a frown. The Yamen? The youth let out a cold laugh, yanked off his shirt entirely, and turned his back. Purple welts from the killing stick covered his spine like a lattice. This is what happened when I beat the drum in broad daylight. The onlookers stared at the raw flesh on his back, and the noisy stalls fell silent at once. Kid, take this and treat your mother. A hoarse voice rose from the crowd. and a money pouch arced through the air and landed in the youth's hands. The lanky young man cradled the heavy money pouch, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at the diner. The fellow, with bushy brows, wild hair, and a bristling beard as prickly as dry reeds, stood out like a rugged mountain. Thank you, bearded hero, for your generous help. You saved my life, Meng. Yen has nothing else to offer, so please accept my kowtow. With that, the youth dropped to his knees and banged his forehead on the ground 3 times, a red patch blooming instantly. Enough, go home quickly, the bearded man Yang Jin in disguise grumbled, waving him away. Inwardly he muttered, hero is fine, but bearded hero? Do I look like a bandit? And when did I get so old? At the street corner, a Taoist priest wandered past, balancing a banner pole and hawking his trade. Face reading, character divination, fortune-telling, feng shui, matchmaking, 1 tael of silver per reading, no charge if I'm wrong. Yang Jin's lips twitched when he spotted the priest. A heartbeat later, Yifeng's voice sounded in his ear. Brother, you really know how to live it up, good wine. Good meat, enjoying yourself. The priest was Yifeng in disguise. He was using whisper thrufki, a technique that converts sound into a specific frequency carried by inner qi, delivering it straight to the target's eardrum so no one else can overhear. Even a qi saint can project it only a few kilometers. After arriving on Star of Mystic Qi, trainees from Torchfire Martial Academy all learned this method. Their qi reserves were limited but sufficient for whisper thrufki. Yang Jin, who practiced the Tsongshan breathing sutra, handled it just as easily. He parted his lips, qi vibrating the words. Brother Feng, did you learn anything useful? Yifeng, still strolling along without changing his expression, replied under his breath. The whole city says that tomorrow Wang Luchuan and the other 4 will be paraded to the vegetable market and beheaded. Hard to tell if it's true. Yang Jin frowned. It feels fishy. First, extra-dimensional fiends are hard to capture. Why would the Yamen execute them so soon? Second, if they really wanted them dead, they wouldn't announce it this publicly, this fast. 8 chances out of 10, it's a smokescreen from the court. Yifeng gave a slight nod. Makes sense. What's your plan? I want to get close to the Yamen, ideally slip into the jail, and check for myself. Absolutely not, Yifeng hissed. Linshan County's Yamen may lack masters, but the northern side hosts the Southern Guard Prince's residence. To the west, Yulong Snow Mountain shelters the Cloud Sword sect, and to the east lie the Tsongshan sect and the Iron Banner sect. Court and sect elites could already be hiding around the Yamen. If you barge in, you're a lamb walking into a tiger's den. The warning cooled Yang Jin's blood. He suddenly asked, Brother Feng, why don't Dean Li and the other martial lords from our side strike first and spirit the prisoners away? Yifeng chuckled. You're still young. Dean Li and those martial lords are the Academy's trump cards. They have to keep an eye on the court and the sect grandmasters. The real fight may already be happening in the shadows. We're just too low-ranked to see it. They exchanged a few more sentences, then drifted apart without a single glance. Night deepened. Lanterns lit both sides of the street, flames flickering in the breeze. Instead of thinning, the crowd only grew denser. Yang Jin sauntered through the streets and, from the lively chatter around him, realized it was the Dakian Kingdom's annual Mid-Autumn Festival. Lanterns, festoons, and pennants hung high above the alleys, and silvery moonlight spilled onto the white stone road, casting the silhouettes of people young and old as they admired the lanterns and guessed riddles. The continuous bursts of laughter made Yang Jin feel as though he had slipped back into the prosperous Tang and Song eras of ancient China. He soon reached a vermilion wall that enclosed the Linshan County Yamen. Though he looked like a casual passerby, he had already spread out his spiritual sense, probing every movement inside. To one side lay the jail, where an occasional muffled gasp drifted through the iron bars. To the other stood the postal relay station, its courtyard ablaze with light. Circling the wall, he found no trace of Wang Luchuan, Lu Xen, or the others and frowned inwardly. Either they had never been locked up, he thought, or the jail was protected by a formation that masked all auras. While he pondered, he reached the rear courtyard and felt a familiar presence. Nangong Yan and Ji Hongming of Yun Jinmen. Surprise flickered across his face, but his stride remained unhurried. In the Yamen's rear garden, lanterns burned brightly. 3 large round tables were arranged in a triangle. County Magistrate Sherdine himself hosted a banquet for a dozen young experts sent by the Dianan Prefecture and the great sections. After several rounds of wine and dishes, the gathering wound down. Magistrate Sher rose with his cup, smiling respectfully. Gentlemen and ladies, you have traveled far to aid us. Linshan County is deeply grateful. The guests rose in unison, assuring him the politeness was unnecessary. When the banquet dispersed, Yamen runners lifted their lamps and guided everyone to the relay station for the night. Yun Jianmen, the foremost sect of the southwest, had sent 4 disciples. Second senior brother Jiang, he led the group, accompanied by Ji Hongming, Nangong Yin, and a young woman named Miao Qiushuang. Inside the relay station, Jiang he arranged adjacent rooms for the 2 junior sisters and reminded them to rest early. He and Hongming took the room next door. He had barely warmed his chair when 3 soft knocks sounded. Opening the door, he found a middle-aged man in a dark blue brocade robe standing beneath the moonlight. The man was courteous, yet carried the unmistakable hauteur of an official. Have the 2 gentlemen settled in? His Highness Prince Zhu has sent me with an invitation. Would you please accompany me to a banquet at Baiwa Tower? He offered a gilt-edged card with both hands. He glanced at it and smiled. Excellent. We will depart at once. Ji Hongming, however, frowned at the name Zhu Kan's third son of Prince Zhu Yanwei. Zhu Kan was infamous for debauchery, greed, and cruelty. Banished to distant Linshan under the pretense of tempering his character, he had only grown more lawless. Any woman he fancied married or not rarely escaped his clutches. Their menfolk usually met a brutal end. Seeing Jiang He's enthusiasm, Ji lowered his voice. Second brother, am uneasy leaving the junior sisters alone. Why don't you attend while I stay to watch over them? The messenger idly twirled the invitation and spoke coolly. Sir Ji, His Highness courtesy leaves little room for refusal. I could scarcely explain your absence. Jiang He's expression hardened. This is the county relay station. If even this place isn't safe, where would be? Besides, His Highness has shown us great honor. We must not slight him. Ji opened his mouth, then sighed. Very well. Please, then. The middle-aged man bowed and turned to lead the way. As he did, his eyes slid toward Miao Kaishuang's door, and a thin, cruel smile tugged at his lips, hinting at malice and desire. A single candle burned in the guest room of the relay station at Linyan County. An autumn draft slipped through the window crack, making the flame sway and stretching long shadows across the walls. Nangong Yin sat on the edge of the bed, her thoughts in turmoil. Since leaving the sect half a month ago, she had met more danger than in her previous 17 years combined. She had brushed past death several times, and some of her senior brothers were now dead or crippled. The hot-blooded passion that once urged her to roam the Jianghu was being steadily doused with cold water. Her father's warning echoed in her mind. The Jianghu is treacherous. People are unpredictable. The road is slippery after dark, and human nature is complicated. She was starting to doubt the court's insistence that the Yui Tianma were pure evil. Maybe the people on the other side were not all villains, and the subjects of Great Qian were not all heroes. The scholar swordsman Yang Jueming, for instance, was the most forthright man she had met. What was the world of the Yui Tianmo really like? Surely they, too, had parents, spouses, and children. How wonderful it would be to visit their land if everyone could sit down and talk. Would there still be a need for blades and bloodshed? While she was lost in thought, a faint noise came from the next room, snapping her to full alert. Her junior sister Miao Qiushuang, only 16 and on her first journey outside the sect, was staying there. She had eagerly tagged along after hearing that several Yui Tianma had been captured in Linyan County. Junior sister, are you awake? Nangongyan whispered. Silence. No reply. Something's wrong. Her expression hardened. Snatching up her sword, she flicked it, bursting through the paper window and landing in the courtyard. The neighboring door stood half open, the lamp inside extinguished. In a dark corner, a black-clad man was slinging the unconscious Miao Qiushuang over his shoulder, poised to vault the wall. Scoundrel! Leave my junior sister! Nangongyan shouted, her sword thrusting forward. The man flung a cloud of white powder in her direction. She held her breath and retreated. In that instant he cleared the wall and fled. Nangongyan sprang onto the rooftop and saw a streak of white disappearing at the far end of the pitch-black alley. Lucky her junior sister was dressed in white, or the night would have swallowed her whole. Qiushuang, heart-pounding, she gave chase. Damn it, she noticed. The kidnapper cursed, sprinting through the alleys with the girl on his back. If the little wench weren't Nangong Lai's daughter, he would have dragged her along as well. Gritting his teeth, he rounded a corner only to be met by a sudden gleam of steel. A long, dark spear blocked his path. He couldn't stop in time. The spearhead pierced his throat, blood spraying as he was skewered on the spot. You, how dare you meddle in the prince's affairs, he croaked, trying to wield his master's name like a weapon, but blood choked off the words. Nangong Yen arrived just then, finding a bearded giant holding the kidnapper on the tip of his spear. She clasped her fists and bowed. Thank you, hero, for your timely help. She caught Miao Qiushuang and gently patted her cheeks. Junior sister, wake up. The bearded man said, your junior sister has been drugged. When you get her home, wash her face with cold water and press the renjong, higu, and fengqi points shall wake right up. Thank you. Nangong Yen lifted the pale-faced Miao Qiushuang, but her gaze was glued to the spear in the man's hand. The head was sheathed in refined iron. Its contours unchanged. It was the dragon-tooth spear. Her heart leapt. Lowering her voice, she whispered, Senior Brother Yang, is that you? The man stowed the spear, cleared his throat, and flashed a familiar smile. Junior sister Nangong, we meet again. A rush of mixed emotions crossed Nangong Yan's face. Steadying Miao Qiushuang, she drew a deep breath and asked bluntly, Senior Brother Yang, do you know who tried to kidnap her? Yang Jin didn't answer at once. He dropped to one knee beside the unconscious man in black, pressed a fingertip to the fellow's forehead, and drove a needle-sharp surge of psychic power into his mind. Tell me Ho sent you? The dying assassin's eyes flew open. In a final burst of clarity, he rasped, by order of His Highness Zhu can first seize Miao Qiushuang, take her to Lushui Manor, 30 li south of the city, lock her in the underground palace, enjoy her slowly. If Yunjian's sect doesn't react strongly, then find a way to kidnap Nangong Yan. Before he could finish, Nangong Yan's cheeks flamed with fury. She drove her sword through his brow. Blood spattered, but she twisted the blade until his brains were pulp before yanking it free. Lushui Manor must burn, and that cur Zhu can must die? She growled, chest heaving. Bowing with clasped fists, she looked solemnly at Yang Jin. Brother Yang, Zhu Can's crimes fill volumes. Every day he lives, more women suffer. He's only early Qi realm, am not strong enough. I beg you to act. Yang Jin countered, junior sister Nangong, am an outer world fiend. You still trust me? Even fiends can be good men, and you are one, she answered crisply. Zhu can may be a great Qian native, but he's viler than any demon. After a moment's thought, she seemed to make up her mind. I know where your 5 companions are being held. Promise to kill Zhu Can, and he'll tell you. A cold light flashed in Yang Jin's eyes. Done. Yang Jin, swear Zhu Can dies tonight. Relieved, Nangong Yin laid everything out. Your 5 friends are in separate prisons, each sealed by arrays that mask all Qi, each guarded by a Qi realm master. Worse, the Prince of Jinan has located your base. He's rallying major sects to raid the 10,000 mountain range once you head out on the rescue. She gave Yang Jin a long look, then turned away, helping Miao Qiushuang down the alley. Her voice drifted back like gossamer. Take care, brother Yang, the road is long. If fate allows, we'll meet again. When she was gone, Yang Jin's heart pounded. If her information was true, Linshan County was bait, meant to draw the Blue Star team out so the court could strike their base. Damn it, Great Qian's got one hell of an appetite. They want to dive the towers and hit the fountain. Cursing under his breath, he vaulted onto the nearby roof. The wind howled, and the lights of Baiwa Tower spread beneath him. Clenching the dragon-tooth spear, he felt murder boil in his veins. Prince of Jinan, lay one finger on my base, and I'll kill your son myself. Yang Jin was heading toward the mortuary on the western edge of town to look for his squad leader, Gong Zhe, when the bracelet on his wrist began to vibrate. He glanced down, and the mission update appeared in midair. The rescue team had pinpointed where Wang Luchuan, Lu Xian, and 3 other members were being held, and was gathering forces for a simultaneous strike. B-team orders had changed. Every operative was to slip into a crowded area or a large building at once. At 23:10, the sound of signal arrows would cue everyone to create chaos to cover the extraction, and all personnel had to be out of Linyan County before midnight. The news was exhilarating, yet it meant the plan had shifted. Even if he reached the west side now, Gong Zhe might no longer be there. The task Nangong Yin had given him, kill Zhu Can, seemed pointless, but Yang Jin knew that if the southern prince's son died, the bloodshed that followed would disrupt the city far better than any fire. Only 10 minutes remained before 23:10. Gathering his mental strength, he streaked over the rooftops like a night owl, heading straight for Baiwa Pavilion a few li away. Baiwa Pavilion was the most famous restaurant in Linyan County. Lanterns glowed against the night sky, and gilt wind bells jingled under the eaves. At the stairhead on the 3rd floor, armored guards formed an impenetrable wall. The entire level had been cleared except for a single banquet table in the center. A dozen dancers in gauzy veils swayed around the table, slender waists twisting to the chime of small bells. Bursts of laughter rose as guests flattered the young man in brocade seated at the place of honor, Zhu Can, 3rd son of Prince Zhu Yanwei of the south, a man barely past 30, fair-skinned as jade, but with cruelty and arrogance etched between his brows. He lifted his cup toward Jiang He and Ji Hongming, the 2nd and 3rd disciples of Cloudsword sect. Gentlemen, drink up. Jiang He's smile bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Your Highness, after you. Ji Hongming, distracted, still raised his cup. Much obliged, Your Highness. Zhu Can shot them a sidelong glance and sneered to himself. Drink. The more the better. Maybe you'll drink yourselves to death and stop getting in my way when I go entertain your delicate little junior sister. The liquor burned down his throat, heightening his spirits. Laughing, he plunged into the dancers, seized the youngest girl, and yanked her into his arms, his hands roaming. Your Highness, please don't. The girl trembled, tears glimmering in her eyes. The other dancers froze in fright. You should be grateful I even noticed you. Zhu Can licked his lips like a wolf eyeing a lamb. Try to dodge, and I'll kill you. Why are you all standing still? Keep dancing. Faces pale, the dancers resumed their routine, while the girl he fondled whimpered like a quail in a storm. Spectators hoisted their cups and cheered. Your Highness, what refined taste. Quite the spectacle tonight. A feast for our eyes. Jiang He, who fancied himself a righteous cultivator, felt his composure crack but dared not speak, burying his face in his food. Ji Hongming could bear no more. He rose abruptly. Your Highness, my apologies. I've had too much and must take my leave. By standing up, he made it plain he despised Zhu Can's behavior. Zhu Can snorted, shoved the girl's thin arm, and sent her stumbling straight toward Ji Hongming. Can't handle your liquor? Then let this woman sober you up. Ji Hongming staggered but caught himself, quickly steadying the tear-streaked woman. Rage surged through him. He drew a sharp breath, crushed it down, and bowed. Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. Allow me to take her away. Zhu Kan's smile was colder than steel, his voice scraping like rusted iron. Not so fast. I said shed sober you up, I never said you could leave. He turned to the woman. Serve Hero G right here. If he's still drunk, he'll twist your neck off. Her face went chalk white. She dropped to her knees, forehead thumping the floor again and again. Your Highness, I was wrong. He'll do anything, just spare my life. Ji Hongming could no longer restrain himself. He stepped in front of her, clenched his fists, and bowed low. For the sake of mercy, please release her. I would be forever indebted. Zhu Qin's lips curled, a viper baring its fangs. And who are you? Even if Nangong Lai himself walked in, I might not grant him face. Do not insult my master. Ji Hongming snapped, sword flashing across his chest. The words had barely echoed when a guard lunged from the shadows. You whelp. How dare you defy his highness? Die. Steel rang and sparks flew as Ji Hongming and the guard clashed. Jiang, he shouted, panicked, stop. Your Highness, my junior brother is headstrong. Please show mercy. Zhu Kan was about to retort when a sudden chill pricked his spine. His gaze whipped to the window. Swish, a shrill arrow tore through the night. The shutters burst apart. A torrent of sword energy formed a colossal blade, its point aimed straight at Zhu Kan. Songshan's snow-flying sword. Someone gasped. It was the signature weapon of the Songshan sect's master. Prince Zhu Kan, son of the Southern Guard King, was under attack. Minds went blank. Even Zhu Kan stood paralyzed, watching the sword light bear down on him. A golden glow erupted from his chest, coalescing into the spectral form of Zhu Yanwei, king of the Southern Guard, who blocked the blade. Master you, what stirs such fury? A thunderous shout shook the inn. Filthy beast, your death would bless the people. The sword light twisted, surging on toward Zhu Kan. Zhu Yanwei's phantom voice turned icy. Yu Guanhai, do you truly wish to become the next moon worship cult? He swept his sleeve and struck the sword aura heaton. Boom. The blade burst apart, shredding the phantom into tatters. The shockwave ripped through the third floor, splintering beams and flinging bodies. My son, beware. Zhu Yanwei cried, forming a massive golden hand that lunged for Zhu Kan. Too late. Bang. Zhu Kan's head exploded. Dozens of steel needles, thin as toothpicks, shot outward with a shrill hiss. Eyes widened in horror. Why had the needles burst from inside his skull? Stranger still, the needles spiraled together in midair, fusing into a metal sphere no larger than a quail egg. Zhu Yanwei's phantom barked, a marvelous treasure. It's mine. The golden hand grabbed for the orb. Thrack. The sphere detonated again. Needles darted like fish, slicing the hand into shards of light. Tattered talismans fluttered to the floor, their power spent. The needles merged once more, streaked through the shattered window, and vanished into the night. Silence smothered the inn. Eyes nearly popped from their sockets. After several heartbeats, a wave of shocked voices rose. Good heavens, that was a spirit-bound artifact. Yu Guanhai's flying sword talismans were remarkably effective, but he had carried only a handful of them. One was gone, leaving just two. Perched on the rooftop ridge, Yang Jin gazed down at the lantern-lit crowds around Baiwa Tower, his expression cold and hard as a blade. Certain that Zhu Kan carried some protective treasure, he drew a talisman he had taken from Yu Guanhai's corpse and tore it open. Space lurched. A rod of forged iron streaked from his hand. A flash of light. A burst of flame, then the tip punched through Zhu Kan's skull. The prince never even had time to scream before his body turned to charred ash. Yang Jin threw back his head and roared, his voice booming like muffled thunder. Zhu Kan, third son of the Prince of the South, oppressed the common folk and killed at will, earning the hatred of every soul under heaven. To uphold justice, I have struck him down. The killer is Yu Guanhai of Songshan sect. The words echoed through the night. Laughing, Yang Jin raised his fist in triumph and disappeared into the darkness. Fires flared across the city, plunging the streets into utter chaos. Blue Star agents hidden among the populace moved in, sparing civilians while spreading confusion and quietly aiding the rescue teams. Near the Yamen, troops and disciples from the major sects had been sweeping the city for the so-called demons from beyond the realm. The sudden cry, the killer is Yu Guanhai of Songshan sect, stunned them. Every eye swung toward the nearby Songshan disciples. The Songshan sect has betrayed us, he eyes them. A military officer barked, spinning his spear and charging. Rubbish. Our master would never kill the prince. The demons are sowing discord and be duped. If the court no longer trusts us, what's the point of staying? The argument exploded into violence. Shouts, curses, and the clash of steel ricocheted through the alleys. Using the cover of night, Yang Jin sped forward until a figure swooped toward him, a man in a bamboo hat and straw raincoat. Gong Zhe, interim leader of Team B. Chief Gong, I have intel. They hovered in midair, trading information at lightning speed. The Prince of the South was leading sect masters into the 10,000 mountains, planning a direct strike on the human base. Gongze packaged the report and sent it off. Seconds later, a reply flashed across his holoscreen. Acknowledged. Continue the mission. They exchanged relieved glances. Headquarters already knew the prince's movements. Contingency plans were in place. Blue Star technology outstripped detached by centuries. No matter how many masters the prince brought, he would never topple that steel fortress. After a quick farewell, they split up. Now an entry-level martial lord, Yang Jin found his psychic power woven seamlessly into his body, emboldening every move. Once he advanced to martial sovereign, he told himself he might no longer need to hide his identity as a mentalist. Not long after clearing the southern gate, a distant glow drew his eye. A lone thatched hut stood isolated at the foot of a hill, now engulfed in flames that painted the sky red. 7 or 8 men in tight jackets ringed it with torches, laughing uproariously. On the ground lay a young man, face bloodied and battered, forced flat in the dirt. He could only watch as the hut was swallowed by fire, a raw, anguished howl tearing from his throat. Mother, mother! The raw, piercing cry ripped through the night and reached Yang Jin's ears, one he knew too well. Mengyan! Yang Jin jerked his head up. Beside the campfire, the lanky youth from the night food stall lay pinned to the ground, clothes in shreds, streaked with dust and blood. Only hours ago, patrons at the stall had claimed that Madame Wang from Wangjia village had been raped by an outer realm demon. Meng Yin had stood up, exposing the truth. Madame Wang was carrying on with Steward's song. Pitying the boy, his mother gravely ill and his wages docked, Yang Jin had pressed silver into his hand and urged him home to save her. He never expected to meet him again, least of all in this wilderness. Meng Yin, hand over the silver. Your mother's already Ashhouse medicine supposed to help her now? Torches whipped in the wind as 7 or 8 roughnecks shoved him around. The leader, a burly brute, grinned savagely, the flames tinting his face red. Since your mother's charcoal, you can skip the coffin. Let the silver rot with you, huh? Anyone who slanders Steward's song dies. The fire crackled. Meng Yan's eyes burned crimson, his jaw clenched. They'll kill Songji, he growled. And every one of you. You'll die first. The brute spat and drove his boot into Meng Yan's back. Bone cracked. Meng Yan choked, blood spattering the dirt. Flat on his back, he screamed at the sky. Heaven, open your eyes and strike these beasts dead. The thugs erupted in laughter. A cur like you dares invoke heaven? Flame shadows danced on their faces like snarling hyenas. A cold snort split the darkness. Who says Meng Yan's life is cheap? You swine are the ones who deserve to die. The final word had barely left the air before a hulking figure dropped from above, kicking up a cloud of dust. The thug spun around. Built like a wall, black beard bristling like steel, the newcomer stood there like an iron tower. Big beard hero. Meng Yan croaked, tears cutting tracks through grime. They burned my mother alive, avenge her. Panic flashed across the thugs' faces. The leader roared, we outnumber him. Kill the bearded bastard. Torches and clubs raised, the gang surged toward Yang Jin. Hearing of the mother's fate, Yang Jin's chest heaved with fury. Lethal intent surged. His mental power became invisible blades, lancing into their skulls. Bang, bang, bang. Skulls burst like overripe melons. Blood and sparks sprayed together, blossoming into cruel crimson flowers. Torches clattered to the ground. Silence swallowed the wilds. Hands clasped behind his back, Yang Jin stood amid blood and flame, a looming mountain, a demon risen from the abyss. Meng Yan stared, frozen. Then feverish light flared in his eyes. With his enemies dead, he dared not meet that towering gaze. He dropped to his knees, knocking his head to the ground. Master, take me as your disciple. I, Meng Yan, will serve you all my life, unto death. Yang Jin's eyes stayed cold. Meng Yan, I am an outer realm demon. Do you not fear me? Meng Yan hesitated, then lifted his blood-smeared face, voice ringing like steel. If you are a demon, then it'll be the ghost that follows you. It'll charge at your side 1,000 times, without regret. Yang Jin fell silent, weighing the request. Senior, I beg you please take me as your disciple. Meng Yan dropped to his knees, head bowed so low he dared not lift it. Blood already mottled his forehead from repeated kowtows. After a long pause, Yang Jin finally spoke. Meng Yan, heavy duties bind me, and I cannot take an apprentice, but I can pass on 2 supreme arts. He raised his right hand. A surge of spiritual force lifted Meng Yan from the ground as his voice rolled out, low and powerful. These are the guardian techniques of Tsongshan sect, the Tsongshan Qi refining manual, and the Tsongshan snowdrifting sword art. I seized them after I slew Yu Guanhai. A tremor ran through Meng Yan. Joy and awe crashed over him at once. Yu Guanhai's name had dominated the entire southwest, yet this senior had felled him. How unfathomable must his cultivation be? And now the sect's most guarded skills were about to become his own. Calm your mind and receive what I give. Pressing 2 fingers to Meng Yan's brow, Yang Jin poured the complete incantations into his sea of consciousness. Within a few breaths, every line of the two manuals surfaced in Meng Yan's mind, as if he had studied them for years. Overwhelmed, he bowed low and struck his head on the ground. Thank you, senior. Yang Jin fixed him with an unwavering look, his tone firm and final. Remember, first, once you have mastered these arts, you must not stand against the demons from beyond this realm. Second, never use your skills to bully the weak. Third, wield what you learn to punish evil and uphold the righteous, sweeping away injustice wherever you find it. Your words are carved into my heart. I will never forget them. Meng Yan answered loudly. Yang Jin gave a slight nod, then shot skyward, his figure dissolving into a streak of black against the night. Senior, may I know your name? Meng Yan called after him. Yang Jin. The name drifted back through the darkness, and a brocade pouch, heavy with contents, arced through the air to land softly at Meng Yan's feet. There are spirit stones and pills inside to aid your cultivation. The voice faded into the distance. Clutching the pouch, Meng Yan's eyes shone with tears. He murmured an oath, Senior Yang, I will repay this grace with my life. The night wind howled, riding the air currents. Yang Jin covered nearly 30 li in an instant. A thought suddenly surfaced. Zhu Kan's secret underground palace lay beneath Lushui Manor, 30 li south of the city. Glancing at the bracelet on his wrist, he saw 10 minutes remained until midnight, and the new mission had yet to appear. He might as well visit Lushui Manor first. He could free the captive women and claim that ill-gotten fortune. His purse was painfully light, and he chuckled to himself. A man grows rich only by unexpected windfalls, and a horse grows fat only on grass eaten at night. He rose higher. The forest spread beneath the night sky. 4 or 5 li ahead, pinpricks of light marked a villa nestled between mountain and water. Moments later he landed at the edge of the estate. A plaque above the gate read, Lushui Manor. Lanterns lined the eaves, and armed retainers patrolled, scanning every patch of darkness. Melting into the shadows, Yang Jin vaulted the wall. A wave of mental power swept outward like a tide and quickly locked onto a vast palace more than 10 meters underground. His expression iced over, veins bulging as fury threatened to erupt. Inside the palace, dozens of women dressed in little more than rags were shackled to various instruments of restraint, standing, lying, kneeling in grotesque poses, unable to move. Their faces were bloodless, their eyes vacant. Every spark of life had been extinguished, leaving only numbness, sluggish despair, and utter hopelessness. Prince Shinan, you raised a son without teaching him no death could wash away your sins. At that moment, Zhu Yanwei, Prince Shinan, was etched into Yang Jin's kill list. Boom. The heavy stone gate of the underground palace shattered with one thrust. Before the man appeared, the Dragonfang spear had already torn through the air, its murderous intent surging ahead of it. Who dares run wild on His Highness Zhu's turf? A dozen retainers charged forward, blades gleaming. The spear's shaft swept, the tip thrust, and blood burst everywhere. Yang Jin's face was iron-hard and emotionless as he harvested life inch by inch. In under 5 minutes the floor held only cooling corpses. Even the matrons who trained the women were left without breath. With the spear's edge he snapped the shackles. Iron chains clattered to the ground. The women, dazed like puppets a moment ago, blinked to life, crouched, and wailed. Die, lecher! A crisp shout exploded behind him, a streak of sword light lunging for his spine. Yang Jin turned to see Nangong Yin and Miao Qiushuang of the Cloud Sword sect rush in. Nangong Yin recognized him and froze. Brother Yang. Miao Qiushuang kept her sword up and muttered, Senior sister, you know this bearded pervert? He's no pervert, Nangong Yin said quickly. He's here to rescue people, just like us. Miao Qiushuang glanced at the corpses and the sobbing women, then bowed. So the hero acts for justice. My apologies for the insult. Hero, nothing of the sort. His name is Yang Jin, Nangong Yin added. The man who saved you from those black-clad kidnappers. What? Our benefactor? 16-year-old Miao Qiushuang tried to look solemn, but her round, baby-fat face ruined the effect. The women's sobs rose and fell, making Yang Jin's scalp prickle. You two arrived just in time, he said. Comfort them and get them out of here. Miao Qiushuang thumped her chest. Leave it to me, benefactor. As Yang Jin strode away, she muttered, I thought our benefactor would be a refined pretty boy, not a rough, bearded fellow. Quiet. Nangong Yin snapped. Brother Yang's bearing isn't something a little girl like you can grasp. Senior sister, you're barely older than I am, Miao Qiushuang whispered. Back in the manor, Yang Jin searched every courtyard. Flowing Water Villa was just Zhu Kan's pleasure ground. Aside from gold and silver, there were no rare treasures. Passing the main hall, he drew the snowfall sword of Tsongshan and carved on the wall, Killer, Yu Guanhai of the Tsongshan sect. The handwriting matched Yu Guanhai's notes on martial manuals exactly. When he finished, Nangong Yin and Miao Qiushuang had already gathered the rescued women. After changing clothes, they all knelt and thanked him in unison. Junior sisters, how will you look after so many people? I've thought it through, Nangong Yin said. They've suffered too much and have no homes to return to. With their consent, they'll take them to the Cloud Sword sect. During this brief journey, the 17-year-old showed a steadiness beyond her years. Yang Jin sighed inwardly. In the feudal Great Qin dynasty, losing one's chastity was a lifelong shackle. Joining the sect was the best fate left to them. He handed over all the gold and silver. Feeding this many mouths won't be cheap. Take the villa's wealth as funding. I have other urgent matters, farewell. Nangong Yin was about to refuse when Yang Jin leapt away, his silhouette slicing through the night like an eagle. Thank you, benefactor. The women cried, tears shimmering. Hugging the heavy bundle of treasure, Miao Qiushuang sighed. Senior sister, I've decided our benefactor is handsomer than any delicate pretty boy. Nangong Yin said nothing. She simply stared into the night sky. After a stretch of flight, the undulating silhouette of the 10,000 mountains surfaced in the darkness, marking the range's edge. Pale moonlight skimmed the ridges, and occasional figures flitted below Blue Star personnel on their way back to base, most likely. Suddenly his tactical wristband vibrated, and a terse yet alarming directive flashed across the screen. Elite fighters of Great Qian have broken at Spire Cliff and are retreating. All units receiving this message, move to your assigned border sectors and intercept. Remember, safety first, engage within your limits. The brief message sent shockwaves through Yangjin. Lord Zhu Yanwei, commander of the southern frontier, had led his masters on a Thessanli raid against the human base, only to be driven into a rout. Stranger still, Post Y001B sat in the southeast, while Spire Cliff lay in the southwest miles apart and in the wrong direction entirely. Why had Zhu Yanwei appeared at Spire Cliff? He suddenly recalled what Feng had whispered at the base, were deliberately drawing the Xuanqi away. Could Spire Cliff be nothing but a decoy? If so, the real human base remained intact, while Zhu Yanwei took the hit. The notion thrilled him. He almost laughed out loud. Ever since the Lushui Manor incident, he had loathed Zhu Yanwei to the core, and seeing the man stumble now felt like swallowing a block of ice on a sweltering day, pure, refreshing bliss. The mission interface included coordinates. The intercept zone lay due west, 300 to 400 li away, plenty of time. Yang Jin fixed the heading and shot through the sky like an arrow. Since stepping into the martial master realm, his mental power had surged. Manipulating space was second nature, and his speed rivaled that of a military flyer. Now and then a cold raven flapped across the night sky, catching a fleeting shadow in the wind, only for that shadow to vanish into the darkness a heartbeat later. In less than half an hour he reached the designated zone. His psychic sense rippled outward, detecting numerous powerhouses hidden below, every one of them a mid- or high-tier martial master. Yang Jin decelerated, landed, and vaulted into an ancient tree, merging with the canopy. Who goes there? Remove your disguise. The encrypted voice drifted through the leaves from dozens of meters away. Yang Jin peeled off the wig and fake beard, shed the coarse robe, and slipped into a black nanoarmor suit. A trainee from Ember Martial Academy, the man murmured after verifying his identity. Brother, the new recruits aren't strong enough yet. Take position 30 li back. If any fish slip through, you cut them off. Clearly a veteran, he worried that rookies might face a heating clash. Yang Jin offered no argument, withdrew from the woods, and headed for a low hill more than 30 li away. There, too, a cluster of fighters had gathered, their auras weaker, mostly junior martial masters. He picked an empty knoll, folded his legs in the grass, closed his eyes, and regulated his breathing while he waited for the routed enemy. Roughly 10 minutes later, a violent roar erupted from the southern forest. Vital energy rocketed skyward, Xuanqi and assorted abilities colliding in the night to bloom into dazzling spheres of light. Yang Jin looked into the distance. Above the treetops to the south, beams of light crisscrossed, but the thickest were a ribbon of azure chi and a pillar of golden brilliance, as if two towering columns were ramming the heavens. Among all those beams, the most dominant remained that azure streak and the shaft of gold. There was no need to guess. The swirling green aura was clearly Commander Li Qinglin's wood-based power, while the blazing gold belonged to Zhu Yanwei, Prince Defender of the South. Zhu Yanwei, we humans of Blue Star came in goodwill, ready to sign a treaty, yet you broke your word and launched a sneak attack. Tonight you'll learn what betrayal costs. Li Qinglin's shout rolled across the night sky. The green energy writhed like a living serpent, wrapping around Zhu Yanwei's golden light and tightening layer after layer as though to crush it outright. Do not panic, Your Highness Nangong Lai is here. A sword beam as wide as a door plank, white-hot and blinding, cleaved toward Li Qinglin. Nangong Lai, your opponent is me. Shi Wanjia, patriarch of the moon worship cult, unfurled his sacred banner. Black-red flames roared up, swallowing the sword light whole. Extraterrestrial demons, moon worship cult, this prince will never share the same sky with you. Zhu Yanwei roared. Gold radiance surged from him, his aura rising by the breath as he struggled to tear apart the emerald restraints. Li Qinglin warned the others, careful, every one of he's swallowed a frenzy pill. Hold him for 15 minutes. Once the drug wears off, we can take him alive. The frenzy pill was a top-tier imperial secret. It burned one's blood and essence for a brief spike in power, but induced madness and left torn meridians afterward, requiring months of seclusion to heal. Only those prepared to gamble their lives dared take it. Li Qinglin, you're the traitor. Your whole clan are traitors. Zhu Yanwei howled, exploding out of the green aura like a small golden sun. He'll report this to the court, lead 1,000,000 troops, and flatten the 10,000 mountain range. Every last demon will burn. The golden sphere, trailed by a fiery tail, hurtled several kilometers in a blink, then another dozen in the next heartbeat. Just then the air rippled. A black dog the size of a Siberian tiger slipped out, wreathed in dark flame. Without a sound it dove into the gold light and sank its fangs into Zhu Yanwei's heel. Black heaven wolf, you're alive. Zhu Yanwei's shock turned to rage as the razor teeth pierced deep, sending a jolt of pain through him. The wolf clamped tighter. Zhu Yanwei ripped free with all his might and fled, blood streaming from his shredded right leg. Haha, run, you fat pig in golden armor. The wolf bellowed, hanging in midair. I need a mount, and you'll do fine. Once my wounds heal, I'm coming for you. Fury boiled through Zhu Yanwei. All princely composure vanished. Li Qinglin, Black Heaven Wolf, you bastard whelps, just you wait. He dashed another dozen kilometers, finally shaking pursuit by 30. As he gathered his chi to push farther, dread pricked at him. He glanced down at his blood-soaked foot. Click. A metal sphere the size of a hen's egg hovered beside his leg. A spirit-linked weapon. His pupils contracted, knew that iron orb. It was the very weapon that had slain his son Zhu Kansas. You Guanhai, you dogspawn cur. Are you really set on a fight to the death? Zhu Yanwei raged, yearning to tear Yu Guanhai limb from limb. Zhu Yanwei, you failed to teach your own son, so heaven has sent me to settle the score today. At the shout, 2 talismans burst into golden flame and stretched into sword light 10 feet long. Their crossed blades, backed by a lump of pitch-black rui iron, sliced through the air toward Zhu Yanwei. Humph, cowardly rat. Hiding in the dark and relying on a few toys, you think you can stop me? Zhu Yanwei sneered. Even as he spoke, he stamped the ground. His golden armor flared blindingly, and he hurtled forward. Boom, boom. Both talismans detonated in quick succession. The blast waves whipped up clouds of dust and carved 2 vacuum trails behind him. Though the blades tore open the sky, they only forced him into a stumble. Ignoring the searing wind at his back, Zhu Yanwei leaned into the explosions and sprinted for his life. Hidden in the shadows, Yang Jin clicked his tongue. That golden-armored hog is tough as hell. A thought sent the fist-sized metal sphere in his hand into the air. It buzzed, unfolding into dozens of thumb-length steel needles that whirled like blood-scenting piranhas. They locked onto the bleeding heel of Zhu Yanwei's right foot and shot forward. Swish! The needles sliced through tendon and bone. Zhu Yanwei let out a shrill howl as his right foot boot and all was severed at the ankle, arcing through the air. Reeling, he still forced golden light to gather, turned into a streak of brilliance, and fled toward the horizon. You Guanhai, he'll kill you for Thissa. His ragged roar vanished on the wind, leaving only the severed boot to crash into the dust. A black blur streaked in. A wolf as tall as a man landed beside Yang Jin. Spirit markings glowing on its browit was Haishanlang. His eyes immediately locked onto the metal sphere in Yang Jin's palm. Yang Jin, you rascal. A few days apart, and you've grown stronger. You even chopped off Zhu Yanwei's foot. Haishanlang's tail swept the dust aside, his laughter hoarse. Yang Jin pocketed the rui iron, clasped his hands, and bowed. Greetings, Senior Haishanlang. Congratulations on your recovery and newfound strength. Haishanlang waved a massive paw. Recovery? Far from it. I only showed myself because that fat pig was already hurt. His gaze slid back to Yang Jin's sleeve. But you're 2 major realms below him, yet you still traded blows and took his foot. Nerves and skill, not bad at all. Yang Jin gave a shy smile. You flatter me, Senior. I just had a few protective treasures and decided to gamble. Lowering his voice, Haishanlang said, I heard from Shi Wanjie that he injured that shorty from Tsangshan sect, Yu Guanhai. Did the man die of his wounds, and you happened to pick up the leftovers? Exactly, Senior. Yang Jin's tone was sincere. After Yu Guanhai's death, I found a few of his belongings. If they please you, I'll gladly offer them. Haishanlang laughed. Fortune found you keep it. He had suspected the metal sphere was the sentient treasure iron from the hidden estate, but Yang Jin's explanation eased his doubts. A sect leader owning a few treasures is nothing strange. He wouldn't rob the boy. Yang Jin lowered his eyes, guilt flickering in his heart. He silently apologized, but said no more. His gaze fell on the fresh, bloody foot on the ground. Haishanlang spoke bluntly. No need for games. That pig's trotter is saturated with blood essence, perfect for tempering my body. Name your price and let me have it. Even before he finished, Yang Jin had lifted the foot with both hands and presented it respectfully. I owe Senior much. This is the least I can offer. Please accept it. Haishanlang shook out his mane and stowed the foot away, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Good then, I won't be polite. As a beast, the dark heavenly wolf was blunt by nature, so it simply pulled its paw back. The clash in the sky was all but over. Half of the great Qian court's masters, along with experts from every major sect, had fled in panic, while the rest were bound and captured by the Blue Star warriors. On the mountaintop, man and wolf stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing at ragged clouds and a broken arc of rainbow. The dark heavenly wolf tore its eyes from the horizon and growled. Shirwanjia, step forward. Wind whipping his long hair, Shirwanjia became a streak of light, landing before the wolf and bowing. Greetings, sacred beast. The wolf lifted its right foreleg, pointing a claw at the young man beside it. This is my brother Yangjin. He once saved my life and just gave me a trove of body refining supplies. Shirwanji's eyes brightened. So you're the Yangjin the sacred beast praises so often. Shirwanjia pays his respects. Yangjin returned the salute. Greetings, sect master Shir. The wolf spoke plainly. Shirwanjia, your moon worship sect has a moon spring pool. I want Yangjin to soak in it and temper his body. Can that be arranged? Shirwanjia frowned, hesitant. Sacred beast. The rules state that only elders may enter the pool. Even hall lords lack that privilege. Young Master Yang. He trailed off, the meaning clear no exceptions. The wolf's tone darkened. Shirwanjia, you have many virtues, but you cling to rules too tightly. Where's your decisiveness? Shirwanjia bowed deeper. Your rebuke is deserved. Yet if we break the rules outright, the disciples will surely complain. Sensing his dilemma, Yangjin spoke up. Senior, if your sect must alter its rules for my sake, I would rather forego the moon spring pool. Shirwanjia was quietly grateful, his gaze softening. The dark heavenly wolf lowered its head, pondering for a moment, then looked up. Very well. Well, follow the rules. Fixing Shirwanjia with a stare, it asked, if I wish to promote someone to vice sect master, what must be done? Shirwanjia blinked, unsure of the beast's intent, but answered, Sacred beast, your single word is enough. Excellent. The wolf nodded, then turned to Yangjin. Yangjin, I invite you to join the moon worship sect. Will you accept? Both Yangjin and Shirwanjia froze. Yangjin drew a steady breath and said earnestly, Senior, your kindness humbles me. But I'm from Blue Star and still a trainee at the human base. Such a decision must go through directorly. Joining on my own wouldn't be proper. Though polite, his refusal was clear. He didn't want a single dip in the moon spring to stir resentment, nor did he wish to implicate the dark heavenly wolf. The tense air split as a Paliscian stream of energy sliced down from the sky, settling before them. When the glow faded, a man in his 40s appeared tall, handsome, scholarly, with a gentle smile that set people at ease. He was Li Qinglin, senior martial saint, deputy head of Torch Martial Academy, and supreme commander of Outpost Y001B. When Yangjin met Li Qinglin for the first time, he snapped to attention and saluted. Hello, Director Li. A mountain breeze drifted by, the young man standing as straight as a pine. Li Qinglin answered with a gentle nod and smile. Hey, Tianlang stepped forward. An old acquaintance of Li Qinglin's, he said in his resonant voice. Old Li, I've been waiting for you. The moon worship cult wants to bring in talent from your training camp Yangjin, specifically and make him our deputy cult leader. What do you say? Li Qinglin didn't reply at once. Instead, he turned to Yangjin. Yangjin, what's your own opinion? He'll follow whatever arrangement you and our seniors decide. Yangjin answered steadily. Li Qinglin smiled. Old Hey, our two groups have always worked closely. Sending a Torch Martial Academy disciple to the moon worship cult will only strengthen that bond, and I'm fine with it. However, he paused. Yangjin's special training lasts only a month, and then he has to return to Blue Star. He can't stay long. I suggest you give him an honorary deputy leader title. Honorary deputy leader? Shirwanjia frowned. Blue Star terminology was new to him. Patiently, He Tianlang explained, an honorary deputy leader is deputy in name online daily duties and fewer benefits than a full deputy. Xiao Shi, keep learning. Yes, sacred beast, Shirwanjia answered, head lowered. A few exchanges later, the personnel decision was set. Grinning broadly, He Tianlang cleared his throat and called out, Shirwanjia, issue the moon worship edict at once. Inform every elder, hall master, and branch follower that Yangjin is hereby appointed honorary deputy leader of our cult. Understood, Shirwanjia replied with a bow and hurried off. Greetings, Deputy Leader Yang. On the open plateau, more than a dozen elders and hall masters arrived in haste. Under He Tianlang's and Shirwanji's gaze, they cupped their fists in salute. Thank you, everyone. Yangjin returned the gesture modestly. As he looked around, he noted that each mid-level leader stood at least at the Qi sect or Qi venerable realm, and even the youngest was a dozen years older than he was, so his caution felt appropriate. When the ceremony ended, He Tianlang turned to Li Qinglin. Old Li, I plan to take Yangjin to the Moonspring Divine Pool. We'll be gone 2 or 3 days. Go early and come back soon. Li Qinglin nodded, then produced a talisman glowing faint green and placed it in Yangjin's hand. I forged this protective charm with my wood element ability. If you're in danger, activate it, and it'll arrive immediately. Thank you, Director, Yangjin said solemnly, storing it away. He Tianlang rolled his eyes good-naturedly. Oldly, don't you trust me? The moon worship cult isn't some dragon's lair, and Yang Jin is already a deputy leader. Harino, one's going to harm him. Li Qinglin waved his hand. Old hey, it's not you I'm worried about. It's the Great Qian court. Yang Jin chopped off a prince's pig trotter. With Zhu Yanwei's vindictive streak, he'll surely send top assassins after him. Yang Jin nodded inwardly. Li Qinglin's talisman wasn't just protection from the court. Giving it to him in front of the cult's hundreds of thousands of followers also served as an extra safeguard against any hidden malice. Better safe than sorry. He Tianlang shook his massive head and spoke bluntly. Oldly, we've known each other for years. I understand how you think. You are the highest official of Blue Star folks stranded on another world, so you're cautious in everything. Otherwise, how could you have stayed hidden all this time, keeping the Great Qian court from finding your real base? Even Shi Wanjie and I don't know where it is. Shi Wanjie gave a brisk nod. Lord Holy Beast is right. I truly don't know. Li Qinglin let out a hearty laugh. Haha, old hey, you really understand me. Rest easy. Both of you one day, I'll invite you to the base, and even show you all of Blue Star. After a brief exchange, the Worship Moon sect prepared to leave the battlefield. Yang Jin helped organize the ranks, his gaze sweeping over the prisoners kneeling in orderly rows among the rubble, their necks linked by iron chains. Most conspicuous was Nangong Lai, soaked in blood and dressed in rags. To cover Zhun Nan Wang's retreat, Nangong Lai had fought alone until his bones were shattered and fatigue swallowed him whole. Now his matted hair and blood-streaked face bore no trace of his former prestige. Yang Jin stepped forward. Directorly, how do you plan to handle these captives? Li Qinglin frowned slightly. Honestly, I haven't decided. They're all prominent masters from Southwest Dakian. We can't just kill them, but releasing them isn't safe either. For now, we'll confine them, report to the Blue Star Alliance, and wait for Director Hu's instructions. Yang Jin thought for a moment, then pointed at Nangong Lai. Directorly, I've met Master Nangong's daughter a few times. May I talk to him? Li Qinglin looked surprised. I didn't know you had that connection. Nangong Lai is no ordinary man, head of Cloudsword sect, second only to Zhun Nan Wang in strength. Since you know his daughter, give it a try. After a pause, he added, if he swears publicly to stop opposing us and swallows our special pill, I'll let him go. Thank you, Director. Yang Jin cupped his fists and headed toward the prisoners. Shi Wanjie glanced around and signaled several young hall masters. You four, go with the vice sect master at some presents. Yes, sir. The four replied, moving to flank Yang Jin. Kneeling among the captives, Nangong Lai stared at the ground, eyes clouded with despair. What broke him wasn't capture, but the cold order Zhun Nan Wang had whispered before fleeing. Nangong Lai, even if you have to blow yourself up, buy me one breath of life. After years of pouring in resources and watching his disciples die, he had become a disposable human bomb. The bitterness churned in his chest. A pair of boots stopped in front of him. Master Nangong. Nangong Lai looked up to see a young man, 18 or 19, standing in the fading sunset. Sharp-featured, straight-backed, and radiating a deliberately restrained edge, the youth possessed a physique terrifyingly strong for his age, exceptional even by Cloudsword standards. Nangong Lai noted the aura, but kept his face calm. Who are you? His voice was hoarse. The young man smiled slightly. I'm Yang Jin. I've met your daughter, Nangong Yan, a few times. Nangong Lai's eyes narrowed. So it's you. Yenner mentioned the desperate scholar Yang Jueming. A faint, cold smile tugged at his lips. You spun tales to fool my daughter. What will you say to deceive me? Yang Jin's tone remained even. Master Nangong, since you believe I'm spinning a tale, I'll say only one thing. You can judge for yourself whether it's true. With a wave of his hand, one of the four accompanying hall masters stepped forward, set up a square table and a sandalwood chair on the soft grass, and placed two celadone teacups side by side. Please, Cult Master Yang. The hall master bowed and stepped back to stand with the other three, straight as four spears planted in the earth. Nangong Lai's expression shifted. He knew these four. Each was a Qi realm expert heading a major hall of the moon worship sect. Now they formed an honor guard, addressing the young outsider as Cult Master Yang. The implication was unmistakable. The sect had a new deputy leader. For years there had been none only the sacred beast He Tianlang and sect master Shi Wanjie. The sudden rise of a third figure was startling. Yang Jin poured tea himself, pale green steam curling above the cups. He gestured. Master Nangong, please sit and taste our mountain tea. Thank you. Nangong Lai folded his legs beneath him, raised the cup, and drained it in one gulp. Yang Jin took a light sip and began. Last night, I reached Linshan City in search of news. Passing the county office, I happened to see your daughter, Nangong Yan. The name locked Nangong Lai's full attention on him. Unhurried as a storyteller, Yang Jin laid out the whole affair. Miao Kaishuang's abduction, Nangong Yan's pursuit, his own appearance and the killing of the men in black, and Nangong Yan's request that he eliminate Zhu Kansas. Nangong Lai's brows climbed, anger swelling with every word. When Zhu Kan's threat if the Cloud Sword sect shows little reaction, while abduct Nangong Yan next was mentioned, fury surged. His fists clenched until his knuckles cracked. When Yang Jin recounted Zhu Qin's decapitation, Nangong Lai slammed the table, making the porcelain cup jump. Well done. That cur deserved worse. Yang Jin reminded quietly, Master Nangong, don't be hasty. There's more. He described the horrors beneath Lu Shui Manor. Hearing how dozens of women were imprisoned there, Nangong Lai's face went slate gray, his teeth ground together. Death is too kind. They should be boiled in oil and sliced 1,000 times. With the tale finished, Nangong Lai sat silent for a long moment before anger subsided. He rose and cupped his fists. Cult Master Yang, thank you for saving my disciple, for slaying those villains, and for rescuing so many unfortunate women. He uttered 3 thanks, then bent at the waist in a deep bow. Not far away, Li Qinglin, He Tianlang, Shi Wanjie, and the rest looked on in approval. Straightening, Nangong Lai raised his eyes to the sky, pointed toward Yulong Snow Mountain, and murmured, Yinner took those poor women to the Cloud Sword sect. She did the right thing. My Yinner has grown, she understands. Even if I die now, I have no regrets. Yang Jin finished his tea and said coolly, Master Nangong, who says you are going to die? Nangong Lai blinked. Cult Master Yang, I'm already a prisoner. Is there really a chance I can live? Yang Jin countered. The court claims that outsiders like us are bloodthirsty fiends who slaughter the innocent and bully the weak. Tell me, have you ever seen that with your own eyes? When have we crossed Qian's borders to harass its people? When have we broken into a sect to plunder treasure or slaughter disciples? The 3 questions left Nangong Lai speechless. There's an old saying where I come from, Yang Jin said. Allow me to offer it to you, Master Nangong. Yang Jin pronounced every word with deliberate clarity. A true man knows what he must do and what he must never do. With the sentence still echoing, he rose from his seat. As he turned away, the 4 hall chiefs of the moon worship sect standing nearby gazed at him with fiery eyes and undisguised reverence. Only half an hour earlier they had doubted this young vice sect master who had descended on them from nowhere. Now they were completely won over. He had walked alone into the Prince of South Pacifying's residence and slain Zhu Qin, leveled Flowing Water Manor with a single stroke, and rescued dozens of abused women. Each feat was astounding, and that single lineage true man knows what he must do, and what he must never do had sounded like a drumbeat, setting their blood on fire. Yang Jin had taken just 2 steps when Nangong Lai called from behind, Vice Master Yang, ID like a word with Lord Li Qinglin. Far amid towering peaks, a jade-green lake lay like a pearl set in a mountain hollow. The water stretched more than 10 li, and along the banks rows of log cabins and bamboo huts dotted the shore. This was Emerald Lake Village, home of the mountain natives. Lord's sacred beast is here. Master Shi is back. At the village entrance, a dozen children and youths in animal pelts were playing. Seeing figures emerge from the forest, they cheered and hopped about. The sentry shook a copper beldingalingen before long villagers of all ages arrived, faces bright with delight. During the journey, Shi Wanjie had already briefed Yang Jin on the moon worship sect. It was the sole sect in the Tinthusan mountain range, venerating the divine beast known as the Black Sky Wolf. Day-to-day matters were handled by sect master Shi Wanjie, and its believers hundreds of thousands of native mountaineers helped with farming and hunting in peacetime and defended the range against Great Qian's incursions in wartime. Lord's sacred beast, who's the big brother beside you? A little girl of 5 or 6, her hair in a high ponytail, asked, looking up. The Black Sky Wolf lifted a paw and gently ruffled her top knot. Shi Wanjie announced in a ringing voice, Villagers, this is the moon worship sect's new vice sect master Yang Jin. Greetings, Vice Master Yang. The villagers bowed in unison. The children copied their elders, cupping tiny fists and calling out in their clear voices. Please rise. Yang Jin returned the gesture, his eyes sweeping over the honest, smiling faces. The children's dark eyes brimmed with curiosity. He couldn't help but smile. Reaching into the spatial pouch at his waist, he took out extra milk candies, fruit bars, and chocolates. Here, have some sweets. He handed the first piece to the ponytailed girl. She tore the wrapper, and as the sweetness melted in her mouth, stars lit up in her eyes. It's delicious. There's plenty for everyone, needn't be shy. The children lined up, each cradling a heap of candy. After thanking Vice Master Yang, Big Brother, they skipped back to their parents to share the treats. After bidding the villagers farewell, Yang Jin boarded a small cedar boat with the Black Sky Wolf and Shi Wanjie. A damp lake breeze rushed toward them, raising tiny ripples. Shi Wanjie reminded him softly, Vice Master Yang, Lord's sacred beast asks that we keep our powers hidden before the villagers and treat them simply as friends. The oars dipped, jade green waves fanned out, and the little boat glided toward the center of the lake. Lord's sacred beast, Masters, we've reached the middle, the burly boatman announced, shipping the oars. Yang Jin felt a surge of anticipation. The entrance to the Moonspring Divine Pool, the very goal of their journey, lay beneath these waters. The lake grew darker the deeper they dove, until the bottom lay in pitch-black silence. Encased in a pale gold bubble from a water-repelling talisman, Yang Jin followed closely behind He Tianlang and Shi Wanjie. They squeezed through a narrow underwater passage, icy water howling past their ears. The tunnel ended in an upward slope. After crawling several hundred meters, they emerged into a spacious cavern. Inside, the light was dim. Yang Jin quickly judged their position as had to be inside the mountain beside the lake. Boom, boom, boom. Torches set into the walls ignited in sequence, bluish-white flames instantly illuminating the chamber. The floor was carved with complicated runes whose intersecting lines resembled a spider's web. Yang Jin knew little about formations and let it go. His eyes were drawn to the pool at the center. Roughly 3 meters across and irregular in shape, it emitted a faint blue glow of its own. Thin smoke drifted lazily from the surface, like mist spun from moonlight. Shirwanjia said, Cult Master Yang. This is the Baiwe cult's moonspring sacred pool. Formed over countless years by heaven and earth energy fused with lunar essence, it strengthens the body and tempers the soul. Its power is at its peak now. It hasn't been used in more than a decade. He Tianlang raised a paw and patted Yang Jin's shoulder. You have 3 days to cultivate the great Yin Yang scripture in the pool. How much you absorb depends on your talent and effort. With that, it left the cavern with Shirwanjia. High above the lake, He Tianlang spoke in a low voice. Shirwanjia, I've captured one of Prince Zenin's legs and must return to my blessed land to refine the blood essence. Stay in Suehu village for now. He'll meet you in 3 days, then we'll retrieve Yang Jin. Shirwanjia frowned. Sacred beast, I forgot to warn Cult Master Yang. The pool is extremely cold. He should ease in, not jump straight down. Should I go back? He Tianlang shook its massive head. No need. He's not a toddler. He'll figure it out. Just wait for me. With those words, it turned into a streak of black mist and shot skyward. Still uneasy, Shirwanjia rubbed his forehead, but could only obey and fly toward Suhu village. Inside the moonspring pool, Yang Jin wore only shorts. The instant his toes touched the water, a stabbing chill raced through his limbs like lightning. With his current physique, he could lie naked in snow without blinking, yet his teeth already chattered. Stranger still, the cold seemed to strike his very soul rather than his skin. It's just a bath, what's there to fear? He sucked in a breath and plunged in. The cold bored into his organs. He half expected his blood to freeze. Forcing himself to focus, he sat cross-legged and floated, reciting the great Yin Yang scripture to steady his mind. Heaven keeps its purity through sun, moon, and stars. Earth keeps its peace through pearls and jade. People keep their lives through spirit, chi, and essence. His soul had barely shifted half an inch when the bone-deep chill caught up and clashed with his spirit. Yang Jin clenched his jaw, letting the scripture echo in his sea of consciousness. Star of the supreme terrace, ever responsive and unfailing. Let wisdom shine, let heart and mind be tranquil. Expel evil, bind demons, guard life and body. May my 3 immortal souls remain intact, and may my mortal spirit never wither. Yang Jin whispered the chant within his sea of consciousness. A tide of biting cold seeped into his soul, forcing the spirit to curl into a tight ball almost mirroring the ancient divine insect that lay deeper in his mind. The creature was cocooned like a silken oval, while he himself folded up like a fetus. Heaven and earth are pure, foul energies disperse. Maintain the pristine whole, guard the oneness. With each archaic verse, cool currents flowed along the strands of his spirit. The chill no longer stung, it felt nourishing instead. An amorphous soul slowly gained substance, and when his thumb brushed his forefinger, he sensed a faint friction. The shift from ethereal to tangible had begun. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside Emerald Lake Village, the black sky wolf reappeared. Compared with a few days earlier, its frame looked lean and sleek, almost panther-like. The closer it came to its final form, the harder it was to compress its body. Only when it shrank to the size of an ordinary dog would its full strength return. By the lakeshore, Shirwanjia was surrounded by a dozen youngsters, animatedly recounting the legend of the ancient sun-swallowing lord. The moment he spotted the wolf, he rose and saluted. Congratulations, sacred beast, on your surge in power. The wolf bared its fangs in a pleased grin. Shirwanjia, let's pay Yang Jin a visit. 2 figures dived beneath the lake and into the heart of the mountain. No sooner had they stepped inside the cavern than the wolf's eyelid twitched. Hey, Yang Jin, why are you wandering around in here wearing nothing but underwear? Shirwanjia hurried to remind him. Master Yang, get back into the moonspring pool and train. Don't waste a single moment. Yang Jin spread his hands helplessly. Senior, Master, I think I've drained every hint of energy from the pool. What? In a flash they were at the water's edge, for eyes locked on the surface. The once luminous blue water was now clear and dull, no different from ordinary spring water. Even more astonishing was the body soaking lazily in it Yang Jin's own fleshly form. The one speaking to them a moment ago had been his spirit alone. His soul had become so condensed that even the black sky wolf had missed it. The wolf circled the soul, clicking its tongue in amazement. I spent an entire month refining my spirit with this pool, and you did it in 3 days. Shirwanji's beard quivered with excitement. It took me half a year. Master Yang, You're a unseen-a-million martial prodigy. Our moon worship sect finally has hope. Yang Jin's sudden leap in aptitude was no accident. He had taken the 9-orifice pill and the yin-yang pill, had his mind tempered day and night by the psychic sphere, and was subtly shaped by the ancient divine insect. Under such conditions, even a pig would have awakened. While they spoke, Yang Jin's spirit turned into a wisp of energy, plunged back into his body, and vaulted from the pool. Water streamed down well-defined muscles, and his life force climbed again, edging toward 50. He clasped his fists. Brother Wolf, Master, now that the pool is spent, will it lose its power? The wolf flicked its tail. Relax. The pool will gather lunar essence on its own, but slowly. We'll need a few years before it's usable again. As it spoke, it paced around Yang Jin, checking him over. Brother Wolf? Yang Jin raised a brow. The wolf laughed heartily. Stop calling me senior. It sounds stiff. From now on, they'll call you brother, and you can call me Black, or even dog if you like. Knowing the wolf's straightforward nature, Yang Jin nodded at once. Deal, Brother Black. Brother. Ha ha. Man and wolf burst into laughter, grinning at each other in perfect accord. He Tianlang leaned over and said, Brother, never forget this, keep sharpening your soul. He traced a line through the air with one finger, a ribbon of black light spilling from his fingertip like a knife made of living shadow. It writhed for a heartbeat, then vanished without a sound. Only after the glow died did he add, when your soul can survive outside your body for a long time, your life will truly be safe. Yang Jin had been staring at that finger the whole time. The instant the light disappeared, he asked, Heish, what exactly was that about? He Tianlang pushed back his wide sleeve, revealing a forearm as gaunt as exposed bone, and smiled. There's a saying, if the soul endures, life endures. Once your soul grows strong enough, even if your body is ground to dust, you can still escape and stay alive by taking over another body. The phrase body snatching lit a spark in Yang Jin's eyes. Had seen it countless times in Huaxia web novels, but had no idea how it worked in the real world. Like a hungry student he pressed on, I'd love to understand how it's done. Could you teach me? He Tianlang laughed loudly. Brother, even if you didn't ask, I'd still show you. I'm no stingy master who hides the ultimate move from his disciple. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice. Listen well. In this vast universe, living beings number in the millions, but their makeup is always the same, body and soul. Ordinary people need both. Destroy either one, and they die? Cultivators are different. If their soul is strong enough, they can lose the body, seize another, and start over. He snapped his fingers, and a spark of light burst against the ground. The key word in body snatching is target. If that day ever comes, choose a host with first-rate potential. Pick a block of rotten wood, and your ceiling is set. You'll never reach your old peak. Yang Jin nodded earnestly. Then how do I judge another race's potential? Shaking out his robe, He Tianlang's tone grew calm. I've read ancient scrolls and more of your launching literature than I can count. They all say the same thing. Across the starry sea, races vary endlessly. The Xuanqi star people and your own launching people are both branches of humanity. Beyond humanity, you'll find the beastkin, the green-skinned orcs, the elementals who command water, fire, earth, and wind, even pure energy beings from the techno race. In short, the cosmos is packed with life beyond imagination. As for potential, his voice dropped. Humans, beastkin, demon folk, elementals, techno beings, they each excel at something, so ranking them is pointless. True superiority lies in ancient bloodlines. He suddenly lifted his chin, pride edging into his words. Take me, for example. I'm a descendant of the primordial, sun-devouring sovereign. Compared with ordinary races, my bloodline stands a cut above. Chuckling, he basked in his own boast. Yang Jin seized the pause. Then what about the sun-devouring sovereign? What race does he belong to? At that, the nearby cult leader, Wanjia, opened his previously shut eyes. He Tianlang also froze, surprised by the question. After a moment he answered in a low voice. Our ancestor had no fixed race. He was one of the primordial behemoths. Each of those creatures is a law unto itself. No one dares lump them into any category. On your launching, you call them star beasts. Haishanling's words boomed through Yang Jin's mind like a clap of thunder. So-called primordial divine beasts and cosmic behemoths were really one and the same, merely different names used by the Xuanqi star people and the humans of Blue Star. That revelation sent shockwaves through him. The primordial divine insect slumbering in his sea of consciousness was actually a young cosmic behemoth. If he could possess that body, he would immediately rise into their ranks and become a true primordial divine beast. Wild ideas churned, yet hesitation followed. Even with a noble bloodline, few could steel themselves to abandon their original flesh. Caught in that dilemma, he blurted, Brother He, is it possible for me to take over a primordial divine beast? Only after the words left his mouth did he realize his slip, but fortunately Haishanlang and Wanjia took it as mere wishful thinking. Haishanlang cocked his wolfish head and looked him up and down as though staring at a wide-eyed fool. Brother, that's like a starving beggar watching the emperor's dragon carriage roll by and declaring he'll sit on the throne instead. Shi Wanjie couldn't hold back and snorted with laughter. Yang Jin scratched his head in embarrassment. Brother hey, I'm just asking humbly. Haishanlang rolled his eyes. Then asked something realistic. Fine, let me spell it out so you'll quit daydreaming. He paused, voice turning grave. They say an adult primordial divine beast is as large as a star. Driving such a body requires a soul of unimaginable power. Think of the body as a vehicle and the soul as the engine. A pony might pull a heavy cart, but an ant can't haul an elephant. He continued, so taking over an adult primordial divine beast is pure fantasy. Even a juvenile one that's just hatched is nearly impossible unless the creature is born mindless or is some kind of plant-type vegetation beast. And even then, its brain is so complex that cracking it could take centuries, maybe millennia. Done wasting words, Haishanling clamped his jaws shut. Yang Jin had been listening raptly. When the wolf stopped, his curiosity itched all the more. Scratching the back of his neck, he ventured, Brother hey, possession is a last-ditch gamble. Is there a technique to split off a small part of the soul and cultivate it as a clone? That would be like having an extra life much safer. Haishanling nodded without hesitation. Of course there is. It's called an external soul avatar. Yang Jin's eyes lit up, but the wolf quickly added, I don't know that method. I only know shadow doppelganger. It makes hundreds of illusions to confuse the enemy, but they have zero combat power. He added, rumor has it the imperial family in the great Qian capital owns a secret art called spirit dividing manifestation. Only the current emperor has mastered it. Even the southern guardian king isn't qualified. Years ago I snuck into the palace to steal it and had to retreat in defeat. Shi Wanjie clasped his fists. Esteemed sacred beast, once your strength is restored and Chief Yang's cultivation advances, shall we march on the capital, seize that bird of an emperor, and force him to hand over spirit dividing manifestation? Haishanling's furry face lit up with delight. Excellent. 1 year from now, when I'm fully recovered, we three will storm the palace and capture that swine of an emperor. Yang Ji nodded at once. No problem. Thus the 3 pillars of the moon worship cult set their midterm plan for the coming year. October 12th, Blue Star Calendar Year 2130. After bidding farewell to He Tianlang and Shi Wanjie, Yang Jin left Kwalaki village and set out alone for garrison post Y001B. Although he had not been on Xuanqixing for long, his gains were remarkable. His vitality was nearing 50 points, his soul was as refined as that of a true master, and he had fully grasped arts such as the Great Yin Cannon. Nestled deep within the 10,000 mountain range and holding the rank of vice leader of the moon worship cult, he abandoned all disguise. Using soul power to support his body and augmenting it with mental force, he swept through the sky. Mountain winds roared past his ears, and the peaks below streamed away in a blur, filling him with the exhilarating sense of riding the clouds and leaving his mind exceptionally clear. While passing over a summit, he glanced down and spotted several moon worship disciples escorting a tall, thin young man through the forest. A closer look confirmed they were familiar faces. The leader was Su Wei, the hall master who had been serving tea to Nangong Lai a few days earlier, and the prisoner was Meng Yin, to whom Yang Jin had once taught the Tsongshan sect's 2 supreme techniques. Yang Jin halted in midair, landed before them, and smiled. Hall Master Su, it's been a while. At his appearance, Su Wei instantly restrained his aura and bowed low. Greetings, Cult Master Yang. The other disciples knelt in unison. Greetings, Cult Master Yang. Yang Jin's gaze settled on the bound youth. What crime has this one committed? Before Su Wei could reply, Meng Yin recognized the voice, looked up in astonishment, and exclaimed, Senior Yang, it's you? Meng Yin, we meet again, Yang Jin answered with a calm smile. Su Wei turned pale and dropped to his knees. My lord, I truly didn't know the two of you were acquainted. I was blind and begged for punishment. Ignorance is no sin, Yang Jin said, waving his hand. Untie him. Once freed, Meng Yin recounted his recent experiences. After receiving the manuals from Yang Jin, he remembered how his mother had been burned alive and became desperate for revenge. That same night, he slipped into Wang family village. Knowing the layout well, he entered Steward Song's room and ended him with a single stroke. Having committed murder, Meng Yin dared not remain in Linshan County. He fled into the 10,000 mountain range under cover of darkness and secluded himself in a cave to cultivate the Tsongshan techniques, only to be captured by moon worship disciples sweeping the area for surviving foes. When the tale ended, Yang Jin turned and asked, Hall Master Su, how are we faring against the imperial forces? Su Wei answered respectfully, after being wounded, the Prince of Jinnan has vanished. The court's troops and disciples from the major sects have begun to withdraw, and the 10,000 mountain range is temporarily under our control. Their ensuing conversation let Yang Jin piece together the current landscape. 1. Imperial forces. The Prince of Jinnan is severely wounded and missing, likely recovering in secret, while his followers stay low. 2. Yuanjian sect. Nangong Lai has returned to Mount Yulong, ordering all field disciples to come home, recuperate, and prepare for battle. 3. Songshan sect. Rumor says Yu Guanhai slew Zhu Kan, the prince's third son, and destroyed his underground lair, splitting the sect in two, one side backing the leader, the other siding with the courts parking fierce infighting. 4. Southwestern Rogues. After the Dog Butcher Assembly, the prince declared an open hunt on unaffiliated cultivators, who now regard the authorities as mortal enemies and chant slogans like Slay the Pig King, Skin the Pig, Eat its meat. In short, the southwest of the Great Qian realm seethes with unrest and hidden warfare, while the 10,000 mountain range has unexpectedly become a relative haven. Yang Jin had never imagined the situation could shift so dramatically in little more than half a month. Yang Jin murmured to himself. When Meng Yin saw his face for the first time, his expression froze between shock and elation before he fell to his knees with a heavy thud. Senior, I wish to join the Worship Moon sect. Please take me in. An invisible strand of mental power flowed from the center of Yang Jin's brow and swept through Meng Yan's meridians. In mere days, the young man had formed a surprisingly robust stream of arcane energy. Meng Yan, your aptitude and insight are impressive. You're worth cultivating. Yang Jin withdrew his mind force and looked at Su Wei beside him. Hall Master Su, can our sect accept Meng Yan as a disciple? Su Wei clasped his fists. Our followers have always come from the villages of the 10,000 mountains. No one from the Great Qian Kingdom has ever joined. Yet since you have named him personally, I'm willing to take Meng Yan in and oversee his daily training. Good. Yang Jin decided on the spot. Meng Yan, from now on you belong to Qingmu Hall. Obey Hall Master Su in everything. Thank you, Master Yang. Greetings, Hall Master Su. Meng Yan kowtowed again and again, brimming with joy. Meng Yan is a friend of mine. Please look after him, Hall Master Su. With those words, Yang Jin vaulted away, vanishing among the treetops. We respectfully see Master Yang off. Su Wei and the other disciples called out together. Several of them looked at Meng Yan with envy. This newcomer, already favored by the vice leader, clearly had a bright future. To Yang Jin, it was nothing more than a brief interlude on his journey. That afternoon he reached the outskirts of the human base, passed a gauntlet of physical and psionic checkpoints, and entered garrison Y001B. Inside the base, soft lights filled a spacious tea lounge. Yi Feng, Natasha, and those rescued from the Xuanqi aliens Wang Luchuan, Lu Exen, Armin, Combs, Hanaki Sakurako, and the others sat chatting. With only 2 days left in their month-long special training, they had decided to remain in the base, loosen their muscles, and steady their minds. Out of 77 trainees, 29 are lightly wounded, 11 seriously injured, and 3 have been killed. The crimson numbers projected from a wristband left the room silent. Someone sighed. Minor wounds heal, and even serious injuries can be endured, but 3 comrades are gone. Before deployment, they had been full of swagger. After tasting artillery fire and watching friends die, they had learned the brutal cost of war and realized that for their species' survival, even blood and sacrifice were part of the duty. Beep. Yi Feng's wristband lit up. He answered and heard a hearty laugh. Brother Feng, I'm back. Where are you? Every eye in the lounge brightened. Master Yang is back. Come on, let's meet him. The chief must have brought a pile of gifts. Their earlier gloom vanished as the trainees rushed toward the door. News that Yang Jin had become the honorary vice leader of the Worship Moon sect had long spread through the base, inspiring both envy and admiration. For the class of 2130, it was an enormous honor, with Yi Feng and Natasha confirming that Yang Jin had already reached the rank of Junior Wuzong. The feat was unprecedented. In all previous training cycles, no trainee had ever advanced a full grade during the course, much less claimed the sect's third highest seat. Only one person had done it. Class of 2130 trainee, Yang Jin. Welcome, Master Yang. May your wisdom and strength rule the martial world for 1,000 years. Master Yang, you're unstoppable, absolutely brilliant. On the wide training ground, dozens of cadets in gray combat uniforms clustered around Yang Jin, laughing and shouting like rain pounding a roof. Yang Jin, combat helmet in hand, backed up 2 steps before raising a hand for silence. All right, that's enough. Keep it up and the patrol will think I'm inciting a riot and throw me in the brig. No sooner had he spoken than an armed patrol squad passed along the edge of the field. Spotting Yang Jin in the center of the crowd, the soldiers snapped to attention and saluted. Greetings, Master Yang. The regular army is using that title now. Yang Jin froze for a beat, forced an awkward smile, and managed only a wave. The reflexive comrades, at ease, died in his throat. Night settled in, and the mess hall glowed with light. The surviving members of the class of 2130 filled more than 10 long tables, the mood far heavier than usual. Except for 3 classmates who had fallen at the front and a few still healing in medical pods, everyone was present. Yi Feng rose with a steel military cup in hand. His voice was low but carried through the hall. Friends, a toast to the 3 we lost. The cadets lifted their cups in silence. Light glinted off solemn faces, and quiet replaced the usual din. For the next 2 days, Yang Jin remained at the base like everyone else. Daily fitness tests, tactical reviews, supply checks, everything by the book. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Base Commander Li Qinglin summoned him for a private meeting. They spoke for a full half-hour in a sound-dampened office. Li Qinglin began by thanking him. Yang Jin's skillful persuasion of Nangong Lai had secured a partnership between the human base and Yun Jianmin, the foremost sect in the southwest of the Great Qian Kingdom. Nangong Lai was legendary in the cultivation world, and this breakthrough was hailed as a milestone not only for the base, but for interstellar diplomacy as a whole. Li's report had already reached the Blue Star Alliance Council, and the first speaker personally endorsed it. By regulation, you deserve the largest share of the credit 500 cadet points, Li Qinglin said, spreading his hands. Yi Feng leads the board with 427. With these 500, you would take first place. Director Li, I appreciate the offer, Yang Jin replied without hesitation, but in moving into the elite training program, and points don't matter as much anymore. I'd rather leave the top spot to my closest friend. Li Qinglin studied him, eyes warming with approval. There's an old saying, when the moon is full it begins to wane, when water brims it overflows. You can hold your boat steady in a swift current unattached, unready, unresentful. No wonder my elder brother says your fortune, opportunities, and courage all run high. He was right, and the one who falls short. Elder brother? Yang Jin raised an eyebrow. Who's that? Realizing he had slipped, Li Qinglin chuckled and masked his embarrassment. My sworn brother's older and skilled at face reading and divination. When you went missing last time, I asked him to cast a hexagram. He said you'd face danger, but come back safely. Next time we're on Blue Star, he'll introduce you. Maybe he can read your romantic prospects. After a few more words, Yang Jin took his leave. When the door closed, Li Qinglin exhaled, rubbed his temples, and murmured, "Good thing I didn't mention his name, or that kid would start asking questions." He glanced toward the blinking lights on the tarmac outside, silently recalling his brother's instructions. Yang Jin carries a heritage from the stars beyond. Help him reach at least the rank of junior martial sage as quickly as possible. The more masters Blue Star has, the better its chances in the vast cosmos. Who is elder brother Hua? Yang Jin returned to his dorm, lay on his bed, and tossed and turned while Li Qinglin's words echoed in his mind. As a mentalist, he had kept his psychic power in check in front of Li, yet he still sensed the reverence buried in the man's voice when the words brother Ho were spoken. The respect was almost palpable. Very few people in this world could earn such admiration from a high-ranked martial saint. In a sudden flash, Yang Jin thought of a name he had never dared to utter, Huo Pengjiu. The greatest martial artist on Blue Star, Dean of Xinhua Martial Academy, the undefeated martial saint. If he had indeed taken notice of Yang Jin, everything made perfect sense. At the thought, Yang Jin sat bolt upright, a chill racing down his spine. Images from the past few months sped through his mind like a fast-forward reel. Dijian. During the interrogation arranged by Inukai Ichiro, Park Seekjin, and the others, Elder Mo Lanfeng had carried an ancient longsword. At the time, Yang Jin hadn't understood, but now he realized the weapon was clearly a sentient treasure. From that moment on, someone from Huo Pengjiu's side had been watching him. Dijian was said to be a witness, yet it had never taken its eyes off him. If Dean Hua had known from the beginning that he possessed the heavenly demon legacy, cold sweat seeped down Yang Jin's back. A psychic sphere and a primordial godbug were beyond price. Had Hua coveted them, Yang Jin would have been helpless. The spike of danger sent his thoughts racing. He suddenly recalled another incident after the questioning Elder Mo had summoned him, handed over a 9-aperture pill, and claimed it would refine his body and improve his aptitude. The Academy's website noted that Elder Mo was stationed on Alishan Island year-round and rarely left, much less with such a rare pill in tow to Xuanqi Star. The most plausible explanation, the pill came from Dean Hua, with Elder Mo acting as courier. This meant Huo Pengjiu had not only known about the legacy early on, but had even been fostering him. Realizing this, Yang Jin shook his head with a wry smile. Huo Pengjiu, born in the early 21st century, had risen from obscurity after the Star Convergence, slaying monsters, claiming Treasure Island, obliterating the Eastern Isles, and founding the Martial Academy, each deed driven by a single conviction, Huaxiao above all. With a mind like that, how could he covet Yang Jin's modest fortune? The boulder that had weighed on Yang Jin's chest finally crashed to the ground. He exhaled, as though breaking the surface after nearly drowning, and even his breathing felt lighter. For years he had been like a child clutching 2 gold ingots in a bustling market, afraid someone might club him and snatch them away. Now, knowing the strongest man on Blue Star had likely shielded him all along, the taut strings inside him snapped. In their place came a sudden, liberating clarity. His burden lifted, his soul felt free. In that moment, his state of mind quietly ascended. On the path of martial cultivation, he would charge forward without hesitation. Blue Star Calendar, October 14th, 2130. Floodlights bathed outpost Y001B in brilliant light. Inside the spacious multipurpose hall, the training camp held its awards and farewell ceremony. A giant screen displayed a scarlet leaderboard. Yi Feng led with 427 points. Natasha followed with 413, and Yang Jin sat at the bottom, with 115, the entire reward he had earned during the Category B rescue mission in Linshan County. Bro, I heard first place was supposed to be yours, but you handed it to me. I don't even know how to thank you. Yi Feng cradled the gleaming trophy in both hands, his fingers trembling. The base prize meant little to him. Family resources were what really mattered. As a direct heir of the leading family in capital-based city of Huaxia, his rank determined his allocation. The gap between first and second looked small, yet the family's investment differed by at least a factor of 3. Come on, Feng, we're brothers. No need for thanks. Yang Jin patted the back of Yi Feng's hand with a smile. All right, he'll toast you 3 extra glasses later. Deal. October 15th. The month-long special training officially ended. Of the 77 cadets in the class of 2,130, 74 stood in formation, their gear packed. 3 had fallen in action. In just 30 days they had forged a genuine bond with the base. Before boarding, several female cadets were already in tears. Salute. A crisp order rang out. Shua. The send-off detail on both sides raised their right hands at once, a line of immaculate salutes glinting in the morning light. In the distant control room, Director Li Qinglin met Yang Jin's eyes through the glass and gave a slight nod. Goodbye, Director Li. Goodbye, fellow Blue Star citizens. Goodbye, human base. After the silent farewell in his heart, Yang Jin and the others stepped through the spatial gate one by one. The slowly spinning wormhole resembled a galactic whirlpool. He waved to the crowd and entered. The jump was exceptionally smooth. The Taiga god insect caused no more trouble. The kaleidoscopic tunnel vanished in a flash, and solid ground reappeared beneath his feet. Outpost Y001A. Welcome home, cadets. Thunderous applause washed over them. Counselor Sun Renjia, Officer Chung Xiao, and other staff were already lined up to greet them. After a brief stop, the cadets boarded a transport aircraft, left the sea fortress, and headed for Alishan Island. Unlike the usual hush, the cabin now buzzed with the beeping of touchscreens. After being off the grid for a full month, everyone's first move was to reconnect and call home. The moment Yang Jin's smart bracelet picked up a signal, a flood of WeChat messages, calls, and voicemail alerts poured in. It took him nearly half an hour to read them all. 1. His family was fine. His uncle and aunt were in good health. His third sister, Yang Hui, had just taken her monthly exam and scored excellently. His eldest brother, Yang Ning, would graduate in 6 months and had already signed with a large state-owned construction firm in Yusha City. 2. His girlfriend, Zhao Qingtong, had left messages almost every day, sharing her thoughts and little stories around her. Jean, it's only been 3 days, but I miss you so much. I even dreamed of you last night. We were out eating all sorts of great food together. Ajin, I've heard Xuanqi Star is run like an old-style kingdom. While you're out training, don't you dare visit any brothels or go drinking with courtesans. If a mission forces you inside, you may sit and listen to the music, but no flirting, or he'll be angry. When that emoji-filled text popped onto his phone, Yang Jin was sitting on the homebound airliner. He laughed, then remembered how had skipped the brothel in Linshan County last time, and felt a pang of regret. Even a quick look would have been interesting. More of Zhao Qingtong's messages followed. Ajin, great news. I took the physical test at Flame Martial Hall in Jiangnan Bay City today. Vitality 2.1. I'm now a reserve martial artist. I chose the sword, so if you pick up any sword-type weapons or techniques, save them for me. Ajin, it's been 27 days. They'll see you soon, and I'm so happy. Ajin, you come back tomorrow, but we have a mock exam. Leave me a message when you land, and he'll reply right after the test. Those brief, eager lines spelled out her longing and excitement. Gazing at the clouds outside, Yang Jin felt his heart soften and found himself picturing the sparkle in her eyes. Scrolling down, he saw another message, only a few dozen words long. Little brother, I've mastered fire abilities and will hold my promotion to Marshal Venerable on Alishan Island in late October. Let's get together then, and he'll share what I've learned. Mo Qinfang. His sworn sister's breakthrough was huge news. He replied at once. Congratulations, sis, on reaching the pinnacle. Seconds later she answered. You're back already? Give me half a month, and he'll meet you on Alishan Island. Next came casual greetings from his buddies Hu Qinghua, Zhang Tongwei, and the rest, yet one message made his eyes narrow. It was an encrypted note from Nie Jinxiu, Hall Master of Flame Martial Hall in Hanyang Bay City. Park Sukchong of the Korean Heritage Association and Inukai Ichiro of the Eastern Isles had arranged a duel, but Wuxing Miyamoto Yoshio mediated, and they dropped it. We've learned both men contacted the Y003A garrison under Radiant St. Martial Academy, and have each led a team through the wormhole to the B-Star to investigate the deaths of Park Buin and Inukai Ken. Yang Jin frowned. He was involved in those deaths. If the two martial venerables unearthed proof, trouble would follow. A chill flashed in his eyes, and killing intent surged. If they come at me, I'll meet them heathen. Park Sukchong, Inukai Ichiro push me, and I'll wipe you out. The jet cut through the clouds, and a little over an hour later its wings skimmed the sapphire sea. Alishan Island's outline sharpened below. At the sight of the jewel-green island against sky and water, The cadets cheered in unison. They had been roaming for more than 20 days and were finally home. That evening, to welcome the special training group, the regular camp held a banquet on the plaza outside the mess hall. Strings of lights hung overhead, savory aromas drifted through the air, and staff and veteran students showed up in force. The celebration lasted past 8. When it ended, Yang Jin returned to his dorm. He had already checked in with his family, and with free time at last, he called Zhao Qingtong. Her fresh face filled the screen, big eyes shining like a galaxy of stars. Ajin, Qingtong. A smile spread across Yang Jin's face before he could stop it. The next morning, with no training on the schedule and last night's video call stretching late, Yang Jin allowed himself a long, lazy sleep. Sunlight slipped through the curtains in mottled patches. Lying on his back, he raised his left hand and spotted a dark bracelet around his wrist. At first glance it looked ordinary, yet it was actually his most powerful piece of equipment, a band forged from rue meteoric iron. Fashioning the metal into a bracelet made it easy to carry, and to outsiders it passed for a spatial artifact. Since no one knew its true nature, he simply called it his space bracelet, and nobody doubted him. He reminded himself that the next time he saw Zhao Qingtong, he would personally hand over the Tsongshan Feishuo sword, the sect-guarding manuals Tsongshan Lianqiju and Tsongshan Feishuo sword technique, and the space-imbued jade hairpin. The items were far too valuable to send through anyone else. The day's first priority was the primary Wuzong fitness test, followed by shopping for fresh gear. After a quick wash, he headed straight to the camp's testing center. As soon as the machines fell silent, the hologram displayed his result. Vitality 51.6. The staff stared, amazed that the young man before them was only 18. Good morning, Mr. Yang. Congratulations on reaching the primary Wuzong level. Would you like us to issue your certificate now? The team leader asked respectfully. No practical assessment? Yang Jin remembered that when certifying as a warrior or wusher, you had to meet the fitness standard and kill 2 beasts of the appropriate tier. The documents were normally issued by a government office, and martial halls had no authority. A female staffer offered a sweet smile. You may not know, Mr. Yang, but this is the headquarters of Xinhua Martial Academy. The process is streamlined here. If your stats pass, you're certified, and headquarters issues the license directly. The government fully recognizes it. So this really is HQ, he mused. Their authority is impressive. 10 minutes later, he walked out with his new primary Wuzong ID. Back in his dorm, he logged on to the Xinhua home website to shop. His current 5-star kit included the Dragon Fang spear, a nano battlesuit, vibranium throwing knives, and a flight board. Boosted by his soul and psychic power, he could already fly faster than a standard board, so that could stay. The knives, forged from rue meteoric iron, also outperformed vibranium, so no upgrade there. After some thought, he decided to replace only the spear and the suit. Browsing this class catalog, 2 items caught his eye. 1. Lichuan spear, grade 1S. Forged from shin iron, adamantium alloy, and other top-tier metals. The shaft could bend into a bow and snap back without losing strength. Its serpent-shaped tip gleamed like water from a spring. 2. Dragon tendon armor, grade 1S. Built on the sinews of a tier 5 juvenile beast and reinforced with nano-alloy plates. It lacked the elasticity of a pure nano suit but offered far greater defense, along with waterproofing, fire resistance, and electrical insulation. Together they cost 8.3 billion Blue Star credits. Yang Jin's account held 51.9 billion, leaving him with 43.6 billion after payment. Still in a shopping mood, he wandered into the private fighters section. The cheapest once-grade craft started at 50 billion, so for now, he could only window shop. He would wait, save up, and come back later. Yang Jin secretly vowed that once he graduated from the elite training camp, he would climb into a fighter jet, fly straight to Jiangnan Bay City, pick up Zhao Qingtong, and take her for a joyride. The gear he ordered on the Academy's website was shipped from the nearest depot, and within 30 minutes a courier in blast-proof armor lugged 2 heavy alloy cases to his dorm room door. When the lids popped open, nitrogen hissed out. In one foam cradle rested a Lichuan spear, its silver blade rippling with light. In the other lay a black and crimson dragon tendon battlesuit, folded with razor-sharp precision. Yang Jin raised the spear, its edge flashing coldly. He slipped into the suit, snapped the collar lock, and the helmet expanded to seal around his head. His whole frame now looked taut and explosive like a war god forged from steel. He stored his old Dragon Fang spear and nano armor in the spirit worm space as backups. The Academy did offer a buyback service, but the price was laughable, so he kept them. At noon, an official notice from Counselor Sun Renjia flashed onto his terminal. Yang Jin, class of 2130, regular training camp. 2 months after enrollment, he has advanced from senior martial master to junior martial lord, setting a new academy record. With Elder Mo Lanfeng's approval, he is hereby transferred to the elite training camp and is to report to Daodong City on October 18th. As commendation, 10 billion Blue Star credits are awarded, and this achievement will be announced to every branch hall and dojo of the Blazing Torch Martial Academy. Yang Jin clenched his fist that had not only recouped the money he spent on gear, but made a huge profit. His account balance shot up to 53.6 billion. The notice was instantly posted in the student group chat. Brother Yang, you're a beast. Respect to the cult leader. Jinj, sponsor me. GIFs and emojis flooded the screen, sparking the liveliest moment since term began. Just after lunch break, the Academy's global bulletin went live. The Rising Stars banner on the official website blazed. 18-year-old martial lord sets new blazing torch record. Branches and dojos worldwide reposted it at once, the news spreading like gasoline on a fire. The Hanyang-based City Hall and the Yuesha City Dojo even hung congratulatory banners within minutes. At the Hanyang branch, Hall Master Nie Jinshio stared at his terminal, his shiny bald head reflecting the light. Well done, Yang Jin. I knew I backed the right horse. Slurping hot dry noodles, he ordered another batch, then downed 3 bowls in 2 minutes, broth and all. Inside a cultivation chamber, Imo Chin Fong was stabilizing her breakthrough when her wrist comm vibrated. A flick of flame coiled the band to her eyes. My little brother just broke the record. The words were barely out before her excitement surged. Flames burst forth, and the bracelet was scorched black. In the Yuesha City Dojo, Director Gu Xing'an grinned, so wide it nearly reached his ears. Brother Wu, picking Yang Jin was the smartest move we ever made. Wu Zhengsong braced his hands on the sofa arms, his gray hair trembling. Director, I suggest we visit his family right away. Great idea. Gu slapped his thigh. Tell Deputy Directors Lu Tong and Tian Pingwei we're all going. In the information age, nothing travels faster than news like this. Less than 3 months after the Global Martial Talent Tournament, Yang Jin had whipped up an even bigger storm. 18 years old, promoted to Junior Martial Lord after just over a month at the Academy, and shattering the blazing torch record. The previous record holder, Qin Muyang, was still legendary for defeating a martial sage, while only a martial venerable, yet even he had needed 3 months to rise. Yang Jin had slashed that time almost in half. Yang Jin might be the next Qin Muyang. Might? I'd say it's a sure thing. Talk of Yang Jin went white hot again, rocketing to the top of the trending lists. News of Yang Jin's record-breaking performance at Xinhua Martial Academy kept gaining momentum. In the soft morning light of Jiangnan Bay City, Zhao Longfei and his wife, Zhang Yingcue, sat at the breakfast table, their faces glowing with barely contained delight. They had long treated Yang Jin as an almost official son-in-law, and his latest triumph left them proud, yet faintly uneasy. Cui, Zhao Longfei set down his teacup and lowered his voice. Why don't you talk to Qing Tong about setting a wedding date with Jin sooner rather than later? Zhang Yingcue paused. Longfei, our daughter is only 18 years shy of the legal age. What's the hurry? I'm just worried. Zhao Longfei gave a wry smile and stared at the street trees outside. Jin is outstanding. If he meets a girl with even better prospects, a young man's passions might waver. Zhang Yingcue drew a deep breath and nodded. You're right. We should move this up. Let's pick Qing Tong up after school, bring it up over dinner, and try to get them engaged this year. The paperwork and ceremony can wait. By Westlake, in the Zhao Patriarch's quiet courtyard shaded by bamboo, Zhao Wuya stood beneath the eaves, hands clasped behind his back, smiling at his awkward second son, Zhao Longxiang. Longxiang, are you still resentful about losing an arm? Since Yang Jin broke his arm in their clash, Longxiang had shown outward submission while grumbling in private. Yet today, after scrolling through the flood of coverage on Yang Jin, his anger vanished. He muttered, Father, I must admit your judgment was flawless. Zhao Wuya laughed and tapped his smart wristband, calling his eldest son, Zhao Longcheng. Longcheng, transfer 2% of the family shares in the Zhao name to Qingtong, so she can pass them to Yang Jin as a gift. When the call ended, Longxiang whispered, Brother, at this rate the patriarch's seat will fall to the 3rd branch. Lucky him having such a daughter. Once Xinhua Martial Academy's article went live, Yang Jin's communicator barely paused. Friends called with congratulations, but the unfamiliar numbers were worse. They introduced themselves, then dangled offers of tens or even hundreds of millions to cooperate for mutual benefit. He stayed polite, answered every call, and declined each offer. He was still replying to messages when his communicator rang. Again, it was his younger sister, Yang Hui. Second brother, I found a moneymaker. The investment is almost nothing and the profit's huge. How about a 50-50 split? Yang Jin chuckled. What scheme are you cooking up now, little one? Let's hear it. Giggling, Yang Hui said, your name's exploding at school again. Tons of people want your autograph, and someone even offered 10,000 yuan. I'm thinking of opening an online shop. You take photos and sign them. I handle sales, and we both rake it in. Sure, Yang Jin drawled. Just register a company and make mom, dad, and big brother shareholders. Everyone can cash in. She made a tongue-out sound over the line and backed down. Second brother, I'm joking. You're going to be a martial saint someday. One autograph will be worth at least 1 million. Selling it for 10,000 would be robbery, so forget it. That night, Zhao Qingtong called him, her cheeks flushed on the screen. Ajin, I have 2 things to tell you. Her voice quivered with excitement, as if she had been drinking. First, my grandfather sent over 2% of the family shares and asked me to hand them to you to celebrate your new institute record. The Zhao family ranked among the top 5 clans in Jiangnan Bay City, and 2% of their stock was worth several billion. Yang Jin raised his brows. The gift was far too generous. Qingtong, thank Grandpa Zhao for me. I appreciate the gesture, but I can't accept it. I feel the same, she sighed, spreading her hands. But Grandpa was adamant. If you refuse, he'll transfer them to me instead. Then take them, Yang Jin decided. Consider them your own shares. Zhao Qingtong bit her lip, words catching in her throat. After a few seconds of silence, he prompted softly, Qingtong, what's the second thing? Her face turned even redder. She hesitated, eyes darting away, then finally blurted, Ajin, my mom just told me that she and Dad hope we can get engaged during the new year. When she finished, she lowered her gaze, unable to look at the screen. Yang Jin froze for a heartbeat. Then a smile burst across his face like sunshine. Qingtong, I'd love that. I'd do it right now. Seeing him beam like an excited child, Zhao Qingtong felt sweeter than honey. She stared at his familiar features, her eyes growing impossibly soft. Ajin, come to Jiangnan at the end of the year. They'll be waiting. October 18th, morning, in front of the ordinary training camp gate. Beneath the gray-white archway, the class of 2,130 had gathered on their own to see Yang Jin off. Banners waved above a jumble of backpacks and suitcases. Yifeng rushed over first and slapped his shoulder. Bro, blaze a trail in the elite camp. He'll be right behind you. Natasha tapped him with a pink fist. Little Yang, we barely had time to bond, and you're already leaving. No worries, though your big sis will catch up soon. Wang Luchuan slid in, grinning like a lackey. Yang, I've asked to move into your old dorm. Maybe the aura of a powerhouse will rub off on me. Who knows, I might be the next one. Besides their classmates, Counselor Sun Renjia and several senior trainees had come too. Applause, whistles, and farewells filled the air. See you, Yang Jin. Goodbye, Counselor, everyone. Yang Jin waved hard, pack slung over one shoulder. Director Zhang Xiangwei of the ordinary camp was at the wheel himself. He opened the passenger door. Get in. The car rolled out of the compound, the waving figures shrinking in the rearview mirror. Island North City. A shady roadside beneath thick plane trees. Kyushin Okada leaned against a trunk, his dark gaze fixed on the departing car. Just over a month ago on Jiaoyu Island, Yang Jin had shattered his katana with a single shot, forcing him to flee in disgrace. That scene had become an unforgettable humiliation. In mere weeks, Yang Jin's strength had skyrocketed, earning him entry to the elite training camp. Revenge now seemed farther away than ever, and bitterness spread in Okada's chest. Beside him, another man from the islands, Asukichi, folded his arms and sighed. Brother Kyushin, it looks like the broken blade grudge can never be repaid. Don't be so sure. A cold smile twitched at Okada's lips, his voice rasping from deep in his throat. There's someone in the elite camp who already despises Yang Jin. All we need is the right chance, and perhaps the next news they heard would be Yang Jin's downfall. On the way, Zhang Xiangwei filled Yang Jin in on the basics of the elite training camp. Xinhua Martial Academy's headquarters runs 2 programs, the regular camp in Daobei City and the elite camp in Daodong City. The regular camp draws students from around the world, most of whom plateau at the martial master rank. By contrast, the elite camp accepts only those selected worldwide or promoted from the regular camp, and every entrant has already reached the martial lord level. The car glided smoothly along the island highway. Yang Jin turned slightly and asked, Director Zhang, where do elite graduates usually go? One hand on the wheel, Zhang Xiangwei kept his eyes on the cliffside view of the sea ahead. It depends on their rank at graduation, he answered. Most remain martial lords, so they either stay at headquarters or take posts in branch halls or academies. But anyone who breaks through to martial sovereign jumps straight to the top. Headquarters appoints them as inspectors, and if they're sent out, they run an entire branch hall. That's real authority. A hint of envy slipped into his tone. Yang Jin chuckled. Is advancing to martial sovereign really that hard? Zhang Xiangwei gave a small shake of his head. From a scientific standpoint, becoming a martial sovereign is a biological leap. The internal stats say only 1% of martial lords succeed. So whenever a new sovereign appears, the whole academy lights lanterns and announces it to the world. He winked at Yang Jin. I hear your god sister, Imo Qin Fong, will hold her promotion ceremony here on Alishan Island at the end of the month. The news lifted Yang Jin's mood, and he broke into hearty laughter. The car sped east, tires hissing softly against the asphalt. 300 li flew by, and near noon they rolled to a stop outside the elite camp's main gate. Several men and women stood in line at the entrance, the most striking being the senior martial sovereign Huang Ming. During the Global Martial Talent Tournament, he had signed Yang Jin to an class contract, and later he had taught the new student course Blue Star and Alien Intersections in the regular camp. When the car halted, Huang Ming stepped forward. Zhang Xiangwei and Yang Jin got out together. Inspector Huang, thanks for coming to meet us, Zhang said. Huang Ming laughed easily. A rising star is joining the elite camp, of course I came. He turned to Yang Jin. Signed in August. Reported in October. Quick work. Welcome. Greetings, Inspector Huang, Yang Jin replied with a respectful clasp of his fists. We'll be eating from the same pot now, so let's look out for each other, Huang said, patting his shoulder. Then he gestured to a lean, short-haired, middle-aged man beside him. This is Su Yuntao, instructor for Class C and a junior martial sovereign. You'll be in his group. Su Yuntao's sharp eyes softened into a smile. Yang Jin, welcome to Class C. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do. Thank you, instructor, Yang Jin answered loudly. With the greetings done, a female staff member stepped up to guide Yang Jin inside. They walked along a tidy, tree-lined avenue where single villas dotted the slope. Unlike the apartment blocks of the regular camp, every student here enjoys a private villa. Streamlined exteriors and full smart home systems give each building a futuristic touch, accentuated by the silver-gray robot butler standing at the door. The staffer handed him a keycard. This is for Villa 54 in Zone C. Your personal butler is already activated. Much appreciated, Yang Jin said, watching her depart. He pushed the door open. The spacious living room gleamed, clouds rolling beyond the glass curtain wall. Shrugging off his jacket, Yang Jin sank into the plush sofa and opened the student handbook. The handbook was thorough, and it started with a rundown of the trainees. The elite training camp currently housed a little more than 90 students, divided into 3 classes by cultivation level. Class A had 12 members, all senior Wu Zone. Class B had 31, every one of them mid-tier Wu Zone. Class C had originally 53, but with the newcomer Yang Jin the headcount now sat at 54, all junior Wu Zone. Compared with an ordinary camp, the regulations here were loose. Group lectures were rare, cultivation and missions were left to personal discipline. The points system, however, with strict rankings came out once a month, and your place directly determined that month's resources. Training lasted 2 years. At the end you graduated automatically, though you could apply to leave early if you wished. The chapter on elemental abilities quickly drew Yang Jin's attention. The handbook noted that when a cultivator reached senior Wu Zone, their life force could rise to 99, the physical limit of a human. To advance any farther, one had to awaken an ability, trigger a genetic mutation, and let the body sustain greater vitality. Because of that, Life Force 100 was a watershed on the martial path. Countless senior Wu Zone had stalled there for life. Mastering at least one ability was the prerequisite for becoming a Wu Zun. On Blue Star, the abilities most commonly wielded by Wu Zun and Wu Sheng fell into 2 groups, the 4 aspects and the 5 elements. 1. 4 aspects: gale, lightning, light, and darkness. 2. 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There were also rarer powers such as frost, corrosion, and poison. No ability was inherently superior. Everything hinged on the user's insight and technique. For that reason, trainees deliberately sought elemental treasures that matched their own affinities while cultivating or taking missions, laying the groundwork for their future push toward Wu Zun. Everyone admitted here was a hand-picked prodigy from around the globe, and no matter how steep the summit of Wu Zun, they meant to climb it. For aspects, 5 elements: Yang Jin weighed his options. His life force was now 51.6, still far from 99, so he saw no need to lock in an affinity too early. Planning was good, he thought, but when the time came, things would sort themselves out. Besides, once he became a Wu Zun, he could still study other abilities. Learning more could only help. Everyone, we've got a new classmate, give him a warm welcome. Counselor Su Yuntao pulled Yang Jin into Class CS group chat and tagged all members. Yang Jin wrote, "Hi everyone. I'm the newcomer. Please look after me. Welcome, welcome, welcome." Of the 50-plus members, only a handful replied. Some were on missions, some in closed-door training. Unless it was big news, the chat was usually quiet. Feeling awkward for the newcomer, Su Yuntao sent a private message. "Hang on, Yang Jin. They'll jolt them awake." He then dropped a red packet worth several hundred credits into the group. "Thanks, boss. You're awesome, boss. Boss, you rock." Bowing to the boss, dozens of Wu Zone lunged at once, and the packet was emptied in a blink. Then someone noticed the small print on the cover. "Welcome the 18-year-old Wu Zone to Class C." The chat exploded like fireworks. "Is that the guy named Yang Jin? That's him. Welcome, Yang Jin." After chatting for a while in the WeChat group, it was already dinner time. Yang Jin left the dorm and headed straight for the training camp cafeteria, curious to sample the gourmet food everyone talked about. The place looked more like a boutique restaurant. Soft lighting, spotless tables, and every dish cooked to order. In the open kitchen, the ingredients were lined up neatly, their colors inviting. Although it was the peak meal hour, only a few trainees were eating. A quick word with the cook told him why most members of the elite camp were busy with missions or cultivation, so their meal schedules were a mess. When hunger struck, they simply ordered delivery, but the cafeteria was staffed 24 hours a day and would bring food anytime. Number in hand, he chose a window seat and waited. A middle-aged woman in a pale blue cleaning uniform threaded her way between tables and stopped in front of him. "Excuse me, are you Yang Jin?" Yang Jin looked up and gave her a friendly smile. "Yes, that's me." "Wonderful." Her eyes curved into crescents. My daughter is a huge fan. She keeps begging me to take her to Daobei City to meet you. The moment she heard you'd moved to the elite camp, she made me promise to get your autograph. Before she finished speaking, she produced a pen and a small pink notebook. Yang Jin opened it and couldn't help laughing. Every page was crammed with his glossy stickers, cartoon silhouettes, and snapshots from competitions. On the title page, he signed his name. Where does your daughter go to school? How are her grades? Third high in Dadong City, top 10 in her year. If she weren't so careless with little mistakes, she could make the top 5. Yang Jin nodded and wrote on the title page, be attentive and thorough, keep up the great work. Then he added, tell her that if she makes the top 3 at the end of term, he'll take a photo with her. The woman beamed at the bold strokes. Thank you. With your encouragement, she'll do even better. She carefully tucked the notebook away and left, brimming with joy. Not long after, Yang Jin's food arrived. He had taken only 2 bites when a young man of about 26 set his tray down across from him. Square jaw, thick eyebrows, the standard camp fatigues, clearly another trainee from Huaxia. Hi, Yang Jin. I'm Tao Chong. I've been in the elite camp for 3 months, same class C as you. Yang Jin had heard the name long ago. Back in the regular camp, Tao's score had always kept Jioshan Gangtian in second place. Only after Tao transferred out did Gangtian finally taste victory, until Yang Jin showed up and knocked him down again. No wonder Jioshan Gangtian ground his teeth at both of them. So you're Tak Shuazang. Nice to meet you. Yang Jin extended a hand. No need for titles, just call me Tao Chong. Tao bumped fists with him, smiling. After a few minutes of small talk, Tao set down his chopsticks, glanced around, and lowered his voice. You'd better watch your back. Yang Jin frowned slightly. What's going on, Taoga? The moment that record-breaking story came out, someone in Class B publicly said he's going to challenge you. The language he used was nasty. I won't repeat it. In the elite camp, challenges are written into the rules. If trainees have a dispute, they can settle it with a duel. Once one side issues a challenge, the other can accept or decline. Still, every trainee in the elite camp was fiercely proud. Even when they knew they would lose, they took the challenge anyway. Is that so? Yang Jin answered calmly. Who is he? Tao Chong lowered his voice. A Western European named Chlorwood. Hot-blooded, hits like a sledgehammer. He challenges every newcomer. Refusing is useless, sticks to you like gum. They call him the rookie killer. I lost tens of millions to him when I first arrived. Before he finished, Tao saw several people enter the cafeteria. Yang Jin, look, that one in the middle is Chlorwood. The newcomer stood nearly 2 meters tall, muscles bulging beneath his uniform. Long blonde hair flew behind him, and his stride was broad and powerful, like a lion prowling the plains. Chlorwood stopped at the door and swept the room with his gaze until his eyes locked on Yang Jin. He snorted through flared nostrils, pulled his arms in, and pushed his chest even higher. Yang Jin's over the remove. He barked, leading several trainees toward them. He planted his massive frame beside the table, forming a living wall that blocked half the light. Chlorwood glared at Tao Chong first. Out of the way, loser. Tao clenched his teeth, grabbed his tray, and moved. So, you're Yang Jin? Chlorwood looked down, the tone of an interrogator. And you are? What do you want? Yang Jin replied unhurriedly. Chlorwood produced a white glove and slapped it on the table. Yang Jin, they say you're the greatest prodigy Ember Martial Academy has ever seen. I, Chlorwood, challenge you in the name of the Royal Knights of Western Europe. Because your level is lower, you can choose a scholarly duel equal stats in a simulation. Camp rules. 1. Scholarly duel fight in a virtual arena with avatars. Death is virtual, no one is injured, and it can start anytime. 2. Martial duel, real weapons, real combat, high risk. An application must be filed and approved. Yang Jin swallowed his last bite, wiped his hands, stood up lazily, and walked toward the exit. Chlorwood, a sim fight is dull. If you want a challenge, make it a martial duel. Get it approved, and I'm in. His voice was flat, but sharp. You provoke me, they'll break you. The trainees around Chlorwood exchanged looks. One urged him on. Bro, Yang Jin's way too cocky. You've got to shut him up. Yeah, teach him a lesson, another echoed. Deep creases furrowed Chlorwood's rugged face. He wasn't just muscle. After more than a year in the camp and only months from graduation with no hope of promotion, had devised a scheme: milk the rookies in virtual duels, make some cash, and leave. All perfectly legal. But Yang Jin wanted a martial duel, and that made him hesitate. Seeing his silence, a trainee taunted. What's wrong? Chlorwood scared. Chlorwood slammed his fist on the table, rattling trays and cups. A rookie? I'm not afraid of anything. Martial duel it is, ill file for it right now. After dinner, Yang Jin went back to his dorm and slipped into his nightly meditation routine. Several days of intense practice had given him far greater command over his own soul. The moment his breathing settled, a reckless idea flared up like a spark would attempt a spirit takeover. Strictly speaking, he wasn't planning to replace another mind. He simply wanted to probe the ancient divine insect's brain and map out that unknown terrain. He Tianlang had warned him back on Xuanqi Star that the neural structure of a star beast was dauntingly complex, something an ordinary cultivator might study for centuries without mastering. Yang Jin wanted a fallback. If disaster struck, a forced takeover might be the only way to survive. Strip away the mysticism, and spirit takeover was nothing more than directing one's consciousness to manipulate someone else's neurons. He locked onto the ancient divine insect within his sea of awareness, let his soul surge upward, and plunged into the creature's head. It felt as though had slipped through a black curtain and dropped into an endless expanse. There was no up or down, just the weightless silence of space. Suspended ahead was a gigantic, irregular web of colorful strands like a dense spider's web from afar, yet up close more akin to a multi-layered labyrinth wall. And this was only a comatose larva. Imagining the brain of a mature star beast made him shiver. No wonder He Tianlang had claimed that top-tier bloodlines were almost impossible to seize. Confronted with an infinite forest of neurons, Yang Jin had no idea where to begin. At last he accepted the truth. With his current soul strength, trying to control the ancient divine insect was a mouse dragging an elephant. He willed himself to withdraw. His soul shot off as a streak of light, but after only a short distance he found himself stuck in the same spot. Cold sweat seeped out from the depths of his consciousness. He tried again and still couldn't escape. Had he been trapped inside the insect's mind? The thought sent his heart racing. In the pitch-black void his soul drifted, searching over and over for an exit. No matter how far he flew, nothing existed besides that colossal, web-like mesh of neurons and the surrounding darkness. He was caught for real. Panic spread through him like ink in water, and for the first time Yang Jin tasted bone-deep terror, a lucid dream where you know you're dreaming, yet can't wake up. He drew several slow breaths, forcing himself calm, then sat cross-legged in midair. Gazing at the nearby neural web, he pondered in silence. The reason he couldn't leave was that he hadn't found a path leading outward. It was like standing on Earth. Walk in any direction and you eventually circle back to where you started. If you truly want to leave the planet, you have to break through the atmosphere. That analogy crystallized a hazy insight in his mind. The ancient divine insect could open wormholes that collapsed inward. If he wanted out of this Earth, he would have to punch straight through to the outside. To leave the ancient god insect's mental sea, you actually had to go deeper. Yang Jin's eyes narrowed into blades, as if they could slice open the very air and split the tiniest particles. With a single thought, he wrenched his soul from that eerie psychic world and snapped back to reality. Finally, he was home. He opened his eyes wide, forced out a long, stale breath, and fell silent, thoughts churning. The way he had exited that mindscape reminded him of Elder Mo Lanfeng's power release skill combustion. For years he had only reached minor proficiency, and even when he coupled it with his mental vibrations, he could squeeze out at most 7 or 8 times his base strength. Elder Mo, though, could casually unleash over 10-fold power. No wonder the man was a mid-tier martial saint whose combat strength brushed the high-tier threshold and who reigned as the top elder of Xinhua Martial Academy. The thought barely passed when Yang Jin sprang to his feet and curled his right hand. Spear. The two halves of the Lichuan spear shot across the room under his psychic pull and locked together in midair. Left hand on the middle grip, right hand at the butt, he gathered force and thrust. The tip ripped through the air, and visible ripples stacked like an inverted funnel collapsing inward. In that instant Yang Jin sensed combustion's power swell 11, maybe 12 times. With his current life force, a single punch was worth 25,000 kilos. Multiplied by 10 plus, that was at least 250,000 kilos, enough to punch through tank armor. In raw power alone, he was already brushing the junior martial venerable level. Confidence detonated in his chest. Add his psychic force, spatial skills, and killing tools like the wish-forged iron, and even Kinyo Ichiro or Park Seijin wouldn't scare him. A little after 10 that night, the training room lay quiet until the household AI butler broke the silence. "Good evening, master. An envelope has arrived from the elite training camp." "Read it," Yang Jin said. The butler recited smoothly, "Greetings, Yang Jin. Class B Cadet Kelowood challenges you to a duel. Wager, 1 billion Blue Star credits from each side. Time, 10 a.m., October 19th. Venue, Arena 3. Do you accept?" Kelowood, Yang Jin sneered. The braggart must enjoy bullying rookies. Reply, 1 billion is pocket change. If we're betting, let's make it 10. Less than 30 seconds later the butler reported, "Master, Kelowood has accepted your terms." He was heading for the shower when his wristband buzzed. Yifeng was calling. The moment he answered, Yifeng's dramatic voice came through. "Bro, I hear you accepted Kelowood's duel and upped the stake to 10 billion? Feng, your intel is ridiculous. It's only been a few minutes." Yifeng chuckled. "Told Yumi cousin Yi Liu's in the elite camp. She's a mid-tier martial lord, same class as Kelowood. He dropped the challenge in their group chat and is already urging everyone to place bets. The whole regular camp is buzzing. Some of us are heading to Island East City at dawn to cheer you on. Making everyone travel hundreds of kilometers, that's rough." "Hardly. They're hoping to cash in on the odds. One heads up, though, Kelowood's a lot tougher than that coward Jason Okada. He's got tons of fight experience, and he's tight with a few Class A cadets, so he might borrow high-grade gear. Don't let your guard down." "Hearing high-grade gear just fires me up," Yang Jin said, fighting spirit surging. The better the gear, the sweeter it feels when I shatter it with one thrust. On the morning of October 19th, at the elite training camp in East Island City, the trainees finished breakfast shortly after 9 and began filing toward Arena 3. The corridors buzzed with talk of the day's challenge, fully sanctioned duel. Unlike routine sparring, this would be a genuine fight with real weapons, where crippling injuries were common and death was a possibility. Where did Yang Jin get the nerve, a senior trainee from Class C muttered, to bypass a level and challenge Cthulhu from Class B? Don't underestimate him, his companion replied. Mo Qin Fong is his sworn sister, an elder Mo covers him. With backing like that, he can do whatever he wants. Another connections guy, the first trainee grumbled, lowering his voice. I don't even like Cthulhu, but I'm putting 500 million on him. Same here. We can't let a newcomer make us veterans look bad. Joking and chatting, they pushed open the doors to Arena 3 then stopped short. The left bleachers were already packed with more than 100 people waving small flags and a banner that read Yang Jin for the win. Those must be trainees from the regular camp. They got here early. Looks like most of that camp showed up, another said with a sigh. Let's sit on the right. They took seats on the right, and the stands split into two distinct factions, regular camp trainees on the left, veterans from classes A and B on the right, with scattered Class C members rooting for Yang Jin. A number of staff filled the remaining seats, including the cleaning lady who had once asked Yang Jin for an autograph. Numerically, Yang Jin's supporters held a slight edge, but in cash wagered the betting was even. Most of Cthulhu's backers were high-ranking martial artists with deep pockets. At 9:50, under the gaze of the crowd, the referee and both fighters walked in. Because of the duel's significance, the camp had appointed its deputy director, mid-tier Marshal Venerable Lu Li, to officiate. The moment the fighters appeared, the stands erupted. On the left, more than 100 trainees raised their flags in unison, chanting, Yang Jin, victory. High in the last row on the far right, a patch of shadow held only two men. The one on the left, about 30, had glossy ebony skin, shoulder-length dreadlocks, and muscles like forged steel. The man beside him was deathly pale, with sparse eyebrows and a prominent hooked nose that lent him an eerie chill. The man with the dreadlocks spoke first, voice low. Watanabe Yujiro, who do you think wins? The Easterner studied the arena for a few seconds before answering. James, I'd say Yang Jin has the better chance. James' face tightened. He was clearly displeased. Watanabe Yujiro, you and I have been in class forever. Why do you dismiss Cthulhu's strength and back a newcomer instead? Watanabe Yujiro took a silent sip of tea, his face expressionless. Power isn't measured by seniority. Think about your American Musk, the head of Starlink Marshall Academy and a former U.S. president. He's 30 years older than Huapengjiu, yet he still calls himself only the second strongest in the world. James flared his nostrils, snorted, and beat a rhythm on the metal chair back. Then let's gamble 200 million Blue Star coins. I'm betting on Cthulhu. Very well, have it your way. Watanabe set down his cup, his gaze sliding past the crowd until it locked on Yang Jin at ringside. A chill brushed his thoughts. The Inukai clan had issued a 10 billion bounty for that head. Take the contract or leave it. Lights blazed over the center of the ring as referee Lu Li's voice thundered through the speakers. Rules: point strikes only, no killing blows. The moment one fighter yields, the match stops. You have 5 minutes to adjust weapons and armor. Prepare to begin. Yang Jin snapped his armor buckles shut, raised a hand to the left-hand benches, and drew roaring cheers from Wang Luchuan, Lu Exine, Armin, and the others. Then he turned his eyes across the ring. Cthulhu was crouched by his kit bag, rummaging. He pulled out a lump of black gel and smeared it across his breastplate. Before everyone's eyes, the substance spread like a living thing, racing over his neck and limbs until it became a seamless, jet-black skin that wrapped him from head to toe. Ref, Cthulhu's wearing Sea Shark armor grade 4S. That's cheating. Yeah, how are we supposed to fight that? The ordinary training camp section burst into an uproar as Wang Luchuan, Lu Xian, and Armin shouted in turn. Sea Shark armor forged from the secretions of the Tier 5 Deep Sea Shark King, mixed with mithril and black steel, was legendary for its stretch and near-insane defense, retailing north of 10 billion. Gear in the 4STO5S bracket usually appeared only on martial lords or saints. Cthulhu had clearly borrowed it. Combined with his standard battlesuit underneath, he wore 2 shields thicker than a turtle's shell. Lu Li's brow furrowed. Cthulhu was already a realm above Yang Jin, mid-level martial master. Adding this armor pushed the gap even wider. But the rules never banned high-grade gear, so he could only raise his hand for silence. Settle down, everyone. The duel puts no limits on equipment. Cthulhu is within regulations. On the opposite bleachers, Yifeng scratched his head. By that logic, if someone cozied up to the dean and borrowed his sword, he could win Ondo alone. Who'd dare face him? If you're tight with the dean, you could strut around the camp all day, Natasha scoffed. Yifeng gave a helpless smile. Bro, hang in there, don't get flattened in the first 10 seconds. I've got $1 billion on you, and I want at least a few minutes of action. In the very back row, James flashed a dazzling grin and bumped his fists together. Watanabe Yujiro, you're done for this time. Watanabe cast him a frosty glance. James, I didn't think you'd loan out your treasured sea shark armor. You must have wagered a fortune on Kellowwood. Even while he spoke, he cursed the black bastard beside him. Kellowwood had the higher realm, the armor, and that 10 billion kill order backing him. Yang Jin was facing almost certain death. Watanabe Yujiro clenched his teeth, inwardly cursing the black bastard's shamelessness. Let the match begin. The 5-minute countdown hit 0, and referee Lu Li raised an arm. The rowdy arena fell silent at once, thousands of eyes locking onto the platform like searchlights. On the right stood Kellowwood in a blue and black sharkscale cuirass whose overlapping plates reached all the way up his neck. Well over 2 meters tall, he rested an oversized warhammer on the floor, its head as wide as a millstone, jet black, and easily 200 or 300 Jin. Just standing there, he looked like a moving iron wall. On the left was Yang Jin, clad in a form-fitting suit of dragon sinew armor, the silver-gray plates hugging every muscle. Cold light flickered along the edge of his Lichuan spear. Next to the giant across from him, Yang Jin's build seemed almost delicate, and the spear looked impossibly slim beside that massive hammer. Whispers rippled through the crowd. With such a weight difference, would one swing turn Yang Jin into pulp? Kellowwood bellowed, Yang Jin, I'm a veteran. He'll let you have the first 3 moves. His tone oozed confidence. Yang Jin stepped forward, voice nearly emotionless. Kellowwood, are you sure? Aye, Kellowwood, keep my word. He pounded his breastplate with his left fist, the clang echoing through the hall. Make your move, or after 3 chances you won't get another. Yang Jin snorted, planted the butt of his spear into the boards so the blade bit deep, then strode forward empty-handed. So confident on the platform? I don't need 3 moves. 1 punch will do. Watch closely. The words had barely left his mouth when his fist shot out like a bolt from a crossbow. Air compressed before the knuckles, bursting with a sharp, tearing boom. Kellowwood's relaxed grin vanished. An overwhelming force surged straight at him, as though he had been thrown into a hurricane. Forgetting all about his generous offer, he desperately raised the hammer to block. Boom. The punch landed flush. The Iron Tower giant was blasted into the air, hammer and all, describing an absurd arc before crashing into the right-hand stands. Splintering wood, startled screams, and wild cheers crashed together like a tidal wave. Referee Lu Li drew a sharp breath. With a realm lower than his opponents, Yang Jin had launched him dozens of meters with a single blow. The raw power was unbelievable. Covered in dust, Kellowwood staggered to his feet among the seats. Yang Jin called out, Kellowwood, that was 1. You still owe me 2 more. Do you still feel like giving them away? The trainees from the basic camp roared with laughter. Face burning, Kellowwood shouted back, Yang Jin, I was careless. Let's go again. Under the rules, if neither side yields, the fight continues. Yang Jin took 2 steps back, yanked the Lichuan spear from the floor, and its steel flashed coldly. Very well. He'll use the spear this time. The sharkscale armor had soaked up most of the impact, leaving Kellowwood with little more than bruises. Dragging his hammer, he climbed onto the platform, eyes blazing. Don't celebrate too soon, kid. Take this. Kellowwood leaped high, his bulky form casting a shadow under the lights. The hammer came down with the weight of a falling mountain. Yang Jin's expression stayed calm. His wrists flicked, and the spear point traced a silver line that tapped the hammer handle between Kellowwood's hands. Crack! The snap rang out above the roar of the crowd. A heartbeat later, Kellowwood felt his right hand go light. The hammerhead sheared downward, yanking him off balance. He looked down and a chill raced up his spine. The handle had been snapped clean in 2 where the spear had struck. That hammer handle was forged from titanium alloy, yet Yang Jin snapped it with a single thrust. Kellowwood's bull-like eyes bulged as he stared at the spear in Yang Jin's hand. Yang Jin, what weapon is that? He growled. Lichuan spear, grade 1S. Yang Jin lifted his gaze, his voice flat. You're lying. Kellowwood shot back. My warhammer is grade 1S, 2. How could your spear break it? He had no idea Yang Jin had mastered collapse. He simply assumed the man had borrowed some high-tier gear. Yang Jin frowned. Enough talk. Are we fighting or not? If you're done, concede. Fight, of course. Kellowwood roared. He flexed his arm, and the force-grade Haijiao armor rippled like black gel, flowing to the break and fusing the handle in an instant. Yang Jin nodded inwardly. A 4S item is impressive, but it's still no match for my Rui refined iron. Forged from a spiritual treasure, it can become a razor-sharp blade or plate armor for my vitals quality, far beyond 5S. With the handle restored, Kellowwood charged. Yang Jin, prepare to die? A cold smirk touched Yang Jin's lips. He disliked the man and felt like toying with him. The spear shot forward like lightning, striking the weld with pinpoint precision. Boom! The tip slammed into the Haijiao armor, the air bursting with a muffled thunderclap. The gelatinous armor yielded, splashing like ink. Black droplets spattered across the floor. Kellowwood felt a chunk of the armor turn brittle at once, useless as cracked plastic. Crack! The handle snapped again. Icy dread spread through him. Only now did true fear set in. The audience gasped. While ordinary trainees were stunned, James felt as if his heart had plunged into ice water. He had sold nearly everything to buy that Haijiao armor, lending it only because a fellow countryman begged him. Now Yang Jin had ruined it with a single thrust. It wasn't a total loss, but repairs would cost billions. He could only console himself. Then Yang Jin's next move left him speechless. Eager to test Collapse's limits, Yang Jin circled Cthulhu at blistering speed. In a blink, spear images filled the air, dense as rain. Each impact left Cthulhu seeing stars, and his blood surging. The Haijiao armor shredded under the onslaught, sheets of black gel flying everywhere until nothing remained. The spear shaft whipped across Cthulhu's back. Bang! He crashed to the floor like a sandbag, internal injuries erupting. Blood gushed from his mouth as he forced out 2 words, "I surrender." Yang Jin won in overwhelming fashion. His opponent never stood a chance. Yang Jin wins. He wins. Applause and cheers thundered through the arena. The regular trainees were ecstatic, while almost everyone in the elite camp had bet on Cthulhu. They lost their money, but after witnessing Yang Jin's strength, many felt genuine respect. Some rejoiced, others despaired. Jameis' eyes were red, his heart bleeding. Fuck. The Haijiao armor that had cost more than 10 billion, most of his fortune, was ruined. He wanted to rush up and beat Cthulhu to death. Cthulhu, damn you. On the far side, Watanabe Yujiro fixed his gaze on Yang Jin, pupils narrowing to slits. This man is advancing too fast. His power is terrifying. Even I can't be sure of victory. I must report to Lord Marshal Sage and find a way to eliminate him early, or one day he'll be the greatest obstacle to our nation's restoration. Bro, you were unstoppable today. Thanks to Yang, I cleared more than 90 million. Haha. Watching Yang beat Cthulhu like a punching bag was pure satisfaction. Outside the arena, the entrance was packed with noise and laughter. Ordinary trainees Yi Feng, Natasha, Wang Luchuan, and dozens more surrounded Yang Jin, leaving no room to breathe. Yang Jin was riding a high. The fight had netted him a cool billion, pushing his balance past 6.3 billion. He swept his arm in a grand gesture. You all came all the way to Dongqing to see me. Lunch is on me, and we're drinking. More than 100 trainees surged toward the cafeteria in one dark wave. As they turned onto a shaded path, a black trainee in his 30s, dreadlocks hanging over his shoulders, blocked the road. Arms folded, face like stone, he refused to move. James spoke in a low but aggressive voice. Yang Jin, I don't care that you beat Cthulhu, but you wrecked my Haijiao armor, a force-class item worth 10 billion. How do you plan to compensate me? Yang Jin glanced at him. And you are? Chin tipped up, James answered with disdain. Class A trainee James. Yi Feng's lips barely moved. A Starforce whisper slid into Yang Jin's ear. Bro, Class A has 2 powerhouses, Watanabe Yujiro and James. In the entire elite camp, they're the ones most likely to reach Marshal Venerable. Yang Jin understood at once. No wonder this guy was acting so tough. Loaning his armor to Cthulhu had been a power play, and now he was out to humiliate him in person. Yang Jin sneered. James, your armor got smashed in the ring. That's on you. If you're unhappy, do what Cthulhu did, file a formal duel request. I'm ready anytime. James' brows shot up, his voice suddenly shrill. Watch your attitude, Yang Jin. Don't make me use force. Yang Jin chuckled twice and couldn't be bothered to waste more words. He lifted his chin and led the crowd past him. Watching them leave, James clenched his fists and spat. Fuck. Watanabe Yujiro appeared beside him, hands tucked into the wide sleeves of his samurai robe, footsteps silent. His tone dripped with mockery. James, I told you intimidating Yang Jin is impossible. China has a saying, a wise man knows when to bend. They're the last people you can bend. James glared sideways. Save the sarcasm, Watanabe Yujiro. You Japanese aren't saints either. Watanabe was left choking on his reply. He stared at Jameis retreating back and cursed silently. Damn it. No wonder scientists say these guys are half civilized. How did that pig brain cultivate to high martial master? It was still well before noon, yet the cafeteria was already packed with more than 100 ordinary trainees. Wang Luchuan, familiar with the Yi family, squeezed in next to Yi Feng. Bro Feng, why haven't I seen your cousin Yi Lu today? After their Starforce training, the two had buried their old grudges and become friends. Yi Feng smiled. She formed a squad with a few trainees to hunt a Tier 4 beast that's been harassing the coast. They've been out for days. Wang Luchuan whistled. Wow, a Tier 4 beast. Wang Luchuan's eyes widened in shock, and his first thought was simple. If they could take down the beast and swallow its crystal core, their vitality would skyrocket. At the moment, Yi Liu's vitality was only a little over 70. If she succeeded this time, she might break 80, squeeze out of Class B, and leap straight into Class A. He was only musing aloud, but Yang Jin took him seriously. Setting down his cup, Yang Jin pressed, Brother Feng, what kind of monster is Sister Yi Lu chasing? Wiping the wine from the corner of his mouth, Yi Feng answered crisply, an injured giant-like squid, 4th tier, early stage. A 4th tier creature is on par with a beginner martial lord. Because it's wounded, its strength has plummeted. So Yi Lu and the other martial masters dared to form a hunting party. While laughter still echoed in the restaurant, Watanabe Yujiro slipped out to a deserted stretch of beach east of the city. The night breeze carried the salty tang of the sea as he pulled a custom communicator from his coat and dialed the first encrypted number. Watanabe Yujiro. What is it? Inukai Shigeru's impatient voice came through the receiver. Lowering his voice, Yujiro said, Inukai Shigeru, your household has posted a 10 billion reward for Yongjin's head. Do you have the authority to approve it? Shigeru snorted. My father is away. I'm the eldest son. The Inukai clan answers to me. Excellent, Yujiro replied. They'll take the contract. Shigeru added curtly, we only care about the result. Bring me Yongjin's head and the 10 billion transfers immediately. Then he hung up. Between the crashing waves, Yujiro's eyes grew colder. He dialed a second number. This is Watanabe Yujiro. Put me through to the Sword Saint. After a few seconds, a deep, powerful voice responded, Miyamoto Tsukio speaking. Under the night sky, Yujiro snapped his heels together, bowed his head slightly, and reported with deference, Sir Sword Saint, I have information on Yongjin. He recounted in detail Yongjin's duel with Cthulhu, including the terrifying burst of power when Yongjin unleashed Imo Peak's annihilation. He ended with, Yongjin is advancing at a staggering pace and may become a formidable foe for Huaxia. Our nations are mortal enemies. Their prodigy is our menace. We must eliminate him early. I beg you to grant me a relic. I'm willing to risk my life to kill Yongjin. The other end was silent for almost 10 seconds. At last Miyamoto Tsukio spoke. Your analysis is sound. From his growth curve, he may be hiding an unknown secret. Probe first, kill him if you can, and if you can't, uncover that secret. He'll front you 5 billion now. More awaits when the job is done. Remember, your whereabouts and identity must never leak, even if you die. Hi. Watanabe Yujiro snapped to attention and bowed. It is an honor to ease the Sword Saint's burden. The connection cut off, and the surf returned. Bathed in moonlight, Yujiro pondered. He had hoped to use the report to wangle a few weapons that could counter Yongjin, then quietly collect the Inukai clan's enormous bounty, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Instead, Miyamoto had given him cash, but no gear, complicating matters. Yongjin commands Imo Peak's annihilation. M2 levels above him, but a unknown might still fail, he muttered, eyes narrowing. Better rope James in. The black bastard lost his sharkskin armor and is out more than 10 billion. He's desperate for money. 2 high-level martial masters against 1 beginner. I refuse to believe we can't finish him. Watanabe Yujiro's face grew dark, and a new scheme took shape in his mind. After lunch, the trainees from the regular camp said their farewells to Yongjin and left East Island City. Once they were gone, he returned to the villa and immediately pulled up the official website, logging into the elite training camp section with his trainee account. The mission list seemed endless, with numbers already past 300, arranged from the toughest down. Compared with the regular camp, the challenges here were far more brutal. The top 10 were all hunt a tier 4 monster. Mission number 5. Eliminate the low-tier grade 4 monster giant-footed squid. After studying the dossier, Yongjin realized this was the very task Yi Feng's cousin, Yi Lu, and her team were currently tackling. Tier 4 monsters are notoriously hard to kill, but incredibly lucrative. Their organs fetch high prices, and, more importantly, they contain crystal cores. His vitality sat at 51.6, just 8.4 short of the 60 required for a mid-level martial master. Relying on meditation alone would take months. The quickest path was to risk everything hunting a tier 4 beast. With that in mind, he kept scrolling until he paused at mission number 7, hunt the low-tier grade 4 monster 2-headed sea serpent. Mission background. A 2-headed sea serpent has been lurking near the mouth of the Pearl River close to Guangshan Bay City, repeatedly attacking fishing boats and coastal defenses. Official attempts to eliminate it have failed because the creature is extraordinarily cunning. Mission objective. Injure or kill the 2-headed sea serpent. Reward. 5,003,000 trainee points. This is the one, he muttered and hit confirm, downloading every file to his electronic wristband, from surveillance footage to tactical analysis reports. After a quiet night cultivating his strength, he set off at dawn, piloting a single-seat flyer toward Guangshan Bay City. Not long into the flight, his wristband chimed. Warning. Sun Moon Lake no-fly zone ahead. Please change course. He blinked, then recalled that the direct route crossed Sun Moon Lake, the residence of Shinho Martial Academy's headmaster, Huapengju, where no aircraft were allowed. He nudged the stick, skirting the restricted airspace and veering south. From a distance, the Emerald Lake looked like a giant jade stone embraced by mountains, while a palace with golden roofs sparkled at its center, the headmaster's estate. When will I ever get to meet him? He wondered. The thrusters roared, and within a few breaths he had shot several li farther. Roughly an hour later, the coastline appeared, and the Pearl River estuary came into view. It lay amid the ruins of what had once been the Hong Kong-Macau metropolitan area, a little over 300 li from Guangshan Bay City. A century ago, it was a world-class hub that welcomed more than 100,000 foreign visitors daily. Now only shattered high-rises, crumbling stadiums, and a spiderweb of abandoned highways remained. the lost prosperity hinted at only by the contours of the ruins. A white streak tore through the sky as Yang Jin dived into the urban wasteland and touched down on the tallest remaining skyscraper. The tower's crown had been shorn away, yet it still loomed more than 400 meters above the ground. Halfway up, the rust-stained character's Global Trade Plaza dangled from the facade, swaying in the wind as though ready to break free. From the jagged edge of the fractured platform, the ruins of Hong Kong Macau City unfurled in all directions. Between severed buildings and collapsed bridges, swarms of first and second-tier beasts roamed, their roars rising and falling without end. On the shattered streets below, hunting teams from the martial halls and dojos of Guangshan Bay City advanced with great caution, the metallic gleam of their armor and weapons flashing through the dust. Watching the hunters, Yang Jin could not help remembering the time he had followed Captain Zhou Chong to form the Qiangfeng squad with Ma Weiguo, Hao Jun, and Lu Qinglin, traveling all the way to Zhutan City to slay monsters. That mission had earned him his very first heaven and earth treasure, the Moonstone Marrow. The memory drew a quiet sigh from his lips. A sudden shriek burst from the distant ruins, rattling loose shards of glass. Smoke and dust billowed several kilometers away, punctuated by scattered shouts human fighters locked in battle with a beast. Yang Jin narrowed his eyes and felt the urge to intervene. Let's take a look. If someone's in real trouble, we lend a hand. In a maze of ravaged alleys, 5 human warriors sprinted for their lives. They served the Spark Martial Hall of Guangshan Bay City and called themselves the Zhongzhou Squad. 1. Captain Zheng Xian, 29, a novice martial master. 2. 4 squad mates close behind, all official hunters under Spark's banner. At dawn they had entered Hong Kong Macau City for a routine sweep, and everything had gone smoothly until they rounded a corner and startled a striped python coiled in a heap of trash. The beast was a mid-tier, third-rank monster, an adult over 20 meters long and weighing half a ton, strong enough to twist a car into scrap. Confronted with a creature 2 full ranks above them, the squad's nerve shattered. They wheeled around and ran. Hungry after days without food, the python lashed out in fury. Its trunk-thick tail smashed aside a rusted guardrail, and it lunged low to the ground, jaws yawning wide. The street, cluttered with wrecked vehicles, rubble, and sinkholes, slowed the giant snake, letting the squad slip away by the narrowest margins several times. After each miss, the python's slit pupils grew blood red, and it finally went berserk. Boom! Its tail slammed the pavement, hurling stones and grit into the air. A heartbeat later it swept sideways, batting the debris into a deadly spray. The crack of air sounded like a volley of shotguns as the stones became a cloud of arrows. Screams ripped through the street. None of the 5 escaped unscathed. Zheng Xian's left arm was perforated by shrapnel, blood gushing out, while the others suffered broken limbs or torn muscles. Though their heads and hearts were spared, they crashed to the ground, grievously wounded. One warrior slumped amid the rubble, watching the python close in, and let out a bitter laugh. Captain, looks like we're all dying here today. Nonsense. Zheng Xian gritted his teeth, hauled himself upright, and yanked a full row of grenades from his pack, the metal rings clinking together. Brothers, fall back now. They'll hold it off. Captain, the others cried. I'm counting to 3, Zheng Xian roared. If you're still here, they'll pull the pins myself. Move. Get the hell out. Grinding their teeth against the pain, the team staggered up and fled down the scarred street. Come on, beast. Zheng Xian fixed his gaze on the gaping maw hurtling toward him. He bent, clenched a grenade pin between his teeth, and jerked it free. A nauseating stench of blood and decay hit Zheng Xian in the face. He squeezed his eyes shut and waited for death. Boom. The deafening crash rattled his eardrums and made the 4 Central Province squad members, who were fleeing for their lives, freeze in place. It wasn't the blast of a grenade but the thud of something massive dropping from the sky. Zheng Xian's eyes snapped open. The grenade, its pin already pulled, lay silently in his palm. The fuse had inexplicably gone dead. A grenade can't just fizzle out, he muttered. Then he looked up, and his pupils contracted. Only a few meters away, a suit of black and crimson armor stood out sharply against the drifting mist of blood. A handsome young man stood ramrod straight, one foot resting on a serpent's head the size of a millstone. The creature's skull had been crushed to pulp, bone fragments and brains splattered like a smashed watermelon. It had been a Tier 3 intermediate Biasta brindle python. With a casual stomp, the young man had burst the giant snake on the spot. Zheng Xian couldn't gauge the stranger's rank. He only saw that the face was shockingly young. He hurriedly bent at the waist and bowed. Thank you for saving my life. Just then, the 4 Central Province teammates doubled back. The sight of the brindle python lying in a pool of its own blood left them speechless. Yang Jin, one of them blurted. The young man turned toward the voice. The speaker's face was still streaked with drying blood. He held a spiked club and had a burly frame-mate was Zhu Wenwu, who had joined Yang Jin in the same combat assessment and had taken 2nd place at the time. Zhu Wenwu. Haha, Yang Jin, it really is you. Zhu Wenwu started to give him a hug, but, catching sight of the smashed serpent head, realized the gulf between them and awkwardly pulled back. Brother Zhu, good to see you. Yang Jin stepped forward and patted his fellow townsman's shoulder. He was Yang Jin, the 18-year-old prodigy who had shattered every record at Xinhua Martial Academy. Zheng Xian and his teammates stared in disbelief. They had never imagined they would meet a living legend out here. Their hearts surged with excitement, and they itched to ask for signatures and photos but couldn't find an opening. Yang Jin asked, Brother Zhu, I remember you joined the Star Chain Dojo in Yuesha City. What brings you to the Guangshan base? Zhu Wenwu smiled. My dad's doing business here, so I came along. Plus, Zheng Xian's a good friend, so I've been running missions with their squad for now. The 4 Central Province warriors watched their 2 idols chat away and rubbed their hands in envy. After a brief exchange, Yang Jin tilted his head slightly. His ears twitched at a distant, menacing surge of energy. Brother Zhu, urgent duty calls. We'll catch up another time. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he had already tossed out a flight device and shot into the sky. Staring at the rapidly receding figure, Zhu Wenwu muttered, a few months ago we were in the same assessment. Now 10 of me together couldn't keep up with him. Zheng Xian patted his shoulder. Wenwu, keep at it. Let's just hope we can narrow the gap with our idol. One teammate lowered his voice. Captain, Brother Zhu the brindle python's carcass is still here. Yang Jin didn't take it. Zheng Xian and Zhu Wenwu turned to the banded python at the same time. That snake belongs to Yang Jin. No one touches it. A timid female teammate raised her hand. What if Yang Jin doesn't come back? That's a tier 3 beast worth tens of millions. Zheng Xian waved her off. If he really doesn't return, we'll dissect it, sell the organs, and wire every cent to him. On the roof of the Global Trade Tower, the wind screamed. Yang Jin stood at the highest point, gazing down at the dull gray sea nearby. Suddenly the water surged into a knife-sharp ridge and hurtled toward the ruined city with frightening force. Behind it, 4 figures on flight boards fanned out in pursuit. Yang Jin snapped his extendable helmet into place, the crystal visor zooming his view. 2 men and 2 women were chasing the wave. One was blonde and blue-eyed, the other 3 black-haired and yellow-skinkly Huaxia natives. The huntress on the right, maybe 27 or 28, wore a pale blue combat suit that outlined her lean build. Her neat ponytail and features reminded him of Yi Feng. Yi Lu. Yang Jin's heart stirred. Yi Feng's cousin. Yi Feng had said Yi Lu and her team were out hunting an injured giant foot squid, meaning the monster below was a freshly wounded tier 4. He judged the distance to the churning wave. Still a bit far. Better take a look. In the next instant he vaulted onto his board and shot into the sky like a streak of light. Yang Jin covered the distance in a heartbeat and hovered over the razor-edged swell. The behemoth sensed the block ahead, veered left, and sprayed foam everywhere. The 4 hunters adjusted course without hesitation. The blond man skimmed past Yang Jin and rasped, Hey you, this beast is our prey. Back off now. Yang Jin had only meant to lend Yi Lu a hand. He hadn't even thought about the bounty. Being threatened soured his mood. Fine, have it your way. He killed his thrusters, sat cross-legged on the board, retracted helmet and visor, pulled out sunflower seeds, and started snacking like a man lounging on a cloud. Over the shallow waters near the Hong Kong Macau belt, the tableau was bizarre. Below, the giant foot squid fled, drawing long white scars across the surface. 30 meters up, 4 hunters roared after it. Farther off, a man lounged on a motionless board, cracking seeds. On one side, adrenaline-fueled combat. On the other, leisurely snacking. The contrast hurt the eyes. Damn it, that kid's still hanging around. He's waiting to steal the kill. Daniel, the blonde, was exhausted from the chase and furious at Yang Jin's calm. Guys, they'll drive him off before he gets in our way. A short-haired Huaxiao man cut him off. Daniel, focus on killing the beast. Don't cause trouble. Yi Lu wiped sweat from her brow. Captain Qian's right. The creature's almost done. Let's finish it. Daniel grunted and turned to the other woman. Yu Bingling, what do you think? Yu Bingling frowned. We follow Qiancheng. He's the captain. Humph. Daniel's face darkened, but he held back. Boom. The sea exploded in a towering column of water as the giant foot squid burst free. Thick tentacles whipped through the air, flinging briny mist as they stabbed toward the 4 hunters. The beast is fighting for its life. Hold the line. Qiancheng bellowed. He vaulted forward, his Tang saber flashing with icy light as it slashed at the whipping tentacles. Attack! Daniel, Yu Bingling, and Yi Lu shouted in unison. With a deft shift of their stances, they lunged toward different sides of the giant creature. Not far away, Yang Jin had been watching the battle for some time. Legs crossed on the gunwale, he cracked melon seeds between his teeth, his gaze following the spray of seawater as though he were taking in a thrilling stage show. Waves pounded the hull while a massive squid hurled its thick arms through the air. The Tier 4 juvenile variant, known as the Titan-limbed squid, was already wounded and weakened, yet its 8 tentacles still kept 4 martial masters locked in a brutal stalemate. Boom boom boom. Each swing was a steel whip, shattering the water with metric ton force. Although the humans moved and practiced rhythm, days of fighting had honed their coordination. Their enemy possessed too many rock-thick limbs for them to close the distance. Stay on it. The monster's making its last stand. Qian Cheng wove through the melee, seized an opening, and hacked deep into a tentacle. Crack the blade sank in, blood geysered. He gritted his teeth and, with a violent wrench, severed the 1,000-pound limb. A cloud of crimson mist erupted from the stump, and the titan-limbed squid screeched in pain. It flung its beak open and fired a jet of pitch-black ink, a high-pressure torrent aimed straight at the four fighters. Watch, the ink is corrosive. Qian Cheng sprang back. The neck guard of his combat armor extended, the helmet snapping shut around him. Splathic fluid splashed across Daniel's armor, the alloy plates hissing under the acid burn. My visor's covered, I can't see. Daniel wiped at it, smearing only more tar-black goo. A shrill whoosh cut the air. A tentacle descended like a scourge from the sky. Daniel, Qian Cheng warned. Bang. The blow struck before Daniel could dodge. He shot away like a cannonball, tracing a brutal arc before crashing into the distant sea. With one fighter down, the squid felt the pressure ease. Ignoring its severed limb, it spat more ink. Its berserk move. Qian Cheng roared. Black mist rolled over them. Yu Bingling was drenched first, her frame swallowed by the sludge. A tentacle as thick as a water barrel whirled downward, homing in on her small silhouette. Bingling. Qian Cheng charged again, his saber gleaming. Slash lopped off a second limb, yet the monstrous force still hurled him backward. He tumbled into the cresting waves. Yu Bingling barely had time to cry out before another tentacle slammed in from the side and flung her toward the water. After only minutes of vicious combat, the squid had lost 2 limbs, but had also sent Daniel, Yu Bingling, and Qian Cheng flying. That left Yi Lu standing alone. 8 remaining tentacles swept through the air, sea wind thick with briny blood. Staring at her fallen comrades, Yi Lu clenched her silver teeth. Monster, it's you and me now. She gripped her 8-edged Han sword and ran headlong at the oncoming whip shadow. The sound shrieked at her ears. A tentacle bigger than a barrel was already overhead. In that instant, a silver flash streaked by a gleaming spear point pierced the limb's center. Vroom's shockwave rippled outward, flesh and ichor spraying. The tentacle snapped, severed by a single thrust. Yi Lu, I've got you. The cool voice rode the sea wind. She looked up and saw a lone figure shielding her. Yang Jin, the very Yang Jin her cousin had mentioned. Dragon sinew armor clung to his frame, and the Li Chuan's spear gleamed in his hands. Yi Lu stood stunned by the sight. At first, Yi Lu noticed a stranger hanging back with the spectators, but she didn't give him a second thought and had no idea he was Yang Jin. When that stranger suddenly leveled his spear and charged at a massive giant-legged squid on the water's surface, she gasped and cried out, Yang Jin, that's a 4th-tier beast far stronger than you. Be careful. Before she finished, Yang Jin was already skimming across the waves, a streak of lightning hurtling toward the squid's housed head. The creature's jaws gaped wide enough to swallow a truck cab, foul black ink churning in its throat, ready to erupt. Yi Liu's face went ashen. At that range, meeting it head-on was suicide. A giant-legged squid had 10 thick tentacles. The only way to kill it outright was to pulp its head. Die? Yang Jin's voice cracked like thunder, and the Li Chuan's spear flashed cold as frost. Its refined iron tip, driven by explosive power, stabbed deep into the squid's skull. Unbreakable metal and annihilating force tore through the 4th-tier beast's toughest shell in an instant. With a muffled boom, its brains were churned to mush. Thick ink spewed from its mouth, and the enormous body crashed back into the sea. He's unbelievable. Yi Liu's eyes widened, her heart hammering. Her cousin Yi Feng had praised Yang Jin's strength on the phone, but she had never taken it seriously. Now she saw his words hadn't even scratched the surface. A giant-legged squid that had routed 4 mid-rank martial masters had just been soloed by Yang Jin. Yang Jin withdrew his spear and smiled. Sister Yi Lu. Hello, Yang Jin. Yi Lu finally came back to herself. The man before her was 10 years younger, yet he made her feel as if she stood before an elder. She removed her helmet, smoothed her hair, and bowed deeply. Thank you for saving me. Water erupted as Qian Cheng, Dan near, and Yu Bingling burst to the surface. Yi Lu, what happened? Where's the giant-legged squid? Did it escape? They stared warily at Yang Jin, demanding the beast's whereabouts. Yi Lu pointed toward the shallows. The water wasn't deep, and through the swells they could just make out several limp tentacles lying on the seabed. The beast is dead. The 3 were stunned. Who killed it? Yang Jin, Yi Lu answered softly. 3 pairs of eyes swung mechanically to Yang Jin. Qian Cheng swallowed. You're the Yang Jin who beat Cthulhu? Yu Bingling looked him up and down as though studying a humanoid monster. My God, that was a 4th-tier beast. The 4 of us together couldn't handle it, and you took it down alone. Dan Near's gaze darkened with wariness, jealousy, and frustration. Captain Qian, the giant-legged squid was our assignment. We chased it for 5 or 6 days to corner it here, and now someone else has claimed the kill. What do we do? Normally he called Qian Cheng by surname alone. Now he deliberately added Captain. Qian Cheng felt his scalp prickle. By rights the prey belonged to whoever landed the killing blow, but their hard work couldn't be ignored either. He looked at Yi Lu, silently asking for help. Forcing an awkward smile, Qian Chung said, Yi Lu, about this. The rest of the team dumped all the pressure on Yi Lu. She frowned slightly, drew a long breath, and swept her gaze over the others. Captain, everyone, I'm standing on principle, not on anyone's side. If Yang Jin hadn't acted, I would have been flattened by that giant-legged squid myself. In the 10-second window after that, the beast would have slipped away and the mission would already be over. Her position couldn't have been clearer. The squid was Yang Jin's solo kill, and he had every right to claim it. Daniel's face flushed red. Yi Lu, I can't accept that. Without the heavy damage we dealt first, and the way we boxed it in, Yang Jin could never have finished it alone. Qian Chung scratched the back of his head, forcing down his irritation. Yang Jin, we appreciate the finishing blow, but the squad paid a steep price too. Their contribution can't just be erased. Yang Jin thought for a moment, then looked up. Captain Qian, I want hog the spoils. Hey race, my offer, the crystal core is all I want. Every other organ and the mission points are yours. A giant-legged squid is a tier 4 low-class monster. Its core contains roughly 10 points of vitality. One dose would push Yang Jin's vitality to 60, sending him into the mid-level martial master realm, so the core was non-negotiable. Qian Chung, Yi Lu, and Yu Bingling exchanged a glance and nodded. I don't agree. Daniel thrust out his neck, stubborn as ever. The core's the most valuable part. Why should you take the lion's share? We split it 5 ways, everyone gets something. A core could skyrocket a fighter's personal strength, and Daniel wasn't about to give it up. Qian Chung managed a strained smile, and said nothing more. Yi Lu bit her lip and kept silent. Yu Bingling stole a glance at Yang Jin. Seeing the cold look on his face, she clammed up as well. Yang Jin's lips curved into a frosty smile. He flipped his spear and stepped forward. If we can't settle this peacefully, we do it by the rules. The spear tip lifted, gleaming coldly. Daniel, if you're not convinced, fight me. Win, and the core is yours. Arguments on a team were always settled by strength. Daniel froze. He couldn't even breathe steadily, let alone accept the challenge. Qian Chung hurried between them. Brother Yang, let's talk this out. Yi Lu chimed in, anxious. Yang Jin, we're all from the same training camp. No need to ruin the camaraderie. Daniel ground his teeth in silence, not daring to move an inch. Seeing no further objections, Yang Jin lowered his spear and clasped his fists. All right, then he'll gratefully accept. No sooner had he spoken than a shrill whistle tore across the ruins of the Hong Kong Macau zone. A figure streaked toward them at blistering speed and stopped midair. High nose, deep-set eyes, dark brown curls, a textbook Western face. Daniel waved excitedly. Hallmaster Smith. Yi Liu's mind raced, and a quick whisper reached Yang Jin's ear. Yang Jin, that's Warren Smith, Hallmaster of the Starlink Martial Hall from the Guangshan base Sitya, low-level martial lord. He's overbearing. Watch out for your core. Greetings, Hallmaster Smith. Qian Chung, Yi Lu, Yu Bingling, and Daniel bowed at once. Yang Jin offered a shallow nod as well. Although Warren Smith belonged to the Starlink Martial Hall, he was a warrior lord and still observed the basic courtesies. He landed first, cupped his fists politely, and said, So you're students from the Flame Martial Academy. Greetings. I was patrolling nearby when I heard fighting and came to investigate. While speaking, he cast a sidelong glance at Daniel, sending a subtle signal. Daniel immediately straightened, and the exchange did not escape Yang Jin's notice. Clearly Daniel had called for help and Smith had hurried over. Sure enough, Smith bent over the sea's surface, acting casual. That monster carcass down there, did you kill it? Before Qian Chung, Yi Lu, or Yu Bingling could reply, Daniel thrust out his chest and answered, Hallmaster, that's a tier 4, low-grade beast, the giant-limbed squid. We accepted the mission and have fought it for days before finally bringing it down together. Working together to slay a tier 4 beast, courageous and clever, Smith praised, then shifted his tone. But I have a rather presumptuous request, and hope you'll oblige me. Daniel chimed in at once. You flatter us, Hallmaster. Please, say the word. The two of them carried on as though the others were invisible. Smith spread his palm and spoke slowly. I've reached high-level martial master, and am preparing to break through to martial lord. With a beast core, I'm certain to succeed. Am willing to pay 1 billion, and owe each of you a favor. He turned slightly, and pointed at Yang Jin. Hallmaster, you may not know, Yang Jin helped hunt the beast, but isn't part of our squad. We need his agreement on the core's ownership. A cold smile tugged at Daniel's lips. Qian Chung and the others stiffened and looked at Yang Jin. Oh, Smith sized him up. You're Yang Jin? I've read about you online, and often use your story to inspire the youngsters in Starlink Hall. Frankly, I need that core. I hope you'll let it go. Yang Jin smiled faintly. Hallmaster Smith, before you arrived, we had already divided the spoils. The organs and mission points go to Captain Qian and his team, and the core is mine. It's just as vital to me, so I must refuse. At his words, Qian Chung, Yi Lu, and Yu Bingling all blanched. Yang Jin was actually standing his ground against a warrior lord. Don't lie to me. Smith's face darkened. Without their help, how could you have killed the giant-limbed squid alone? The other 4 have agreed. Why must you oppose me? Are you trying to embarrass me? His voice turned icy, his aura pressing down like a mountain. Yang Jin remained calm. The moment Smith had appeared, he had already acted. His adaptive steel split into razor-thin blades, slipped into the squid's belly, and stirred. The fist-sized core was gouged out and stored in his divine worm space, while the blades shredded the innards to leave a convincing battle wound. It all happened in complete silence. No one noticed. The core was his, and had decided no matter how Smith tried to bully him, he would not hand over his prize. If forced, he was ready to fight. His resolve was ironclad. Once the meat was in his mouth, he would never spit it out. In short, the affairs of the Flame Martial Academy were none of Starlink's business. The atmosphere turned tense, the air seeming to harden under a suffocating weight. Warren Smith's brow twitched, rage bursting from his throat. Yang Jin, add another 500 million and sell me that monster core. The last 3 words cracked like thunder, the wrathful order of a superior to a subordinate. Yang Jin met his glare, right hand locked around his pistol grip until his knuckles went white, yet he showed no hint of retreat. If anything, he looked faintly exhilarated. Qian Sheng, Yi Lu, and Yu Bingling traded silent glances. Sweat slicked Yi Liu's palms as she worried Smith might ignore the rules and attack. Daniel, however, was secretly thrilled. Yang had angered the Hall Master. Let's see how long his swagger lasts. Just as blades were about to be drawn, the sea suddenly erupted. Splash after splash, the corpse of the Titan squid was swallowed by an undertow and dragged away at speed. A 2-headed sea serpent. Smith's pupils contracted as he blurted out in surprise. Yang Jin brightened, as well the very Tier 4 creature he had come to haunt. Beast, you're not getting away. Smith roared, his figure blurring toward the churning waves, no longer sparing Yang Jin a thought. Yi Lu, it's too dangerous here. Take the others and head back, Yang Jin called, then turned and grinned at Daniel, his white teeth flashing like blades. Daniel's heart hammered. Thinking Yang Jin was about to strike, he stumbled back and drew his weapon. Whoosh! Yang Jin's flyer sliced through the air as he shot off after Smith, both men hounding the 2-headed serpent. Daniel awkwardly sheathed his weapon, only to meet the open disdain of his 3 teammates. Qian Chung said coldly, Daniel, there's no room in this squad for a genius like you. You're out. Captain Qian, why? Yi Lu glanced at him sideways. The mission to kill the Titan squid belonged to Ember Martial Academy, yet Starchain Academy turned up as if tipped off. Do we really need to ask who leaked our plans? Daniel flushed with anger. Find him out. 1 dumb guy and 2 ugly girls had want to team up with you anyway? Usually mild-mannered Yu Bingling exploded. You dare insult me? They'll tear you apart. The 2 began grappling while Qian Chung stamped in panic. Stop it. Knock it off. A gale skimmed the sea's surface as Yang Jin tailed from several hundred meters back, recalling the dossier. The 2 heads of a sea serpent live symbiotically. One spits venom, the other blasts compressed air. Smith sensed Yang Jin hanging on his tail and seethed. Kid, try stealing another monster from me and he'll beat you half to death, genius of Ember Academy or not. Ahead, the sea serpent gripped the Titan squid in its jaws, unwilling to abandon its meal, yet slowed by the weight. It could not shake its 2 human pursuers. It fled southward, leaving the shallows and skirting the edge of the deep. The deep sea is the monster's domain. Once they dive into those abyssal depths, humans can do little against them. No matter what, the Titan squid's corpse has to stay here, and that monster core is mine. The open sea loomed ahead, waves rearing like walls, and any further delay meant no return. Warren Smith stopped abruptly, flung a torpedo-shaped flyer into the air, and sprang onto it. As a low-rank martial venerable, his vital energy couldn't keep him aloft for long. The craft was the only thing holding him steady. He unbuckled the iron case on his back, snapped the latch, and drew a bizarre firearm. The barrel was thick, the casing a matte silver-gray alloy, and a transparent crystal panel on the side revealed dozens of flashing capacitors and coil sand. Entire miniature power plant. Boom! A blue, liquid-like pulse shot out, trailing arcs of lightning as it bored into the sea. The water tore open a bullseyed hole, the swirling edges whirling for seconds before collapsing. Hundreds of meters away, Yang Jin shrank back behind a reef. A Tesla hand cannon. That was the electromagnetic pulse weapon personally developed by Marcus, headmaster of the Starlink Martial Academy. If Hua Pengju embodied the peak of Blue Star's martial arts, Marcus was the pinnacle of its technology. The Tesla line ranged from hand cannons to heavy artillery, and rumor had it that the Alliance and Starlink were co-designing a Tesla interstellar cannon whose single shot could outmatch a nuclear blast. Warren adjusted his aim, the dark muzzle settling on Yang Jin. Damn thing charges too slow, or I'd vaporize that kid in 1 shot, he muttered. With a splash, Yang Jin dove into the sea and vanished. Run along if you value your life, brat. Warren laughed, his gaze sweeping the waves for the 2-headed sea serpent. Suddenly, the spot his pulse had pierced erupted in crimson, bubbles rolling as the massive squid head surfaced. The Titan squid's corpse. Warren's eyes lit up. He skimmed over on the flyer. Once he had the core, his son could advance to Martial Lord and earn a recommendation to the Starlink elite camp. As for the sea serpent, if it didn't die quickly, so be it. He landed on the squid's head and sliced into the thick flesh, reaching for the coveted core only to freeze. The abdomen was already a mangled cavity. The viscera had been cleanly removed, leaving an empty hollow. Warren's face turned ashen. The two-headed sea serpent stole my core, I'll kill it. Just then, two enormous serpent heads burst from the waves, fangs hooked and gleaming, lunging straight for his torso. Beast, die! Warren slung the Tesla hand cannon across his back, drew a cross-shaped sword with a metallic clang, raised his shield, and hurled himself at the serpent. Waves towered, the sea churned, and man and monster clashed in a furious melee. The sea wind howled, deafening booms rolling across the water. Towering waves hammered the deck, foam spraying as two figures fought: a fourth-rank novice monster, the twin-headed sea serpent, and Warren Smith, an entry-level weapon master. The serpent ruled its home waters, while the armored human, brandishing a cross-hilt sword and alloy shield, matched it blow for blow, lethal intent crackling in the air. Screech, hiss. The two heads split wide. The left spat teal venom, the right unleashed a shrieking gale. The wind whipped the poison into a vast cloud that swallowed Smith. His suit's respirator blocked the toxins, but nothing stopped the plating from hissing and bubbling as acid ate at the metal. We're at sea if this drags on. More beasts will show up, he warned himself, intent on ending it quickly. After minutes of stalemate, Warren Smith inhaled, raised his sword, and poured every ounce of metal-based energy into the blade. Vital power flooded the steel, and a blinding arc of light 5 or 6 meters long and as wide as a door cleft the air. The serpent's body formed a Y just as the sword light crashed down, striking the joint of its necks. With a shrill wail, the right head was severed, flung skyward while a geyser of blood spattered the sea. The left head howled, dragging its bulk into shadowy currents as the water turned crimson. One blow, and you're finished? Die, beast. Smith exulted, then froze. Still spinning, the severed head caught a rogue gust and hurtled back at him. Instinctively, he lifted his shield. A sickening crack rang out as fangs sheared through alloy and bone, severing both shield and left arm. Agony washed over him. Screaming, he vaulted onto his hovering skimmer and streaked away. The clash ended in mutual ruin: one head lost to the serpent, one arm to the man. Blood fanned across the waves. The now single-headed serpent surfaced, amber pupils fixed on the retreating human, then convulsed and swallowed its fallen head whole. Unsated, it coiled around a floating giant-legged squid corpse, ready for another meal. Without warning, an excised metal sphere materialized beneath its belly. The shell unfolded into a razor-edged dart, carving a silver line through the water toward the serpent's left eye. The beast sprayed venom. The green mist engulfed the dart, but the acid slid off harmlessly. A white flash, then metal punched through the eye, burrowed into the brain, and carved erratic paths inside the skull. Racked with agony, the serpent thrashed wildly, tail shattering walls of water that erupted sky-high. Seconds later, its convulsions slowed. With a muffled blast, it toppled onto the squid's carcass and lay still. Splash! A figure burst from the sea and landed on the squid's head. Black miasma coiled around him, his dark armor flickering in and out of sight, the whole man a shifting cloud with no clear face. The colossal squid, the two-headed sea serpent, their monster cores, I'm taking all of them. A hoarse, guttural voice tore through the night, the tone Yang Jean had deliberately adopted. A dozen minutes earlier, when Warren Smith leveled his Tesla hand cannon at him, Yang Jean dove into the water without hesitation. He hid in the undercurrents and waited. Let the sandpipers and clams fight, the fisherman profits. That was the ending he sought. Sure enough, once Smith withdrew and the serpent began devouring the squid, Yang Jean gripped his Rui steel and, with one strike, finished the wounded two-headed serpent. Just before surfacing, he remembered that Warren Smith, a mid-level instructor at Starlink Martial Academy, carried more than one piece of advanced tech. If any device tagged his identity, the trouble would be endless. He channeled the grand Yin-Yang Sutra, mimicking the black sky wolf, and black mist rolled out to hide him completely. Inside the haze, his psychic sense fanned outward. The serpent's corpse turned transparent in his mind, revealing its core. Swish! The Rui steel became a razor. He slit the belly and pried out the smooth crystal core, then reached into the squid and retrieved its own. Holding both cores, he estimated that swallowing them would boost his vitality to 70 and felt a surge of joy. At that instant, a crushing sense of danger clamped his heart, a life and death warning. Instinct took over. Psychic power surged into a translucent shield. Boom! A blue, fluid-like pulse ripped across the night and slammed into the barrier. The blast drove him into the sea like a nail, water erupting in a half-arc. Just before he hit, he glimpsed the returning figure Warren Smith. On the surface, Warren Smith hovered on his jetboard. Only a stump remained of his left arm, bandages soaked crimson, his face ashen. He slung the Tesla hand cannon behind him and drew a cruciform sword, eyes locked on the churning water. Damn it! Who the hell was that guy? Is he dead or not? Wrapped in black mist, a darkness type Wizuin? He scrolled through every such powerhouse he knew, but none matched. Whoever you are, I lost an arm for these beasts. Try to steal them and you die. The Tesla hand cannon needed 15 minutes to recharge. A few more shots would fell even a high-class Wuzuan. He was pleased with the last blast. A flick of his toe sent a command through the board. A dozen mechanical bees streaked out, circling the serpent and squid corpses. Live feeds showed the area within 100 meters, above and below water, completely clear. Did I vaporize him? Not even a drop of blood left. While watching the drone feeds, he inspected the serpent. The moment he saw the slit in its belly, fury erupted. Damn it, damn it. After double-checking, he confirmed both monster cores were gone. Fuck. Son of a bitch. Warren Smith roared, rage almost consuming him, fresh blood welling through the medicated stump of his arm. After venting his anger, Warren Smith set about dissecting the monster. A fourth-tier beast is valuable from horn to tail. The crystal core fetches the highest price, but the hide, fangs, eyes, and organs all sell well. As he slashed away, he bellowed, shit. Fuck. I kill you. His coarse curses echoed across the sea. Cleaving through dense muscle, he grew more annoyed. With so many organs, how was he supposed to haul them back? Rumor had it that Xinhua Martial Academy had fished up a batch of spatial rings on Xuanqi, Star Every Elder, and Weisstein had one, and even many inspectors were equipped. If he could lay hands on one, he could pack everything at once. While Smith bent over his work, no one noticed Yang Jin hidden in a fold of space 10 meters below the surface. Mechanical bees skimmed the water, but their scanners never detected the thin ripple in reality. Inside the void, Yang Jin sat cross-legged, eyes closed, quietly regulating his breathing. A moment earlier, the Tesla pulse hand cannon had struck him. Only a psychic shield had kept the blast from blowing a hole through his torso. Even so, the electromagnetic pulse had churned his blood and left his organs burning. An instant's sticks time later, he felt mostly healed and opened his eyes. That Tesla hand cannon was brutal. If the weakest Xinglian model was this powerful, how terrifying were the larger cannons or the interstellar siege guns still in development? Xinglian Martial Academy, stationed on the technology planet, wielded vast technological might. One day he had to visit that world. He had devoted himself to martial arts and overlooked technology. Today's shot reminded him that science could not be ignored. Peering through the spatial seam, he watched Warren Smith still carving up the carcass. Fortunately, Black Mist had hidden his identity earlier. That brown-furred dog oppressed me and nearly blew me to pieces. I'd be no gentleman if I let it slide. Now was the perfect moment. Once Smith reached Base City, killing him would be far harder. Damn it, I'll finish him. Yang Jin rose slowly, gripping the Lichuan spear. Rui refined iron spread into a thin film, the tip reshaping in his palm, its edge glinting with lethal frost. His target was the head of Xinglian Martial Hall, a martial venerable armed with cutting-edge gear. To kill him, Yang Jin had to strike in one burst, ending the fight within 3 moves. Any longer, and the traces left behind would let Xinglian track him down. He drew a deep breath. Essence, energy, and spirit surged to their peak. His killing intent, sharp as a blade, locked onto the figure above the water. Elsewhere, Smith zipped up his bulging pack and muttered, that should do. The rest can wait for the Martial Hall crew. He had already transmitted his location to a Xinglian squad. They would arrive in roughly 10 minutes. The mechanical bees kept sending images, but the mysterious man was still absent. Looks like the guy really is dead. Shame about those 2 crystal cores. He shook his head and sighed. A Tesla pulse hand cannon could pierce steel, no way those cores survived the blast. What's that? The water rippled gently apart, revealing 2 glittering objects. A beast. Warren Smith jolted in horror. The 2 ghostly lights beneath the waves were a beast's eyes. Boom. The murky sea exploded as the head of a colossal serpent, armored in black-green scales, burst through the surface and lunged at him. Another damn snake? Did I stumble into a nest? Rage and panic collided as the pain of his severed left arm flared. With his strength crippled, regret stabbed deeper. He poured metal-type energy into his cruciform sword, unleashing a blazing arc that cleaved at the serpent's neck. The strike roared on, slicing through the creature and carving open the sea, yet not a single drop of blood appeared. It was an illusion. Such flawless deception could mean only one Tina psychic of extraordinary power. A chill shot up his spine, raising every goosebump on his skin. The thought had barely formed when a cold draft whispered across the back of his head. A razor-sharp spear tip hovered a hair from his skull. Life or death in a breath. He forced metal energy from his wound and shaped a helmet of metallic chi around his head. Ting! The spear glanced off with a brittle ring. Bitch, I'll kill you. He roared, sweeping his sword at his unseen attacker's waist, intent on cutting him in 2. Black mist twisted, revealing Yang Jin, wreathed in darkness. With a cold smile, he released the Rui iron spear. It hissed through the air, punched through the Kylmet, and drove into Smith's brain. At the same instant the mist exploded, Yang Jin vanished. Strike. Withdraw. Not even a heartbeat left to breathe. The cruciform blade howled through empty space. Warren Smith froze. The assassin had melted into the vapor. "Show yourself. Come out," he shouted, but a sudden heat blossomed on his forehead. He touched it, and his fingers slid into a hole the width of a thumb. "Who are you?" he muttered as blood and brain matter coated his hand. He toppled backward, eyes wide on the sky, their light fading before he ever learned his killer's name. Floating in the void, Yang Jin studied the Tesla hand cannon strapped to Smith's back, a fiery hunger in his eyes. He finally swallowed his greed. The weapon's cost was astronomical, and the Starlink Marshall Hall tracked every cannon by serial code. Outsiders couldn't fire its worse, they'd be tagged and hunted. "This place is hot," he murmured. He wouldn't return to Alishan Island yet. First, he needed a safe stretch of ocean where he could absorb the two monster cores and raise his strength as fast as possible. Diving into the depths, he took out the water-repelling talisman head found on Xuanqi Star, fixed his course southeast, and shot through the waves. He knew killing a Wuzun was no mere cleanup job. It would reverberate across the world. Starlink Marshall Academy would dispatch investigators, perhaps even its dean, Musk, might be alerted. Once they pinned down his identity, no excuse would save him. The severity of the punishment would hinge entirely on his own power and worth. If he possessed strength like that of Huapengju, could wipe out Starlink's headquarters, and Musk would greet him with a grin and a child in his arms. Power is the only voice that counts. Yang Jin had to turn every spare moment and resource into raw combat capability. Only then, when Starlink's investigators or their Iron Fist arrived, could he meet them heat. If they want to fight, let them come. At the junction of North and South America, in the Caribbean Sea, a dozen warships of assorted classes floated in formation on a seemingly endless stretch of sapphire water, their armor gleaming coldly under the scorching sun. At the center of the fleet loomed an aerospace carrier that dwarfed the rest 5 or 6 times larger than a conventional aircraft carrier from a century earlier. 2 vortex thrusters, each several dozen meters in diameter, were embedded on either side of the hull, like 4 massive maelstrom frozen against the steel. The pale gray armor bore the silver word Starlink, accompanied by its phonetic spelling. This ship, the Starlink, served as the headquarters of the Starlink Marshall Academy. Deep within the carrier, the command center blazed with light. An orange alert suddenly flashed on the main screen. In the Starlink system, alerts are graded blue, yellow, orange, and red, indicating minor, moderate, severe, and critical levels. As the orange frame pulsed, the duty officer opened it and drew a sharp breath. Guangshan Base City, Huaxia. Warren Smith, Hall Master of the Starlink Marshall Hall, was found dead at noon today. Location of death, South China Sea. Personnel are already on site and have preliminarily determined homicide. Headquarters is requested to pull satellite rewind footage and dispatch investigators. His fingers flew across the console, escalating the report up the chain. 30 minutes later, a small black transport jet shaped like a bat catapulted off the deck, its folding wings leaving razor-bright exhaust trails. Inside, 5 investigators of diverse backgrounds sat in a semicircle, the team assigned to probe Smith's death. At their head was David Washington, a burly, bearded, bald senior Wuzuan and Starlink Inspector General. He served as team leader. The other 4, all senior Wuzong, were Mandela, an African man, Paulina, a Latino woman, Ahmad, an Arab man, and Kawashima Yoshinari, a woman of Japanese descent. A 3-dimensional projection hovered between them. Satellite data had recreated the South China Sea battlefield in meticulous detail, surging waves, exploding bubbles, even the fighters' every motion. The team replayed the footage repeatedly, scrutinizing each frame. After a while, David Washington spoke in a gravelly voice. "All right, let's hear your thoughts on Smith's death." Kawashima Yoshinari raised her hand first. Sharp-eyed, with single-lit eyes and thin lips, she began, "Inspector." David cut her off. "We're on the investigation team now. Call me team leader." "Yes, team leader." Kawashima rewound the video to roughly 10 minutes before Smith's death. In the projection, Smith leveled a Tesla hand cannon at Yang Jin, several hundred meters away. The feed was silent, but his mouth clearly formed words telling Yang to back off. Instead of flying away, Yang suddenly folded his flight gear and dove straight into the sea. Kawashima paused the image. "As we can see, Smith did drive Yang off. But why didn't Yang just fly away? Why dive into the water? I suspect he stayed submerged to watch and waited for an opening to take Smith down." Ahmad shook his head. "Kawashima, that's nothing more than conjecture. Remember the key point. The killer who took Hall Master Smith's life is believed to be a Wuzon-level expert who commands dark powers. Yang Jin is only a novice Wuzong. How could he be involved?" The conference room was bathed in cold white light. At one end of the long table, Kawashima Yoshinari adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, defiance gleaming in his eyes. "Who says he's not involved? What if Yang Jin was the one who summoned the killer? I recall a mid-level Wuzuan at Xinhua Martial Academy. Mu Yajuho excels at assassination and wields dark abilities. Maybe he and Yang Jin joined forces for profit and murdered Hall Master Smith together." His voice climbed with certainty. "Those Huaxia are devious. Killing for treasure is exactly their kind of game." Ahmad frowned and shook his head. "Kawashima, That's prejudice. You're letting old grudges taint the investigation. Humph. Ahmad, weren't your Arab nations destroyed as well? Kawashima retorted, face flushing. Ahmad shot to his feet, eyebrows bristling. Enough. David Washington raised a hand, slamming his broad palm on the table with a sharp crack that froze them both. We'll settle this in Guangshan Bay City after we review the Marshall Hall's findings. In the meantime, send a letter to Xinhua Martial Academy and order Yang Jin to report to Guangshan at once and assist the investigation. He paused, then added, as for Mu Yijui, leave him alone for now. Even David felt a chill as he thought of the world-famous assassin. As chief instructor of the Academy's killer division, Mu Yijui was a menace even Wuxing masters dreaded. If they provoked him, the task force's stay in Huaxia would be anything but peaceful. Someone might step outside and come back missing a limb. Alishan Island. Sea breezes laced with the scent of apples swept across endless orchards. Mo Lanfeng sat upright at his desk, finished the latest report, and sighed. Yang Jin again. Does the kid have a built-in trouble magnet? The reports were listed chronologically. 1. 1 month ago, Inukai Ichiro and Park Seijin jointly requested an inquiry into the deaths of Inukai Kin and Park Buen. Prime suspect Yang Jin. 2. More than 70 basic camp trainees suffered a teleportation mishap en route to Xuanqi Star. All eyes again on Yang Jin. 3. Yesterday, the Arena Zero win streak was broken when a rookie defeated a veteran. The rookie was Yang Jin. 4. At noon today, Qiancheng squad from Elite Camp Class B cornered a badly wounded giant-foot squid off the coast of Port Macau City. The finishing blow was delivered by Yang Jin yet again. 5. A formal letter has just arrived from Starnet Martial Academy. In the Warren Smith homicide case, the person requested for assistance still Yang Jin. The boss once said the boy has great luck, great opportunities, and great courage. Mo Lanfeng set the paperwork down and gave a wry shake of his head. ID had great troublemaking and a great knack for attracting enemies. He pondered for a moment. To someone of his own rank, Warren Smith was a minnow. One flick of a finger could crush him. But from a novice Wuzong's view, Smith was a mountain. If Yang Jin truly leapt an entire realm to kill a Wuzuan while still a novice, the boy was a once-in-a-generation prodigy. A spark lit Mo Lanfeng's eyes. Even if you did it, so what? They'll stick my neck out to shield you. He turned and handed the report to the young man behind him. Pan-san, tell the info department to pull the satellite footage immediately. I want every second covering Warren Smith's death. Also, contact Yang Jin and order him back to Xinhua Martial Academy right away. He reports directly to me. Pan-san bowed slightly. Yes, Elder. 10 minutes later, Pan-san reported back. Elder, all satellite footage has been retrieved and is ready for review. Yang Jin's phone is off, and the AI in his combat suit has been shut down as well. We have no way to reach him. When did he power down, and where was his last position? Mo Lanfeng stood in front of the tactical holoscreen, his voice low. Pan-san had already pieced everything together. At 11:30 this morning, just off the Hong Kong-Macau metro coast, the 4 members of Qiancheng's squad were all present. After Yang Jin killed a giant-legged squid, Warren Smith from Starlink Marshall Hall arrived. Smith tried to buy the squid's crystal core for an exorbitant price, but Yang Jin refused. A 2-headed sea serpent then burst up from below, stole the carcass, and both Smith and Yang Jin gave chase. Immediately afterward, Yang Jin shut down his comms, and we lost the signal. He paused, then added, so, Elder, his equipment isn't damaged. He turned it off on purpose. I see. Mo Lanfeng rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment. Come on, let's look at the footage. They had taken only a few steps when Mo Lanfeng asked again. How did Warren Smith even know Qiancheng's squad and Yang Jin were hunting that squid, and how did he show up at the perfect moment? Pan-san answered crisply. According to the squad's report, it was a trainee named Daniel. Afraid they couldn't kill the squid, he sent the coordinates to Smith in advance, so Smith could arrive in time. Backstabbing little weasel. Mo Lanfeng snorted. With all the talent in our Xinhua Martial Academy here at the Guangshan Bay City, why didn't he call his own people instead of an outsider from Starlink? Daniel and Smith are both American, from the Houston Bay City, Pan-san explained, handing over a file. They joined the Texans Association in China, and they stay in touch privately. Mo Lanfeng's face darkened. If he's that loyal to his hometown, he should enroll in Starlink's elite camp, not hang around my academy. One more thing, trace every move he's made on Alishan Island, and see whether he's leaked any sensitive information. Understood. They'll get on it right away. Pan-san accepted the order at once. With that single sentence, Mo Lanfeng had already ended Daniel's future at Xinhua. That same day, the Starlink Academy website posted a notice that shocked the world. Barely a few hundred words long, it struck like a hammer. Warren Smith, master of Starlink Marshall Hall, had been ambushed and killed in the South China Sea while battling a 4th-tier beast. The statement offered no details of the fight or the killer's identity. It closed with a single line. A Starlink headquarters investigation team has arrived in Guangshan Bay City. Anyone providing verified information about the murderer will receive a substantial reward. The news swept across the internet like a tornado. Within half an hour, it took over every major homepage. and the Warren Smith death incident soared to the top of global trending lists. Guangshan-based city, Starlink Marshall Hall Tower. The seventh-floor conference room had been converted into a temporary investigation office. A telephone sat quietly at one end of the long table. Kawashima Yoshinari leaned on his elbows, staring in boredom at the second hand crawling around the clock. Ring ring. The sudden jangle made him jump. He hit the answer button. Is this the investigation team? I have a lead on Smith's killer. The male voice on the line was rapid and tense. This is Kawashima Yoshinari with the team. Go ahead, he replied, instantly alert. This morning, my squad and I were hunting a giant-legged squid off the Hong Kong-Macau coast. The caller laid out every detail, from timestamps to coordinates. The speaker was Daniel. After he finished recounting the events, Daniel offered his own theory. Yang Jin was recklessly arrogant. Hall Master Smith had offered a fortune for the monster cores, yet Yang not only refused but provoked him outright. Hall Master Smith was chasing the beast, and Yang Jin trailed him in broad daylight. That can't be a coincidence, Daniel said on the phone, his voice low and certain. I'm 100% sure Yang Jin is tied to the killer. Chuandao Fengxing gripped her phone, elation surging through her. Daniel's account matched her own suspicions perfectly. The moment the call ended, she nearly leaped for joy. Yang Jin, even if you're not the murderer, he'll make you an accomplice, she muttered, eyes gleaming. The Inukai family's 10 billion yuan bounty on Yang Jin had spread quietly through Japan's martial circles, enough to drive countless experts mad with greed. As a high-level martial master herself, Chuandao had been itching to claim that reward. The Dongsha Islands, a chain of 4 reefs, lie more than 300 kilometers from Hong Kong and Macau, and over 400 kilometers from Alishan Island. At sunset, the shallows turned a deep orange beneath the dying light. Low-grade sea monsters hauled their damp bodies onto coral outcrops, huddling together while scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, the water trembled. A silent shape slipped past, leaving only a fading ripple for the creatures onshore to notice. Not far below, Yang Jin held his breath and hugged the sandstone in the dim light. Once sure no life forms were near, he flickered into the void. He had chosen this spot to stay as far from Warren Smith's death site as possible, and because the isolated reefs offered a quiet place to cultivate. Inside the silent pocket space, he sat cross-legged, 2 monster cores laid neatly before him. Drawing his Rui fine steel blade, he sliced open the first core from a giant tentacle squid. Viscous essence, the size of a fingertip, oozed out. With a pulse of mental power, he vaporized it into a fine mist and inhaled it slowly. Compared with swallowing a whole core and digesting it over time, this method was many times more efficient. Cool energy spread through every limb as though he were soaking in a hot spring. His vitality climbed rapidly, and his affinity for water elements rose in tandem. The core visibly shrank. Hours later, the squid core was completely drained. After a brief check of his condition, he moved on to the 2-headed sea serpent core. The night slipped away unnoticed. At dawn, the first orange rays pierced the mist, gilding the sea. Yang Jin exhaled long and slow. The second core had vanished as well. My vitality soared, and my water affinity just advanced again. He clenched his fist, feeling the fresh power surge through his veins. To date, he had absorbed 4 monster cores. The one-horned crocodile dragon had taken during the Yijing City operation, a fragment of a megalodon core from Mo Chin Fong, and the 2 he had just refined, the giant tentacle squid and the 2-headed sea serpent. By chance, all 4 were water-aligned. Yang had a hunch that when he eventually advanced to Martial Lord, his odds of awakening a water element ability were far higher than any other element. Still, with both psychic power and spatial skills already at his command, he had no real preference. Any element would do, so long as it carried him into the ranks of martial lords. In theory, a human could wield as many abilities as they had elemental treasures to unlock. With enough such resources, mastering 2 or even 3 elements was well within reach. My vitality had climbed past 70, pushing me into the mid-tier Wuzong realm and leaving me barely 10 points from the high tier. The torrent of life energy made Yang Jin's heart surge with joy. Inside his sea of consciousness, both his mental strength and the mastery of his spatial skill expanded explosively, and every aspect of his power advanced at breakneck speed. He sprang out of the void and splashed into the ocean. Instead of using a water-repelling talisman, he let the frigid seawater wrap around his skin. Immersed in the cobalt depths, he felt as if he had become a true fish. Each stroke sent the current sliding smoothly past his body, fast and frictionless. The seamless harmony between himself and the water told him at once that his affinity with the water element was still climbing. If he kept accumulating it, that affinity would one day cross a critical threshold, trigger a qualitative leap, and grant him full command of water-based abilities. Who knew deep-sea diving could feel this exhilarating? Like an agile fish, he glided through the gloom while his mental power spread in invisible waves, sketching the terrain and the nearby creatures with pinpoint accuracy. He reckoned that instead of returning to Alishan Island, he might as well stay right here, hunting beasts and tempering his martial arts at the same time. 71% of Blue Star's surface is ocean, holding some 1.35 billion cubic kilometers of water, about 97% of the planet's total. The numbers are stark, and they spell out one thing clearly. The sea is boundless. Compared with the land, it is almost entirely a monster's domain. Low-level beasts are beyond counting, and fourth or fifth-tier monsters are everywhere. For humanity, the ocean is an inexhaustible treasure house, and anyone who can master water abilities can roam that treasure house at will, slaughter high-ranked beasts, and skyrocket in power. On that thought, he kicked his legs, generated a surge of water, and shot eastward along the outer seas of the Dongsha Islands. Propelled by the current, he sped ahead in carefree delight. Just as he was getting into the rhythm, a whistle of wind cut through the air above. Two figures streaked past, instantly catching his attention. Both men were standing on flight devices. The one on the left was tall and powerfully built, his dark skin glistening and his dreadlocks whipping in the wind. The one on the right was lean and wore a distinctive suit of Sengoku-style armor. Yang Jin recognized the black man at a glance. James from Elite Camp Class A, the same student who had lent his sea shark armor to Cthulhu during the sparring matches and had blocked Yang Jin's way afterward to pick a fight. Though Yang Jin had never met the Japanese man, he guessed he must be Watanabe Yujiro, another Class A student. The two strongest fighters in Class A had shown up together. What were they after? With a thought, Yang Jin slipped silently into the void and listened in. Watanabe Yujiro, the sea is huge. We're flying around like headless chickens. How are we supposed to find Yang Jin? James halted his flight board and pointed to a nearby reef. There are plenty of low-level beasts down there. We might as well cull them first. It's more practical than searching for one guy. Watanabe Yujiro's tone stayed flat. Even if we wipe out every low-level beast on that reef, we'd earn, what, a few dozen million at most? That's not even a fraction of the bounty. Do you think it's worth it? Of course it's worth it. James shot back. Instead of aiming too high and ending up empty-handed, I'd rather plant my feet on solid ground and kill monsters. Watanabe Yujiro stared at him. James, don't tell me you're getting cold feet. A faint sneer curled James' lips. Watanabe Yujiro, you saw yesterday's news. One of the hall masters at Starlink Marshall Palace was killed. Rumor is, Yang Jin was involved in the murder. You know what that means. So what? Watanabe Yujiro replied, his voice icy. Being involved doesn't mean he dealt the killing blow. Yang Jin is only a junior martial master. Even at his peak, he can barely match a senior martial master. With the two of us working together, what is there to be afraid of? If you never take risks, you'll never walk away with 10 billion in bounty, Watanabe Yujiro said, greed gleaming in his eyes. James shook his head. If he killed a hall master, at least one of his partners must be a martial lord. If we strike at him, and that martial lord comes looking for revenge, who can stand against him? I'm not risking my life for a payout. Watanabe Yujiro snorted in disdain. By that logic, every expert in Neon must be my ally. If they all backed me, I could swagger anywhere I liked, and no one would dare kill me. Hearing the sarcasm, James' face darkened. I'm trying to talk sense Watts with the attitude? I'm out. He flicked his wrist, spun his flyer around, and left without another word. Baka! Watanabe Yujiro cursed under his breath, seething. Useless black devil. With nowhere to vent his anger, he turned on the island's herd of low-level beasts. Drawing his katana, he sprang forward. Die, monsters! High in the air, Yang Jin caught every word of their exchange. 10 billion just to kill me? Someone's throwing money around. He sneered inwardly. Watanabe took the job but tried to rope James in, and James balked at the last second. Whoever can put up that kind of money won't be simple. I need answers. A cold flash passed through his eyes as he locked onto Watanabe Yujiro's silhouette. Die, beasts. Watanabe Yujiro slashed sideways, blood splattering his face, his grin vicious as a hyena's. Suddenly his right leg went numb. Glancing down, he saw two bloody holes in his heel, the skin around them already blackening poison. What kind of beast can bite through my two scrayed battle armor? Panic seized him. Before he could even locate the attacker, the island's creatures swarmed and slammed him into the air. Splash! He arced into the sea, waves rippling outward before the surface calmed. The Japanese warrior never resurfaced. So the Inukai clan put up 10 billion for my head? Inukai Ichiro, I'll rip that dog head off your shoulders, Yang Jin muttered, having extracted every detail of the kill order from Watanabe Yujiro just before the man blacked out. Hoisting the now useless corpse, Yang Jin pulsed his mental power. The body shattered into dust, armor and fragments swept into his insect realm, wiping away every trace. Over 100 li from the Dongsha Islands, Yang Jin powered up his electronic wristband. Whenever he cut communications, he always left a cover story for his family and girlfriend so they wouldn't worry. Alongside several messages from relatives and friends was a notice from the Ember Martial Academy Elite Training Camp. Student Yang Jin, report immediately to Elder Mo Lanfeng at Alishan Island headquarters. Timestamp 15:00, October 20th, yesterday afternoon. Elder Mo wants to see me? What could it be? Yang Jin dialed the number right away, and the call connected almost instantly. Elder, this is Yang Jin reporting in. Please advise. Yang Jin, even Warren Smith, the master of the Starlink Marshall Hall, has fallen because of you. You really do have a few tricks. Mo Lanfeng's calm voice drifted through the phone. The gentle, almost icy tone made Yang Jin's heart leap. He stood in a corner of the pier, fingertips wide around his phone. Elder Mo rarely showed emotion, and tonight he was completely unreadable. What? Smith is dead? He yelled, putting on an expression worthy of an Oscar. Since the other man couldn't see him, he decided to overact. Serves him right. A bully like that finally got what he deserved. The other end fell silent. Several seconds of brittle quiet stretched over the line. At last Mo Lanfeng spoke. Yang Jin, you truly had nothing to do with Warren Smith's death? Elder, I'm innocent. Yang Jin cried. Honestly, I'd have loved to be involved, but I'm just not that capable. You know my limits better than anyone. Besides, I'm an honest man. If you're honest, there isn't an honest soul left in the world. Mo Lanfeng let out a short laugh, then shifted the topic. Fine, let's move on. He paused. Starlink Marshall Academy has already sent an investigation team to Guangshan Base City. They've asked you to cooperate. Will you go or not? Elder, whether I go depends entirely on your word. Yang Jin's voice dropped, laced with flattery. I respect your choice. Yang Jin bit his lip, bitterness flooding his face. Elder, I need to explain. Warren Smith threatened me first and tried to steal my monster core. Then he pointed a Tesla hand cannon at me, planning to blast me. I had no choice but to dive into the sea. The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he felt. Why should I be blamed for his death? He's comfortably in the ground, but I'm left answering outsiders. How is that fair? Emotion surging, he burst out. Elder, I won't accept this. I suggest our Spark Marshall Academy form its own team to investigate Starling slander. We should demand heavy compensation and a public apology. When he finished, Mo Lanfeng was stunned on the other end, and Pantheon, standing behind him, stared wide-eyed. The same thought flashed through both minds. Yang Jin is one hell of a character. Not only does he deny everything, he even turns the accusation around. In fact, Mo Lanfeng had already studied satellite footage of Warren Smith's death and was 90% sure Yang Jin was the killer. As first elder at Spark Marshall Academy, he knew Yang Jin inside out, his dark sky wolf inheritance on Xuanqi Star, his position as deputy leader of the moon worship cult, and that shape-shifting weapon of his. He had been pondering how to reply without provoking Starlink. Yang Jin's indignant complaint suddenly gave him the perfect idea. Yang Jin, forget cooperating with Starlink's investigators, Mo Lanfeng said, and hold off on the compensation and apology for now. His tone hardened, regaining its usual authority. I'm assigning you a special mission: survey the monster population in the East Sea near Mount Ali Island and locate any high-level nests. Do your utmost to find them, but don't risk your life or alert the creatures. Whatever the outcome, be back at headquarters before the 29th to attend Qin Fang's martial venerable promotion ceremony. On paper, Mo Lanfeng's order looked stern, but its real meaning was hazy. It felt like a personal mission and a discreet week-long holiday rolled into one. Everyone at Emberfire Academy understood the ruse. The field assignment was simply a way to stall Starlink Academy's investigation. When the directive arrived, Yang Jin's eyes lit up, not at the thought of time off, but at the words Qin Fang's promotion ceremony. Big Sister Mo was coming to Alishan Island. Guangshan Base City, Starlink Hall of Arms. Team leader David Washington closed the reply from Emberfire Academy, sighed, and tossed the file onto the table. Take a look. The four investigators crowded around, and after a quick read they exchanged uneasy glances. Kawashima Yoshinari screeched like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. They claim Smith's death has nothing to do with Yang Jin, and that he's on a critical mission, unavailable for questioning. This is outrageous. Latina teammate Paulina chimed in. Chief, Kawashima's right there treating our task force like it doesn't exist. Ahmed, the Arab member, tapped the signature at the bottom. Check who signed it. Mo Lanfeng, David said quietly. First elder of Emberfire Academy, peak mid-tier martial saint, powerful enough to subdue many high-tier saints, and one step away from becoming the fourth vice dean. A bucket of ice water couldn't have chilled the room faster. Everyone fell silent. David gave Ahmed an approving nod and said, Elder Mo signed it himself, that's respect enough. Drop the Yang Jin angle. From now on we focus on the dark ability killer. Yes, sir. The team accepted the order. Only Kawashima kept staring at Mo Lanfeng's name, forcing down a surge of hatred. Every child in the Eastern Isles is taught their first lesson. Never forget the loss of the homeland. History spells out that China was to blame. Fear and resentment coiled in his veins, but he said nothing more. At the same moment, high above the East Sea, the aircraft hovered with its hatch open, wind ripping across the metal deck. Yang Jin outlined his plan for the coming week. 1. First stop, the East Sea, to scout for high-level monster nests. No specific target, but he had to make an appearance. 2. Quietly probe the Inukai clan. Since they'd issued a kill order, he had to answer it. 3. The sea's estuary flowed straight to Jiangnan Base City. If time allowed, he would ride the river inland and pay his girlfriend a visit. Finished, he messaged Zhao Qingtong. Qingtong, I'm on an important mission for the next few days. Leave me a note if anything comes up. Seconds later, she replied, Ajahn, stay safe on your mission. He sent the same notice to his family group chat. His aunt and uncle quickly responded, stay safe. Then he powered down his personal wristband, swapped to an unregistered one, and cut all tracking links. East Sea, here I come. Yang Jin dove into the water and slipped beneath the waves. The East Sea, one of Waxia's three border seas, stretches from the vast Pacific in the east to the roaring mouth of the Yangtze in the west, touches Alishan Island in the south, borders the Yellow Sea to the north, and faces the four islands of Dongying across the northeastern waters. Beneath its surface lie more than 1,100 islands of every Sizia refuge where monsters breed and a natural battlefield where human warriors hone their craft. On this clear day, with high clouds and sapphire waves glittering, squads from mainland-based cities and satellite towns were fighting monsters on an uninhabited islet at the edge of the East Sea. Steel flashed, blood sprayed, yet no one noticed the faint, fast-moving shadow skimming the nearby waters. That shadow was Yang Jin, darting deeper into the blue. He had been swimming underwater for nearly half a day and had run into nothing but first- and second-tier beasts. Even third-tier creatures were scarce, and the fourth- or fifth-tier monsters that carried energy cores were nowhere to be seen. Such small fry weren't worth his time. The sea was too vast to drop a monster the size of a battleship, even an aircraft carrier-sized fifth-tier behemoth, and it would still feel like a minnow in this ocean. Something big ahead. His psychic sense, spreading like sonar, detected a massive object resting on the seabed. He instantly cloaked himself in black energy, blending with the water until he looked like a smear of dark ink drifting closer. At 500 meters, the outline snapped into focus, not a monster, but a submarine roughly 200 meters long and more than 20 wide, its black hull emblazoned with the blinding rising sun flag. Damn Ida Dongying nuclear sub from before their kingdom fell, hiding down here for decades. Yang Jin cursed to himself. His first instinct was to sink it. Ever since the swordbone Drakesor obliterated Dongying's four islands, the survivors had fled like stray dogs, formed a government in exile overseas, built secret bases, trained warriors and soldiers, all dreaming of reclaiming their homeland. A submarine this size could hold at least 100 of them live invaders begging for a one-way ticket to hell. The only good invader is a dead one. He was about to close in when the sub's screws suddenly whirred to life, and the vessel began to glide into deeper water. Yang Jin's eyes chilled. Thought so. Somion's inside. Follow them. A submarine moves far slower in water than a car on land, so he shadowed its flank with ease, keeping a safe distance. The sub headed east, soon more than 1,000 kilometers from shore. Checking the offline map in his dragon-tinted armor, Yang Jin saw they had entered the Ryukyu Trench. The sub then dived even farther, slipping into a dark canyon more than a kilometer deep. Shallow water was no obstacle, but at this depth the pressure could crush bone. Drawing on his psychic power, he formed a transparent bubble around himself, sealing his body in a weightless cocoon and keeping the crushing force at bay. Finally, the nuclear submarine slipped into a pitch-black sea cave and came to a halt. Outside the entrance, Yang Jin hid in the swirling current, extending his psychic sense. After a brief sweep, his expression hardened. The cavern housed a vast underwater installation. His first reaction was almost a curse. Who would dare carve out a secret military base on the ocean floor? These lunatics were asking for trouble. The flash of anger passed. He quickly steadied himself and weighed his options. The prudent move was to film everything and report it to Xinhua Martial Academy at once. Once exposed, the story would set off a global storm within the Blue Star Alliance. Any nation running an illicit war base faced the harshest penalties, and the Japanese would be no exception. Yet personally, blowing the whistle offered him nothing but the hatred and possible revenge off millions of Japanese. After a moment's thought, he shelved the report, opting instead to infiltrate the base, take a few lives, and seize whatever he could. The parasitic worm space inside his body had expanded to more than 2,000 cubic meters, but only a fraction was occupied. He needed loot, and plenty of it. Resolute, he used his mind to mark every sensor, slipped through the cave, and vanished into the void above the base. The tunnel bristled with high-sensitivity detectors, yet his spatial shift let him bypass them all without tripping a single alarm. The installation scale was astonishing. An entire undersea mountain had been hollowed out, and every wall, platform, and ceiling bore the label Base 137. The submarine sat in a submerged dock while personnel in Japanese uniforms or white lab coats bustled about. No one noticed that, high overhead, Yang Jin was coolly watching every procedure. The hatch on the submarine opened and a team in lab coats filed out, carrying all kinds of cargo, monster hides and organs, rare metals, and rows of containers filled with unervingly colored reagents. As Yang Jin tracked the flow of goods, he also gauged the local combat strength. Now that he was deep inside enemy territory, he dared not unleash his full perception, keeping his probe to the bare minimum. Even that limited glimpse made him click his tongue. The most ordinary soldier radiated the vitality of an entry-level martial artist. A unit of such troops backed by heavy firearms could match an equal number of martial masters. Base 137 was clearly one of Japan's top secrets. Otherwise, its grunts would never be enhanced to this degree. With appetites this large, who knew how many more installations the Japanese had hidden under the sea? After weighing everything, he decided to probe with blood. He would butcher the swine in front of him first and see what happened next. In his eyes, the Japs were little better than livestock. Killing them cost him no effort and even brought a vicious thrill. The thought barely formed when black mist surged out of his dantian, enveloping his body and the Lichuan spear, turning him into a seething cloud of smoke. From a distance he looked like a writhing mass of darkness, eerie as a ghost. At the edge of the dock. Move it. General Ishii is waiting needs these reagents for his bioweapon tests. A Japanese officer screeched from the deck. Handle them carefully. Break a single vial, and you're dead. The shout sent a jolt through the line, and nervous hands invite mistakes. One of the lab coats slipped, the tray in his hands wobbling as the bottles clattered together. Idiot. Trying to get yourself killed? One vial is worth more than your head. The officer roared. Yes, sir. The scientist broke into a cold sweat, steadied himself at last, and bowed with his head lowered. A faint hiss sliced the air, followed by ragged coughing. The man in a white lab coat jerked his head up, pupils blown wide, legs trembling hard enough to wet himself. The officer in front of him had a neat hole punched through his forehead, and blood mixed with brain matter poured down his face in a scorching torrent. His scream never finished. A finger-thick strand of black light skimmed the air, bored into his throat, and shredded the bones inside an instant later. Bang, bang, bang. The black beam ricocheted across the deck, leaving dark afterimages that wove a deadly web. Every time a strand touched down, a soldier's skull or windpipe burst, and they dropped like diseased dogs. The beam doubled back, slipped through the hatch, and swept the nuclear sub clean before anyone inside could cry out. In less than 30 seconds, every guard at the dock lay dead. Woo-woo. The base alarm blared, its shrill howl rattling through the steel corridors. Yang Jin slipped through the void and reappeared outside the massive gate connecting the dock to the base, waiting for prey. One step out, one life gone. Boots pounded closer. Fully armed soldiers spilled from the passage. The lead man had barely cleared the threshold when the back of his skull burst. A bullet-sized hole sent him crashing forward. Crisp cracks followed, and a dozen more troopers toppled in a line. An experts out there shut the gate. The voice inside quavered with terror. Before the iron doors could slam shut, Yang Jin flickered past them, vanishing into the depths of the facility. Dozens of soldiers crouched behind cover, laser rifles trained on the entrance, unaware death already loomed at their backs. He's too strong, must be a martial lord. Base 137 has only General Ishii at entry level. Why isn't he here? His bioweapon test is at a critical point. He won't leave. We're all going to die while he hides. Hell, just pick up our bodies afterward. Their bitter complaints stumbled over one another. Suspended in midair, Yang Jin twitched his wrist. A fist-sized lump of wish steel shot from his hand and unfolded into 5 gleaming throwing knives. Each curved arc carved the frigid air like a reaper's scythe. Every pass stole a life. Men collapsed before a grunt could escape their throats. Bodies piled up, blood spread across the floor, and the coppery stench flooded the corridor. Yang Jin's gaze stayed as cold as forged iron. 100 deaths only sharpened the chill aura surrounding him. From the soldiers' chatter, he had already pieced together that this underwater complex was a bioweapons lab. The Code 137 dragged his thoughts back to the infamous Japanese unit that had ravaged East Asia over a century earlier, a hellhole that used Chinese, Russian, and Korean captives for plague experiments. He remembered his high school field trip to the museum exhibit, knuckles cracking with rage in front of the display boards. Handing down judgment in person today, he felt that even a single slash per killer was far too merciful. Standing amid the corpses and spreading blood, Yang Jin unleashed his psychic senses, probing the base without restraint. At first he reined himself in, but once he realized the place was a biochemical research base, rage flooded his veins, and he wanted nothing more than to exterminate everyone inside. Boom. Swinging his cold gleaming spear, he blasted the second heavy iron gate off its hinges. Flames roared beyond, and a lethal weave of laser beams and heavy gunfire filled the corridor. Yang Jin decided it was the perfect chance to test his psychic force. A transparent spherical shield snapped around him. Lasers and bullets hammered against the invisible membrane, crackled, then ricocheted away. His vitality index had already broken past 70, and his mental power felt deeper and sharper than ever. He sensed that even a Tesla hand cannon's EMP round would splinter against his will alone. The intruder has powers our guns can't kill him. Called General Ishii, the enemy is a top-tier martial master. If firearms are useless, use blades. For the Emperor, charge. Shrill cries echoed as Imperial soldiers drew shining katanas and lunged like rabid hounds. Some were novice fighters, others seasoned warriors, a few officers even ranked as Grand Masters, yet in Yang Jin's eyes they were all the same. Every flick of his spear sent a spray of blood. Each thrust claimed a life. In less than 30 seconds, the screams died out. Reversing his grip, Yang Jin let the blood bead off the spear's tip without staining the shaft. He strode over the tangled corpses toward the third iron gate. The gate was sealed. Extending his psychic sense beyond it, he saw a scene that made the veins at his temples throb. An expansive laboratory held more than 100 transparent cylinders, each containing a human body of varying skin tones. Some were headless. Some had their skulls peeled open. Others were gutted, limbless, or horrifically twisted, irrefutable proof of live dissection. Die, die, die. Yang Jin had never been so furious. These soulless monsters deserved no mercy. He longed to tear them apart and grind their bones to dust. Boom. The third gate shattered under his assault. Eyes bloodshot, black energy swirling around him like flame. He stepped inside like a revenant from hell. Nearly 100 people, men, women, young and old, stood trembling in white lab coats. Please spare us, they shrieked in a jumble of languages. Only death can cleanse your sins, Yang Jin replied, his Mandarin cutting the air like a blade. Chinese pig, they'll kill you, kill the Chinese. Someone roared, recognizing his origin. The staff grabbed rifles, scalpels, even hammers, turning into frenzied killers who charged without fear. Die, Yang Jin answered. His spear flashed. Each cold arc was followed by the crack of splitting bone and a geyser of blood. Cries faded quickly, bodies carpeted the floor, and a viscous river of crimson spread, thick with the stench of charred flesh and iron. Stepping over the heap of corpses, he reached the fourth iron door. As he prepared to force it open, a terrifying wave of sound burst from behind it. A roar, part beast, part human, shook the corridor. Bang bang, something hammered the fourth iron door from the inside, making the steel plates shudder. The instant a crack appeared, Yang Jin sprang into the air, dodging the shards of metal that burst outward. A deafening roar followed as a humanoid beast over 2 meters tall crashed through the opening. Its features were twisted and grotesque, the corners of its mouth torn wide to expose jagged fangs that glinted like ice. Muscles bulged as though pumped with air, a lattice of veins writhing beneath skin that wept crimson. The creature lowered its gaze to the corpses on the floor, pupils glowing an eerie green, its thirst for slaughter almost tangible. A mutated zombie brute. Yang Jin gasped, still suspended in midair. The thing was unmistakably human in origin, eerily reminiscent of the giant zombies from Resident Evil a century ago. A dying Japanese soldier had warned that Ishijama was running bioweapon experiments. Were they actually mass-producing zombie troopers? The longer Yang Jin stared, the more certain he became. The zombie beast growled and pounced on the nearest corpse. Gripping the head and feet, it ripped the body in two with a sickening snap. Holding half the torso overhead, it let viscera and blood cascade into its maw, gulping greedily. Yang Jin had ended countless lives, yet the sheer savagery made his skin crawl. Finished with one corpse, the monster seized another and kept feeding. While it reveled in its bloody feast, Yang Jin projected his psychic sense through the breach, probing the laboratory beyond. Equipment, benches, and chairs lay strewn everywhere. Sparking electronics hissed with flames. Mutilated cadavers littered the floor, and heaps of stripped clean bones were all that remained of the rest. Did this thing butcher the entire lab? Then where's Ishijama? He muttered. A horrifying thought struck him. What if this zombie beast was Ishijama himself? Damn. Using himself as a test subject, those bastards are ruthless, Yang Jin growled, grudgingly impressed by the man's cold-blooded resolve. There was no time for a prolonged fight. The breach had surely triggered alarms, and more soldiers could arrive at any moment. It had to end now. His spear quivered, its tip sheathed in refined steel, and he lunged straight for the beast's skull. A streak of silver ripped through the air with a piercing whistle. In a heartbeat, the creature whirled around. The muscles of its left arm ballooned, hardening into a black-red chitinous shield. Clang! Sparks flew as the spearhead punched a hole in the barrier, but the monster held it fast. Yang Jin sneered, channeling his inner force detonate. A violent shockwave rippled outward, shattering the shield to fragments. The spear powered on. The beast's reflexes were unnerving. It leapt aside, yet the blade still raked its cheek, carving a deep gash that sent a ribbon of blood spiraling through the air. I will kill you, the creature croaked, green eyes locked on Yang Jin. So it really was Ishijama. The beast opened its maw and inhaled with brutal force. Instantly, Yang Jin felt his blood churn and surge, as though an invisible hand were trying to wrench it from his veins. It was like iron filings caught by an overwhelming magnet, whisked away in an instant. Yang Jin felt his blood surge, and in that heartbeat he understood Shikamo was siphoning the moisture from his body, trying to turn him into a dried husk. With an exceptional affinity for water, he sensed every ripple of that power, unmixed with alarm. So water abilities could be used this way. In a flash he slipped into the void, and the turbulence in his veins fell silent. Get out here. Deprived of its target, the zombie beast roared and vented its fury on the corpses scattered around it. blood sprayed from the mangled remains, coiling into dozens of slender water lances that spiraled together in midair, merging into a dark red sphere that drifted toward its gaping maw. Boom! Yang Jin's collapse shattered the orb, scattering a crimson mist. The creature bellowed, tried to lock onto his presence, and saw him vanish again. Die! Rage stole the last of its reason. Muscles ballooned until its torso was nearly twice its former size. Like a maddened bull it rampaged, smashing bodies and furniture to pulp. When the outburst ended, it stood panting, mouth wide, hot air hissing from its nostrils. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 gleams of cold light flashed through the air. Ornate, throwing knives darted like fish, plunging into the monster's mouth, nose, and ears. Arc! The blades drove straight into its brain. Striking from 5 angles, they met at the center and detonated. The huge body crashed down, making the floor tremble. Brain matter and bloody foam oozed from its orifices. Even with its stubborn vitality, it convulsed for half a minute before finally going still. Ishii Kamo, commander of Eastern Sector Base 137, was dead. Standing over the corpse, Yang Jin feared a feigned death. He sent his wish steel ring snaking around its neck, a flash, and the head flew off. He crushed the heart for good measure, ensuring no spark of life remained. Only then did he exhale and sweep his psychic sense through his body, confirming that no monster core had been implanted. Cabinets lined the laboratory walls, stuffed with every kind of culture dish. At the center loomed a transparent cylinder big enough for an elephant, the scene of Ishii Kamo's experiments. Fury surged. Yang Jin flicked his wrist, and knives of cold light wove through the room, reducing every instrument to shards. From his spirit insect space, he produced several drums of gasoline and splashed them everywhere. As he stepped out the door, a knife scraped the floor and struck a spark. With a hiss, flames swallowed the entire lab. There must be a supply depot in this base. Time for a thorough search. Spreading his psychic sense, he quickly located the freight elevator leading to the next level. Burn and kill were done. Now it was time to loot. Base 137 had 2 levels. The upper held labs, command posts, and living quarters. The lower housed storerooms, supply closets, and maintenance bays. At the freight lift exit, a few dozen enemy soldiers stood guard with rifles at the ready. Has the distress signal been sent? How soon will reinforcements arrive? The officer snarled. Sir, headquarters has replied. Martial fighters from nearby waters are en route. Fastest ETA, 30 minutes. The soldier stammered. 30 minutes. The officer's mouth twitched, despair flooding his face. By the time they get here, we'll already be reporting to His Majesty. What's the point? Captain, the elevator's moving. In the cramped corridor, a Japanese soldier cried out, pointing at the car as it inched down the shaft. Gears grated, the cab halted with a clank, and the metal doors slid open. Swaying lights showed nothing but an empty box. The officer slapped the soldier on the back of the head and roared, "What are you staring at? Open fire." Muzzles spat tongues of flame. Live rounds and blue-white laser beams wove a deadly web for 10 straight seconds, smoke billowing through the passage. At the bark of cease, they stared, gasping, at the elevator. It was still deserted, no sign of life at all. Swish. Cold light exploded. A string of throwing knives slithered through the crowd like silver snakes. In barely 5 seconds, the gunfire and the shouting stopped, leaving only bodies sprawled across the floor. The supply depot now, this was a gold mine. Yang Jin stood before a thick alloy door, rubbing his palms in excitement. Once the lock was pried open, the heavy hatch slid back to reveal a warehouse the size of a small aircraft hangar. Shelves packed tight as a maze stretched into the distance, every tier stacked with gray containers labeled by category and quantity. A single sweep of the eye took in everything. Everyday medicines and replacement uniforms, standard issue firearms and crates of ammunition, precision machine parts and fusion batteries, laboratory gear and chemical reagents in endless array. Everything imaginable. Midway down the rows, boxes of cash and piles of gold and jewels glinted coldly. In a corner lay cultivation treasures coveted by practitioners. Dozens of deep-sea pearls thrumming with water essence. A small bundle of sunken driftwood oozing rich wood aura. A rough estimate put the depot's total value at no less than 10 billion. Whatever we can carry, we take. Like a mouse loose in a grain bin, he swept every valuable item into his divine insect space. The 2,000 cubic meter pocket opened wide, swallowing containers, treasures, and even the most ordinary spare parts. This looks good, he'll keep it. That one too. Huh, he'll take the lot. 10-odd miles above the East Sea, a seaplane skimmed the waves, kicking up a sheet of white foam. 6 men sat in the cabin. The one in front, about 30, bore a striking resemblance to Inukai Ichiro. Master Ko, this area is far too dangerous. We should pull back, murmured Najiri Ryo, a gray-haired man of 60, fingers clenched around his seatbelt. The passenger addressed as Ko was Inukai Ichiro's second son, Inukai Ko. He gave Ryo a sideways glance. Najiri, if you're scared, I can open the door right now and toss you out. Najiri forced a wry smile. Master Ko, I'm not afraid. We were lucky enough to stumble on a Tier 4 beast weakened after giving birth. It took everything we had to kill it and seize its core. Right now the priority is to find a safe place where you can absorb it and raise your level, not meddle in whatever's happening at base 137. Besides, that base is guarded by Ishii Kumo, a junior martial lord. If he can't hold the enemy, we'll just add more corpses to the pile. His earnest plea did nothing to sway Inukai Ko. After a few moments of silence, Ko sighed and spoke softly. Mr. Najiri, I understand, but I have my reasons. He looked around at his trusted lieutenants. Since my younger brother Inukai Kin died, my eldest brother Inukai Shigeru has treated me as his main rival for the family inheritance, squeezing me at every turn. His faction is stronger, and his cultivation is higher. Even if I absorb the beast core, I still won't beat him. The martial sage has decreed that anyone who identifies the intruders at base 137 will receive a personal reward from him. Inukai Yasushi's voice quivered with excitement. We're closer to the base than anyone. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I'm not charging in to die, I'm going to earn merit in front of the martial sage. With his approval, I'll be that much closer to reclaiming my family's estate. Najiri Ryo pressed him at once. So what's the plan, Master Yasushi? We submerge, cloak the plane, and monitor base 137 from a safe distance. Inukai rattled off, while opening the control panel. The moment we capture footage of the enemy, we pull out no direct engagement. Najiri nodded, half convinced. Risky, but it might work. Inukai clapped his hands. Risk and reward come as a pair. Let's do it. At the order, a shimmering layer spread across the hull. The aircraft turned nearly transparent and slipped into the sea with a muted splash, knifing toward base 137. The deep water was pitch black and crushingly heavy. Before long, they reached the cavern mouth leading to the base. Following protocol, the crew shut down every system except the camera. The plane hugged the muddy seabed, the lens fixed on the yawning entrance. 10 minutes crawled by. Nothing moved, no light, no current. Inukai's brow furrowed. Why isn't anyone coming out? He had just acquired a crystal core and ought to be cultivating, but Miyamoto Jiu's investigation order had left him desperate to impress. Now, with no progress and fearing someone else would steal the credit, his anxiety spiked. Patience. Young Master Najiri had barely spoken when a soft beep sounded. The camera had detected motion inside the tunnel. Are they coming? Everyone's gaze snapped to the screen. Night vision showed a billowing mass of murky fog. What is that? A school of fish? An octopus ink cloud? No one could tell. Suddenly a crewman pointed, voice cracking. Master Yasushi, Mr. Nojirath Black Mist, is heading straight for us. The cloud seemed to lock onto the plane and lunged. A chill knifed down Najiri's spine. The thing looked like a demon from hell that feasted on flesh and souls. Inukai went pale. Honda, start the engines. Get us out of here now. Affirmative. The mechanical reply had barely ended when the cabin lights died. Every indicator went dark, the plane was dead. We're finished. The thought hit everyone at once. A heartbeat later, the black mist slipped through the fuselage and flooded the cramped cabin. Ghosts. Several crewmen shrieked, eyes bulging in terror. Cold sweat beaded on Inukai's brow. His heart pounded as he stumbled back, slamming into a table edge. Stay away. Black light flashed, ricocheting through the cabin. Throwing knives shrieked through the air, and in an instant the cramped compartment was ripped to shreds. Except for Inukai Ko, every one of Najiri Ryo's attendants was run through, blood splattering across the metal walls, the sharp tang filling the cabin. Inukai's legs gave out. He collapsed, shaking uncontrollably, and rasped, "Spare me." A billow of black mist condensed into a Manyang Jin. He flicked a finger, and a needle-thin jet of darkness pierced the center of Inukai's forehead. His psychic force flooded the man's brain as he demanded coldly, "Who are you, and why are you here?" Inukai's eyes went blank. "I am Inukai Ko of Japan. I was hunting monsters at sea and finally obtained a monster core. Then I received an order to assist with an investigation, so I came with them." Yang Jin listened while pulling images from the man's mind. Once he understood, he rummaged through a locker as directed and retrieved a fist-sized, blue-glimmering core. A treasure like this had to be swallowed immediately to truly claim it. Rolling the core in his palm, he glanced at his captive, voice frigid. "You're Inukai Ko. What's your connection to those dogs Inukai Ichiro and Inukai Ken?" "Inukai Ichiro is my father. Inukai Ken is the clan's third son. In the second, my elder brother is Inukai Shigeru." A deadly glint flashed in Yang Jin's eyes. The Inukai family had posted a 10 billion bounty on his head, and now a direct heir was right in front of him. He tightened his psychic grip, extracting every detail of the clan's defenses, personnel, and bases. When nothing remained hidden, energy surged in his palm. One slap shattered Ko's skull into pieces. He stripped the cabin of valuables, swept the bodies into his spatial ring, and blasted the plane's electronics to debris. First priority, absorb the core and push my vitality past 80. Enveloped in black mist, Yang Jin slipped through a shattered window and vanished. Leaving the seabed, he stayed submerged, racing westward. Two jets marked with rising sun insignias roared overhead, likely reinforcements for Base 137, but Yang Jin ignored them. After covering more than 800 li, he stopped above a deep trench, stepped onto the waves, and took to the sky, sitting cross-legged to absorb the core. The core came from a Tier 4 iron-fin tiger shark, containing roughly 10 vitality points and a wealth of water essence. Yang Jin mused, ocean beasts tend to be water-aligned. I seem to share a special affinity with that element. He chipped off a dense fragment, pulverized it into mist with his mind, and inhaled, letting the surging power flood his meridians. Hours later, the core had dissolved into a clear current that filled his limbs and bones. Yang Jin burst from the water, eager to test his strength. Suppressing his psychic power, he relied solely on his body and sprinted across the sea. His figure sliced the surface like a blade, sending geysers lancing skyward as a muffled boom split the air. After half a minute, he skidded to a halt. To the north, a towering wall of water driven by gale winds charged toward him, its crest mountain-high and roaring. Yang Jin clenched his fists, eyes blazing. Perfect timing, let's see how my fists measure up. Facing the colossal wave, Yang Jin tightened his stance and met it heated, fearless and unflinching. He meant to challenge nature's colossal power with nothing but his fists. As a wall of water crashed down like a falling sky, Yang Jin hurled out an iron punch. Huh! His low roar split the air, and the force of his blow thundered like 10,000 muffled detonations beside his ears. Where his fist swept, the towering wave burst apart, leaving a gap nearly 3 meters wide. Spray flung outward, and a pale mist drifted over the sea. Laughing madly, he rode the recoil and shot 100 meters into the air. Mid-flight he twisted, then dived almost straight down, his fist descending like a meteor toward the water. Boom! White spray detonated. Seawater was gouged away, and beneath his knuckles a huge bowl-shaped vortex appeared. One strike, its power was already terrifying. A full diagnostic from the Dragon Tendon battle armor showed a vitality score of 82.5, with a 1-point margin of error. The Martial Master realm has 3 tiers: novice, intermediate, and advanced, each requiring vitality scores of 40, 60, and 80. Yang Jin now stood firmly at the threshold of the advanced tier. His breakthrough delivered 2 major gains. 1. Psychic power. If Head once held a bowlful in the martial apprentice realm and a bucketful in the martial artist realm, he now possessed a whole vat, and the volume was still rising. 2. Spatial abilities. The parasitic insect space inside his body had expanded from just over 2,000 cubic meters to slightly above 3,000, and his jump range had stretched to 300 meters. Unfortunately, spatial concealment was still limited to brief sidesteps in the void and could not yet be used for high-speed travel. Elder Mo wants me back on Mount Ali Island by the 29th. Today's the morning of October 23, with 5 days left. After checking the date, Yang Jin's eyes narrowed. We're a little more than 500 li from the Yangtze estuary. Jiangnan Bay City is right there. He'll drop by to see Qingtong, then head south to Guangzhou Shenzhen and cause the Inukai clan some trouble. With his route set, he raised his wrist and called up his personal band. Unread messages filled both his mailbox and WeChat. Several were from Zhao Qingtong. Hey Jin, I just got word from Spark Hall in Jiangnan Bay City. Too many reserve fighters have built up over the past 3 months, so the authorities are holding an extra field test the morning of October 23rd on the Zhoushan Islands. The task is to hunt sea beasts on one of the islands. Don't worry, you'll pass and become a real warrior. Hey Jin, how's your mission going? I tried to reach you but couldn't get through. Hey Jin, I miss you so much. The moment he finished reading, Yang Jin launched his flyer. The cockpit sealed, and the craft streaked toward the Zhoushan Islands. Qingtong's test starts this morning. I have to be there before it ends. Offshore from the mouth of the Yangtze, the Zhoushan archipelago lay more than 300 li from Jiangnan Bay City. On its outer rim, a small island close to the mainland was unusually busy today. Nearly 100 reserve fighters were landing from all directions, fully armed. Deep in the jungle, Zhao Qingtong crouched in the shadow of a shrub, clad in sleek silver-gray armor and gripping a refined steel longsword. Her gaze fixed on an amphibious fish beast some 30 meters away, its skin slick and its limbs short and thick. The field test was limited to 3 hours, with one clear rule: kill 2 first-tier beasts within the time limit to pass. She had already taken 1 head. Now she needed only the creature before her to finish. Still a little too far, inch closer, she whispered to herself. Holding her breath, Zhao Qingtong focused on the slowly moving amphibious beast. The fish monster closed to less than 10 meters. Now, Zhao Qingtong exploded into motion, toes digging into the mud as she shot forward like an arrow, her gleaming sword aimed at the creature's forehead. Lu Hao, do it, she shouted. Almost simultaneously, a shout rose from a nearby thicket, and 2 figures, 1 man, 1 woman burst through the leaves. The woman caught sight of Zhao and screeched, Lu Hao, you kill the beast, it'll keep poachers away. The man called Lu Hao lifted his blade but barked, Shibei, forget outsiders, help me finish it first. Who put you in charge? Zhen Shibei snapped, raising her saber to block Zhao's path. Zhao sighed, halted, and sidestepped. Up close, Shibei took in Zhao's face. Jealousy flashed in her eyes. Humph. A little thing like you think she can steal my kill? Zhao's brows knit, ready to retort, when Lu Hao shouted, Shibei, help me. This thing's too strong, I can't hold it. Shibei remained frozen, muttering, you bragged to my dad you'd carry me through this mission. Can't even handle one fish monster? Jin Shibei, quit staring and help. Lu Hao roared. She still didn't move, glare fixed on Zhao. Zhao warned, keep stalling and your friend's dead. If he dies, that just proves he's weak. None of your business, Shibei snorted. Zhao backed off a few more steps. A scream tore through the air. The monster's fangs clamped onto Lu Hao's left arm, blood gushing. Gritting his teeth, he slashed the beast's back, opening a deep trench. Howling, it broke free and charged straight at Shibei. Her face went sheet white, freckles seeming to pop. Bang! The creature slammed into her, sending her sprawling, then barreled toward Zhao. Zhao gripped her sword with both hands, eyes locked on its bulging eye. Ajin had said, aim for the brain or hard drive the point through the eye, twist, kill it in one go. Steel flashed. Her blade plunged into the eye socket. She wrenched the hilt. Bone and blood sprayed. The monster's brains turned to pulp. It slid another 10 meters before collapsing in a cloud of dust. Task complete. Zhao arched a brow, lifted her wrist device, and moved to scan the corpse for points. Hands off. The monster's ours. Shibei sprang up, flinging herself in front of the body. Lu Hao, get over, Haresh is stealing our kill. Clutching his bleeding arm, Lu Hao approached. Shibei, she's the one who killed it. She deserves the credit. Shibei exploded, practically spitting in his face. Did you just call her pretty? Gonna dump me because she looks better? Shibei, stop this nonsense. Lu Hao fumed. Zhao's patience snapped. Enough. I already have a man. Quit the drama. I killed the beast. Move now. Zhao Qingtong's sudden outburst froze the two people in front of her. It felt as if all the air had been sucked away. Zhen Shibei and Lu Hao stood rigid, even their breathing muted. After a brief silence, Zhen Shibei raised her voice. Are you threatening me? Do you have any idea who my father is? I couldn't care less who your old man is. Zhao Qingtong replied with a cold laugh. Gritting her teeth, Zhen Shibei played her trump card. My father is Zhen Yan, head of the Xinhua dojo in Jinling City. Mess with me, and the entire dojo will come after you. Jinling is a satellite city under Jiangnan Bay City, and the head of any dojo there is not someone to provoke lightly. Zhao Qingtong's eyes grew even colder. Oh, the head of Xinhua dojo? I'm terrified, she drawled, then added with a smirk, by the way, my man is a trainee in the elite camp at Xinhua Academy headquarters. The words crashed down like thunder. Lu Hao froze, and Zhun Zibai's eyes widened. What did you say? Impossible. She burst out. As the daughter of a branch dojo master, Zhen Shibei knew exactly what elite camp trainee meant. Anyone admitted starts at martial master level, and when they're assigned to the field they outrank branch heads by a full tier. Just then, a thought struck Lu Hao. He had felt Zhao Qingtong looked familiar, as though had seen her in an online article. A sudden flash of memory made him ask hesitantly, excuse me, are you Zhao Qingtong from Jiangnan University? That's right, Zhao Qingtong nodded. Lu Hao's face changed. He grabbed Jin Zibai's hand. Shibei, we need to go. Now. Jin Shibei sensed something was wrong. Who is Zhao Qingtong? What are you afraid of? Lu Hao stamped his foot anxiously and whispered in her ear. Zhao Qingtong isn't the problem. Her boyfriend is Yang Jin, from Xinhua headquarters. The name Yang Jin made Jin Shibei shiver. A few days earlier, when she introduced Lu Hao to her parents, her father had marveled. Yang Jin, a new student in Class C of the elite camp, beat a Class B veteran on his very first day. He's only an entry-level martial master, yet fights on par with high-level masters. Both Zhen Shibei and Lu Hao remembered those words clearly. Zhen Shibei stared at the girl before her, disbelief written all over her face. You're really the Jiangnan University beauty from the blogs Yang Jin's girlfriend? Zhao Qingtong chuckled. What do you think? 10 long seconds of silence followed. Zhen Zibai's cheeks flushed bright red. She spun on her heel. Miss Zhao, my apologies for offending you. Lu Hao gave an awkward nod and hurried after her. Once they were gone, Zhao Qingtong shook her head and laughed. She raised her wrist and activated the scanner on her bracelet. The display lit up with a clear 2 monsters killed. Mission complete, time to head home. Passed at last, she muttered, feeling elated. October 23rd, 1 p.m., the live combat assessment ended. Participants filed back onto the ship moored off the small island. Leaning against the rail, Zhao Qingtong lowered her head to text Yang Jin the good news. Miss Zhao, I'm really sorry about earlier. I apologize on Zibai's behalf. Lu Hao approached alone and gave a deep bow. Zhao Qingtong glanced at him, spotting Jin Shibei in the crowd a short distance away, her face still sullen. Lu Hao, if your friend doesn't change that attitude, she's bound to cause trouble sooner or later. Lu Hao gave a helpless smile and shook his head. Her father's a dojo master, she can't help it. With that, he turned and left. Boom. Hundreds of meters out, the sea erupted in a towering plume. A monster over 20 meters long burst from the Watera cone-shaped fish head, scales of mottled blue-green, and a maw of jagged teeth roaring straight at the ship. Everyone on deck froze for a heartbeat. Then screams of terror ripped through the air. "Stay calm, everyone. It's only a third-tier apex beast, the craniopiercer shark." A booming voice thundered over the loudspeakers as a figure shot up from the deck, feet braced on a silver flight device, streaking toward the heaving sea in a flash of light. The candidates focused and erupted in delight. It was Chen Changsho, Vice Hall Master of the Xianhua Martial Hall. "Vice Hall Master Chen, you've got this. Go, Vice Hall Master Chen." Before the cheers died down, two more blurred figures followed, also riding airborne weapons. Vincent, Vice Hall Master of the Starlink Martial Hall. Gabriel, Vice Hall Master of the Holy Light Martial Hall. These three Vice Hall Masters from Jiangnan Base City, today's examiners, all converged on the craniopiercer shark. Three high-ranking martial masters against one third-tier beast. Victory seemed certain. One ecstatic candidate pulled out his terminal, filming while shouting, "A live martial master fight. Totally worth the trip. Stream it, hiss'll blow up." The tension vanished. Laughter and excitement rippled across the deck. Everyone believed 3 against 1 was a guaranteed win. Zhao Qingtong watched, her gaze lingering on Chen Changsho. When Yang Jin had clashed with the Zhao family in the airport parking lot, Chen had led the Xianhua Martial Hall to intervene. Before this field test, had even sent her advance intel on the island and the beast in exceptional favor. Her gratitude deepened her respect. Boom. The sea exploded in towering spray as the three human experts boxed in the craniopiercer shark, a creature the size of a small submarine. The fiery exhaust of their flight gear drew 3 arcs across the sky like the 3 heroes fighting Lu Bu. The monster's colossal tail slammed the water, hurling up waves several stories high and rocking the ship hundreds of meters away. The brutal clash dragged on for minutes without a breakthrough. Gradually, the cheers faded. Many candidates sensed a shift. The beast fought harder, while the 3 martial masters slid onto the defensive. At the rail, Zhen Shibei shrank back, voice trembling. "Why do I feel Vice Hall Master Chun and the others might lose?" "They want." Lu Hao insisted, though his heart hammered. "They're equal to the beast. 3 on Oni, no problem." Zhen Shibei shook her head. "Even at the same tier, combat strength can vary. 4 high-level martial masters, a single life force point out of 100 can be decisive." She hadn't finished when a deafening roar burst from the sea, followed by screams on deck. "Vice Hall Master Vincent." Before everyone's eyes, Vincent took a direct hit from the shark's tail. His body shot through the air like a cannonball, splashing into the churning water and raising a plume several meters high. Chen Changsho, that craniopiercer shark's life force must be above 9 to Fivion's step from the 4th tier. With Vincent down, the two of us can't match it. Gabriel roared, swinging a massive double-bladed axe, anger and urgency in his tone. "Gabriel, Hall Master Jean Wei is racing here. He'll arrive in 5 minutes. We just have to hold." Chen Changsho planted shield and sword, standing firm between the monster and the passenger ship only 300 or 400 meters behind him. "Then we lay down our lives if we must hold the beast." The two warriors were of one mind. Under no circumstances could they let the monster reach the ship any closer, and the consequences would be disastrous. Bang! Gabriel's double-edged axe slammed into the hammerskull shark's forehead, throwing off a spray of sparks. The blade struck as if hitting alloy plate, sending a numbing shock up his arm. "Fuck, that head's tougher than steel." He hadn't finished cursing when the shark lunged, smashing him square in the chest. It felt like a speeding truck had hit him. Gabriel somersaulted through the air and crashed into the sea. In barely 10 seconds, 2 of the 3 martial masters were already wounded, their blood quickly thinned by the surf. "Monster, they'll take you down with me." Chen Changsho clenched his jaw, flexed his arms, and shot toward the shark like an arrow loosed from its bowstring. The giant head suddenly dipped, sliding underwater to avoid the strike. When it surfaced again, it had opened nearly 100 meters of distance. "Bastard!" Chen's eyes went blood-red. At that speed, the shark would hit the ship in seconds. Once the beast got among the examinees, the slaughter would be as one-sided as wolves in a sheep pen. On deck, the candidates watched in horror as the beast flung 2 martial masters aside and surged closer with the waves. Faces went deathly pale. "We're done for. I'm going to die here, Dad. Save me." Zhen Shibei shrank behind Lu Hao, her lips trembling. "Don't be afraid." Shibei Lu Hao's own face was green, but he still forced himself to shield his girlfriend. "All candidates, grab your weapons and prepare for battle." A booming voice tore through the panic. Middle-aged Peng Weigechief, examiner and head of the Jiangnan Base City Martial Office, raised his arm high. "Director Peng is right. Fight." Xingmani candidates drew their standard weapons in response. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The supervising instructors and staff joined the shout. More than 100 voices rolled together, trying to drown their fear. Zhao Qingtong bit hard on her lower lip, eyes locked on the beast less than 100 meters away. With life and death hanging by a thread, one face flashed through her mind. "Yang Jin. Ah, Jin, where are you? I might never see you again." The hammerskull shark cleaved the waves. Far from being intimidated, the human's shouts only stoked its bloodlust. The people on deck were no threat, only fresh meat. Its jaws gaped wide, rows of serrated teeth glinting like cold metal. 50, 60 meters more, one lunge, and it would be among them. At that critical instant, a thunderous roar burst from above the distant island. Beast die? The words cracked through the air, and almost simultaneously a figure hurtled toward them. Everyone looked up to see a man in black battle armor, boots mounted on a flight module, hovering over the ship in a blink. Flash! A streak of silver blazed. The newcomer snapped his wrist and hurled a spear. The weapon screeched through the air, point aimed straight at the shark's forehead. That skull's harder than iron. A spear won't pierce it. Chen Changsho, still sprinting across the water, felt his heart sink, then his eyes flew wide. The tip sank in. The skull, tougher than steel, opened like tofu beneath the spear. The shaft quivered, buried to the hilt in the monster's head. A geyser of blood erupted from the shark's crown. A moment ago it had radiated savage fury. Now its life winked out, and its massive body went limp. Though the monster was dead, momentum carried the carcass on. After dozens of meters it drifted, head bumping the hull before finally coming to rest. An eerie stillness spread across the deck, more than 100 pairs of eyes fixed on the drill skull shark whose head had been run through. Only the whisper of waves against the hull remained, and 5 seconds later an explosive cheer shattered the silence. The monster's dead. We did it. We won. We're saved. Haha. People threw their arms in the air, jumping and yelling. Then, in unison, they looked up and locked onto the figure hovering overhead. The creature that 3 martial masters together couldn't handle had been killed with a single thrust through the throat. What kind of powerhouse could do that? A martial lord? But he looks so young. His face rings a bell, but I can't remember where I've seen him. Amid the chatter, a tremulous cry rose from the rail. Ajin. It was Zhao Qingtong. She tilted her head back, tears glimmering in her eyes. The tall, handsome figure exuding effortless authority was the boyfriend she had longed for day and night. Hearing that familiar voice, Yang Jin turned and instantly found those tear-filled eyes. The mix of shyness and resolve on her face made him want to pull her into his arms and never let go. Suddenly someone shouted, "That's Yang Jin from Xinhua Martial Academy. My God, the 18-year-old prodigy? My idol. I'm finally seeing him in person." The discussion boiled over, a wave of excitement sweeping across the deck. Zhao Qingtong wiped her tears and leaned against Yang Jin, joy and tenderness shining in her gaze. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurried forward, voice formal yet brimming with excitement. "Yang Jin, hello. I'm Peng Weigua from the Jiangnan Bay City Martial Affairs Bureau. Thank you for saving us." He extended his hand. Despite his rank, the bureau chief was clearly nervous. Yang Jin shook it politely. "Director Peng, hello." Next, a burly figure landed on the deck and clapped Yang Jin on the shoulder. "Brother Yang, you got here just in time." It was Chen Changsho, master of the Xinhua Martial Hall. Yang Jin grinned. "Brother Chen, I slipped away to see my girlfriend and happened to run into you." Not far away, Vincent and Gabriel hauled themselves back onto the deck. Combat suits soaked, both had been swatted into the sea by the monster, but were luckily only lightly hurt. Seeing the crowd growing, Chen Changsho raised his voice. "Everyone, Yang Jin is here on personal business. Please give him some space." Then he lowered his tone. "Brother, the assessment's over. Take Qingtong home first." Zhao Qingtong whispered, "Hall Master Chun, I still haven't filed my fighter registration or applied to join Xinhua Hall." Chun waved dismissively. "Minor details. They'll handle everything. Your only task today is to look after our hero." Yang Jin's brows relaxed. "Thanks, Brother Chun." He slipped an arm around Zhao Qingtong's slender waist, leapt onto the drill skull shark's head, and drew the Lichuan spear. Blood was still gushing out, staining the deck crimson, yet it was only a third-tier beast, one without a crystal core. Cradling the girl, he returned to the deck and cupped his fists. "We'll be off." The two of them boarded a small flyer. Silver wings unfolded, the exhaust lit up the night sky, and they shot toward land. The cheering on the deck had yet to die down. "Yang Jin is incredible. No wonder he's my idol. A match made in heaven. So jealous. If only I were his girlfriend." At the edge of the crowd, Zhun Zibai's face was ashen, her hands trembling. Lu Hao moved closer. "Shibei, what's wrong?" Zhun Shibei stammered. "Lu Hao, I offended Zhao Qingtong. Do you think she'll tell Yang Jin and have him come after us?" Truth be told, the power Yang Jin had just displayed scared her half to death. Zhun Zibai's greatest backing was her father, Jin Yin, but compared with Yang Jin, they were simply not in the same league. Lu Hao shot her a look and said solemnly, "Shibei, I suggest you tell Uncle Zhun what happened right away. Let him step in personally and apologize to Zhao Qingtong as soon as possible." "I'll think about it," Zhun Shibei muttered, hanging her head like a defeated hen. Lu Hao sighed helplessly, knowing any further persuasion would be useless. At the same time, footage of Yang Jin slaying a monster in the waters of the Zhoushan archipelago was sweeping the internet. Countless examinees uploaded clips from the scene, and the shot he fired from the sky, crackling with thunder, sent netizens into a frenzy. Tags like "Heroic Rescuer," "Gun God Descends," and "Invincible Gun Devil" rocketed to the top of the trending list. Yang Jin paid no attention to the online hysteria. After leaving the islands with Zhao Qingtong, he flew more than 100 li west in a single stretch and finally landed on the roof of the tallest ruin in Ningbo, the abandoned Ningbo Center Tower. Zhao Qingtong's cheeks were flushed as he held her in his arms, her breathing slightly ragged. Ah Jin, why did we stop so suddenly? Are you tired of flying? Yang Jin scanned the surroundings, made sure the area was deserted, and lowered his voice. Qingtong, there's no one here. I have something to tell you. Her heart pounded. She stole a glance at him and whispered even softer, but it's daytime, and there are satellites overhead. If someone sees us, it would be so embarrassing. You're right. No one else can find out about this. Yang Jin tightened his embrace, leapt off the roof, and landed in a spacious conference room 1 floor below. The instant they touched down, his right arm still held Zhao Qingtong while his left hand swept out. A gust of wind roared through the room, blowing the thick dust away and revealing several intact chairs. Breathing in the faint, clean scent of his sweat and pressed against his solid chest, Zhao Qingtong felt as if she might melt. Her breath quickened and she murmured softly, Ah Jin, don't I'm not mentally prepared yet. Can we wait a little longer? Yang Jin paused, scratched his head, and then burst out laughing. Qingtong, you've got it all wrong. I just want to give you a few gifts. Oh, Zhao Qingtong's ears burned scarlet. You're teasing me, I'm ignoring you. Yang Jin tapped her playful little nose. All right, down to business. As he spoke, he opened his hand, and a simple, lustrous jade hairpin appeared silently. It's beautiful. Zhao Qingtong's eyes sparkled like stars. Yang Jin placed the hairpin gently in her palm. I picked this up by chance on chance.Slaying. It may look like an ordinary hairpin, but it contains its own pocket dimension, basically a spatial ring. I've already refined it. You only need a drop of blood to claim it. With that, he produced a small knife and gently pricked her fingertip. A few bright droplets of blood seeped into the jade and vanished. Then he patiently guided her, hand over hand, teaching her how to focus her mind and sense the inner space. Zhao Qingtong closed her eyes, reached out with her senses, and exclaimed in delight, amazing. It must be about 50 cubic meters. She probed a bit further, then let out a soft sound of surprise. Hey, there's a sword inside and a stack of talisman papers. What a gorgeous sword. Zhao Qingtong guided her jade hairpin and drew the weapon from her storage space. The blade was 3 feet long, sheathed in a dark green scabbard etched with hair-fine cloud and thunder patterns that seemed to shimmer with hidden lightning. She gripped the hilt and slid the sword out a foot. An icy blue light spilled down the edge like clear spring water, sending a chill through the air, so sharp it made the atmosphere shiver. Yang Jin raised an eyebrow. Qingtong, this sword is called Tsongshan Snowfall. It's forged from deep-sea cold iron and serves as the sect token of Tsongshan sect, one of the grand schools on Xuanqi Star. Its quality rivals a 5th grade weapon. 5th grade. Zhao Qingtong drew a sharp breath and clicked her tongue. Jin, this is far too precious. What if someone steals it, or I lose it? A 5th grade item started at tens of billions of blue star credits. She felt as if she were holding a mountain of gold instead of a sword. Don't worry. Yang Jin shook his head with a smile. I carved a restriction into the blade. No one but you can draw it. The restriction was actually a strand of his formidable mental power, but he chose not to mention that. He added, keep using your regular sword for daily practice. Leave this one in the hairpin space as your trump card. A warrior's weapon needs to match her realm. Relying on something too powerful too early will only slow your growth. Zhao Qingtong nodded obediently. All right, I'll do as you say. Next, Yang Jin took out several dozen talisman papers from the jade hairpin space. These are talismans. Some attack, others defend, repel water, or ward off fire. Keep a portion for yourself and send the rest to my family so they can carry them. In an emergency, they could save a life. I'll mail them as soon as we're back in the base city, she promised. Once the treasures were sorted, Yang Jin paused and thought. I'm going to teach you 2 arts: Tsongshan Snowfall sword technique and Tsongshan chi refining method. They're the core skills of the Tsongshan sect. With that, he pressed 2 fingers to Zhao Qingtong's forehead. Close your eyes and clear your mind. A familiar scene from a drama flashed through her mind. An elder, on his deathbed, pouring all his power into a disciple before passing away. Reflexively, she grabbed Yang Jin's hand, worry clouding her eyes. Jin, will this hurt you? If it harms you, I don't want it. Yang Jin chuckled. I'm only transferring the formulas, not my blood or true energy. It won't cost me anything. I'm just worried about you, she muttered, sticking out her tongue. A stream of profound mental power flowed through his fingertips into her sea of consciousness. After barely a minute, Zhao Qingtong opened her eyes, delight sparkling in them. I already know both arts. It feels like I've practiced them for years. Every move is second nature. Yang Jin smiled. Then his expression turned solemn. Qingtong, everything I've given you today, the items, the arts, and the transfer method must remain secret. She nodded firmly. You have my word. Yang Jin never mentioned that he was a spiritual master, but Zhao Qingtong was far too perceptive not to notice his extraordinary abilities. In her heart, Yang Jin was her life partner. Their secrets were theirs alone, not to be shared even with her parents. Jiangnan Bay City, in a spacious downtown apartment. Zhao Longfei, wearing an apron, wielded knife and spatula with practiced ease as rich aromas rose from the kitchen. On the living room sofa, Zhang Yingzue lounged against a soft cushion, cracking sunflower seeds while watching her favorite drama. The shells quickly formed a small pile, and when her mouth grew dry, she took a sip of water. Longfei, our daughter messaged at noon saying she'd passed the live combat assessment. Why isn't she home yet? In the kitchen, oil crackled in the wok. Zhao Longfei stuck out half his head, sweat beading on his forehead. Sui, relax. She has to go back to the city base to register as a certified fighter and sign contracts with the martial halls. She won't be back until late afternoon at the earliest. We've got time. Zhang Yingzue glanced at the quartz clock on the wall. The hands already pointed to 5. She walked to the kitchen doorway and lowered her voice. It isn't early. How's dinner going? Need help? Our girl's officially a martial artist today. We have to celebrate. My lady, just wait and taste my cooking. Zhao Longfei flicked the spatula with a crisp snap and grinned as he nudged her out of the kitchen. No sooner had he spoken than the smart home assistant in the living room lit up blue. Incoming call from Zhao Longqing. Answer? Zhang Yingzue frowned. Longfei, why's your brother calling all of a sudden? Put him through. Zhao Longfei took off his apron and accepted the call. Big brother, what's up? On the other end, Zhao Longqing sounded breathless with excitement. Kiddo, is Yangjin at your place? Father's prepared a gift and told me to deliver it in person. The couple froze. Zhao Longfei blinked. Yangjin, isn't he on Alishan Island? Why would he be here? Little brother. Zhao Longqing raised his voice. Your son-in-law's feat is blowing up the internet. How do you not know? What feat? Zhao Longfei asked, even more confused. This noon, at the end of the Zhoushan Archipelago assessment, a Tier 3 Monstera coneskull shark burst out of the sea. Even the 3 deputy hall masters couldn't hold it back, and the beast was about to ram the ship. Then Yang Jin showed up and took it down with one shot. Ragged breathing filled the line. Zheng Yingqui's heart skipped. She grabbed the remote, exited the TV program, opened the browser, and clicked the top video. Neither of them noticed when the call ended. Every bit of attention was on the screen. In the footage, the churning sea split open as 3 martial masters battled a colossal coneskull shark in midair. Zhang Yingzue gripped the sofa armrest. Zhao Longfei's Adam's apple bobbed. When the monster charged the ship, both nearly cried out. In the next instant, a figure flashed from the sky. Yang Jin. One thunderous shot shattered the shark's skull, carving a deep trench in the waves. When they saw Yang Jin wrap an arm around Zhao Qingtong, skim across the air, and whisk her away, the couple exhaled in relief and exchanged a smile. Call King Tong quick. Zhao Longfei snatched his smartband and had just tapped her number when the doorbell chimed. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Guess whom I brought? On the entry screen, Zhao Qingtong stood arm in arm with Yang Jin, both waving at the camera, smiling brightly. At 6 o'clock, the aroma of dinner filled the dining room. Around the round table sat Zhao Longfei, Zheng Yingzue, Zhao Qingtong, and Yang Jin. The braised pork Zheng Yingzue had made glisten with sauce. She kept adding pieces to Yang Jin's bowl. Jin, try Annie's cooking. Eat up. Zhao Qingtong feigned grievance. Mom, I want some too. The plate's right in front of you, help yourself. Zheng Yingzue shot her a glance, but never stopped serving. Auntie, that's enough, me bowl's overflowing. Yang Jin waved his hand. Her gaze softened. Jin, thank you. If you hadn't stepped in, I can't imagine what would have happened to Qingtong. Zhao Longfei nodded, still rattled. My heart was pounding watching that video. I never realized it was so dangerous. Uncle, Auntie, please don't worry, Yang Jin said firmly. As long as I'm around, we'll keep Qingtong safe. Husband and wife exchanged a look and nodded. Hearing you say that puts us at ease. All right, enough talking, let's eat. Qingtong's cheeks flushed, a little embarrassed yet glowing with happiness. That night, Yang Jin stayed at Zhao Qingtong's home. The next day was the weekend. Qingtong did everything she could to keep him from heading south to the Guangshan-based cities, so he took his time and spent the morning with her wandering through a bustling shopping district. His debit card now held 6.3 billion yuan, and with the mountain of supplies still languishing in his insect space, his net worth had already broken the 10 billion mark. No wonder he felt perfectly at ease spending money. They had barely returned with armfuls of shopping bags when the doorbell rang. The gene potion he had ordered from the Spark Martial Academy's website had arrived. Produced by Pioneer Group, gene potions came in 3 grades. 1. 1-star cellular nutrient solution, which gave an ordinary person about 0.1 vitality. 2. 2-star body refining essence, worth roughly 1 vitality for a warrior. 3. 3-star life promoter, which added 24 vitality for a martial master. Unlike sky-price treasures such as moonstone marrow or monster crystal cores that could cost billions, gene potions had 2 obvious drawbacks. They only worked the first time and caused intense pain. Still, they were affordable, tens of thousands for a 1-star, hundreds of thousands for a 2-star, and no more than $1 million for a 3-star. Yang Jin opened the sleek alloy case. Inside lay a glass vial filled with orange liquid, faint crystal flecks suspended in the translucent solution, the 2-star body refining essence. Qingtong, drink it. They'll keep watch. In her bedroom, Yang Jin sat at the bedside while the girl tilted back the vial and swallowed every drop. Jean, my whole body itches, like ants are biting me. Curling up on the bed, Qing Tong clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white, biting her lip to resist clawing at her skin. Yang Jin took her hand, palm to palm, letting his warmth stave off the worst of the agony. Waves of stabbing pain, searing heat, and maddening itchiness took turns ravaging her. After more than an hour, the potion was fully absorbed. She swung her legs off the bed. Her silk practice outfit was soaked with sweat, leaving a clear silhouette on the sheets. The clinging fabric outlined every graceful curve, sending a surge of heat through Yang Jin. Hey, stop staring. You're embarrassing me. Flushed as red as a freshly picked apple, she pushed past him and padded barefoot to the bathroom, her footsteps slapping lightly on the floor. Just then, Zhao Longfei and his wife opened the front door and witnessed the scene, eyes widening. Sweetheart, you too. Yang Jin stood awkwardly in the doorway, ears burning. Uncle, Auntie, Qing Tong just took a gene potion. I was looking after her. Zhao Longfei eyed his future son-in-law, feeling as though the delicate flower he had raised was about to be rooted up by a pig. The taste in his mouth was hard to describe. At 2 o'clock that afternoon, Peng Weiguo, head of the Jiangnan Bay City Martial Affairs Bureau, arrived with 3 vice hall masters of the major martial halls Chen Changshu, Vincent, and Gabriel. On behalf of the authorities, they presented Yang Jin with an Act of Courage Hero certificate and a bonus of 500,000 yuan. While shaking Zhao Longfei's hand, Peng Weiguo beamed. Brother, sister-in-law, you've raised a remarkable son-in-law. Next, Chen Changshu produced a brand new ID and a contract. Qingtong, hey, race your junior warrior credential for the Spark Martial Hall. Hall Master Jin, we approved it personally. It's a level contract, a full set of 3-star weapons, armor, and techniques free of charge, a 10 million yuan annual salary, plus a villa worth 10 million and a 2 million yuan car. You're still in college, so we want to assign specific duties yet. Our doors are always open when you want to train. Beaming with delight, Zhao Qingtong thanked the hall master. She realized that, given her test results, she should have been offered only a graded contract. The 2-level upgrade was clearly Xinhua Martial Hall's way of honoring Yang Jin. Smiling at the memory, Yang Jin said, Qingtong, back when I tried to land a grade B contract, I filed application after application at the Yusha City Dojo and nearly wore out my legs before they approved it. Vincent, his blue eyes earnest, cut in, Yang Jin, if your girlfriend joins Starling Hall, she can sign a grade A contract today. Gabriel raised his hand in agreement. Exactly. Holy Light Hall will welcome her with an A-grade contract anytime. The 2 foreigners had long since recognized Yang Jin's frightening potential. If they couldn't lure him away, poaching his girlfriend would still be a huge win. Chen Changshu slapped the table and laughed. Vincent, Gabriel, Yang Jin and his girlfriend belong to Xinhua Academy. Trying to poach them? Forget it. After Peng Weiguo, Chen Changshu, and the others left, Zhao Longcheng and Zhao Longxiang entered the sitting room with gifts in hand. With Yang Jin's current strength, even Zhao Wuya, head of the Zhao family, couldn't withstand a single move from him, let alone these 2 brothers. Still, they were Qingtong's uncles, so courtesy was in order. Please have a seat, uncles, Yang Jin said, gesturing politely. Hearing him call them uncles, Zhao Longcheng and Zhao Longxiang beamed until their eyes nearly disappeared. Dear nephew, Zhao Longcheng said with a cupped fist salute, our father asked us to deliver a small token. He's in seclusion cultivating and couldn't come himself. We hope you'll understand. He produced a document 3% of the Zhao family's shares. Together with the 2% given earlier, that made 5%. For the 5th-ranked clan in Jiangnan Bay City, those shares were worth well over 10 billion credits, a hefty gift indeed. Qingtong, you take it, Yang Jin said, waving off any idea of accepting the shares himself and handing everything to his girlfriend. All right, Zhao Qingtong answered sweetly, seating herself close to Yang Jin's left and smiling with the air of a newlywed bride. With the Zhao family's gift delivered, Yang Jin's attitude eased noticeably. He turned and asked, Uncle Zhao, I hear the family head has reached the limit of a high-level martial lord and is trying to break through to martial venerable? Zhao Longcheng nodded, then sighed. Father's vitality hit 99 several years ago. He's focused on wood-type abilities ever since, but would attribute treasures are too rare. He's been stuck at the threshold ever since. The words were casual, but Yang Jin took note. He recalled the spoils he had seized from Japan's 137th district, dozens of deep-sea pearls rich in water essence, and a bundle of sunken driftwood saturated with wood energy. Keeping his expression calm, he said only, tell him to stay persistent. I believe he'll become a martial venerable sooner or later. Right now he possessed 3 kinds of elemental treasures: the deep-sea pearls, the sunken driftwood, and the fist-sized firestone captured on Beast Star. They had been hard-won, and he intended to keep them in reserve. At dawn on October 25th, Yang Jin took a reluctant leave of Zhao Qingtong and departed Jiangnan Bay City. His next destination was Guangshan Bay City, the Inukai clan stronghold. Inukai Ichiro put 100 billion bounty on my head, he thought coldly. Killing a few of his sons will be a fair return gift. His aircraft sliced eastward through the sky and soon crossed into the East Sea. Yang Jin jumped into the icy water, powered down his electronic wristband and the armor's online systems, and activated the great Yin Yang scripture. His body dissolved into a swirl of black mist that slipped silently beneath the waves. Just wait, Guangshan Bay City. Inukai clan. I'm coming, he muttered with a low chuckle. Huizhou is a satellite city under the authority of the Guangzhou Shenzhen Metropolitan Zone, bordering Dia Bay on the South China Sea. South of the city, the Jinshan Lake District is home to an estate that sprawls over several hundred mu, lying silent beneath the night. Building such an opulent residence in a human enclave surrounded by monsters means the owner is not merely wealthy, but unimaginably rich. Rows of high-eaved, Japanese-style houses stand in staggered order. Whitewashed walls, gray-blue tiles, wooden corridors, and dry landscape gardens lend the compound a strong island flavor. This is Quanyang Manor, stronghold of the Quanyang clan. A misty wind lashes strings of white lanterns and banners in the courtyard. Raindrops drum on the paper lanterns with a soft patter, adding to the pathos surrounding the recently deceased second son, Quanyang Kongping. In the morning hall, 6 black lacquer coffins lie in a neat row. Candles quiver, their smoke coiling upward. Before them stands a man of about 35. His face expressionless though cold satisfaction flickers in his eyes. Master Mao, it's late. You should rest, a kimono-clad servant whispers, bowing. The man is Quanyang Mao, eldest son of Quanyang Yilong. He shakes his head, keeping his voice low. My younger brother's body is still warm. As the elder brother, I must keep vigil. Silence closes in again. Wind-driven rain whistles through the hall, like the wail of restless spirits. High above the estate, a dark blur slips through the night, folding into the void so deftly that even the most advanced security system detects nothing. Hidden in a pocket of warped space, Yang Jin lets his psychic power ripple outward, mapping Quanyang Manor with pinpoint accuracy. In minutes, he notes every guard, firing position, and storage depot. The estate houses roughly 130 people, most of them ordinary servants, a few assigned to night patrol. Above them are several martial artists and instructors. The strongest aura belongs to Quanyang Mao, kneeling inside the morning Hala high-level martial lord, but to Yang Jin he is nothing. Filthy dog, he mutters, eyes locked on the hall as he weighs striking now. Just then, the main gate opens. A black car glides in, follows the winding drive for a full kilometer, and stops before a 3-story pavilion half hidden by trees. The door swings wide and a slender figure in a cloak steps onto the rain-slick ground. A sweep of Yang Jin's mind confirms the newcomer is a young woman. He arches a brow. A woman at this hour? Let's see what happens. Inside the morning hall, quick wooden clacks announce approaching footsteps. A kimonoed servant bends to murmur in Quanyang Mao's ear. His eyes light up. Abandoning the vigil, he strides toward the pavilion. Chuandao pushing the door open. He waves attendants away, urgency threading his voice. The young woman has already shed her cloak and slipped into lace-trimmed lingerie that hugs every curve. Like animals in heat, the two entwine at once. The rustle of fabric and ragged breathing fill the room. Yang Jin watches the entire scene live from his perch in the void. His eyes widen. Not even 3 minutes? Damn, these little devils are useless. Just as he is getting interested, the performance inside the pavilion cuts off abruptly. Reclining on the couch, Quanyang Mao pinches his waist with one hand, gesturing in the air with the other, suspicion in his voice. Chuandao, we haven't met for 6 months, yet your circle feels bigger, almost hollow when I stir it. He prides himself on keen sensitivity. In the past he finished in a minute or two, but tonight nearly 6 minutes passed, and the difference unnerves him. Chuandao Fangcheng lies on her side and gives a playful swat. Mao, what nonsense. I've been practicing yoga. I came with the investigative team looking into Hall Master Warren Smith's death, traveled over 200 li tonight just to see you, and now you doubt me? That really hurts. Chuandao Fangcheng's eyes brimmed with tears as if she were about to break down. Quanyang Mao hurried to placate her. All right, I was wrong, okay? He quickly changed the subject. By the way, any progress on Hall Master Smith's death? That single question stabbed straight into Fangcheng's wound. She wiped her eyes, her voice thick with grievance. We've spent nearly a week on it, and still have nothing to show. I started with 2 suspects. The first was Mu Yejio from Xinhua Martial Academy, commands dark powers, and had a score to settle with Wolin Smith. So revenge seemed more than plausible. The moment I brought it up, that useless team leader vetoed it on the spot. Quanyang Mao drew a sharp breath. Mu Yejio? He's no small fry mid-level martial venerable, master of assassination. Even martial saints would rather stay clear of him. Fangcheng curled her lip. Mu Yiji is tough, fine. But what about Yang Jin? I plan to brand him an accomplice to murder, have him eliminated, and let your Quanyang clan vent its anger. Naturally, I do want a share of that 100 billion reward. Quanyang Mao waved it off with a laugh. Fangcheng, if you're short on cash, just say so, I'll wire you more. She snorted. Easy for you to say. You only give me a few dozen million a year, it's nowhere near enough. And glass weapon or suit of armor starts in the billions. The better ones run into tens of billions. Cultivation eats money everywhere you turn. While she complained, Kuan Yang Mao rolled her beneath him. Fangcheng, let me prove my vigor is as strong as ever. She put on a willing face, yet scoffed inwardly. Worldly as she was, she despised this so-called first love, a flashy tin spear, nothing compared to the towering pillars she'd known. While the two Japanese dogs tangled, Yang Jin hovered in midair above the loft, hearing every word. Investigation team member, Chuandao Fangcheng. Fine, perfect, he muttered, eyes cold. You want to set me up? Ill oblige. He flicked his finger. A sliver of refined iron became a flying blade, slicing through the air. A flash of cold light, and it pierced Fangcheng's left temple, exited the right. She died without a sound, pinned beneath more than 100 kilos of suddenly lifeless flesh. Kuan Yang Mao kept at his task a moment longer, then noticed her total silence. Annoyed, he looked Yupan nearly died of fright. Fangcheng's eyes bulged like bronze bells, blood streaking her cheeks. She was already gone. He opened his mouth to shout, but a surge of psychic force stabbed into his mind. Tell me, where is Kuan Yang along? How much treasure is stashed in this estate? Any rare heavenly materials? Who picked up the 100 billion bounty on me? The mental interrogation dragged on for more than half an hour. Every detail of Kuan Yang along, the clan's hoard, and the kill order list landed in Yang Jin's hands. Thanks. The word was soft. Yang Jin's wrist twitched, and Kuan Yang Mao's brain turned to sludge. First, he'll empty the vault, then burn the manor to the ground. Kuan Yang Ilong ran off to Beast Star's day will come. As for every name on that list, we'll deal with them one by one. Black mist scattered, and Yang Jin left the loft without a sound. On the wide, soft bed lay two corpses, eyes staring like bulging copper bells, dead and unavenged. Kuanyang Manor's basement warehouse was bathed in dim yellow light. Rows of metal racks stretched into the distance, every crate sealed with the Kuanyang family crest. Hands in his pockets, Yang Jin roamed the aisles as if he owned the place. A veteran marauder, he appraised each item at a glance, and with a casual wave of his hand an entire shelf vanished into his divine insect space. The Kuanyang clan, one of the few great families of Yamato descent, had stockpiled a fortune. Compared with base 137, weapons, cultivation supplies, and reagents were scarce here, but there were mountains of cash, gold bars, and high-end luxuries. A rough count, added to the loot from the undersea base, put Yang Jin's assets at more than 15 billion. Most of it was too hot to sell outright. Dumping it on the black market was far too risky. He decided to make a quiet trip to the World Trade Guild, liquidate what he could, and leave at first light. Next stop, Guangshan Bay City, where the merchandise would disappear. A roaring blaze tore through the night, turning the sky a blood-red hue. The manor's Yamada-style wooden houses went up like tinder. Flames raced along the beams amid crackles and thunderous crashes. Call the fire brigade now. We can't reach young Master Mao. Where is he? He went to the Sakura Pavilion. What? That's where the fire started. Panic exploded across the estate. High above the flames, a shadowy figure streaked through the smoke, unseen by anyone below. On the morning of October 26th, every headline screamed the news. Legendary Kuanyang Manor had burned to ashes, and Kuanyang Mao had died in the inferno alongside Chuandao Fangcheng. Mao's death on his own estate was one thing, but Fangcheng's presence raised eyebrows. She was supposed to be in Guangshan Bay City as a member of the task force investigating Warren Smith's death, not hundreds of kilometers away in Huizumik, less in the same bed as Kuanyang Mao. The internet erupted, and amateur sleuths swarmed in. Task force officer dead silenced, or crime of passion. She skipped work for a secret tryst and died in the flames. Yamato lovers in a fiery double suicide. A deep dive into Chuandao Fangcheng's many affairs. Post after post dismantled her private life. Guangshan Bay City, Starlink Marshall Palace. Task Force leader David Washington convened an emergency meeting, his face dark with fury. Fuck. Son of a bitch. The doors were slammed shut. Even the tea servers were kept out. No one knew exactly what was said, only that Washington's profanity-laced tirade rattled the walls. By noon, the Starlink Marshall Palace website released a brief statement. Chuandao Fangcheng, having deserted her post, obstructed the investigation, and caused severe fallout, was hereby expelled from the task force. East China Sea, Ryukyu waters. Gongbin Jiexiong arrived at base 137. Bent instruments lay scattered, reagents pooled on the floor, and cold white lights gleamed off shattered glass. He stood motionless, eyes blazing with a dangerous heat. A martial saint-level master and a top power in the Yamato exile government, he had never felt such rage. A base worth several hundred billion credits had been reduced to rubble, more than 10 billion in supplies were stolen, hundreds of islanders lay dead, and even the junior martial lord Shijing Jiamao had been hacked to pieces. Days passed, yet the investigation was still stalled. No one could identify the attackers, or even describe their shape, only that they had appeared as an eerie black mist. Black mist? That was no clue at all. Damn it. A bunch of useless fools, what do I feed you for? Gongbin Jiexiong slammed the table, spit flying. 3 days of failure left him no way to answer the emperor or the prime minister. Warriors and officials alike bowed their heads, faces pale, looking like a flock of frightened quail. At the height of the tension, a soldier in powered armor burst in, dropped to one knee, and presented a priority report. Lord Wuxing, urgent incident. Gongbin snatched the file, skimmed it, and his eyes turned murderous. Infuriating. Quanyang Manor was raided. Quanyang Mao is dead. The news exploded in the room. People exchanged nervous glances. The patriarch Quanyang Ichiro had had 3 sons. Quanyang Jin died on an alien world years ago. Quanyang Kong perished at sea a few days earlier, and now Quanyang Mao had been cut down. In short, the entire Quanyang line had been wiped out. Quanyang Ichiro was Gongbin Jiexiong's most dependable hound. The loss of his heirs would shake morale. Gnashing his teeth, Gongbin hissed, "When a watchdog's pups are killed, if the master doesn't avenge them, who will still fight for him?" Forcing down his fury, he gave a cold order. "Screen everyone who ever held a grudge against the Quanyang clan. I want a list. When I find the culprit, I'll beg for death." "Yes, sir." Voices quivered, but no one dared hesitate. October 27th, Guangshan Bay City, Four Seasons Hotel. At 8 in the morning, Yang Jin stretched lazily and rolled off the plush bed. After leaving Huizhou City the previous day, he had slipped into the sea, come ashore at the ruins of Hangzhou City, then flown to Guangshan and slept the day away. The blaze at Quanyang Manor and the deaths of Quanyang Mao and Chuan Daofengsheng were headline news, yet he hadn't even raised an eyebrow. After washing up, he polished off the lavish room service breakfast, hummed a tune through the lobby, and flagged a taxi. Half an hour later, he stepped out in front of the World Trade Guild Tower. Ranked among the world's top 10 corporations, the Guild's chain stores covered every base city and satellite settlement. The tower rose 40 stories. The lower 30 catered to everyday shoppers, while the upper floors were reserved for warriors, dealing exclusively in rare materials and gear. Lightly disguised in a gray cap, Yang Jin entered the elevator. Ding! On the 35th floor, the door slid open. A smiling attendant greeted him and led him into an elegant, soundproof reception room. The scent of tea lingered when the door opened again, and a middle-aged man in a crisp suit strode in. "Good morning, sir. Chai Fa, sales director. How should I address you?" "Names don't matter." Yang Jin motioned for him to sit. "I have a shipment large, intact. It'll only close the deal in the slum district black market. Can your guild handle it?" Chai Fa smiled confidently. "If we can't, no one can." He paused, then asked, "What's the estimated value?" "No less than 5 billion. Yang Jin's voice was calm as he sipped his tea. "5 billion. Chai Fa sat bolt upright, eyes gleaming. "Is that a firm price, sir?" Yang Jin lowered his gaze to the teacup and said nothing. Sensing the weight of his guest, Chai Fa lowered his voice. "Please forgive me, sir. I'm only authorized up to 300 million. Give me a moment, and I'll bring the general manager to speak with you personally." Barely containing his excitement, he all but sprinted to the door. One deal of this size would net him a commission of at least 10 million. In Guangshan Bay City, Sinyuanli Street in Baiyun District is the city's most notorious slum. Local hooligans mingle with African and Caucasian immigrants, and the rampant crime is a constant headache for the authorities. Deep inside the Wanghe Club, a softly lit private room shuts out the street noise. Yang Jin, dressed casually, sips tea under the alias Mr. Zhao, facing Hao Yuqian, the branch manager of the World Trade Guild. "Mr. Zhao, the trucks will reach the rendezvous at midnight sharp. We check the goods, you take the money." "Agreed, Manager Hao." Yang Jin shakes his hand. Across the street, a pair of restless eyes behind a cracked window takes in their every move. At midnight, in a deserted alley in Sinyuanli, the rusty iron door of an old warehouse creaks open. Yang Jin had slipped the landlord some cash that afternoon to rent the place for 2 weeks. Inside, hundreds of nylon-wrapped bundles form a small mountain. Several transport trucks glide in without a sound. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Zhao." Hao Yuqian leads the way inside, a dozen men in black spreading out to inspect the shipment. Firearms are checked, scanners sweep each parcel, nothing is missed. Nearly 2 hours later, a summary sheet lands in front of Hao Yuqian. He stares, then whistles. 6.24 billion in goods. Impressive. He had doubted any single order could top 5 billion, but the merchandise is right in front of him. He's already thinking about a long-term partnership. 6 anonymous transfer cards, 10 billion each, plus a cashier's check for a little over 2.4 billion. "Please count it." Yang Jin verifies the amount and pockets the cards and check. His balance soars from just over 60 billion to 122. "Pleasure doing business." They shake hands again. They are about to leave when 2 vans roar in from either end of the alley, cutting off all escape. Doors slide open and a mob pours out, gaudy clothes barely hiding matte black weapons. Hao Yuqian spots their dark skin and curses. "Damn it, the Haigi gang. They dare touch World Trade Guild cargo? Boys, grab your guns and drop them." Laser sights slice through the night as suppressed gunfire weaves a deadly net. The slum's broken cameras record none of it. Amid the chaos, Yang Jin recalls the turmoil of Yuesha City's slums, fewer shootouts perhaps, but just as much extortion. He vows that if he ever becomes a martial sage, he will clean up places like this so ordinary people no longer live in fear. The thought barely passes before he slips back into the warehouse, merging with the darkness and disappearing. On the morning of October 28th, Yang Jin arrives on Alishan Island. The moment he steps off the ferry, he calls Mo Lan Fong, reporting on his special assignment and regretfully adding that no monster lair was found. Mo Lan Fong, who knew it was only a cover story, is unfazed. Back at Villa 54 in Zone C, morning light floods the living room. Yang Jin stretches out on the sofa, puts on his hologoggles, and logs into the official website of Xinhua Martial Academy. With personal wealth exceeding 10 billion, he decided it was time to buy a private warplane. He opened the aircraft section of the browser, where the entire page gleamed with silver S-class labels, broken down into 1S, 2S, 3S, 4S, and 5S categories. Each tier offered civilian, cargo, and combat variants, and the price column cut like a blade within the same class. A fighter cost more than 5 times a civilian model. Yang Jin didn't even blink. If he was buying a fighter. He settled on a 2S-class jet nicknamed Ghost, priced at 10 billion. The schematic showed an inverted triangle outline, uncannily similar to the B-2 bomber that had once ruled the skies a century ago. With a 40-meter wingspan, the Ghost could hit Mach 5 and soar to 30,000 meters. The feature list read like science fiction: fully autonomous piloting, hover mode, underwater operation, optical cloaking. Armament included twin machine guns and laser cannons, while a nuclear power core promised virtually unlimited range. A lounge large enough for a dozen passengers was tucked into the belly. Safety and luxury, perfectly fused in one machine. This was it. Purchase confirmed. As for weapons and armor, he still owned the Beyond 5S artifact Rui Jingtai, so no upgrades were needed. Even after paying 10 billion, more than 2.2 billion remained in his account. I'm already a senior martial lord, need to get that certified soon, he mused, closing the webpage. Before long, the A-class seat should open for assignment. That afternoon, a pitch-black jet sliced through the clouds and plunged toward the villa district of the elite training camp. Its massive shadow swept the lawn, and trainees burst from their rooms. A 2S Ghost, 10 billion apiece. An inspector? An elder? They never show up here. First time ever. The aircraft settled onto the pad without a tremor. The hatch opened, and a squad of armored delivery officers marched out, official insignias gleaming. The spectators gawked. No way did one of us buy that. Which megarich lunatic pulled this off? Their answer appeared when Yang Jin stepped forward to verify documents and sign for delivery. That's the guy who flattened Chloe in one strike. Yang Jin. Handsome, loaded, and unstoppable, the textbook boyfriend template. A few female trainees whispered, eyes shining. Formalities complete, Yang Jin boarded. Inside, the jet was divided into cockpit, lounge, and cargo bay. The 30-square-meter lounge featured a glass coffee table centered between matching leather sofas. An oven, wine cabinet, mini fridge, and projector lined one wall, everything in place. Nicene RV in the sky, he said, satisfied. Hello, master. In the Ghost's AI system. Please set your personal preferences. He configured flight, maintenance, offense, and defense protocols. Ghost, let's take her for a spin. Affirmative, master. The jet leapt upward like a black bird unfurling its wings. From the steady cockpit, Yang Jin issued voice commands while compressed air twisted into visible vortices at the wingtips. Pushing it to the limit, he had the aircraft roll, swerve, and dive in rapid succession. Each maneuver was executed flawlessly, its agility nothing short of astonishing. Boom. Spray erupted as the aircraft knifed into the water, diving like a miniature submarine toward the depths. The fuselage dropped fast, pressure mounting by the second. Through the cockpit's reinforced alloy glass, he watched curtains of seawater part, while schools of silvery fish streaked past the wings, their tail fins glowing faintly. Light vanished quickly in the abyss, and the cabin shifted to a dim blue glow. The gentle illumination mingled with specks of bioluminescent plankton outside, forming an underwater starfield, cold yet mesmerizing. Every gauge on the panel held steady, the engines hummed softly, and the craft slid deeper like an iron-colored ghost. Just then, Yang Jin's smart wristband vibrated. A blue hologram blinked to life. Cadet Yang Jin, at 11 a.m. on October 30th, Mo Qinfeng's promotion to Marshal Venerable will be held at Sun Moon Lake. You are cordially invited as a special guest. An electronic invitation and map coordinates followed. Sister Mo's promotion. Yang Jin nearly sprang from his seat. Sun Moon Lake was the dean's residence. He might even meet the unmatched martial saint, Huo Pengju, face to face. The thought sent heat surging through his chest and brought a grin to his face. To see his living legend in person, was tempted to hit the return button right away. Somewhere in the Pacific, a gray-black warship sat motionless on calm water. The deck lay silent beneath the low hiss of wind, the atmosphere heavy and tense. Deep inside, Gongbin Jiexiong stared at a giant screen, expressionless, scrolling through hundreds of names. It was the Quanyang clan's list of potential enemies, each entry accompanied by exhaustive data. The cursor stopped on Yang Jin. Note: suspected of killing Quanyang Jian on an alien world. Quanyang clan has issued a covert kill order. Bounty: 10 billion. Gongbin Jiexiong's gaze darkened. The hatch clanged open. A man in full metal armor hurried in and bowed. Martial Saint. New intel on Yang Jin of Xinhua Martial Academy. Report: Gongbin Jiexiong rasped. At noon he bought a two-class Ghost Fighter for 10 billion. Funding source unknown. Given the recent raids on Base 137 and the Quanyang estate, we suspect he was involved, or at least connected. Otherwise he couldn't have secured that much money. Gongbin Jiexiong was silent for several seconds, then sighed. If that's true, it's truly alarming. The armored man hesitated, confused by the remark, but continued. I recommend a covert investigation, and, if necessary, elimination. No. Gongbin Jiexiong raised a hand. He spent 10 billion in the open. Clearly he doesn't know the raid's details. We won't squander resources on a possible side trail. Stay focused on the top names. Understood. The armored man bowed and left. Alone, Gongbin Jiexiong exhaled slowly. Days ago he had approved Dubian Yong Jilang's strike on Yang Jin. Yong Jilang had vanished without a trace. He recalled the scene where the invincible martial saint Hua Pengjiu had vouched for Yang Jin with the legendary sword Dijian, and a chill crept over him. However capable Yang Jin might be, he was still a larger shrimp in the grand scheme. The true object of Gongbin Jiexiong's dread was the butcher who had once bathed the Eastern Isles in blood, the peerless martial saint Hua Pengjiu. He prayed that Yang Jin had not taken part in the raid and knew nothing about Base 137. If that was the case, Hua Pengjiu would stay in the dark as well. Otherwise a chill crept up Miyamoto Jiexing's spine, and he dared not finish the thought. Yang Jin circled above the sea in the Ghost for more than an hour, skimming over reefs and gulls while getting used to every feature of his new ride. Near dusk, he set the fighter down on the private helipad in the East Island Villa district. Each cadet in the elite training camp was worth hundreds of millions, yet very few were willing to buy an aircraft, so the pad was instantly packed. When the propellers stopped, the black and gold fuselage caught the sunset, and even the air smelled of hot metal. Yi Lu, Qian Sheng, and Yu Bingling friends head made in the Hong Kong-Macau area rushed over when they heard the commotion. Yang Jin, can we take a look inside? Yi Lu asked from the foot of the ladder, craning her neck. She was Yi Feng's cousin, cool on the surface, but her eyes were full of curiosity. Of course, Sister Yi. Everyone's welcome, Yang Jin said, waving them aboard as the hatch opened. He turned to Qian Sheng. Captain Qian, why is your squad one short? Where's that blonde guy, Daniel? Back in Hong Kong, Macau, Daniel had targeted him repeatedly, even hiring Warren Smith, head of Starlink's Marshall Hall, to force a sale of a monster crystal core only to end up killed by Yang Jin. Qian Sheng rubbed his hands awkwardly. Yang Jin, that's on me, trusted the wrong man. Yi Lu added. You may not have heard. A few days ago the camp investigated Daniel and found had been leaking intel, including secrets from Spark Martial Academy. They locked him up on the spot. Remembering the time Shed been called Shorty, Yu Bingling snorted. Serves him right. They should keep him there for decades. Yang Jin had planned to settle the score himself, but with Daniel already behind bars he let it go. All afternoon the Ghost was practically inspected down to the rivets. The smooth fuselage, the variable geometry wings, the quantum radar module, each detail made the cadets' eyes glow. I've decided saving up for a jet. A fighter's the ultimate status symbol. I have to get one. In just a few hours, Yang Jin whipped the crowd into a frenzy and ignited a full-blown aircraft craze. As the sun bled into the horizon, James strolled onto the pad, dreadlocks swinging over thick shoulders. He carried a delicate gift box in his broad palms, his teeth flashing white. Yang Jin, congrats on the new ride. Hey, race, a little something to celebrate. James and Watanabe Yujiro were tied as the strongest in Class A role models for the whole camp. His personal visit drew a ripple of surprise from the onlookers, but Yang Jin felt nothing but dislike for the smiling tiger in front of him. The shark armor incident, the 100 billion credit bounty, remembered every detail. The man who had kicked him when he was down was standing right here. Thanks must have cost you, he said, accepting the box while quietly extending his psychic sense. He instantly located a hair-thin nano bug hidden in the bottom. So you're still playing games, he thought, anger flaring even as his face stayed calm. In full view of the crowd, he tore off the wrapping, revealing a crystal-clear snow globe containing a miniature Yellowstone National Park. Seeing his expression flicker, James forced a grin. Yang Jin, it's nothing, just a souvenir from my hometown. Blackie, that's where you're wrong, Yang Jin said with a cold smile, turning the globe in his hand. I'd say this present is worth quite a bit. The slur made the cadets around them blanch, stunned, and bewildered. The N-word is taboo among black people. It's even more insulting than swearing at their mothers. James' eyes bulged, his wide nostrils flaring as his dreadlocks lashed in the wind. Yang Jin, I offered you a gift out of kindness, and you humiliate me in front of everyone. What's your problem? A few trainees jumped in at once. Yang Jin, that's too much. How can you be racist? Apologize to James. A class rookie buys a private fighter jet and suddenly thinks he's hot stuff. Even mocking senior trainees no upbringing at all. Having just toured the cockpit, Yu Bingling whispered, Captain Qian. Yilu, Yang Jin was a bit rude, wasn't he? Qian Sheng frowned, but kept quiet. Yilu, on the other hand, was firm. I trust Yang Jin. He wouldn't talk nonsense. James raised a fist the size of a sledgehammer, glaring at Yang Jin and looking ready to swing. Yang Jin stayed cool and glanced at him sideways. Nano bugs aren't cheap. You hid one in the gift and still have the gall to say it's worthless? Caught out. James' face went from red to pale. Yang Jin, you're making things up, slandering me. Everyone turned to James. The shifting look on his face told them Yang Jin was right. Slandering you? Yang Jin's voice was icy. Fine, he'll call the academy right now and have them verify it. James lunged, grabbing for the snow globe in Yang Jin's hand. If you don't want the gift, give it back. He meant to crush it and destroy the evidence. Yang Jin slipped aside, and James roared after him. Yang Jin, hand it over. Ghost, high voltage, blast heavy paralysis, Yang Jin ordered. A turret slid from the belly of the ghost fighter, firing a bolt of blue electricity. Crack. The current struck James. Without armor, he convulsed and fell, lips turning blue as he pointed a trembling finger at Yang Jin. You. Ghost, he's still resisting again. A second arc shot out. James spasmed, foamed at the mouth, and blacked out. Yang Jin gave a thin smile and swept his gaze around. The trainees who had backed James went pale, terrified the guns would swing their way, and scattered in every direction. Don't run, I'm a friendly guy, Yang Jin muttered, rolling his eyes. He climbed aboard and clicked his tongue. Damn, the weapons on this thing are fantastic. I need to save up and upgrade to a 5S model ASAP. Before long, the Academy's security team arrived. An inspection of the snow globe revealed a hair-thin nano listening device. James was arrested on the spot and thrown into a cell with Daniel. Whatever punishment awaited him, Yang Jin no longer cared. On October 29th, Yang Jin had been back on Ollie Mountain Island for 2 days, but he still hadn't applied for advanced Wuzong certification, planned to wait until Mo Qinfang completed her promotion to Wuzhuan before submitting his own request. After breakfast, he climbed into the Ghost and headed for the waters off East Island City to train. Like a newly licensed driver, Yang Jin maneuvered the fighter with boyish excitement, skimming the crests at low altitude, diving and barrel rolling whenever he pleased, savoring the thrill of flying alone. The comm unit suddenly vibrated. Little brother, where are you? I'm back on Ollie Mountain Island. If you're free, drop by the Apple Manor. Mo Qinfang's voice crackled through the line, brimming with joy. Got it, sis. I'm training over the ocean right now. Give me a minute, I'll be right there. Yang Jin accepted without hesitation, pulled back on the stick, and swung the fighter around, its exhaust carving a blazing white arc across the sky. Apple Manor was Elder Mo Lanfeng's residence. Deep in the garden, 3 rattan chairs surrounded a wooden table while fragrant steam curled up from a teapot. Mo Lanfeng sat opposite his daughter, Mo Qinfang. Beside them was Nie Jinxiu, the smooth-shaven head of Hanyang Bay City's Torch Martial Hall, happily nursing a cup of tea. Mo Lanfeng took a sip of the rich fruit brew and spoke gently. Jinxiu, the Yang Junior Hall recommended moved from the regular camp to the elite camp in just over a month. Impressive. Nie Jinxiu set his cup down and bowed respectfully. Thank you for mentoring him, Elder. Yang Jin's progress is all thanks to your guidance. Mentioning his prized student made his eyes shine. The better the cadet performed, the brighter the branch master's own record looked. Lowering his voice, Nie Jinxiu continued. Elder, I have a small request. Speak your mind. Mo Lanfeng gestured for him to proceed. Now that Qinfang has reached the early Wuzhuan rank, I'd like to hand over the position of Hall Master and let her run the Hanyang branch. Mo Lanfeng didn't answer at once. Instead, he turned to his daughter. Qinfang, what do you think? She bit her lip, her voice soft yet firm. Dad, I want to stay on Ollie Mountain Island and spend more time with you. More than a decade earlier, father and daughter had parted after a quarrel. Now, back among the flourishing apple trees and the untouched yet immaculate bedroom of her youth, her tenderness resurfaced. Though her father looked vigorous, he was nearing 70, and she could sense his longing for family around him. A pleased light passed through Mo Lanfeng's eyes, and he nodded lightly. Very well. Nie Jinxiu could only give a wry smile. If Qinfang stays on the island, I fully support it. But once she steps down, the branch will be short a deputy master. He'll need your help to fill the slot. Have anyone in mind? Mo Lanfeng asked. Nie Jinxiu blurted out almost automatically. Elder, the elite camp cadet Yang Jin has outstanding combat power already on par with a high Wuzong. I believe he could take Qinfang's place as deputy hall master. Mo Qinfang chimed in as well. Dad, sending Yang Jin out on assignment would temper him and win him authority. He's the perfect fit. Mo Lanfeng laughed. So both of you have your eyes on Yang Jin. He pondered for a moment, then shook his head. The academy rules are clear. A deputy hall master of a base city branch must be at the high Wuzong level. Yang Jin's power is fine, but he's still at early Wuzong, 2 levels short. Waiving the requirement might do him more harm than good. In fact, ever since Yang Jin returned to Oli Mountain Island, he had never applied for high-level certification, so the outside world still believed he was only in early Wuzong. Nie Jinxiu and Mo Qinfang exchanged a glance, regret written on both faces. The three chatted on until a deep rumble rolled across the sky. A black fighter sliced out of the clouds, its reflective wings like a plummeting sword. Mo Lanfeng burst out laughing. Speak of the devil, and here he comes. The kid bought a ghost yesterday, and now he won't even touch a shuttle arrives everywhere with a fighter clearing the way. Sis. The black gunship hovered outside Apple Manor as Yang Jin leaped out and landed lightly on the ground. Nie Jinxiu, Mo Qinfang, and Mo Lanfeng turned toward him, watching as he strode into the estate, clearly in high spirits. The first two merely sensed a slight change in his aura, but Mo Lanfeng's eyes lit up after only a week away. The kid had jumped 2 whole levels, surpassing even what Mo himself had achieved at that age. Little brother. Mo Qinfang waved with a bright smile. Yang Jin quickened his pace, but when he was still 20 meters away, Mo Qinfang decided to test him. Pressing 2 fingers together, she unleashed a blade of fiery energy that sliced through the air. Yang Jin's expression never wavered. His hand shot out like an eagle's talon, and, with a sharp pop, he crushed the blazing arc between his fingers. The move was crisp and effortless, displaying both speed and pinpoint control. Yang Jin bowed slightly. Elder, Hall Master. Well done. Nie Jinxiu clapped and laughed. Mo Lanfeng's face brightened. He nodded approvingly. Impressive indeed. Mo Qinfang beckoned to her brother. Come, sit with us. The 4 of them took seats at the corners of the table. Mo Lanfeng got straight to the point. Yang Jin, have you already reached High Wuzong? The question wiped the smiles from Mo Qinfang and Nie Jinxiu, replacing them with surprise. Yang Jin scratched the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. Elder, I found some good fortune on my trip overseas. I wanted to keep a low profile for a few days, but your eyes are too sharp. The 3 of them burst into laughter. Mo Lanfeng understood at once. Mo Qinfang was both startled and delighted. Nie Jinxiu was so excited he rubbed his bald head. They had planned to send Yang Jin to Hanyang Bay City as a vice hall master, but Nie had worried that his rank might be too low. Now that Yang Jin was a high Wuzong, the appointment seemed perfect. He looked eagerly at Mo Lanfeng, almost blurting out given the job, but managed to hold back. Mo Qinfang watched him scratch his head and couldn't help but smile. Ignoring Nie Jianqia's impatience, Mo Lanfeng lifted his tea and took a leisurely sip. According to Academy rules, a high Wuzong has 3 options. First, remain in the elite training camp and finish the 2-year term. Second, stay at headquarters and help with departmental affairs. Third, accept an outside posting as a deputy in one of the base cities. Of course, you may also act independently, as long as you do nothing to damage the Academy's reputation. Over the 2 days since returning to Alishan Island, Yang Jin had given the matter some thought, but with limited time and experience he was still undecided. After a brief pause he said earnestly, Elder, Hall Master, Sis, you all have far more experience than I do. I'd like to hear your advice. Mo Lanfeng and Nie Jinxiu turned to Mo Qinfang in unison. She blinked. I'm the youngest here. Why are you looking at me? It's obvious, Nie Jinxiu said. Qinfang, you're his sister. The first suggestion should come from you. Mo Lanfeng sipped his tea leisurely, tacitly agreeing with Nie Jinxiu. Very well, he said, setting the cup down gently. Clearing her throat, Mo Qinfang leaned forward. Little brother, I recommend option 3, take an assignment outside headquarters. Yang Jin looked up. Is there a particular reason, sis? Leaving headquarters benefits you in at least 3 ways, she replied, raising 3 fingers. First, you'll have far more autonomy to train at your own pace. Second, you'll gain priority access to techniques, pills, and other resources. Third, you'll face complicated situations that temper the mind and hone combat skills. She paused, then added, headquarters ran the numbers. Among all senior Wuzong, those who accept field assignments have the highest chance of advancing to Wuzhuan. After hearing her analysis, Yang Jin nodded firmly. I trust you, sis. I'm willing to leave headquarters and serve in a base city. Nie Jinxiu clapped and laughed. Excellent. The Hanyang branch is short a vice master. You'd be perfect. Before he could finish, Mo Qinfang raised a hand. Branch Master Nie, pardon me, my suggestion isn't finished. Nie Jinxiu froze, wondering why she had suddenly changed her mind. Mo Qinfang turned to Yang Jin. A vice master's daily chores are endless and draining. They'd only distract you. The post that suits you best is inspector. Inspector? Yang Jin echoed. She nodded. An inspector ranks just below the branch master and holds sweeping authority over oversight and discipline. You may investigate, arrest, and prosecute peers and subordinates alike. The power is immense, and so are the requirements. You must be a senior Wuzong with enough strength to quell conflicts by force at any moment. Nie Jinxiu still sounded regretful. Yang Jin's power is up to the task, but Academy rules state that a branch master and an inspector can't serve in the same city. That means he can't go to Hanyang. Mo Lanfeng set his cup down, his tone calm, yet final. Jinxiu, Qinfeng is right, we need to put his interests first. Yes, elder, Nia Jinxiu answered respectfully. Mo Lanfeng turned to Yang Jin. Return to the training camp today and complete your senior Wuzong certification immediately. Once Qinfeng's promotion ceremony ends tomorrow, he'll inform Dean Hua and assign you to a base city as inspector. Yes, elder. Yang Jin cupped his fists, then asked, may I choose the city myself? Mo Lanfeng smiled. Anywhere with an opening for inspector, except the capitals and your birthplace, Hanyang. The rest are yours to pick. That afternoon in the camp's testing room, the monitor beeped vitality 83.4. Yang Jin had officially cleared the senior Wuzong threshold. News exploded across the elite camp. In less than half a month since joining Class C, he had rocketed from junior to senior Wuzong and vaulted straight into Class A. 2 full ranks in 15 days faster than force-feeding a goose. Many trainees gasped, unable to close their jaws. They had once called him Qin Muyang II. Now they simply called him Little Martial Saint. Little Martial Saint proof that, in their eyes, Yang Jin already carried the potential to become a true martial saint. On October 30th, the sun blazed in a clear, brisk sky. Yang Jintian was up before dawn, slipping into a charcoal gray, custom-tailored suit, whose sharp lines heightened his youthful vigor and striking looks. Today Mo Qinfeng would be promoted to Martial Venerable, and Yang had been invited to the ceremony. Eager to avoid any hint of disrespect, he chose a sedan over his usual aircraft. Just before 10, the car stopped at the pier on Sun Moon Lake. Morning light danced across the rippling water as he boarded a private ferry. The prow cut a sparkling wake while an emerald island drew steadily closer, its golden glazed tiles flashing in the sun. This was Xinhua Martial Academy's headquarters, home to the legendary invincible martial saint Hua Pengjiu, widely hailed as Blue Star's foremost warrior. Imagining a chance for a close-up encounter and maybe an autograph, Yang's mind buzzed with anticipation. A dozen minutes later the ferry docked, where a personal escort awaited him. Mr. Yang Jin, please follow me to the venue. His guide, a tall attendant with a sweet smile, explained as they walked that most guests were mid- and senior-level staff from headquarters, supplemented by dignitaries, journalists, and a select few special invitees. Yang belonged to the last group. Miss, how were the special invitations decided? He asked. She returned a soft smile. Venerable Qinfeng chose them herself. Everyone is a close friend or confidant. Yang's eyes glimmered, his grin nearly ear to ear. They passed beneath an arch draped in vines and stepped onto a wide lawn. A modest platform stood at the center, faced by only a few dozen wooden chairs, a simplicity that caught Yang off guard. Had the banner not proclaimed Xinhua Martial Academy promotion to Martial Venerable, he might have thought had wandered into a small charity fair. Sensing his surprise, the attendant whispered, the headmaster insists on plainness and despises empty formalities. Even a Martial Venerable promotion is kept simple. Yang offered an admiring thumbs up. To one side of the platform, Mo Qinfeng was conversing softly with several women. She spotted Yang and waved. Little brother. Mo Qinfeng wore a sharply cut suit that framed her graceful figure and long legs. Confidence lit her features, adding an intellectual charm to the authority of her usual uniform. Sister, Yang greeted, smiling. Turning to her companions, she said, ladies, this is my younger brother, Yang Jin. A pleasure to meet you all, he replied politely. What a handsome young man, quite the catch. The genius of Xinhua Martial Academy. Even better looking than his photos. Yang Jin, do you have a girlfriend? I have an 18-year-old sister who's lovely. I've got a cousin who's still single. Laughter and playful chatter swirled around him like a flock of lively magpies. The crowd kept swelling, and as the clock neared 11, everyone finally settled into their seats. Yang Jin had just leaned back in the last row when the rows in front of him rose in unison. Applause burst across the open lawn, and every gaze swung to the left. Following the collective stare, he saw 2 men walking side by side. One was the familiar Mo Lanfeng. The other, a man in his early 40s with a square face, steady features, and eyes that were gentle yet profound, carried an air of transcendent wisdom that inspired instinctive reverence. The headmaster. Yang Jin's heart skipped. This was none other than the invincible martial saint, Hua Pengjiu. Hua Pengjiu seemed to sense his look and answered it with a slight smile. The smile spread like a warm beam of light, touching everyone present. Yang Jin's excitement spiked, only to notice the people around him beaming as well, each convinced the headmaster had smiled at them alone. One effortless gesture had seized the emotions of dozens. The sheer presence behind it was overwhelming. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Was this the power of an invincible martial saint? Even if he mustered his psychic force and spatial abilities, he might not last a single move. Perhaps one glance from the man could reduce him to dust. The realization steadied him. When he looked up again, he felt calmer. Meanwhile, Hua Pengjiu swept his eyes across the crowd, registering every subtle change in expression. Pausing on Yang Jin, he noted the fluctuations with perfect clarity. Without breaking stride, He waved to the assembly while sending Mo Lanfeng a silent message. Lanfeng, bring Yang Jin to the Lotus Pavilion after the ceremony. I'd like a word with him. Yes, brother, Mo Lanfeng replied in kind. The martial master promotion ceremony was brief, lasting less than 15 minutes. Mo Lanfeng conducted the proceedings, and Hua Pengju personally presented Mo Qinfang with her certificate, after which she offered a short speech. When it ended, Hua Pengju gave a final salute and departed first. Servers wheeled out drinks and snacks, sunlight pouring over the grass as it shifted into an informal reception. Having skipped breakfast, Yang Jin grabbed a few biscuits and was still swallowing when Mo Lanfeng appeared. Yang Jin, the headmaster wants to see you alone. The headmaster wants me? He nearly choked. Catching sight of the crumbs around his mouth, Mo Lanfeng handed him a drink from the cart. Finish that and come with me. They followed a tree-shade path to the Lotus Pavilion by the pond. Seeing Yang Jin's unease, Mo Lanfeng chuckled. Relax. The headmaster heard you're about to take a post in Bay City and wants a quick pre-departure chat. Elder, does he speak with everyone before they leave? Yang Jin couldn't help asking. He usually leaves small matters to me, Mo Lanfeng said, shaking his head. Today he happened to be free, so you're in luck. The headmaster thinks highly of you. Yang Jin gave a wry smile. That only makes me more nervous. He wasn't exaggerating. Meeting Hua Pengju in person was a dream, but a private audience was unnerving. More troubling was the fear that the headmaster might glimpse the two divine artifacts in his sea of consciousness and covet them. Fine wine can intoxicate, treasure can tempt. When the stakes are enormous, certainty is impossible. Yet whether he stretched his neck or drew it back, the blade was the same. There was no escape, so he might as well face it head-on. Following behind Mo Lanfeng, Yang Jin quietly sifted through his possible responses. Yang Jin, the headmaster isn't some venomous beast, so there's no need to be nervous. Mo Lanfeng had no idea what little scheme Yang Jin was hatching. To break the tension, Yang Jin lowered his voice and asked, Elder, do you think I could ask the headmaster for an autograph later? Mo Lanfeng chuckled and shook his head. You've got some nerve, kid. Do you know what his signature means? Still, go ahead and try. If you manage to get one, consider yourself lucky. Encouraged, Yang Jin grinned. With your blessing, Elder, I'll thicken my skin and ask for it. Gentle ripples shimmered across the lotus pond, and an octagonal pavilion stood at the center. Inside, stone tables and benches gave off an understated elegance. Hua Pengju sat serenely, savoring his tea. In the distance, koi leapt through the water, and dewdrops glistened on the lotus leaves beside the pavilion. The stillness was so deep it felt as if one could hear a heartbeat. Mo Lanfeng led Yang Jin to the pavilion entrance and bowed. Brother, Yang Jin has arrived. Elite Training Camp trainee Yang Jin, here to pay his respects, headmaster. Yang Jin greeted him with both respect and a hint of nerves. Hua Pengju turned to study him, then smiled warmly. Welcome, Xiaoyang. Please, have a seat. Lanfeng, you too. Thank you, headmaster. They both sat down. Lifting a purple clay teapot, Hua Pengju let the fragrant steam curl upward. Xiaoyang, try the tea I prepared, he said, filling the porcelain cup in front of Yang Jin. Thank you, headmaster. Yang Jin accepted the cup with both hands, and even before tasting it, a delicate aroma reached his nose. One gentle sniff carried the scent straight to his heart. He took a small sip. Beneath a hint of bitterness lay a mellow sweetness. In moments, every trace of anxiety was washed away, leaving only a calm serenity, as if the world had narrowed to one man and one cup of tea. How is it? Hua Pengju asked with a knowing smile. Yang Jin came back to himself, eyes shining with amazement. Headmaster, this tea is incredible. It's like sprinting through a noisy market only to step into a mist-shrouded temple where everything falls silent. Pleased by the comparison, Hua Pengju nodded. Mo Lanfeng added from the side, Yang Jin, this is the headmaster's mind-calming tea. It helps settle your mood, makes meditation easier, and you'll sleep like a baby afterward. Hua Pengju laughed. Lanfeng, enough praise. It's just a few tea leaves. Before you leave, each of you take a packet. With a brief chat and a fragrant cup of tea, Yang Jin's unease melted away, and he fully relaxed. After a few more sips, Hua Pengju set down his cup and got to the point. Xiaoyang, Lanfeng tells me you're willing to leave headquarters to serve as an inspector at a Bay City branch. Have you chosen your post? Yang Jin sat up straight. Yes, headmaster. Elder Mo sent me the list of vacancies. After weighing my options, I've chosen Jiangnan Bay City. Jiangnan is an excellent choice, prosperous, resource-rich, Hua Pengju affirmed. Being on the coast makes it easy to hunt sea beasts. Besides, he paused, giving Yang Jin a meaningful look and a man-to-man smile. The women of Jiangnan are charming. Take care of yourself, and don't let campus beauties distract you from cultivation. The headmaster's sudden joke made Yang Jin scratch his head and chuckle. Realizing this near-godlike figure could be down-to-earth warmed Yang Jin to him even more. Mo Lanfeng burst into hearty laughter at the sight. Lanfeng, draft the appointment at once. Yang Jin is to become inspector of Xinhua Martial Hall, Jiangnan Bay City, effective November 1st. Huo Pengju settled the matter with a single word. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mo Lanfeng rose with Yang Jin to take their leave. The moment he stood, Yang Jin swallowed his pride and, like an eager fan, stepped forward. Dean, may I trouble you for an autograph? Of course. Where would you like me to sign? Huo Pengju asked with a warm smile. Yang Jin drew a pale blue silk handkerchief from the inner pocket of his suit. Under the sunlight, its delicate weave glimmered with a cool sheen. Would this be all right, Dean? Perfect. Huo Pengju lifted a hand, his index finger writing in midair. A golden light danced at his fingertip and, as it moved, 3 characters Huo Pengju blazed onto the silk. The strokes shone like molten gold, a faint glow coursing along the lines, sharp enough to seem as though they might slice the air itself. Yang Jin froze. Dean, this. Mo Lanfeng explained. The Dean used his metal element ability to form the inscription. Each stroke contains the force of one of his strikes. In a life or death moment, it will serve as a talisman. Hurry and thank the Dean. A single blow from Huo Pengju could fell a junior martial saint. The power within those 3 characters was awe-inspiring. Even without activating it, the signature alone was enough to make many bow their heads. Ecstatic, Yang Jin cupped his fists. Thank you for the gift, Dean. He resolved on the spot to carry the handkerchief at all times. If anyone challenged him, he would simply unfurl it to impose order. Off you go, Huo Pengju waved. Work hard, and don't tarnish Xinhua Martial Academy's name. As the 2 figures disappeared down the path, Huo Pengju watched them leave and shook his head with a smile. The youngster still doesn't quite trust me, understandable. I was even more worried about losing my inheritance when I first received it. Once he reaches Martial Venerable, will help him fully unlock the heavenly demon legacy. The thought had barely finished when his brows suddenly knit together another surge from the Mariana Trench. Restless as ever, he raised an empty hand, and an old-fashioned sword materialized out of thin air. With a flick of the scabbard, the space before him split open like cloth beneath a blade, a vertical fissure twisting in blackness. Had Yang Jin been present, he would have gasped. The Dean could open a wormhole with nothing but the sword. On the far side of the rift, waves rolled across the Pacific Ocean. Gripping the sword by the tip, Huo Pengju stepped through. The slit sealed behind him, leaving only 3 steaming teacups in the pavilion. Outside Sun Moon Lake, Yang Jin exhaled heavily, the weight on his chest at last lifted. The Dean's decision to sign his name with a metal ability proved how much he valued him. A thought suddenly struck, and he spoke up. Elder Mo, forgive me if this question is out of line. Mo Lanfeng was in good spirits. Ask whatever you like. That 9-aperture pill that cleanses the body, where did you get it? Mo Lanfeng's expression shifted slightly. He placed a hand on Yang Jin's shoulder and spoke earnestly. I'm glad you finally asked. The pill was prepared for you by Dean Hua. He also deduced that you carry the heavenly demon legacy and ordered me to keep it secret, absolutely no leaks. Though his voice was soft, it landed like thunder. Yang Jin stood stunned for a long moment, then bowed deeply. Thank you, Elder. Straightening, he turned toward the island in the center of the lake and bent at a right angle once more. That bow was a heartfelt gesture of respect and gratitude to Huo Pengju. On the afternoon of October 30th, the front page of the Xinhua Martial Academy website carried 2 appointment letters from headquarters. The first was routine. Mo Qingfang was removed from her post as Deputy Hall Master of the Hanyang-based city Xinhua Hall and reassigned as an inspector at headquarters. The second, however, was a bombshell. Yang Jin, still only a cadet in the elite training camp, was promoted to supervising officer of the Jiangnan-based city Xinhua Hall. The news tore across the internet like a hurricane. Within 30 minutes of the announcement, more than 100 calls and messages had swamped Yang Jin's phone. Gu Xing'an, Wu Zhengsong, and Zhang Tongwei from Yusha City, Nie Jinxiu, Shen Yunxiang, and his best buddy Hu Qinghua from Hanyang, and his pals from the regular camp Yifeng, Natasha, and Wang Luchuan all chimed in with congratulations. Inside Jiangnan itself, every martial hall and dojo hurried to make nice. After all, the new supervisor sat near the top of the food chain, and early favors never hurt. Even Hall Master Jin Hui and Deputy Hall Master Chen Changshu phoned personally to welcome their new superior. After an hour of non-stop calls, Yang Jin's throat was on fire. He had just raised a glass of water when Zhao Qingtong's custom ringtone sounded. Ajin, my phone's about to explode. Everyone's calling to say you've been promoted to number 2 at the Jiangnan Hall. It's true, Yang Jin said with a laugh, leaning back in his chair. I start the day after tomorrow. Fantastic. Now we can see each other all the time. Her voice bubbled with excitement. Then she suddenly paused. Wait, does that make you my boss? Are you going to stare over my shoulder every day? Out there I keep an eye on others. At home, you keep an eye on me. That's more like it. She giggled, lowering her voice. Officer Yang, I haven't been assigned any real duties yet. How about I become your secretary, take care of work and, well, other things? Perfect. Yang Jin's eyes lit up. Let's throw in meals, laundry, and personal service while we're at it. She gave an amused little humph, laughed, and hung up, leaving the brand new supervisor already plotting to win over the resident beauty. At 6 that evening, a video call came in from home uncle Yang Tianhai, Aunt Xiao Ting, and his kid sister Yang Hui were gathered around the dinner table. Second bro, the whole school's buzzing, Yang Hui said, unable to hide her excitement. They're all saying you're the new supervisor of the Jiangnan Hall, and everyone's hounding me for your autograph. It's impossible to fend them off. Uncle held his bowl, his tone steady. Ajin, Master Gu tells me a supervisor holds enormous power. In your district, everyone below the hall master answers to you. Be careful how you use it. Aunt set down her chopsticks and got right to the point. You'll have authority now, but don't let it go to your head. Be an honest official, not a crooked one. Yang Jin laughed. Uncle, Aunt, relax. If I ever step out of line, feel free to take a cane to me yourselves. When he was little, Yang Jin was quite a handful. His uncle and aunt would sometimes wave a rattan cane at him in anger, but they never actually struck him. That fearless streak is still with him today. Afternoon sunlight slanted across the courtyard, and the autumn breeze carried the scent of osmanthus. Holding a cup of tea, Yang Jin glanced at the ponytailed girl in front of him and asked casually, Third sister, how's your physical training coming along? You can't focus only on cultivation and neglect your studies. They have to advance together. Yang Hu's eyes sparkled like a happy sparrow. Relax, second brother. I tested at Spark Marshall Hall a few days ago, vitality 1.6, way ahead of anyone else at school. As for academics, I ranked 5th in the last quarterly exams. Good. Yang Jin set the teacup down with a smack and flashed a grin that lit up the entire room. At noon on October 31st, 30 banquet tables were laid out for the elite camp's farewell party, the dishes sending up clouds of steam. Director Huang Ming, Class C counselors Su Yuntao, the full staff, and more than 90 trainees were all present. The regular training camp joined in, as well Director Zhang Xiangwei and Counselor Sun Renjia led the entire class of 2130, packing the hall to bursting. Toasts rose one after another, shouts of bottoms up, and congratulations, shaking the rafters. Yang Jin downed every glass that came his way. By the time the banquet ended, he had cheerfully polished off 5 Jin of Mao-Dai, yet his cheeks were merely flushed and his stride remained steady. That afternoon, riding the buzz, he walked into the elite camp's gravity chamber, determined to push the virtual combat simulator to its limit one more time before leaving Alishan Island. A little over an hour later, the heavy alloy door swung open and sweat dripped from his chin. During the run, he cleared 6 stages in a row: prairie bison, desert wolf, glacier snow leopard, grassland lion, jungle tiger, and ocean shark, then broke into the 7th, sky-high golden eagle. The leaderboard flickered. In an instant, the name that had dominated for more than a decade, Qin Muyang, was replaced by Yang Jin, followed by a bold 970 points. Everyone in the elite campaign, even the regular trainees watching, was struck speechless. 10 a.m., November 1st, the plaza in front of the Spark Marshall Palace in Jiangnan Bay City. The air was a touch chilly. Palace Master Jin Hui stood at the head of a neat formation made up of Vice Masters Chen Changshou, Zhao Hanjin, Li Wenwu, and all the mid-level officers. The silver-gray combat armor glinted coldly in the sun, and Zhao Qingtong stood out in the crowd. She had classes today, but at Jin Hu's personal invitation, she had taken leave to attend Yang Jin's welcome ceremony. Changshou, are the inspector's office, quarters, and car all set up? Asked Jin Hui, who was nearing 50, stocky, and smiling yet earnest. Rest easy, Master, Chen Changshou nodded. I went over everything yesterday, there isn't a single loose end. Jin Hui exhaled in relief and lowered his voice. You've met Inspector Yang a few times. Is he easy to work with? He knew the score. Yang Jin enjoyed the dean's full confidence. The dean had even spoken with him personally before the appointment. On top of that, Grand Elder Mo Lanfeng and the newly minted Inspector General Mo Qinfeng were both close friends of his. To Jin Hui, this young inspector was practically a royal emissary holding an imperial edict. There was no room for the slightest discourtesy. Inspector Yang is upright, generous, and easygoing, Chen Changshou replied. Before he had finished speaking, his wristcom vibrated. Message from him: arrival in 3 minutes. Jin Hui swept his gaze over the ranks and barked, everyone, look alive. Yes, sir. Back snapped straight, and eyes shone. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zhao Qingtong in the 2nd row and waved her over. Qingtong, move to the front row. She protested softly. Master, I'm just a junior officer. The front row isn't appropriate. Jin Hui thought for a moment, then waved his hand. Fine, stay in the 2nd row. Either way, I want Inspector Yang to spot you the moment he steps off the shuttle. A black stealth jet slid through the sky. The airspace over Bay City was officially off limits, but Yang Jin, a senior officer of the Torch Marshall Hall, enjoyed a rare exemption. A light flashed beneath the fuselage, and someone shouted, Inspector Yang is here. The aircraft steadied, its wings folding as the massive phantom cast a deep shadow over the crowd. Up close, the sight was far more awe-inspiring than any online photo. Zhao Qingtong stared at the sleek hull, her heartbeat quickening. A Jin's plane is huge, she whispered, way more impressive than the pictures. The hatch opened. Clad in a simple gray tracksuit, Yang Jin jumped lightly to the ground and raised a hand in greeting. Hall Master Jin Hui and the 3 deputy hall masters hurried forward. Inspector Yang, welcome. Jean Hui said warmly, extending his hand. Yang Jin shook it politely. Hall Master Jean, thank you for waiting. Pulling him a little closer, Jean Hui nodded toward the burly man in his 50s on the left. Deputy Hall Master Qin Ming. Square-jawed and bearded, Qin Ming stood like a steel post, eyes fixed on Yang Jin. Inspector Yang. His voice was crisp and unreadable. Hall Master Qin. Yang Jin replied courteously. Jean Hui then gestured to the lively elder on the right. Deputy Hall Master Qin, you two have met before. Brother Chun, we meet again, Yang Jin said, stepping up. Chen Changsho laughed heartily and clapped Yang Jin's forearm. Brother Yang, we'll be working together now. Take care of me, will you? He'll be the one relying on you, elder brother. Finally, a woman in her early 40s bowed slightly, her tailored uniform highlighting a no-nonsense air. Deputy Hall Master Wen Lian, Jean Hui introduced. Inspector Yang, she greeted softly. Hall Master Wen, he answered with a smile. With Jean Hui, Qin Ming, Chen Changsho, Wen Lian, and the newly appointed Inspector Yang Jin, the Torch Marshal Hall's leadership was complete. Inspector, the masters from our 5 satellite cities and all Hall members are waiting in the conference room to meet you, Jean Hui said, motioning him forward. As they passed the ranks, he cocked an eyebrow toward one spot. And there's a young lady who's been looking for you. Sure enough, Xiao Qingtong was craning her neck in the crowd. Their eyes met, and a smile spread across Yang Jin's face. Thanks, Hall Master. Jean Hui, Chen Changsho, and Wen Lian exchanged glances and burst out laughing, amused by the young man's expression. Qin Ming merely twitched his lips, letting out a barely audible snort. After the induction meeting, Chen Changsho personally showed Yang Jin and Zhao Qingtong around the offices and their new living quarters. Their residence lay in Lakeview Garden on the West Shorean exclusive compound reserved for Torch Hall executives. Only a handful of villas stood there. Most Hall masters owned estates elsewhere, so the area felt tranquil. Yang Jin received Villa Number 2. Compared with his family's place in Yuesha City, everything was an upgrade: floor space, security, and a view. Even the roof came with a helipad for the Phantom. The trio stepped into the living room. Zhao Qingtong went to the kitchen for water. Chen Changsho looked around and smiled. Brother Yang, Villa 2 is always set aside for the inspector. We haven't had one for years, so it's been empty. When we heard you were coming, we refurbished it top to bottom yesterday. Yang Jin took in the spacious room, puzzled. Brother Chun, why was the position vacant for so long? Chen Changsho gave a wry smile and shook his head. You may not know, brother, the inspector's job is no picnic. The people you police are powerful martial artists. One misstep and you're in a fight. Without real strength, you can't enforce anything. You might even get beaten up or ambushed. Yang Jin understood immediately, which explained why nearly 1/6 of the 43 branch cities worldwide still lacked inspectors. The real challenge was finding the right people. He seized the moment. Brother Chen, how many subordinates can the Marshal Hall assign me? Closing the file, Chen Changsho answered crisply. Regulations say an inspector commands a 5-person inspection squad. We can assign them, or you can pick from the roster. Better choose your own. They'll suit you better. He drained his glass in one gulp and handed the empty cup to Zhao Qingtong. Qingtong, could you refill this? The sharp-eyed girl understood he wanted her out of earshot and left with the cup. The living room went quiet. Chen Changsho leaned in, voice low. Brother, I'm not being dramatic, but there are things she shouldn't hear. Yang Jin sat up. Go ahead. Did you notice someone unhappy to see you when you got off the plane today? Qin Ming? As a psychic, Yang Jin had already sensed that resentment. That's him. Chen sighed. Vitality 95, strong fighter, local bully. His family has money, he spreads it around, and he's pulled quite a few Hall members to his side. Even Hall Master Jean Hui has to show him respect. He's been angling for the inspector post, and you showed up out of nowhere and took it. Yang Jin raised an eyebrow. Isn't it policy for Hall masters and inspectors to serve away from home? Policy is one thing, connections break rules. Chen gave a wry smile. Yang Jin now understood. Thanks for the heads up. Chen dropped his voice another notch. The key point: Qin Ming is from the Qin clan. The Qin clan is Jiangnan Bay City's top family, worth billions and famous for its martial tradition. From them came the prodigy Qin Muyang, who as a martial lord severed Miyamoto Isao's leg and became a legend. Yang Jin's teenage idol. A few years ago, Qin Muyang vanished, rumored to be in seclusion for the martial saint breakthrough. What's Qin Ming to Qin Muyang? Yang Jin asked calmly. Muyang's fourth uncle. A faint, amused smile touched Yang Jin's lips. Interesting. His idol's kin turned out to be the one most displeased with him. That night, Xinhua Martial Hall held a welcome banquet for Yang Jin. Jean Hui, Chen Changsho, and Wen Lian attended, with Zhao Qingtong as a special guest. Qin Ming claimed family matters and stayed away. The empty chair in the corner was conspicuous. Jean Hui felt embarrassed and annoyed but forced a smile. Brother Yang, don't take it personally. Qin Ming's got some trouble at home and keeps taking leave. Yang Jin raised his glass, mild in tone but precise in meaning. Hall Master, every family has its issues. Since Vice Hall Master Qin is indisposed, we should send someone to check on him and offer help if needed. Jean Hui could only nod. Right. Wen Lian, go to Qin Ming's place tomorrow on the guild's behalf. When Lian answered, understood, while inwardly rolling her eyes. Qin Ming's supposed family problem was nothing but sour grapes over losing the inspector's post. Beside West Lake stood an expansive estate, the ancestral home of the Qin family, the foremost clan in Jiangnan Bay City. In the brightly lit study, Qin Ming slumped in a Nanmu armchair, a cigar thicker than a carrot pinched between his fingers, its smoke swirling overhead. He had been stewing there for half the night after 6 months of scheming. The position of Marshall Hall inspector, which he had considered already in his pocket, had been snatched away. Worse yet, it had gone to a greenhorn barely out of high school. The thought stoked his anger to a boil. Status, seniority, cultivation. How am I inferior to some kid who just graduated? He blew out a heavy ring of smoke and slammed the armrest. Those elders at Marshall Academy headquarters only promote their own people. His wrist communicator suddenly vibrated. Caller ID. Jinyan, head of the Xinhua Dojo in Jinling, a satellite city under Jiangnan base. When he answered, Jinyan's voice was full of deference. Hall Master Qin, I'm sorry to disturb you. Qin Ming's reply was cool. What is it, Master Zhen? Zhen Yan explained in detail. A week earlier, his daughter Zhen Shibei had clashed with fellow examinee Zhao Qingtong during a combat assessment. Only later did they learn Zhao Qingtong was the girlfriend of Yang Jin. Feeling guilty and afraid of retaliation as well as her father's anger, Zhen Shibei had kept silent until today, when news broke that Yang Jin had been appointed Marshall Hall inspector. She finally confessed in tears. My daughter's been spoiled since childhood, Zhen Yan lamented, thumping his chest over the call. Offending Zhao Qingtong was unintentional, but if Yang Jin takes it out on me, Xinhua Dojo is finished. Hall Master Qin, you work with him, could you put in a good word? He'll apologize, pay compensation, anything. The more Zhen Yan spoke, the hotter Qin Ming's temper burned. He forced his anger down. I understand, Zhen Yan. Don't worry, I'll handle it. He ended the call, cutting off the man's grateful thanks. Handle it? Handle my foot. He flung the cigar to the floor and crushed it under his heel. Yang Jin, you ruined my future, you threatened my entire family. A rootless drifter dares meddle with Qin family interests? Even a dragon crossing these waters can be stranded on the shallows. He'll make sure the snakes toy with the dragon. With that resolve, Qin Ming opened his contact list and began dialing every ally he had within the Marshall Hall. That evening, after the welcome banquet, Yang Jin walked Zhao Qingtong to her parents' home. Though they were a couple, Zhao Qingtong was only 18, and her strict parents forbade overnight stays. Thus, Villa number 2 was left to Yang Jin alone, but he was long used to solitary cultivation and felt no loneliness. November 2nd, his second day in office. At first light, Yang Jin was already jogging along the West Lake embankment. The title of inspector sounded impressive, yet he barely gave it a thought. His immediate goal was to push his vitality score to 99, then break through to Marshal Venerable. Below Marshal Venerable, one remained mortal. Beyond it, the body transformed and lifespan soared. To him, strength and cultivation were everything. All else was illusion. On that late autumn morning, a faint chill lingered in the air. Yang Jin had a strong affinity for water. Whenever he jogged along the lakeshore, a rare clarity washed over him. Dawn mist clung to the surface, vapor slipping into every pore, and his heart and lungs felt as if they were being flushed by a gentle stream. In a few days he would head to the EC to hunt high-tier monsters and seize their crystal cores to boost his vitality. But as the newly appointed inspector, he couldn't very well skip work on his first day. So for now he had to clock in like everyone else. The flagstones on the embankment were slightly damp, and willow branches grazed the water. Keeping an even stride, Yang Jin suddenly sensed a faint ripple of emotion some 30 meters ahead. He glanced up to find a figure standing beneath the willows, a trench coat wrapped tight, a cap pulled low, clearly waiting for him. Confident in his skills, he pretended not to notice and stayed on course. When less than 5 meters remained, the stranger's knees buckled, and he dropped with a thud. His voice was hoarse yet resolute. Inspector Yang, I'm Chao Qingji from the Spark Marshall Hall in Yiwu City. I've been wrong, please hear my petition. Yang Jin slowed for half a beat. Even on his morning run, someone was blocking the path to plead a Keisan from Spark Marshall Hall, no less. The man looked 27 or 28, a junior-grade warrior, handsome but haggard, as though crushed by an unbearable grievance. With that age and rank, he should have been mid-level at the hall. What trouble had driven him here? Chao Qingji, right? Keep up. Tell me everything while we run, and leave nothing out, Yang Jin said, calm but unmistakably firm. Yes, sir. Chao rose and jogged half a step behind. Chao Qingji, 28, was captain of the Gold Snake Squad, a monster hunting team under Yiwu's Spark Marshall Hall. The man he wanted to accuse was none other than the hall master, Sun Guanfeng. Chaos girlfriend, Niu Xiaoyudel, and sweet-looking worked reception at the hall. Their relationship was steady, and they had already begun to discuss marriage. A little over a month ago, she came to him in tears, claiming Sun Guanfeng had assaulted her and beaten her afterward. Bruises covered her body beneath her clothes, shocking in their severity. Furious, Chao gathered evidence at once and mailed a complaint to the Spark Marshal Temple in Jiangnan Bay City. The very next day, the temple replied that a special team had been formed and the matter would be handled according to regulations. Chao waited a few days, only to face Sun Guanfeng's retaliation, a high-risk monster hunting mission assigned specifically to the Gold Snake Squad. 3 teammates were seriously injured and Chao himself was battered head to toe, yet they still completed the task and returned to the city. By the time they reached Yiwu, Niu Xiaoyu had vanished. Calls, texts, and messages went unanswered. Her family had no idea where she was. It was as if she had disappeared from the face of the earth. Grief and rage consumed Chao, and he became convinced Sun Guanfeng was behind it. He drove out of the city, determined to go to Jiangnan in person and press charges. While crossing the wilderness, he was ambushed by masked men. Blood soaked his clothes, but sheer will to survive let him break through the encirclement and, half dead, reach Jiangnan. Fearing another attack, he stayed in the shadows while gathering evidence of Sun Guanfeng's crimes. During his investigation, he discovered that the temple's vice master, Qin Meng, was Sun Guanfeng's uncle, and that Sun himself was the grandson of the head of Jiangnan's most powerful clan, the Qin family. Only then did Chao realize he had walked straight into the tiger's den. Huh. I delivered the proof to them myself like a fool, he rasped, a bitter laugh catching in his throat, eyes bloodshot. Inspector Yang, he said, I thought all hope of justice was gone, but headquarters has sent you to Jiangnan. Please, avenge me and Xiaoyu. By then, though almost 30, Chao Qingji was already weeping uncontrollably. Sun Guanfeng, Qin Meng, the Qin family. Yang Jin repeated the 3 names to himself before lifting his eyes to the young man in front of him. Zhao Qingji, you know Sun Guanfeng belongs to the Qin family, yet you still dare come to me. What if I don't want to offend them either? Aren't you afraid? Zhao Qingji hesitated, then clenched his back teeth, a vein throbbing on his temple. Inspector Yang, if you're in bed with the Qin family, kill me right now. Otherwise, no matter what it takes, I'll reach Alishan Island and take my case to the highest court. In ancient Huaxia, taking one's case to the emperor was the last hope of commoners with nowhere else to turn. In Zhao Chengzi's stubborn gaze, Yang Jin saw a man ready to fight to the end. Give me every lead and every piece of evidence. Zhao's hand shook as he pulled out a flash drive. Sir, this holds everything I've gathered. I made several backups in case it goes missing. Yang accepted the drive and nodded. Go home and stay safe. He'll contact you if necessary. Thank you. Zhao bowed deeply, pivoted, and sprinted away, disappearing at the corner. Yang pressed the flash drive to the port on his smart bracelet and began a wireless transfer. The morning breeze brushed his face as he jogged along the riverbank, eyes skimming the scrolling files. 30 minutes later, the download was finished. The accusations were staggering: sexual assault, murder, personal vendettas, embezzlement. Nearly every crime labeled tigers and flies in the news applied to Sun Guanfeng. If it was all true, Sun Guanfeng had to die. Yang thought of Zhu Kan, the southern duke's son he had already dealt with. The 2 men were cut from the same rotten cloth. Scum like that only wastes air and food. He was 18, hot-blooded, and carried the authority of an inspector. The job had to be done. Even the Qin family, Jiangnan's most powerful clan, didn't scare him. If he hesitated, Dinhua and Elder Mo would despise him. Sun Guanfeng, the purge of Jiangnan starts with your head. 9 o'clock in the morning, sunlight bathed the entrance of the Xinhou Martial Hall Tower. Wearing loose casual clothes, Yang strolled into the lobby. Good morning, Inspector Yang. Morning, Inspector. Greetings, Inspector Yang. From reception to the elevator, greetings echoed. Several young female warriors clustered around him, holding out notebooks and pens. Inspector Yang, can we get your autograph? He was, after all, a viral sensation. 10th floor, Inspector's office. 50 square meters furnished with sofa, bookcases, and tea table. Half reclining in a leather chair, Yang muttered, this place is a bit oversized. At the coffee table, a hostess in a short skirt knelt to boil water. She looked up with a sweet smile. Inspector, we're not a government office. The space is nothing unusual. Every attendant in the hall was just as eye-catching. A head streaked with silver hair poked through the doorway. Brother Yang, you're early. Chen Changsho walked in, smiling. Brother Chen, welcome. Yang rose to greet him. The hostess set down 2 steaming cups, closed the door softly, and left. After a few pleasantries, Yang asked, Brother Chen, what do you know about Sun Guanfeng, the branch master in Yiwu City? Chen Changsho paused for a moment. Brother Yang, why are you asking about this man? Did you catch wind of something? Yang Jin smiled. I just want to know who he is. Chen Changsho sighed. It's a long story. Since you asked, I won't hide it. Frankly, his reputation is awful. His private life is chaotic, and worse, he preys on the people around him, especially the female students and staff at the gym. Rumor has it, he even has a taste for abuse, and he stirred up plenty of trouble. Yang Jin pressed him. If that's true, how is he still running the place? Chen Changsho gave a wry smile. Sun Guanfeng is single. Legally, he's just seeing people. As long as both sides consent, he isn't breaking any laws. Yang Jin asked again, what about Chao Qingji and Niu Xiaoyu? Chen Changshu's expression tightened. Brother, Chao Qingji talked to you? When Yang Jin nodded, he let out a long sigh. Not long ago, Chao came to me in private and accused Sun Guanfeng of harming his fiancée, Niu Xiaoyu. I checked and found his earlier complaint had been buried by Qin Meng. Qin outranks me and oversees supervision, so I couldn't step in openly. But after seeing Chao kneeling and sobbing, I sent people to Yiwu in secret. The result? Not a trace of Niu Xiaoyu. She worked late one night, walked toward her apartment, and vanished. The cameras on that stretch happened to be down, and even the Public Security Bureau has no lead. Yang Jin lowered his voice. Could Sun Guanfeng have done it? Or sent someone to clean things up? Chen Changsho shook his head. Hard to say. Without solid evidence, no one dares accuse him, especially since he's part of the Qin clan. He leaned closer. Brother, Jiangnin's waters run deep. It's good that you're bold, but think of your own safety. If you're not a strong swimmer, don't wade in too deep or you might drown. Yang Jin merely smiled. With his affinity for water, he could swim the Pacific and back, let alone the rivers of Jiangnan. While they were talking, a soft knock came at the door. A waitress peeked in. Inspector Yang, Sun Guanfeng, head of the Xinhua Gym in Yiwu, is here to see you. Do you have a moment? Yang Jin and Chen Changsho exchanged a surprised glance. They had just been discussing the man, and had arrived on his own. That kind of instinct showed a keen mind. Chen Changsho stood. Brother, since he's here, he'll leave you too. Yang Jin told the waitress, send him in 10 minutes. She withdrew. Exactly 10 minutes later, Sun Guanfeng walked in on the dot, all smiles. Inspector Yang, pleasure to meet you. True to his name, he was tall, handsome, and polished, already carrying the air of a successful man in his early 30s. Yang Jin took one look. No wonder so many women fell head over heels. With looks like that, he could have been on the silver screen, yet he chose to dabble in darker things. A waitress brought tea. Master Sun, please have some. Sun Guanfeng accepted it with a grin. Thank you, little sister. Then his eyes, almost involuntarily, drifted to the curve of her waist. Inspector Yang, when I learned you were coming to Jiangnan, I commissioned a master artisan to craft this little keepsake for you. Please do me the honor of accepting it. With a genial smile, Sun Guanfeng opened the ebony box, and a golden phoenix immediately caught the eye. Its gold body glimmered under the light, while its wings were inlaid with jade, agate, and multicolored gems. Every feather shaft bore intricate engravings, testament to the artisan's consummate skill. One glance told Yang Jin the figure was worth at least several 100,000 Blue Star credits. He looked at Sun Guanfeng with a faint, ambiguous smile. Master Sun, giving me something this valuable at our first meeting doesn't that fit the legal definition of bribery? Sun Guanfeng stayed calm and waved his hand. Inspector Yang, it's simply a gift between friends, nothing to do with bribery. Bribery has to be judged by amount and relative wealth. For a household with assets of 1 million, this phoenix is a fortune. But you, Inspector, own the private jet Ghost, worth tens of billions of Blue Star credits. A few 100,000 is nothing to you. The twisted reasoning made Yang Jin chuckle. In that case, it would be rude to refuse. He closed the box and put the phoenix away. Seeing him accept the present, Sun Guanfeng's smile blossomed like a chrysanthemum, though a flash of disdain crossed his eyes. Yang Jin noticed, but acted as if he hadn't, changing the topic. Guanfeng, what else brings you here today? Addressed so familiarly by someone more than 10 years his junior, Sun Guanfeng felt a shiver, but forced a nod. Inspector Yang, I do have another matter. I'd like to report a criminal suspect. Who? Yang Jin raised an eyebrow. Sun Guanfeng sighed. I share some blame. The person I'm reporting is Chao Qingji, captain of our hall's hunting squad. A chill ran through Yang Jin, though his face stayed calm. What makes you suspect him? Sun Guanfeng held up 3 fingers. I have 3 reasons. First, Niu Xiaoyu, a waitress here and Chaos girlfriend, has come to me in tears several times, saying she was beaten at home and begging me to intervene. I warned Chao, but it did little good. Second, over 2 weeks ago, Niu Xiaoyu vanished after work. Her family called the police, and our martial hall ran its own search, yet we found nothing. The security bureau listed Chao as a suspect, and he fled Yuqing by car that very night, clear evidence of a guilty conscience. Third, it's been nearly a month and he's still on the run, which only deepens suspicion. He drew a silver flash drive from his briefcase and slid it across the table. Hey Race, everything I've gathered. Please look into it, and see that Chao Qingji is brought to justice as soon as possible. Guilt washed over Sun Guanfeng's face. Inspector Yang, he took a deep breath and straightened his back. While I was running the dojo, a female employee vanished and a squad leader fled to avoid punishment. I can't shirk responsibility. I've let the palace master and you down, so I'm willing to resign and accept whatever penalty follows. Yang Jin nodded solemnly. Master Sun, I understand. Once I see Palace Master Jinwei, they'll report the facts and have you relieved of your post as soon as possible. Before the words had fully left Yang's mouth, Sun's eyes bulged and a hot knot jammed in his chest, sending him into a coughing fit. He waved frantically, forcing out a smile uglier than tears. Inspector Yang, you misunderstood. I was speaking figuratively, not actually quitting. Inside, he cursed. Damn it. I was only being polite, and he took it at face value. A high school-educated bumpkin who can't read between the lines. Still, a hatchling like that is even easier to fool. After half an hour of polite chatter, Sun Guanfeng rose to go. As he reached the doorway, Yang Jin flicked his right hand, and an invisible strand of psychic force slid into the back of Sun's skull. At the same instant, a hair-thin filament snapped off the rui iron stored in the insect space, slipped through Sun's clothes, and settled against the inner layer of his combat armor. The motion was feather-light. With the senses of a beginner martial lord, Sun felt nothing. He strutted out of the Xinhua Martial Hall building, oblivious to the 2 death warrants now riding on his back. One thought from Yang Jin and his life would end. The door clicked shut. Yang Jin picked up the Golden Phoenix model on the desk and frowned. If I tampered with this and hit a bug inside, I'd have a clean excuse to haul him in. A sweep of psychic power showed the model spotless, so he tossed it into the display cabinet against the wall. He plugged in the USB drive Sun had left. The screen lit up with a pile of harmless routine data. Yang Jin snorted. Useless trash, and he thinks he can fool me. A thief crying stop, thief. Leaning back on the sofa, he closed his eyes and reached for the psychic mark. A three-dimensional panorama unfurled centered on Sun Guanfeng, expanding dozens of meters and stopping at the gates of an estate. The plaque glittered with 4 gold characters, Qin family compound. A spark of excitement flashed through Yang Jin. The Qin clan of Jiangnan, the region's most powerful family. Deep inside the Qin compound, in a quiet courtyard. Guanfeng, you shouldn't have. Every visit you bring gifts and spend money, Qin Ming said, a cigar clamped between his teeth as he beckoned Sun to sit. Just a little something for you, fourth uncle. Sun placed the gift box on the table and settled into a rosewood chair. After a few pleasantries, the talk shifted to Yang Jin. Guanfeng, how did you find Yang Jin today? Qin Ming blew a smoke ring. Sun scoffed. Fourth uncle, my verdict is simple. He's still wet behind the ears and can't handle real work. Did he accept the gift? Qin Ming asked. He took it without a second thought, Sun said with disdain. People from the slums never change. Give them a fortune and they still grab for petty handouts. That poor man's flaw is incurable. Smug derision spread across his face, convinced he had Yang Jin figured out. Qin Ming burst into hearty laughter, slapping his thigh. Excellent work, Guanfeng. Keep catering to his tastes, money, women, whatever he fancies. Send him something every day. In 3 months I want him hooked on every vice. Then we'll stir up a little trouble and watch him slink out of Jiangnan with his tail between his legs. Sun Guanfeng muttered, fourth uncle, I still say Yang Jin's just a nobody. He's not worth the effort. Why don't we keep it some plago at him Hedon and have someone finish him off? No. Qin Ming raised a hand, his eyes cold and sharp. Guanfeng, never underestimate Yang Jin. He may come from nothing, but he's a formidable fighter, and he's already clinging to Mo Qin Fong, which links him directly to Elder Mo Lanfeng. The dean stays out of daily affairs. Almost all real power at Xinhua Academy rests with Mo Lanfeng. If Yang Jin rides that wave, he'll be trouble for us. Bah. Sun Guanfeng snorted in contempt. A bootlicker who climbs by sleeping with a woman is a disgrace to men. A real man keeps a woman under him, not the other way around. Having vented, he lifted his chin. Fourth uncle, Mo Lanfeng isn't that scary. Once cousin breaks through to martial saint, he can fight above his rank easily on par with a high-level saint. Then even Mo Lanfeng might not match him, let alone Yang Jin. We could crush him with a snap of the fingers. Arrogance and confidence flashed in his eyes, all of it rooted in the cousin he spoke of, Qin Muyang, the Qin clan's brightest prodigy and combat ceiling. Thinking of Qin Muyang, Qin Ming nodded with equal pride. You're right. Once Muyang becomes a martial saint, our Qin family's claim to Jiangnan's top clan will be rock solid. He might even replace Mo Lanfeng and seize control of Xinhua Academy's headquarters. Then anything our family wants, wind or rain, will get it. Haha. Qin Ming's hearty laugh proved contagious. Emboldened, Sun Guanfeng blurted, Mo Lanfeng? Cousin should replace Huopengjiu and take over Sun Moon Lake outright. Quiet. Qin Ming's face darkened as he barked the order. Sun Guanfeng shuddered. Fourth uncle, idiot. Qin Ming jabbed a finger at his nose. Remember this, never say something that stupid again. If word leaks, you'll answer for it tonight. Huopengjiu is an invincible martial saint, a living deity to everyone in Huaxia. No matter how bold we are, we do not touch him. Sweat beaded on Sun Guanfeng's forehead. He nodded repeatedly, too frightened to speak. After the reprimand, they dropped the topic of Yang Jin and shifted to Chao Qingji. Qin Ming steadied his tone. We can put Yang Jin on hold. Chao Qingji comes first. At the name, Sun Guanfeng ground his teeth. Fourth uncle, I've already warned Yang Jin. Even if Chao Qingji dies, we can call it suicide out of guilt. I only regret not doing it myself earlier. Sholv sent him and his girlfriend Niu Xiaoyu to meet Yama together. Qin Ming thought for a moment before giving instructions. Keep working with the black market killers. Find Chao Qingji as fast as possible. Money isn't the issue, time is. The sooner we silence him, the better. I'm afraid he'll lash out and stir up public opinion. Sun Guanfeng waved dismissively. What's there to fear? Third uncle runs the government's propaganda office. He's got online opinion locked down tight. The moment Chao Qingji goes online, we'll spot him. He had barely finished when his phone rang shrilly. Glancing at the caller ID, he curled his lips into a sinister smile and answered, "Black Hand. What's up?" A hoarse voice came through the phone. "Boss Phone, you wanted the man named Chow, didn't you? We found his hideout." Sun Guangfeng gripped the phone so hard his knuckles blanched and asked in a hush, "Where is he? When do we make our move?" "Tonight," Black Hand chuckled. "The slums are perfect, kill him. Get rid of the body, no one will care." It's just that he drew out the last word, the cold laugh scraping like a dull knife against the eardrum, then fell silent. Sun Guangfeng cursed the man's greed but forced a smile. "Black Hand, money's no problem. They'll transfer 100 million now, and you'll get the rest once it's done." Qin Ming, standing nearby, kept signaling with his eyes. Sun Guangfeng took the hint. "For safety's sake, I'm coming along tonight." Black Hand laughed softly. "What a pleasant surprise, Boss Feng. He'll be delighted." The line went dead with a click. Lantern light flickered in the Qin family's reception hall. As soon as the call ended, Sun Guangfeng turned around. "Uncle, what's the plan?" Qin Ming's brows knitted while schemes raced through his mind. After a few moments he said quietly, "Guangfeng, go with Black Hand tonight, and watch Chao Qingji take his last breath. They'll station men nearby. Once he's dead, we'll wipe out Black Hand's crew under the banner of bandit suppression. That silences them and saves us several billion." He waved a hand. "Go, start preparing." Sun Guangfeng had taken only a few steps when Qin Ming halted him, voice icy. "A lion uses full strength even to kill a rabbit, no mistakes tonight. And keep your pants zipped. Don't let your crotch ruin everything." Exposed, Sun Guangfeng managed a sheepish grin. "Don't worry, uncle. I know when to keep it together." Qin Ming snorted. "If you hadn't knocked up that female subordinate, we wouldn't be in this mess, and I wouldn't be risking my own neck to clean it up." Head throbbing, Sun Guangfeng hurried out of the Qin estate. The night wind cooled his face, yet the heat in his chest refused to settle. That afternoon Head met a waitress in Yang Jin's office. Killer curves, legs for miles, swan neck, full chest, a waist thin as a sheet of paper. Head nearly drooled on the spot. Too bad she worked for Yang Jin. Otherwise, a bit of cashier's simple force would have secured her. What a waste, letting that punk have her. Qin Ming's warning was already forgotten. Sun Guangfeng was now nothing more than an animal driven by lust. Inside Xinhua Martial Hall, Yang Jin listened to the entire exchange through surveillance equipment. He stared straight ahead, pupils cold and dark, murderous intent flooding every corner of his mind. Only one thought remained: kill. Sun Guangfeng, who preyed on women and butchered his own people, had to die tonight. Qin Ming, who enabled him, was just as unforgivable. In Yang Jin's mind, Sun Guangfeng was already under a death sentence. If Qin Ming got in the way, Yang Jin would cut him down, too. He didn't care if Qin Ming belonged to Jiangnan's most powerful family or was related to his idol Qin Muyang. Anyone who deserved death would die. He would show no mercy. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.